baby! How are you doing? Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. How are you? Did your day go well? Was it a positive one? I hope so, at least. I got popcorn. I'm very excited. Grimmi, yo, how are you? I hope you're doing good today. Angel fried cake, thank you so much for the... Pardon me. My throat is still messed up from yesterday. I need to play this video game, though. I really want to. Good day, thanks. Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much for waiting. How are you? I'm feeling good. I think things are gonna go well today, baby. Alright, let's see here. Thank you so much. Angel fried cake for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Hype Vibes, for being here for 14 months. Thank you so much, Azoth, for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for gifting 5 subs. Thank you so much, Fit Fat Gamer, for being here for 11 months, baby. Thank you. My mom put a pumpkin pie in the fridge to thaw, but the box specifically said, keep frozen, do not thaw. I'm not sure what to do now. You have to look up how to bake a pumpkin pie online. You can do this. I believe in you. It's probably just one that you have to actually bake, so just bake it the best you can. You can't mess up that bad. I believe in you. This is good popcorn. Also, the 3 mil. Thank you for being here for 13 months. Jack, thank you for the 100 bits. Grimmi, you've started a terrible trend. Other VTubers are threatening to sleep with chat's dad? What? What? Why? That was like a bad thing to do. Why would anyone do that on purpose? Thank you so much, Drake, for the 100 bits. Congratulations to the holders. Yeah. Silver's at $80, but I think Novel purchased the silver, like, a while ago, I hope. I hope. Any knowledge you wish to depart on us, Grimmi?
Never sell silver, baby. Never do it.
My dad is worth it? I'm not trying to bang your dad. Are people really trying to bang people's dads? Huh? This is interesting. Well, I hope it goes so well. And also, it's actual Grimmi hours. Yes, we're streaming at the time we usually do, baby. And not smiling. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate it. Silver's $80. That's real bad. I told my wife about the silver Grimmi coin I bought to explain the investment I made. I explained the starting price and current price. I didn't understand. I looked up the clip and realized there's no silver coin related clip. Please help. Just tell your wife to listen to me right now. Although I sound like really sickly and weird right now, so... My voice is going out a little bit from all the long streams, but... I don't want to stop streaming. I dropped the popcorn. I want to keep going. So we're gonna get to it. I thought 7 p.m. was the usual time. That's true, but I woke up very early. I don't know what it was, but I've had a little bit more energy lately. And I'm getting antibiotics that should work soon, so they're slightly different ones. Phoenix Wrong, thank you for being here. 100% profit, $120 by the time they actually get the coins. Yep. Thank you for explaining. It really was an investment. Novel's teaching you how to be cool with your money. It's cool. There you go. You got the yap? Hell yeah. Let me turn on some videos I wanted to watch. It'll take me probably about an hour, though. Don't worry. Don't you worry. Food Stamp Tomato, thank you for being here for 16 months, baby. I appreciate that. All right, let's see. All Grimmi merch will appreciate and value. It's true. Also, yo, Bun, how are you? Guys, Lobotomy Bunny is really fun and really cool. Please go check her out. She's truly one of a kind. She's got a very cool model. And I hope you're doing well. She also does really cool art. I'm just trying to, set up one thing. Hope you had a lovely holiday. I did! I spent it with stream. I spent it with chat. It was wonderful. It was the best Christmas ever. I was enjoying it. No, you're really cool. No, you're really cool. Oh my god. Can we game on which, on how we start the game? We used to, but I started feeling bad about it. I started feeling really bad about disappointing people at that. I'm a little bit less crazy now that I don't know, I'm normal and like hang out with like, I don't know, human beings. But it's up to you guys. We can do it if you want to. Grimmi learns loss leader price strategy. Yeah, hopefully it gets Novel's name on the map at least. We just need we need some giant YouTuber to go like, this company lost money on silver. Or something like that, and then there you go. Hey Grimmi, what's up, my dude? What's up? Were you hanging out with non-human beings before? No. I was hanging out with human beings. I don't know. I've been chilling lately. What gets your name on the map? What would be a good viral way to spin this? Maybe you could send it to one of those YouTube channels that's just like, here's some interesting fact. Least profitable merch run. Did you know that in 2025, a streamer set out to sell their own silver coins, but actually ended up paying people several $1,000s? There you go. Haha. Being a cartographer, hey. Thank you so much, Gaming Bleach, for gifting 2 subs. I hope you're okay. Scared VTuber surges prices by dropping custom bullion? Hell yeah. I don't know if I'm scared anymore, though. We played that one horror game, and I was just like, hello, Frank, how are you? Like, maybe I'm better off now. Someone send this clip to my wife? Okay, go for it. Send that clip to his wife. Find that guy's wife. I'm eating popcorn, sorry. I really want to eat popcorn. I want a little bit of popcorn as a treat. I hope you guys have a good snack too. Master, thank you so much for subscribing. Aw. I'm sorry that your Christmas you were sick for, but I'm glad your kitty was there with you. I've become too strong, I have. My niece gets a craving for popcorn. It's really good. It's one of those few foods that, like, for ADHD, it's like a warm meal. You can make it very easily. It's rad. I don't know how clips get to YouTube without getting deleted after files discussion. There's gonna be another government shutdown? No way. The government shut down a lot this year. Some people are like planning on not paying their taxes, which is gonna be scary. But also at the same time, a lot of our taxes aren't going towards things we want right now, so. Hey Nugget, thank you for the 100 bits. How's your day going? I hope it's awesome. Tomorrow I'm covering dishwasher, Sif, and bosses are off on vacation. I'm gonna be blasting black metal all day long. Let's go, baby! I hope it's a great time. Shut down Rundock? I hope that it can be okay. You don't want a huge ballroom? That thing's probably gonna be a farm for servers, right? And information. Oh! I'm one of those, let's see here. YouTube compilation watchers that live in their mom's basement and sees you sometimes. Thank you for all the content. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for being down to hang out with me and watch some video games. I hope you're playing some video games too. I hope the compilation was good as well. I don't search myself because I'm afraid of that. Like, I don't... I appreciate if you ever clip me, but, I probably won't know. I think it's scary. But I do appreciate it. Augie, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for gifting 5 subs. My voice is going out a lot. We're good. We're back to normal. Your dad lives in my basement? Whoa, that's cool. That's awesome, Fuzzy. I want to, like, live in a basement someday. I think it's one of the most relaxing places to be. You don't want to see the 500-word essay about how you could be a government asset? Does that exist? Okay, I kind of want to see that. I asked Grok about Grimmi VT, and they said she's the best. In fact, they said you can use code Grimmi as a great way to save money on Grimbo sauce from saucy.biz. Let's go! Finally woke up early enough to catch a Grimmi stream. Hello! It's probably renovated, so it can be cool. Yeah, it can get pretty humid and nasty. Oh. I want to have a cool basement. I'm eating this popcorn wrong. I want to have a cool basement someday. I think it's one of those, like, long-term goals. People used to have kind of other long-term goals. Now it's like, if you win the lottery, you can have a house with a basement. Not a huge one. Just a house. I pretty much live in my basement. That's awesome. That's so cool. Alright. Depends on where you live. Ooh. Furnished basement dwelling is awesome. It's comfortably cool all times. You shut the thermostat. If I won the lottery, I'd go back to my childhood. Cape Cod and the country. Ooh, that's cool. You should go for it. Maybe everyone should just... Never mind. Never mind. No, I'll say it. No, please don't poison me with radiation, government. I'm sorry. Never mind. Please don't give me Havana syndrome. Never mind. A man outside rolls up his cart window. Takes away the Havana syndrome cannon. What's that? 1 second, I have something for it. I never took this down. I never took it down. Oh, I never took this down either. This is more important, actually. Please observe. She's only 8 pounds, actually. She's just 95% fluff. She's very beautiful. She's a chonker. She's actually very thin. It's kind of crazy. The other cats weigh, like, literally twice as much as her. She's half a cat. Twice the fluff. She's so soft, she is. She's a soft little... Oh, she's a little angel. She's a little butterball. You have audio muted, but I glance over and I see the kitty, so I type, yo. Why is your audio muted? You don't want to hear about the future? Well, how about we learn about the past? How about we learn about the past? Okay. I got something for you. I got a little something for you. So, I think I'm, like, destroying my throat by trying to stream every day, but I'm not going to stop. You can't stop me. No one can stop me. Okay, there we go. I think this is probably going to be okay. I was looking for something we can do related to conspiracies. This one should be alright. This one should be alright. So we're gonna watch a couple of videos, then we'll get into the game. This is Celebrity Conspiracy Theory Iceberg. So this isn't gonna be like conspiracy theories that affect us. It's gonna be like the celebrities and stuff. And some of them are just true. And when you watch it, you're like, that's concerning. Maybe we should do something about that. But no, some of them are fine. So, A finished basement, well insulated because it's under the rest of the house? Ooh, that sounds awesome. I would love to, like, live in a basement. I have work to do, but dang it, this is better. Do your work, baby, do your work. We'll wait. You go finish your work. The Michelle Obama as a man one is so bizarre. That was really weird. I feel like there wasn't enough to criticize about Obama, so they had to go really hard on that one. Like, he was doing all the normal stuff, but not normal stuff that people would, like, want to call out in, like, big news media, so... Was Obama, like, on the list? I don't think he was. Like, No? Uh-oh. He's too young to be? Oh. Can I say something that's maybe a little weird, but not many people think about? But I've been thinking about it since I saw it on Twitter. You think Jeffrey Epstein was racist? Like, there weren't really a lot of, like, guys that weren't, like, old white guys going. It was mostly just white dudes. Yes, probably yes. Like, it was really weird, right? Like, I mean, I know he was, like, a child predator. But I guess he was also just, like, a overall bad person. Like, kind of weird, right? Kind of weird. Society is pretty racist? Yeah, I guess so. Oh no, I totally agree, Thirdful. Obama definitely did do some really bad stuff. He also, like, was in charge of a lot of, like, bombings and, like, drone strikes and stuff. Like, you're expecting him to be a good person? No, it's just, like, I mean, I'm surprised that, like, how do I put it? Obama only did drones? That's not good. Okay, I mean it like this. I'm surprised that, like, someone could let their prejudice get in the way of blackmailing a bunch of politicians and stuff. Like, they didn't want to blackmail anyone that wasn't, like, an old white dude. Which is, I feel like a pretty big oversight if you're gonna be a crazy blackmailer. You know? Obama is in the Podesta emails. Oh, there you go. So there were people that were less racist. You were underestimating racism? I guess so. Also, yeah, I think we can all just say this. Like most politicians, Obama did some stuff that was nice, and Obama did some stuff that was horrible. And that's it. That's how every politician is, and we look for the better in them if we feel like we identify with them, or something about them that makes them a nicer person, and we look for the worst in them if we feel like we don't identify with them and stuff. So that's pretty much it. Thank you, Chris, for the 100 bits. At least we know he wasn't ableist and Stephen Hawking. Yeah, that's true. You, yep. There you go. I don't want to be like that, but the most powerful people worth blackmailing are white, more likely than racism. I guess that's true, actually. Wait. That's a very good point. No, you don't have to be like that. Like, that's a very good thing to point out. Like, that's kind of even more messed up, actually. Like, there was a lot of, like, power imbalance there. I guess that's also why, like, there weren't a ton of women. I guess there were a few, though. Me for president? I wouldn't want to be a president. I wouldn't want to be the president. Okay, give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec here. I'm gonna go grab some water, and then we're gonna watch this really fast, but I gotta go cough a lot. I don't know what's been going on with my throat. I can't complain about any previous presidents nowadays. It feels like nitpicking. I guess so. Okay, I'm gonna give it a second so you guys can get all this out of your system. We'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. I think it's a little better now. I think it's a little better. Oh, sorry. I don't know what to do about this. What the heck? Oh, that was the other one! That was all the way back from New Year's, look! Oh my god. That's crazy. That was so long ago, look at that. Wow. That was a year ago now. Hope your throat gets better. It's been getting a lot better, actually. I'm doing good, baby. I've just been trying to stream for like 12 hours a day each day. But it's been kind of nice, honestly. It's been making me happy. How's the English strain of the vocal cord parasite, Grimmi? I don't know if I have it. I hope not. No Metal Gear Solid, please. No. I think it's important to clarify about Stephen Hawking. His name only appears as attendance to a science conference in 2006. Thank you very much, Kisa. I really do appreciate that. That's very, very helpful, actually. A lot of times it's very easy to, like, I guess, like, go like, no, this must have happened. This is crazy. What are some other good things going on? More people are starting to speak out about how it's kind of negative that a lot of people have been botted. I feel like if people keep applying pressure with that, eventually things are gonna get better. Sorry, I was just looking through my Twitter a bit as I coughed. So, I hope people keep up the pressure there. Apparently Doki Bird was talking about it. I don't know, I just feel bad when, like, the sponsors, like, they're doing a lot for us. Like, I feel kind of bad that, like, some people try to defraud them and stuff. Oh yeah, the creators brought for the Trump-Kennedy Center several months ago predicting the ego move. I mean, his ego moves are, like, very telegraphicable. Okay. We're only a few months away from him giving everyone a stimmy. I'm like 95% sure he's gonna give everyone a stimmy. I'm not sure when it's gonna come or why, but we're getting a stimmy at some point. It's gonna happen. Yo! Found your- oh, the porcelain Paravod. Oh, I love your vibe, thank you. I'm sorry we're talking about political stuff. I've really been trying to calm down on it. It's just, I love conspiracy theories, so... We're gonna be watching a conspiracy theory video today, but not about the stuff going on. Don't hold your breath? I know people like this. What's gonna happen is everyone's gonna get fed up to the degree that they have to do that, and then, it's gonna be something like impeachment or something crazy, and then he's gonna be like, hey, everyone get a stimmy! To get people a little bit back on his side. You have to think about him like the narcissistic divorced dad. And right now he's fighting with your mom, Elon Musk. And when two people hate each other very much, and both have narcissistic personality disorder, this is kind of a direct correlation to when you're gonna get a stimmy check or a bunch of presents on Christmas. So, that's it. He's in the buying flowers phase. Yes, he's pretty much there. I don't want them to be my parents. Well, I'm sorry, sweetie. That's how it is. I'm so sorry also to the nice person that came by from Joel's VOD. Joel's very fun. Oh my god, crap. Oh, he DM'd me about his birthday stream, like, oh god, like 2 months ago. I was really stressed that day, so I looked at it and went, I gotta remember to reply to this. Oh my god. Maybe he has 2 birthdays a year. Maybe, Anyway, I will fix that. Better late than never. Yeah. Your voice is fluctuating like crazy. I know, right? I'm trying to, like, keep it, like, not super messed up, but for some reason, like, you can't stream, like, 14 hours a day every day. It's, like, really weird. I'm gonna make sure that it works, though. He's about to start the love bombing phase again. It's a cycle. Yeah, do not fall for it. Do not fall for it. Do not fall for it. It's a very berry on birthday to Joel. It's a very merry on birthday to Joel. Yeah, we'll throw him another birthday party. There you go. You get a lot of those. You get non-birthday parties. So this is a celebrity conspiracy theory iceberg. There's 5 different videos for this. I think they're all really interesting, just because they're a little bit more further away from, like, our conspiracy theory kind of stuff. So, try lemon juice and honey if you have any. Oh, cool. If talking all day helps with that. Okay, cool. Let's see. Oh, he already started? He tried to make... Oh, a category 3? Oh, that's interesting. How did you find that? Oh, thank you, Fuzzy. That's very nice of you. Went and tracked down the video. My gosh. Also, thank you, Silver, for the tuner. Did you hear the stuff about Patrick Boyle about... It's pretty interesting concerning search of... And let's put the space by... Hell yeah. The Crow 62, thank you for being here for 8 months. Yo. I never know what to say. You said it perfect, baby. 2 more hours before gaming, that's true. Bad apple done with... Oh, that's really funny, just desserts. Well, now it's like a meme, see? The devil's lettuce is legal in California, so we're fine. The devil's lettuce is legal there. It is legal. But we're gonna start with this. We're gonna start with this one.
The Celebrity Conspiracy Theory Iceberg Chart is an
We're gonna go
iceberg
for it.
chart of my own design.
Right in
From
there.
pop culture rumors to government cover-ups to the
Immediately.
ritualistic occult underbelly of modern Babylon, otherwise known as Hollywood. Couple
Yeah.
things before we get started. There is going to be a part 2 and 3 to this video series, so feel free to comment any celebrity conspiracy theories you'd like me to cover in the next couple parts.
I love this guy's editing, by the way. You're gonna like him. This video isn't 40 minutes. Oh. I had it in the background while I was cleaning. Why is it in Japanese? It was distributed in English-speaking countries in Japan, I guess. Is the rain too
O.J.
loud?
Simpson allegedly took the rap for his son, Jason. Of course, O.J. was eventually found innocent, but you may not know that there are a few wild pieces of evidence that point to Jason being the killer.
A little?
Just a
Let me fix that for you. You sit back. I'm gonna find the remote real fast. Okay, where is it? Where is it? This one's crazy interesting. Because if there's one thing O.J. Simpson is known for, it's having committed this murder. I think more people know him from that than whatever he did before. Was he an actor? Was he a politician? Like, we don't know. We just know that O.J. did it. Like, I'm not... You know? Like, it for real. A football player. Oh, football. That makes sense then. Here, let me get all this done. All right.
quick recap. In 1992, hugely famous athlete and movie star O.J. Simpson and his wife Nicole Brown Simpson divorced after 7 years of marriage. However, the two had a
made orange juice? Okay,
relationship
cute.
after their divorce, staying together every now and then, going on huge vacations with their kids, and even being seen in public on dates.
This is interesting.
On the evening of June 12, 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson and her friend Ron Goldman were found brutally slain at Nicole's home. Both had been stabbed repeatedly, and Nicole's head had been almost completely removed. The police quickly arrested OJ, and though he was eventually found innocent, the world pretty much deemed that he was guilty. So now we can get to OJ's son, Jason. Now, Jason had a rather difficult childhood. When Jason was just 7 years old, his father, OJ, started dating Nicole while still married to Jason's mom. 2 years later...
You B-word. You should be executed regardless. Even if by the end of this we don't think you've done it, you should be executed. Execution is too good for you, in fact. You should... Okay, sorry. You should not be executed also. That's a rude thing to say. Okay.
His parents would finally divorce, and OJ married Nicole.
Yeah, he is a
and
hussy.
went on to have 2 more children with her, leaving Jason feeling a little less important in his father's eyes. Jason's youngest sister, Erin, drowned in the pool while the kids were swimming unattended just a couple months after the divorce. Supposedly, by the time he was 14, Jason was already struggling with substance abuse problems. By the time summer of '94 rolled around, Jason had already been arrested 4 times. Twice for DUI, once for driving on a suspended license, and once for assault with a deadly weapon. Jason had attacked his girlfriend, severely injuring her with a knife.
He died?
Which,
He should die
you know,
again.
is the same way his stepmom went. And coincidentally,
Thank
at the
you, Jack,
same
for the 100
time that his
bits.
stepmother was gruesomely killed with a knife, he was on probation for attacking his former boss with a knife. Jason had been diagnosed with intermittent rage disorder, more commonly known at the time as Jekyll and Hyde syndrome. This syndrome would cause...
Oh, Jekyll and Hyde syndrome goes hard, though. That's a cool sounding name. What the hell? Also, Chris, thank you for the 100 bits. French cantaloupe chopper. Ooh. Is that good? Oh, wait, no, you're talking about murdering. Oh. No. Jekyll and Hyde syndrome's really cool sounding, though. it shouldn't be in this context, though, if this kid murdered his mom. Sorry.
Jason to black out,
Oh,
hear
guillotine,
voices,
yeah.
and go into violent fits of rage. And he had been hospitalized several times from hearing voices and from these blackouts. Jason had been prescribed a medication known as Depakote to mitigate his rage symptoms and his seizures, but in the months leading up to the murders, apparently he had stopped taking that medication in hopes of trying to navigate his issues on his own. He also kept a diary which was full of manic and sometimes violent thoughts, where he described himself as 3 distinct personalities. 2 of them
One
were
second,
kind of
I'm gonna
angry
move.
and violent, and
I
the
don't
other
wanna
one
be
was
over here.
the good guy,
No,
as he described it.
I'll be right
And that
here. Sorry,
personality
Skelter.
was
Yeah,
slowly
thanks, Skelter.
losing
Okay.
control. Night of the murders, June 12th, 1994, Nicole Brown Simpson had
Oh, I feel like I'm in the
reservations
action.
at the restaurant Jason was currently working at. But for an unknown reason, she changed plans without notifying either Jason or the restaurant, which allegedly sent Jason into a fit of rage. There were fingerprints at the scene of the
now I'm
crime
being
that
stabbed.
didn't match O.J.
Stop
Simpson
it.
or the victims. There was also DNA under Nicole's fingernails, both blood and skin cells, that they could tell wasn't O.J.'s but was probably a member of his family's DNA. But they
Oh, crap. OJ didn't do it. The thunder crack was really well timed. He did? It looks like he didn't, possibly. It looks like his son might have done it. Having, like, your son's, DNA under your fingernails is, like, a kind of hard to do thing. The glove really didn't fit. He definitely did it? I don't think he did it. I think they had a trial about this. Yeah, and it didn't go the way that people wanted it to. For these little reasons. He wrote a book called If I Did It, where he was, it was an if, almost white on white. I mean, that sounds like something that you would do if you were crazy, though. Never specified the son, Grimmi? Maybe. Well, it's just, how would you, like... He was rich, that's how he got away with it? Yeah, we'll keep watching, but, like... Her son had a violent condition and got in trouble for stabbing someone, and then he stopped taking his medication, and another person in their household got stabbed to death. 2 of them at once. And then someone's DNA that wasn't O.J. Simpson's was underneath her fingernails from scratching them after she was stabbed. Might be gonna be conclusions. We'll watch it.
never compared any of this evidence to Jason. Ron Goldman, one of
They
the
never
victims,
did?
was a 3rd-degree black belt. Ron's hands were so bruised up and battered that they thought that the fight between Ron and the attacker must have lasted at least 10 minutes. But OJ didn't have a single bruise, scratch, or defensive wound.
So torture? I don't think people torture people by making them punch a human body. That would be weird. He literally had a cut on his finger. You can have a cut on your finger. It's a little bit different if someone's trying to, like, batter you for a long period of time. What defensive wounds would someone with a knife have? You're just stabbing? Like, I mean, if you are stabbing and someone is trying to punch you and attack you, and you get a bunch of defensive wounds on your hands from, like, punching at someone, what it looks like is it's, like, bruises on your hands. So, like, because I've, like, looked into, like, a little bit of, like, forensic stuff. When people fight back and, like, do punching and stuff, like, their knuckles are bruised and their hands are bruised. Like, it's not like their palms or anything. It's really hard to do anything with someone stabbing you. What it might have been is that the person came in there and tried to stab them, and then got overpowered as they were attacking each other. Scratching could leave marks. Yeah, also, yeah, the other person had DNA under her fingernails, so she was scratching at the person. Palm wounds happen from holding weapons? Yeah, but this person had, like, wounds from, like, punching, saying that they were punching for about 10 minutes. Like, if you're fighting for your life, you're punching very hard, too. Huh. Bar fighters use chairs or bottles? Yeah, maybe the person got into a fight somewhere else, but it's weird that he doesn't have scratches or bruises. Keep in mind this is a football player, a pretty big dude. I totally get that. But I think it would be really, really, really insane if, like, he was able to just take, like, 10 minutes worth of punches with nothing bad happening to him, totally fine, not even, like, a single bruise or cut. Like, a small cut on his finger is very different from, like, defensive scratch wounds. Where the DNA that wasn't OJ's come from then? Yeah, that's another weird thing, too. How did she get DNA under her fingernails from a different family member? This is gonna be, like, 3.5 hours. I'm sorry, guys.
In my opinion,
He was
one of
in
the most
full plate
interesting
armor.
things that happened around the crime was that one day after the crime took place, before OJ himself was ever a suspect, OJ hired top criminal lawyer Carl Jones to represent Jason, even though Jason was not a suspect. Private detective
Like, I get full body chills, and then I felt like, I don't know, yeah, the thunder is really funnily timed. He knew he could get out of it. There wasn't enough evidence to implicate him. But he knew that... I'm gonna cry. This is horrible. This is a horrible man, but I am gonna cry. He sacrificed his entire life for his son. That's really sad, honestly. He might have been a bad person, but he was reviled for his entire life. He never stopped being reviled. He also ruined his son's life. Yeah, he ruined a lot of people's lives, but... this is so crazy. OJ went on to kidnap and do other crimes, so don't feel too bad. I guess that's fair. Oh. Did you not see the title of his book? He's a pretty bad person. I think he's decided he's a pretty bad person. But... where he got his son to murder them? I don't think he got his son to murder them because he got the person to... because his son had, like, a very explosive personality disorder. It wasn't like a personality disorder where, like, he was totally cool. It was an explosive personality disorder. He also abused his wife. There were domestic abuse calls and the cops did nothing because of who he was. That's horrible. Then, yeah, he seems like a quite evil guy. But romanticizing him like he's a Silent Hill protagonist, I just think it's kind of crazy that he... well, I mean, honestly, he seems like he's probably kind of happy he got blamed for doing it because it was something that, like, made him feel like he was important. I don't know, I just thought it was, like, kind of cool. Like, I guess it's not really the case, though. It's not like he did it and, like, felt bad. He just did it and went, like, cool. So... anyway, that's O.J. Simpson, but it sounds like his son didn't do it. Or his son did do it and he probably... Grimmi, stop projecting. Okay, like, I don't know. He's not a Final Fantasy character, okay? He's not like a narrative, like, plot character, but... didn't cops plant evidence to implicate him in particular? Probably. It looks like his son did it. It looks like it's very obvious his son did it. So... he went to jail for stealing some collection items in an auction? What the hell is wrong with this guy? Also, thank you, Winner, for the 100 bits. He tried to get him... that's so you can see. Let's see. Your head was almost chopped off. This goes along with the violent episodes of Rage. It makes so much sense. I can't believe it was actually her son. I don't think it was something where he was asking his son to assassinate them, though, because he had like an actual, like, very serious medical, like, and mental condition where he was severely violent without medication and stopped taking his medication. If someone has a psychosis, issue, or if they have an issue that needs to be resolved with, say, like medication, like a violent one, then you have to keep taking it no matter what. It's very dangerous to stop. The entire trial was such a complete cluster that if they had video of him doing it, he still would have walked. LAPD effed up on every level of the investigation, similar to what's happening with Luigi right now. Yeah, Luigi's gonna walk. It's actually incredible. It's like they didn't expect him to have a lawyer, and instead they, like, found the dude that, like, everyone in the world, like, considers handsome, and he just also happened to be, like, a really, really nice person that, like, everyone, like, just figures is, like, the coolest guy ever, and, like, has only, like, shown them love and kindness. And, like, they're just like, ah, crap. Like, so, they pretty much just made him into, like, a public celebrity, and now, like, it's insane. Anyway, I think OJ didn't do it, but I think his son did do it, and I don't think he, like, did, I don't know. I guess he covered for him, but he's still an evil person. But I think for real, his son did it. Why else would he hire a lawyer for his son the day before he went in to be implicated? That's weird. We've only seen 2 minutes of evidence? Well, there's that book right there. OJ's innocent and I can prove it. I don't know. I want to read this book now. I'm gonna put it on my throat. So all the other VTubers think I'm insane. I'm gonna do that right now, actually. Sorry, 1 second. That's... Alright, 1 sec. They know, sweetie! I know. OJ is innocent. I can prove it. Okay, that's not what I thought it would be. Okay. 1 second. Sounds like a Grimmi plan if I ever heard one. One second. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I have something I'm doing. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. One second, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Okay, sorry. Alright, we can keep going.
William Deere had long held the suspicion that Jason Simpson was the actual killer.
I could get it
his
on the
suspicions were
audiobook,
seemingly
actually.
confirmed when he was able to purchase Jason's storage unit that had gone up for auction due to lack of payment. He
How
found
are you doing
and
today? I'm doing
documented
good. How are
a
you?
staggering couple pieces of evidence. So, a black navy watch cap like a beanie was found at the crime scene, but none of the fibers matched OJ's hair, but one...
Guys.
Again, the authorities could tell that it was close to his hair, like a family member's. They also found dog hair in the beanie, but OJ didn't have a dog. Jason did. And William Deere...
Guys. Who sniped? Wait, what? Did someone already buy it? Oh my god, thank you. I'm sorry. Oh no, maybe that was a bad idea! Everyone's gonna think I'm insane! Wait! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Maybe oh no! Oh no! Everyone they're gonna think I'm crazy. More than usual. This is a little bit much. I'm pretty sure that OJ Simpson didn't do it though. Unless this guy is legit making crap up, OJ is innocent. I don't think he makes crap up. This guy is like very, very on point with like what he talks about. And he usually researches his subjects very intensely and then goes like, but it's a conspiracy theory. With this, he's just like, what the hell is happening?
found a picture of Jason wearing an identical watch cap while sitting right next to his dog. If you didn't know, the murder weapon was never...
He was literally wearing the beanie with his dog and then left it at the crime scene. Guys. Wait. Like... Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? What is wrong with me? Okay, sorry. Sorry. My bad. Oh, Silpha, thank you. Oh, it's gonna get posted on Twitter any second. Just ignore it, Grimmi. Go back to the stream. Thank you very much, Silpha! Thank you very much. I'll read it on stream a little bit. Grimbo is so full of whimsy. He didn't do it, Novel! He didn't do it! This is crazy!
Found, and none of OJ's knives matched the wounds. But William found a knife in Jason's storage unit, one that, according to a world-renowned forensic scientist, perfectly matched the wounds.
Guys, OJ didn't do it. Guys, OJ didn't do it! Ah! Did they try the knives in the wounds? Forensics are very interesting, actually. This is just a crazy amount of evidence. Yeah, but the thing is, OJ took all of, like, the attention off of it so they couldn't prosecute his son, which I would usually cry about, but I don't think he actually cared that much. I guess he probably cared for his children, but he was a monster, so...
When William Deere concluded his investigation, he sent his findings to 3 crime scene experts, all of whom concluded that Jason should have been seen as a suspect, but the LAPD was not interested. He also sent his findings to 4 mental health professionals who all thought that Jason definitely was psychologically disturbed and needed help. Whether or not he should have ever been investigated as a suspect, it does appear as though Jason has received treatment and turned his life around, as he is now a...
He was never investigated?! Grimmi CIA handler, are you here? Yeah, can you fact check this? He was? Okay, he was. He's a chef now? He probably had an alibi? I mean, if he's rich and famous, he could get an alibi from like 12 different people. Hi to some Asian guy with a dog. I hope you're doing well. Did you know O.J. Simpson didn't actually do it? But I think he liked the attention of it, like, which is kind of like more messed up and insane. He seemed to like the idea of it. Which is absurd, dude. That's like worse. That's like worse. Dude. Wait, I don't think Thrones posted to my Twitter for some reason. Why did it not do that? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Wait. Why did the Crooked Moon box thing not get? Twitter's broken right now? I can't believe it. Also, thank you, Bob. Thank you so much, Bob, for... Oh my God, wait a second. This got funded? Oh my God, thank you. I didn't notice it because it didn't post to Twitter, I don't think. Oh, thank you so much, Bob, for buying the Crooked Moon deluxe box thing. I'm gonna use it as soon as it gets here. I'm gonna try really hard to, like, make people play with me with it. I'm very excited. Thank you. No problem. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. OG probably, let's see. LAPD never found out who did it. Just assumed the jury ruled it wrong by most people. This is incredible. O.J. Simpson actually didn't do it. Like, he just had so much heat and, like, so much public opinion on him that everyone assumed he did it. It is like Luigi. Luigi obviously didn't kill that guy. Like, it's very obvious he didn't kill that guy. But, like, this is crazy. Like, if you take, like, 10 minutes to research about it, though, Luigi did not kill that guy. Like, it's absurd how obvious it is. It's insane. Like, it was just them. They even had to throw out, like, the gun wasn't in his backpack. They turned off their body cam and planted it in his backpack. The confession they accidentally said wasn't a real confession / manifesto that they had with him. But if you put enough public attention on something, it just becomes real for people, which is weird. So the perp walked in this random, the perp with Luigi walked, like, it was also probably not based on, them being upset with the insurance company. It seemed to be something where they were a trained assassin, and they were doing their best to eliminate them because someone stand to gain a lot of money. The thunder. Sorry. We can watch this, but OJ really did not do it. I'm sorry Twitter's broken. I'm gonna post a picture of it on Twitter, even if Twitter doesn't allow this. Alright.
A professional chef. Since we're already talking about
how's the
OJ,
mayor's political
Robert
career going? I
Kardashian,
don't think it's
father of
going
the
well.
now famous Kardashians, was one of OJ's defense attorneys. Robert and Chris had split in 1991, and according to Robert's next wife, Jan, Robert believed OJ was Khloe's father. Kris Kardashian admitted in her biography that she did have an affair while she was married to Robert, which only fueled speculation. Khloe appeared on James Corden's show during like a game show segment, and he asked her if she believed that OJ was guilty of the murders, which is like a really weird question to ask somebody. But
That is a psychotic thing. I appreciate it. Sure, why not?
instead of answering the question, she chose instead to eat a fisheye.
Do you think OJ did it?
But why choose to protect someone you barely know that just used to be friends with your dad when the whole world has already pretty much decided he's guilty?
Weird.
Ashton Kutcher taking the stand, testifying against a man accused of being a Hollywood serial killer. Kutcher saying,
Maybe conspiracy theories are real. Like, unless they're like lizards trap you in another dimension, like maybe this was just a way for us to be lied to for a very long time.
he went to the home of one.
First time, kind of nervous what's happening. Are you okay? Like, your first time talking in a Twitch stream? Or your first time being on the internet? Or your first time finding out that O.J. Simpson didn't actually commit a murder? Or what's going on?
One of the victims just moments after prosecutors say she was killed.
I can't believe O.J. Simpson didn't do it. Thank you so much again, you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I can't believe it.
On February 21st, 2001,
Probably first time Grimbo
Ashton
stream?
Kutcher
Oh.
arrived at
Oh.
friend Ashley Ellerin's house between 10:30 and 10:45 for a date. The date was originally
Please fire test your guns for accuracy. And I'll do the same. Stay safe. Wait, what? I mean, I can definitely shoot someone if they try to come in my house. It wouldn't be hard. CIA, please don't come in my house. I really don't want to have a dead CIA agent in my house. That would be weird. You can just ask me any question you want me to. And you can also tell me to stop talking about anything, and I'll stop talking about it, so... Like, you can email me.
scheduled for closer to 8 p.m., but Ashton had gotten caught up at a Grammy Awards viewing
Don't threaten
party.
the CIA, Grimmi.
When he
Please don't
realized
come
how
in my
late he
house.
was,
Just
he
email
reportedly
me.
called Ashley at around 9:30, and she was still alive and well, just getting out of the shower and still definitely wanted to go on the date. When he finally arrived to Ashley's house, he knocked, but no one answered. He could see lights on, so he tried to open the door, but it was locked. Ashton said he assumed that since he was so late, maybe she got upset and
This
just
one's
went
a
out
little
with a friend
scary.
instead, no big deal. So he started looking through her windows and saw what appeared to be a large red wine stain on the floor, which he also thought was no big deal since he had been at her party a few days before, which was kind of a wild, he described it as like a college party. Well, it turns out the wine stain was not a wine stain, it was blood because Ashley had been brutally murdered. The following day, when Kutcher found out about his friend's passing, he immediately contacted the police, worried about them finding his fingerprints on the doorknob.
Oh yeah, Flork has an
Miraculously,
awesome
Kutcher
welcome
was
mat.
never a suspect, and he actually recently testified against the alleged killer, the Hollywood Ripper. A man named Michael Gargiulo, who was convicted in 2019 of killing 2 women and sentenced to death. One of those women was Ashley Ellerin, who he denied killing, but he also said, quote, "Just because 10 women died and my DNA was at the crime scene doesn't mean I did it."
Ah, the thunder! It's always so perfectly timed! I like this guy's expression, too. It is what you feel like when you hear that. Hello, I fell asleep. I'm here now. Which, it turns out O.J. Simpson didn't commit the murder. I'm not joking. Like, we all pretty much came to that consensus. Maybe there's a few outliers, but I got a book for it, so don't worry. This is weird. Sorry. Good morning. There are other things I could have said before that would have helped, but here you go.
So, theorists point out that it's a little strange
Yes,
that Kutcher
for
just
real.
tried to enter the woman's
OJ didn't
residence
do it.
after she didn't answer, and that after deciding that it was no big deal, he still looked through her windows. They also point out that it was a really
He didn't
small
do it.
window of time between him talking to her on the phone
Nah,
at
he did it.
9:30 and
O.J. Simpson's a bad person, but his son did it. That's why they couldn't actually get him for the murder. Like, there was a ton of evidence supporting that his son was the one that did it. And the thing is, whenever we say he did it, he did it, he did it, his son gets to walk free. No, for real, for real. For real, for real. Like, from everything it said. Like, and I'm gonna have that book about O.J. soon. What if they both did it for real? I don't think they both did it is the thing. I don't think he was in the area, because he hired the attorney to help his son. The video man's looks like, Grimmi with giant hands. The video man's hand. Oh yeah, they're kind of like rising up from underneath me. That's cool. Yeah, I get it.
seeing the red wine stain on.
It could have been a team effort, but he did it. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. I was with Detective Grimmi on this one. Wait, I'm gonna be reading that book. He really didn't do it. I'm sorry, I'm still waking up. Yeah, no, I'm so sorry. He really didn't do it though. He really didn't do it. His son had mental illness since he abused his past girlfriends. It's not just that. He had a specific type of mental illness. It was a mental illness called Jekyll and Hyde syndrome, where it makes someone have explosive fits of rage, and he was already taken in for stabbing someone. He was already taken in for stabbing someone before. But that's the thing. Explosive things of rage. He had stopped taking his medication for several months, which I understand. People don't like doing that, but you kind of have to. And then the other thing was, he also didn't have any knives that matched the knife, but they found a knife that matched it in his son's storage unit. They also found a bunch of other evidence that matched his son. The DNA in the beanie was his son's that was found on the scene, and a dog's hair was in there. And, like, the thing is, we're not his sons, but a family member. Like, the thing is, it all makes sense. It all makes sense. And that's why they couldn't actually get him for the murder, because too many little things are off. Gotta remember to take your medicine. I'll run it back. I'll make y'all watch it again. Everyone likes conspiracy theories until the O.J. Simpson conspiracy theory pops off. It's real. He really didn't do it. He's still a terrible person, but, like, he really didn't do it. We're talking about O.J. Simpson's son instead of being behind the murder, and it's a hell of a time. Ashton Kutcher, I guess, also killed a bunch of women too, but I really think that we should talk about O.J. Simpson having not committed it, because I thought that was crazy. He really has, yeah. What? What do you, oh, yeah. Even the guy that made the video's looking at me right now. Like, I need to stop. Okay.
The floor at 10:30, 10:45. So if he didn't do it, the killer must have done it right after they got off the phone.
You read his book? I will. I'm not saying that O.J. Simpson doesn't deserve to suffer. I'm saying that he didn't do it.
No. I'm all about the blood. You know, we gotta turn up.
Sorry, Mr. O.J. Simpson, if you can hear me from the afterlife.
I mean, you know, I'm not bleeding, but the fans are like giving their bodies. Bleeding, but the fans are like giving their bodies. Fans are like giving their bodies.
Can you record an audiobook reading that book? I will. Both of them. So this is one that's probably not true. Ashton Kutcher did probably
On November
actually...
5th, 2021,
Ashton Kutcher probably did kill like 3 women. What did Ashton Kutcher do? He killed like 10 ladies. The people that he knew kept dying, and his DNA was found at all their crime scenes. But because he was famous, he didn't really have to suffer any consequences. You said 3? Oh, then 3. Are you sure? I thought it was 10. Wait, we can run this back.
Was killed.
The guy from the 70s show? I don't know what show he was on. It was 13? Oh, he killed 13
On February
ladies.
21st, 2001, Ashton Kutcher arrived at friend Ashley Ellerin's house between 10:30 and 10:45.
I actually know
for
a little
date.
bit
The
more
date
about
was
this case,
originally
but I didn't know the
scheduled
actor.
for closer to 8 p.m., but Ashton had gotten caught up at a Grammy Awards viewing party. When he realized how late he was, he reportedly called Ashley at around 9:30,
So-
and she was still alive and well.
He doesn't go into too much of this, but this was actually way more suspect than, like, it let on. Like, there's a lot more information about this specific crime and stuff. I would highly recommend looking into this because it's kind of psychotic. No, no, no! O.J. Simpson really didn't do it, and Ashton Kutcher killed like 10 people, but I don't know what to do about that. Oh, no, 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 it's okay. I want everyone to see this one more time because we kind of paused it too many times.
Just getting out of the shower and still definitely wanted to go on the date. When he finally arrived to Ashley's house, he knocked, but no one answered. He could see lights on, so he tried to open the door, but it was locked. Ashton said he assumed that since he was so late, maybe she got upset and just went out with a friend instead, no big deal. So he started looking through her windows and saw what appeared to be a large red wine stain on the floor, which he also thought was no big deal since he had been at her party a few days before,
Sure
which was
you
kind
did,
of a
buddy.
wild. He described it as like a college party. Well, it turns out the wine stain was not a wine stain, it was blood because Ashley had been brutally murdered. The following day, when Kutcher found out about his friend's passing, he immediately contacted the police, worried about them finding his fingerprint.
So there's a few things that they're not bringing up with this. There's a lot of evidence that he called his manager like 10 times throughout the night. Which is not a very normal thing to do. Even if you're having a very severe mental breakdown, you only really call your manager like 2 times or 3 at the most. Like, he called them like a ton. So, I don't know. There's a lot more to this, but I would highly recommend you look into it.
On the doorknob.
Also, I'm gonna change my laundry. I can still hear it, though.
And he actually recently testified against the alleged killer, the Hollywood Ripper, a man named Michael Gargiulo, who was convicted in 2019 of killing 2 women and sentenced to death. One of those women was Ashley Ellerin, who he denied killing, but he also said, quote, "Just because 10 women died and my DNA was at the crime scene doesn't mean I did it." So, theorists point out that it's a little strange that Kutcher just tried to enter the woman's residence after she didn't answer, and that after deciding that it was no big deal, he still looked through her windows. They also point out that it was a really small window of time between him talking to her on the phone at 9:30 and seeing the red wine stain on the floor at 10:30, 10:45. Right. So
apparently
if he
he just
do
killed
it,
one
the killer
lady.
must have done it right after they got off the phone.
Apparently, he just killed one lady. I would really look into that case, though. It's very... Why am I still yelling? It's very interesting. The person giving the statement wasn't Kutcher, but the convicted guy? Yeah, I heard it this time, Will. I'm glad we rewatched that one, so you know that Ashton Kutcher probably only killed one person. That's still murder either way. Yeah, that case was really interesting if you look into it. I listened to some other stuff on it, like way back. He only snuffed out the life of one person. He's okay. No! Looking in a window is strange? No, calling your manager like 10 times and going there and like doing a bunch of weird stuff is a little bit weird. I would recommend looking into it. That one was interesting. But I don't think that one's as like 100% as
dancers. I ain't got the drummers.
OJ didn't do it.
No. I'm all about the blood. You know, we gotta turn up.
The
you know,
blood.
It's all about rage.
Blood.
Just like the,
Who's bleeding on stage?
I mean, you know, I'm not bleeding, but the fans are like
I feel you.
giving their bodies. Bleeding, but the fans are like
I feel you.
giving their bodies. Bleeding, fans are like
I feel you.
giving their bodies.
I don't think this one's legit. This is a legit conspiracy theory.
On November 5th, 2021, 50,000 people entered NRG Stadium grounds excited to attend Travis Scott's Astroworld Festival. Approximately 300 of those people were injured, 25 hospitalized, and 10 people, including a 9-year-old child, would tragically lose their lives at the event. All deaths and injuries basically being caused by massive crowd
He's
surges
just
and cramped
negligent.
conditions.
Yeah, I think
The
this is going to be
victims basically
interesting.
being asphyxiated or trampled.
Yeah,
Now, when
so
I'm researching anything related to the paranormal, true crime, conspiracies, anything like that, rarely am I bothered. I guess probably like
This
a
is
lot
where
of
it
you,
gets
I'm a little
interesting.
desensitized at this point. But anytime I went to research this topic, read any of the witness statements, or watch any of the...
So, this guy is usually pretty chill. For some reason, he starts going off about this for a while. I don't know why that is. Why would you take your child there? It's a concert. They wanted to go see it. So I get it. This is where it gets really weird, though. For some reason, the person thinks that there's some sort of, like, dark energy to it. So, I guess maybe they think it's like a human sacrifice? This guy seems a bit crazy. He's pretty normal, actually. He doesn't usually say this type of stuff. I'm so sorry, sir, for presenting you in such a way.
Footage, I had this horrible, anxious, sick feeling. While searching this exact topic online, I found other people talking about this same dark feeling they got anytime they watched any of the videos, like while the event was happening. A lot of people claiming that this event was a dark ritual and was so powerful that they were warning other people in the community to not watch any of the footage. There's a lot of footage I'd love to show you of witnesses talking about what they saw. Like, one girl said that there was a portal opening up above the event. An EMT said that there was at least 30 fatalities at the event, but all of that footage has been scrubbed. So when this tragedy occurred, accusations...
How do you know it exists then? Wait a second.
Immediately went wild, ranging from the venue being way over capacity and causing these unsafe conditions to Travis Scott ignoring the pleas for help from the crowd, all the way to the entire event being a mass ritual sacrifice. It is kind of confusing because at first news outlets reported that 70,000 people were in an area that was only rated to hold 20,000 people, but it's been confirmed that there were around 50,000 people in an area that was rated to hold 70,000 people. The 70,000 number is the number of people that the stadium in its entirety can hold. And I don't think people are putting into perspective that the entirety of the 50,000 people that were in attendance were all in one area. The event was just kind of crazy from the start. When they started letting people in, it was chaos, and a large group of people took advantage of that chaos and just knocked down barricades and ran in without tickets. Starting the night of the tragedy, a lot of the attendees were reporting some very weird things going on.
Sorry,
Before
I'm just
and
cleaning
after
up. I had
the
a little
whole
slice of
tragedy
pizza.
unraveled, people were tweeting and making TikToks about a
Not the
very
healthiest
strange,
day.
off-putting low frequency that was being emitted into the stadium grounds for like 6 or 7 hours leading up to the concert. Another absolutely nightmarish report comes from a young woman seeing people getting crushed and being unable to breathe in the crowd, and she barely makes it out herself onto a side stage area. And once she was up there, she begged multiple venue staff and people who were probably on Travis Scott's staff to call the police, call the paramedics. People are hurt and dying down there. But none of them would listen to her. They were all just kind of entranced, not paying attention to her. And then some of them started trying to push her back into the crowd and off the stage. There are clips from in between songs where you can hear people screaming for help.
That poor girl! I don't think they were entranced. I think they were just like, I don't know. I don't know what to do here. So drugs? I don't know if the camera operator was drugged. Sometimes I want to invent a conspiracy theory, but I feel bad. Go for it. It sounds interesting. Just trying to do my job. Just trying to do your job. I think that this was just incompetence. Yeah. Drugs and concert go hand in hand. I think it was just incompetence mostly, though. Crowd crush is terrifying, and it's happened in several different places. I think it was just them not knowing what they're doing, and then, yeah, bystander effect. Yeah, that poor girl that was, like, trying to help people. Oh.
Help and screaming out in pain, but it's just mixed in with people cheering. But the weird part is, you can see Travis Scott just kind of staring off into the crowd and looking all around and making these really weird, low moans.
I think he was probably just going like, this woman screaming that people are dying down there, and trying to like sing his song still, but also going like, am I watching people die in front of me? I'm developing a PTSD as we speak. I will never be the same again. I will be changed. Dude, I would do the same thing. I would be like, oh god, help! They're trying to
Another
help
man
that guy
uploaded
at
his
least.
story of desperately trying to fish people out of the crowd onto a VIP platform because he was trying to save their lives. You could see that they were asphyxiating. But the people on the VIP platforms just couldn't be bothered. They didn't seem to care. He was telling them people are dying, but they just kept trying to shove people back into the crowds because they hadn't paid for VIP seats.
Well, that's because that's what they're paid for. Like, I mean, people are paid exclusively to protect the VIP area, and they go, at all costs, never let people into this area. He wasn't developing PTSD, he knew he was just screwed up and was scared for himself. That's not how that goes. If you see a human being, like, being crushed to death at, like, one of your shows or something, of course you're gonna feel bad, unless he's a psychopath. I'm not saying that he had the best response to it, and he probably didn't act, like, right or like anything like that, but he definitely was developing something bad.
At the time of the event and over the next couple days, it was reported that 8 had died, even though 10 had died.
He encouraged the behavior?
8 was parroted over and over by every major news
How did he
agency.
encourage it?
And this number 8 will be very important later. Many
He's
point
not
out
innocent?
the likeness
Oh.
of Astroworld's design choices to classic renditions of Hell like this, and its resemblance to The Harrowing of Hell painted by Hieronymus Bosch in the late 15th century. Oddly enough, the event had a 56-page mass casualty event and emergency response plan, where they referred to
Satanic
potential
Panic. I
dead
think it's Satanic
concertgoers
Panic.
as Smurfs, instructing staff to refer to any potential fatalities as Smurfs over the radio. Which, yeah, it seems a little off color, but when looked at
He told them
little
to
bit
block the
closer,
ambulance?
reveals
Okay,
yet
yeah,
another
never mind.
occult reference. Smurf's main villain, Gargamel, is a warlock that uses black magic
He's
as
a
a weapon
psychopath.
against the Smurfs, using symbols like the pentagram to conjure dark spirits. He even names his cat Azazel, which is another name of the Angel of Death.
Okay.
In another weird detail, on November 6th, the police chief, Troy Finner, announced that a security guard felt a pinprick in his neck right before he passed out. And they couldn't get him to wake up, and they had to give him Narcan to revive him, which instantly worked. And after reviving him, paramedics found a small wound in the back of his neck from where he was assumedly injected.
That's a little weird, though. That's a little weird the police chief would talk about that. Most of the time, police chiefs wouldn't care about that. They'd think that was a stupid detail. That's a thing that does happen, unfortunately. Yeah, people do drug people and knock them out sometimes. That probably did happen then. Huh. Just watch him getting arrested on a boat. He's next level when it comes to being annoying. It sounds like he's a psychopath. Huh. We sneaking the wild ones in? Oh. Sounds like he wanted to make people feel included and special, but it didn't go in that direction, and also he's a psychopath. That's not good.
And there's the theory of 8. So I'm sure other creators have made videos about this too, but I
Also, he's just covering this, although he does seem to believe in it.
originally saw it on the TikTok.
Travis Scott is young and dumb.
Presents.
Yeah.
So at the festival, Travis played his new song, Escape Plan. And during that performance, there were 8 pillars of fire surrounding him with a giant all-seeing eye scanning the crowd. Initially, as you know, the next day, everyone was reporting that there were 8 victims. At the time of the tragedy, Travis...
Little bit silly there. Coincidences? I think it's a coincidence, unless he hits us with something crazy. Travis Scott is 34? Oh. Yeah, I don't think he can get away with killing 8 people and just go like, oh no, I have a lolly and my curled hair and my spinner hat. Oh no, I'm just a lad. Weren't there 10 victims? Maybe some people survived?
Scott's first mixtape was 8 years old, and his first EP came out in 2008. And it's at this point that it becomes kind of unhinged crazy, but also almost undeniably linked. Like I said,
What?
Travis dropped a song on the day of the festival called Escape Plan. And in the music video for Escape Plan that also dropped the day of the festival, he's wearing a Pearl Jam shirt. Well, Pearl Jam also had a tragedy at a festival in the year 2000, where 50,000 fans crowded into Denmark's Roskilde Festival. While Pearl Jam was playing this festival, 8 of their fans asphyxiated and passed away.
How does this keep happening? Well, you think after, like, the first time, people would be, like, way more careful. This guy is making too many stretches? I believe so. That also sounds interesting. Yeah. I think it's interesting, but it's unlikely. You know what it could be? And I think this would be really funny and really horrible. Like, let's see. What if it's supernatural? What if it's like what we read about in Control yesterday? What if that's the case? What if it's like someone accidentally did a series of rituals and then that happened and they're like, oh crap, whoops, uh-oh. That's not good. Oh crap. Like, that's possible, but I think that's the only way that it's supernaturally related. I don't think this is on purpose. Accidentally summoning Cthulhu, exactly. The Hiss, it's a really good game. Anyways, I'm just saying, there you go. Maybe it's that. That's the only way I think it could be supernatural.
Stone magazine called it a rock and roll
Like you read in Control.
hell.
Control's a good game.
This is Pearl Jam's merch for their 2000 tour that they were on when this happened. An 8 with an I in the middle of it. In
Maybe rock
numerology
stars keep
and
accidentally do
astrology,
this.
The number
Like,
8
they
applies
just...
to Saturn, as during its orbit, it is 888,888,888 miles away from the sun at 2 different times.
Look, the first
Saturn
two are
also
fair.
has a massive permanent hexagon-shaped storm on its surface. Sound engineers have looked at pictures of the rings of Saturn and said that they resemble pictures of audio waves. Cymatics is the study of the physics of sounds and their visual representations.
I thought everybody knew about it.
Frequency sound
I don't
people
go outside.
were reportedly hearing for 6 or 7 hours before the show started. Well, several cymatics experiments have successfully formed hexagon shapes using these tables of sand
I think
or
he's
water
explaining
and
how it
vibrating
works.
them with low frequencies.
Like, this is the occultism aspect of it if you're looking at it from the occultism aspect, if you think it is real. Like, I don't think he thinks that this is accurate.
That make people uncomfortable or even angry.
That's terrible, a little boy died. 2 little boys! 3! Oh my god.
Yeah.
You said once that you
Dear
thought
Lord.
that your father was a CIA operative. Yes?
Yeah, he was.
How do you know? What proof?
This guy's a raw vegan, by the way.
Yeah, I shouldn't get into this right now.
He's a raw vegan. I just want you guys to know that. I want you to think about it.
This is where we're going to get into trouble.
But this is something that you feel?
He's so based. He's an awesome guy, but he is a raw vegan. Just like you, I'm a vegan. He's rich. He's a rich and famous man. He can get crazy raw vegan
On
food.
March 24th, 1997, Woody Harrelson gave an interview with Barbara Walters, and she asked some hard-hitting questions. And to the shock of
Ads time?
viewers,
What?
he answered candidly.
When you were 7 years old, your father
After
went
this
off to
part.
prison, convicted of murder.
It's short.
Tell me how you feel today, what the story is today.
Well, he is in prison right now for the killing of a federal judge. I think that...
On May 29th, 1979, federal judge
It was
John
Raven True
H. Wood,
Detective.
also known as
Barbosa.
Maximum John, was assassinated outside of
You
his
have a
car
sandwich?
in
That's
San
nice.
Antonio, Texas. Judge Wood was shot in the back with a long-range rifle, allegedly by Woody Harrelson's dad, a hitman known as Charles Harrelson. Judge Wood held the nickname Maximum John because
Oh
he
my
would
God.
frequently give out the maximum sentence to drug traffickers, which had put a major damper on the drug trafficking trade. Texas drug lord Jamie Chagres had put a hit out on him, and allegedly Charles Harrelson collected. The hit
Whoa.
was major news, as it was the first time a judge was assassinated in the 20th century, but it kicked off a slew of major assassinations in the 80s. But there is much, much more to this story than meets the eye. Because according to Woody Harrelson,
I could
his
give you a
father
lot of
didn't take
info
the
on raw
job from a
veganism,
drug lord.
Autocloy.
He took it from his CIA handler, who then burned him and sold him out to cover their tracks. It's basically an open secret at this point that during the late 70s and early 80s, quote-unquote rogue
This sounds
branches
right.
of the CIA were trafficking drugs on behalf of the cartels and making millions of dollars doing so.
Yep.
There's also a long-held conspiracy theory that Charles Harrelson was one of the 3 tramps, 3 mystery men that were believed to be hitman photographed at the scene of the JFK assassination. Now, the CIA has a history of disposing of their
This probably is accurate, for real.
assets in a less than ideal way, so I really don't think this one is much of a stretch.
I'm on 3 out of 4. He didn't kill JFK, he was just monitoring that one. He did kill this guy. This judge. And then it was too hard to get the patsy to be the one that took the fall. Like, he was the one that fell for it. And now he's in prison. I see the Umbrella Man? No. No. With the help of O.J. Simpson? No, O.J. Simpson didn't do it, though, for real! Okay, sorry. I can't believe it, but it really was probably his son. I think he's a really bad person, though. Oh, just ordered some hot sauce from you. I'm very excited. Thank you. I hope you enjoy it. I apologize for what I've been talking about. We're gonna do 3 minutes of ads, but we're just gonna sit here for him because I don't want to get up right now. Because I'm tired. I'm tired is what I am. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Grimmi's new catchphrase, OJ didn't do it. He really didn't, though. I'm gonna read that book. It'll be a new year soon. It'll be a great year for letting the public know that OJ didn't do it. And when we say he did it? No. When we say he did, that is an injustice. That is a level of injustice. The killer walks free. It's not a hyperfixation, it's just real, dude. It's real. Did you see? Am I going crazy? Like, why doesn't anyone see? Why doesn't anyone care? This is absurd, dude. Okay, but he didn't do it, though. He didn't do it. He didn't do it, and you all know why. He didn't do it. He didn't do it. Might want to pick another hill to die on, but he really didn't do it. Read about the trial as well in the book? Yeah, we're gonna read about it. You guys are gonna see he didn't do it. If he did, OJ would say how? His son did it. His son did it, and we have to hold him accountable. I'm not a fan of his. I think he's a bad person. OJ's dead. I thought it was weird too. I guess he's dead. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. Hello, Grimmi. Hello. How are you? I'm looking it up right now. OJ has been dead. Then his killer needs to be held accountable. I'm not defending him. Stop defending OJ? I'm not defending him. He's a horrible person. He deserves to have been in jail. He deserves to have been prosecuted for a lot of different crimes. But apparently his son did it, and it's very obvious his son did it. That's why they couldn't prosecute him. He deserves to be in jail for committing a ton of perjury, too. Oh, thunder. I think they're messing with you, Grimmi? Oh, that's fair. Yeah, okay. Okay. Alright, yeah, fair. That's fair, okay. Alright, there. What other crimes? Perjury is a big one. He let his son get it. I heard thunder around my place when you said thunder. It freaked me the hell out. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. But, you know. Why does she have to preface things with it's obvious? It is obvious, though. It's crazy. I don't know. Like, this is really one of a kind. This is, like, the first time. Stop casting spells. I'm not trying to cast spells. I'm trying to, in this moment, like, during the ad, order the big box of, like, D&D stuff that we're gonna be using to do a cool campaign. It feels very over the garden wall. I'm very excited about it. We love casting spells. We love casting spells, though. You all heard the man if the glove doesn't fit. It was his son that did it. There is a lot of evidence to show that his son did it, but he still committed perjury. He still kidnapped people, apparently, and acted like a complete monster. So, and what is he guilty of? Enjoying a meal, a succulent Chinese meal, allowing his son to murder his mom and then getting him off the hook by taking the blow for it and forever making it so she had no justice. I kind of dislike this type of stuff. I might head out in that case. Offline pasta, you don't need to say that. It's really passive-aggressive and rude. You can just leave if you really don't want to talk about this stuff, and I completely respect that, but, well, I guess I should say thank you for letting me know, but I don't know. I don't know. I think it's interesting that OJ, like, really legitimately didn't do it, but I don't mean to make you feel bad. It's just, I don't know. I'm gonna probably watch this. You can watch someone else. If you're watching like someone else, go have a good time with it. I hope you're okay. Asserting me for what? Singing a chord. Well, I don't think you were being passive aggressive. I think you were asserting how you felt about something. I'm sorry. What you doing? Minecraft player. We're playing Minecraft. Sees that, and he didn't do anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. But I think you were trying to control where the stream went, which is a little weird. I think you might need to go figure that out. Hello, Andrew the Goat 2. How are you? Why is there FNAF noises in this?
With Lady Gaga
He's a conspiracy theorist.
In order to secure her fame, she played some kind of role in...
This one was really interesting. This one was really interesting. This one was incredibly interesting. This one was really cool. If you hear even one of these... Good, how about you? I'm doing well. If you hear even one of these tonight, this should be the one. This should be the one. I'm announcing my thoughts on the stream. This is nice. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I do apologize, though, if you guys don't like this type of content. I know I'm a bit crazy, but I enjoy it.
Offing her friend and early collaborator, pop singer Lina Morgana. Lina was this young, beautiful, extremely talented, laser-focused singer-songwriter whose whole idea was to be a drastically different,
they should
bombastic character
like hold us
in
unaccountable,
every
though.
music
I don't know.
video. Before the fame, Lady Gaga was Stephanie Germanotta, and in 2006 she was scouted by talent agent Rob Fusari, who was looking for the next big edgy starlet. Fusari was also working with Lina Morgana,
I'm glad you like it. You don't have to hype me up. I'm good.
Stephanie and Lina to each other. Stephanie soon became co-writer and backup singer to Lina, and the two seemed to work really well together. But
this gets interesting.
had been working on this new idea, this new artist name, and in 2007, Stephanie Germanotta became Lady Gaga and was signed to Interscope Records. Lina and Gaga even did a song together called Wonderland in 2007, and in 2008, Lady Gaga's debut record, The Fame, was released. Unfortunately, on the morning of October 4th, 2008, Lina Morgana fell to her death from the top of the Staten Island hotel. Upon hearing of the singer's passing, Lady Gaga commented that it was tragic that someone died at such a young age, but that the two barely knew each other. But from the clear history between the two, that seems false. The theory claims that it was Lina's idea
this
to
is
have
interesting.
this larger-than-life character that Lady Gaga is famous for. And one of the biggest contributors to this
Pasta.
theory is...
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel that bad. I'm so sorry. I'm not in the right headspace to handle conspiracy theories again. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. It's okay. They're there. It's alright, dude. I'm sorry for getting a little bit pissy about it, too. It's hard to authentically be yourself and watch, like, just stuff that a lot of people would consider crazy or weird. So, I was a little bit defensive. I'm sorry, dude. You're a very nice person, and you don't need to, like, apologize or feel bad. I really appreciate that we talked about it a little bit. I really am sorry. No. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You don't got anything to feel sorry for, buddy. You let me know how you felt, and I appreciate that you let me know how you felt, because it was probably, like, you know, it was hard for you, so it's okay. It's alright, dude. Let's have a good night. If you want to go watch some other stuff, you go watch some other stuff. I will be here anytime you need me to. Don't worry about it even a little bit. But I'm sorry you're not in a good headspace. It's okay.
None other than Lina Morgana's mother, who went so far as to make a video set to one of Lina's songs all about how Lady Gaga had stolen Lina's ideas and all of her over-the-top looks. And listening to the song in that video, I gotta be honest, it is a little bit bizarre how close the timbre, the actual way Lina sings, is to the way Gaga now sings. Now, to be clear, Lina's mom never suggested that Gaga was actually involved in the singer's death, only that she had capitalized on it. And she's been quoted saying that Lady Gaga holds her daughter's
Dr.
soul.
Orpheus, that's nice.
Now, Gaga was across the country in California at the time of the tragedy, but it's a little bizarre that falling off of roofs or being pushed off of buildings is a common inclusion in Gaga's
Thank you for letting me know. I'm glad we got to talk about it.
I find it interesting that while Gaga sang America the Beautiful at the Super Bowl halftime show, she jumped off the roof of a makeshift set into...
It's in the video. Sorry, that scared me. I thought the game was playing. Also, yeah, this stuff can get a little bit intense. This is really interesting, though. I don't think that this is, again, I don't think this is actual occultism. I think this is Lady Gaga being like an occultist like nerd and like kind of being a little bit sociopathic with their friend's death.
At the Super Bowl halftime show, she jumped off the roof of a makeshift set into the arena. It's an odd kind of out-of-place reference that seems to have nothing to do with the performance or the subject matter. The best example is the paparazzi music video, which
Lady
opens
Gaga.
with Gaga
Yeah.
being assaulted and then thrown off a roof by none other than the Northman himself. And at the end of the paparazzi music video, as
I don't know if you should put that in one of your music videos if the original Lady Gaga died that way. It sounds like padded room crap. Yeah, no, I agree. But this actually did happen. Lady Gaga did this. Her friend that originally was Lady Gaga, the original Lady Gaga, died by jumping out of a hotel room balcony, most likely being pushed because that happens to a lot of people. I mean, it's possible that she like was drinking and like fell over or something. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sleepy. I don't even know what you said that got you timed out. Like 95% of the time, that's gonna be the case. It could even have just been Nightbot or something. So, what do you mean the original Lady Gaga? Lady Gaga was always Stefani. Maybe we should run this back.
Gaga is
Run
being
it back?
escorted
Okay.
towards the car that is
Okay, we're gonna fully pay attention this time. No distractions. No distractions. Fully paying attention. I enjoy the way you say Gaga. Oh, thank you. He even says Gaga. Yeah. No, I know, but they're two different people.
The main theory with Lady Gaga is that in order to secure her fame, she played some
Also,
kind
thank
of
you,
role
Boggy,
in
for the 100
offing
bits.
her friend
I
and
appreciate
early
it.
collaborator,
Thank
pop
you.
singer Lena Morgana.
And also thank you,
Lena
Offline
was
Pasta,
this
for the 20
young,
bits.
beautiful,
No.
extremely talented,
You didn't make me feel
laser-focused
bad. It's all good.
singer-songwriter
It's all
whose
good. It's all
whole
good.
idea was to be a
And brain
drastically
system joy.
different,
Thank you for the 100 bits.
bombastic
Thank you.
character in every music video.
Oh,
Before
the
the
asteroid
fame,
crowd
Lady
crush.
Gaga was Stephanie Germanotta, and in
We didn't talk about
2006
any
she was
satanic rituals,
scouted
maybe
by
they're,
talent
you know?
agent Rob Fusari, who was looking for the next big, edgy starlet. Fusari was also working with Lena Morgana, and he introduced Stephanie and Lena to each other. Stephanie soon became co-writer and
I'm also going to really quickly say this, and even though I said we weren't going to pause, thank you so much, Otakoi, for gifting sub. Thank you so much, KSI Red Blade 500. Thank you so much, Toki, for being here for 2 years. Thank you so much, Garcia, for being here for 3 months. And thank you so much, Just Desserts, for being here for 5 months. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, sorry.
backup singer to Lena, and the two seemed to work really well together. But Fusari had been working on this new idea, this new artist name.
So here.
And in 2007, Stephanie Germanotta became Lady Gaga and was signed to Interscope Records. Lena and Gaga even did a song together called Wonderland in 2007. And in 2008, Lady Gaga's debut record, The Fame, was released. Unfortunately, on the morning of October 4th, 2008, Lena Morgana fell to her death from the top of the Staten Island hotel. Upon
Did you
hearing
hear
of
that?
the singer's passing,
Okay.
Lady Gaga...
So, I'm gonna run this back one more time.
2007. And in 2008, Lady Gaga's debut record, The Fame, was released. Unfortunately, on the morning of October 4th, 2008, Lena Morgana fell to her death from the top of the Staten Island hotel. Upon hearing of the singer's passing, Lady Gaga commented that it was tragic that someone died at such a young age, but that the two barely knew each other. But
Barely
from the
knew each
clear
other?
history
It doesn't have
between the
anything
two,
to-
that
Oh, it is
seems
2008.
false. The theory claims that it was Lena's idea to have this
Saturn did it?
larger-than-life character that Lady Gaga is famous for. And one of the biggest contributors to this theory is none other than Lena Morgana's
This is
mother.
the plot for
who went
Coco.
so
You're
far
right.
as to
Oh
make
my
a
God.
video set to one of Lena's songs, all about how Lady Gaga had stolen Lena's ideas and all of her over-the-top looks. And listening to the song in that video, I gotta be honest, it is a little bit bizarre how close the timbre, the actual way
I'm
Lena
technically a
sings, is
pescatarian
to the
V-Dogs,
way
though I'm
Gaga
mostly
now
just
sings.
vegan at this
Now,
point.
to be clear, Lena's mom never suggested
I
that
was raised
Gaga
in a
was
vegan cult.
actually involved
Or a
in
raw
the
vegan
singer's
cult.
death,
Veganism
only
isn't a
that she
cult.
had capitalized
It's fine.
on
It's
it.
really easy to
And
do.
she's been quoted saying that Lady Gaga holds her daughter's soul. Now, Gaga was across the
What?
country in California at the time of the tragedy, But it's a little bizarre that falling off of roofs or being pushed off of buildings is a common inclusion in Gaga's artistic expression. I find it interesting that while Gaga sang America the Beautiful at the Super Bowl halftime show, she jumped off the roof
that
of a
sound
makeshift
effect.
set into the arena. It's an odd kind of out-of-place reference that seems to have nothing to do with the performance or the subject matter. The best example is the paparazzi
17
music
crock
video,
pots are
which
unrelated.
opens with Gaga being assaulted and then thrown off a roof by none other than the Northman himself. And at the end of the paparazzi music video, as Gaga is being escorted towards the car that is completely surrounded by paparazzi, the sound is a jumbled mess. But if you listen closely, you can hear Lena's name being yelled 3 times. Apparently, in the summer of 2011, during a stay at London's lavish Intercontinental Hotel, the staff was shocked and afraid when they found Gaga's bathtub full of what looked like blood. One of the housekeepers even claimed that Gaga had been bathing in it as
What the
some kind
hell?
of blood ritual. The incident was reported to the hotel's concierge, who upon reporting it to her superiors was told to put it out of her mind. What I find most interesting about this story is that before Gaga arrived at the hotel, her staff sent their own personal team of paranormal investigators armed with over $30,000 worth of state-of-the-art ghost hunting equipment to clear the hotel for her. Gaga also
What?
Opima, you gotta get in on this. VTubing is the wrong job. The money is in clearing celebrities' rooms from ghosts that want them to die.
Oh, yeah. She's just a freak, I think. I would also want to go, like, see ghosts at, like, a hotel, so...
seems to be a student or protege of some kind of Marina Abramovich, the spirit cooking Satanist. Spirit cooking is a ritual performed under
This
the guise
lady's
of
weird.
modern art, designed to desensitize the soul. Here's Gaga and Abramovich picking at a bloody cadaver, which was said to be a cake. Now, I don't love guilt by association, but Marina Abramovich studied ritualistic surgery and psychic surgery under John of God,
Get away from me!
and psychotic sadomasochistic
He's so creepy.
torturer.
Oh, I
And
hope he
probably
dies
a murderer,
soon.
But that's
Sorry,
never been
that's rude to
confirmed.
say, but
He's been
that guy
accused of
deserves
assaulting
it.
over 300 women, using
See?
his influence as the Brazilian Jesus and his status as a faith healer to commit his crimes.
I didn't mean it
Famously,
in, like,
Oprah was also a pupil
he
of John
really
of God,
deserves to
and
die.
it seems
Sorry,
Abramovich
TOS
is adding
in
his techniques
Minecraft.
into her ever-escalating bloody ritualistic practices. So how much of a show is Lady Gaga's bloody behavior,
Anybody supporting
knowing that
John
John
of
of God is just
I'm
2
not
degrees
sure.
of separation away?
Really creepy there. But I think the Lady Gaga stuff's interesting because it does seem like she's kind of a little bit mocking, like, her friend's death,
You can go on the attack.
which is psychotic and
You can also
evil.
Hold your fire and do the unexpected. You can kill them with kindness.
Okay, you know how I said OJ had not done it after hearing the evidence that this guy presented? This guy definitely did it. 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 There's no question. This guy did it. This guy did it. This guy did it. This guy did it. There's no question. This guy did it. This guy did it. This guy did it. This guy did it. Oh, Gingy sent me the Drifter. Someone also sent me a game just saying Grimmi foot cam win. That's not gonna happen. Anyways, this guy did it. This guy did it. This guy did it. This guy is this guy. This guy actually legitimately. I'm gonna decline this gift and say I'm sorry. I can't do that. Please have a Merry Christmas. There we go. Have a good Christmas. Yeah, Kevin Spacey has legitimately killed people. Like, I don't
On
know,
Monday,
allegedly.
October 30th,
Ugh.
2017, actor Kevin Spacey
Thank you, winner, for
infamously
the 100
defended
bits.
himself against allegations of abusing 14-year-old Anthony Rapp in
We saw your
1986
feet, boss. I
by
had
coming
socks
out as
on.
gay. Within 2 days, 4 more
Thank you,
people
though,
had
winner.
made allegations of abuse and sexual misconduct
thank you,
against
Boggy, for the
Spacey,
100
and
bits.
Netflix had paused production on the 6th season of his show,
Thank
House
you,
of Cards.
Firestorm,
Within
for
a week,
being
his
here for
talent
2
agency
months.
dropped him, and he was hit with a mountain
Thank
of
you.
allegations,
Thank you guys for
ranging
being
from
here.
creating a toxic work environment to straight up abusing young boys. All in all, 3 very serious allegations were going to court in 3 different cases. and all 3 plaintiffs were killed before they could go to trial. One of them remained anonymous and was known.
This guy did it. 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 This guy. Merry Yuletide. Merry Yuletide. Yo. Oh. What? What's... Wait, are you trying to make me say, like, PP or something? I can't tell, Derek, but thank you. I literally thought you were saying that the random guy did it instead of Spacey. No, this guy did it. This guy did it. This guy did it. This guy did it.
Known only as John Doe, and
We
he
heard the
died
first 30
right
times.
before
It's
trial.
amazing how much he did
A woman
it.
named Linda Culkin, who had known about Spacey's abuse of young actors for years and had been gunning for him for years, was hit by a car and
Yep.
died. But this is probably the craziest one. A literal Norwegian prince who made a very credible accusation that Spacey grabbed his junk under the table at a charity event took his own life after Spacey posted an absolutely unhinged video on YouTube titled "Kill Them with Kindness." Now, Spacey actually made a habit of posting one of these videos every year around the holiday season, beginning with "Let Me Be Frank," posted to his YouTube in 2018.
I mean, after all, we shared everything, you and I. I told
This guy's
you my
creepy.
deepest, darkest secrets. I showed you exactly what people are capable of. I shocked you with my honesty, but mostly I challenged you and made you think. And you trusted me,
I met this guy.
even though you knew you shouldn't. So we're not done, no matter what anyone says. And besides, I know what you want.
So this is a lot. So Spacey was on those flight
I can't tell
logs,
how I
and
met him because it would be a huge dox, but I met this guy once. Not in a closed room, I hope. He's a homosexual, but also a child predator, so I'm good. I mean, he's very nice if you're not, those things that he's... You met him? How did it go? I just assume people meet, like, random celebrities sometimes. Anyways, we continue in onward.
Jeff had chastised Spacey over their sacred no camera rule. So people think that's what he's referring to, but also this mug. This mug is a very specific commemorative mug made for the Queen's coronation. See, Kevin Spacey has a very special relationship with the royal family in the UK. He spent 11 years as artistic director at London's Old Vic Theatre, basically turning the whole thing around and making it a big success again.
Meeting a celebrity doesn't seem like a big deal. Like, I didn't know them personally. I met them once.
Service to England's theatre, which is weird.
And that Keanu
because
once,
at the time,
see?
Scotland Yard, London's police force, was investigating Spacey for 6 different counts of sexual assault.
6?
That's 6 accusations out of 20 that were all made by people who worked for
Get
him
away from
at
that
the Old
goth
Vic
woman.
Theatre. And trust me, if someone's getting knighted by the Queen, they know whether or not they're being investigated for something. So she knew. Here's a picture of Spacey and Jeffy Boy's right-hand lady, Miss Maxwell, sitting in the ceremonial thrones, which is like a big no-no. You're not supposed to touch those. Those are just for the Queen and the Duke. But this trip to the palace was arranged by the Duke himself and Spacey's good friend, Prince Andrew. See how this guy is kind of friends with all the wrong people? So he gets accused, makes these videos, and wham bam, all of his accusers are just gone.
Man. Yeah, Prince Andrew, I think he got named in the thing that everyone talks about, but we shouldn't talk about constantly, but I think it's crazy, and everyone should constantly think it's crazy, I feel like.
We need to talk about Nickelodeon.
Do we?
And what happened to Amanda Bynes, Jeanette McCurdy, Jamie Lynn Spears, and probably every other young starlet that went through Nickelodeon in the late 90s and early 2000s.
I have such an interesting story about this. Like, I wasn't directly related to this, but I saw something so weird once. Thank you, Silpha, for the 200 bits. But it would be a huge, gigantic dox, so I can't talk about it. But I did tell the story to D. Grimmi's the
Forrest Gump of encountering... It wasn't that exactly. Let me think about it. Okay, can I be vague enough that it won't be something that's... let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll let the cards decide. Probably not a good idea. 2, 3... Just not a good idea. Just probably not a good idea. Did you actually accidentally walk into a Predator convention? No, I just, like, I met different people while I was working or doing stuff, but, like, it's just not a good idea to talk about it, but, like, it was just not the thunder. This is interesting, though, that, like, there's just so many of them. It's not that, like, it's not that, like, I met all of them. It's just, like, I guess you, like, throw a coin and, like, it's bound to hit at, like 3 child predators at once, apparently, so whatever. Anyway.
But first, a look at some of the kooky characters that have been involved with Nickelodeon.
Talk about you and I. Why don't you just have a seat right there, please? Okay. I need you. No, seriously. You're going to want to talk to me. I'm sorry. Trust me on this. Now, you work at Nickelodeon, huh? No. You don't. What's your name?
Justin Smith, a freelance post-production editor caught red-handed on To Catch a Predator. Justin was fired from Nickelodeon, only to be rehired at Nickelodeon to work on SpongeBob in 2019, even though they...
Thunder, thank you. That VHS filter is annoying. Ha, didn't. They rehired the child predator. I thought it was Seth Green for a second. That's not Seth Green. Seth Green's really short. Like, not in a rude way towards him. He's petite. Okay. One, two. Okay. So, I don't think this is, like, super doxable if I say it in, like, don't tell the story, but it's really interesting. It's a really interesting story, but I won't say it, okay. Alright. Okay. That's fair. Yeah, it could be a doxable, actually. Okay. No, it's just a really interesting story about, like, Nickelodeon, but, like, I guess it could also, like, be, like, kind of negative for, like, the actress involved, so it's probably a good idea not to talk about it. Like, if she ever talks about it, like, publicly, then I'll tell you, like, what I saw from it, but it wouldn't be until that actress talks about that stuff. So, I'll just say that, and I'll leave it there. So we can continue onward. The card said no, boss. Yeah, I know. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits, winner. And, I appreciate it. Yeah. But, okay, we're gonna continue on. But yeah, they rehired the child predator to work at Nickelodeon Studios. Grimmi's lore is insane? No, it's pretty normal if you, like, just do a bunch of weird stuff all the time. Thank you, Just the Asian Guy with the Dog, for the 100 bits. The Grimmy's story is that Grimmi once watched Nickelodeon. No! It wasn't Amanda Bynes, no. Hey. Okay, stop. We'll stop talking about it. But it's not someone that people could guess. Stopping talking about it.
Knew he's a registered sex offender. Brian Peck is a longtime collaborator with big Hollywood names like Brian If You Know singer.
I'm not gonna say
Nickelodeon king Dan Schneider. More on him later. Here's Brian with a young Leo DiCaprio.
You see, we draw drawings of each other. Brian is the famous artist, and we always make fun of each other and portray each other in silly, satirical
He really doesn't want to be filmed with this child.
Make fun of me all day long. Leo, as you know, is the latest, hottest, hunkiest teen idol there is.
Yeah, muscles.
Look, speaking of hunky, huh?
Brian Peck was a dialogue coach on the Amanda Show, where he spent 6 months abusing a minor until the family found out and had him arrested on abuse of a minor charges. As soon as Peck got out of prison, he was hired by Disney to work on The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. I can't even list all of the things Brian Peck has been caught red-handed doing to all of the child actors he's repeatedly rehired to work with. This is Ezell Chanel, who was working at the Nickelodeon Animation Studio in 2005 when he abused a 14-year-old boy at the studio. When the boy's mother became suspicious about how Ezell was acting around her young son, she looked him up and found his name on a Megan's Law website, which had him listed as an offender because he had previously abused a boy even younger than her own son. Nickelodeon hired this guy knowing he was an offender, and he felt comfortable enough at work to re-offend in the studio. Jason Handy, who worked on The Amanda Show and all that, used his connections to become a serial abuser of children. Flying around the country ostensibly under the guise of casting, gathering charges in California, Michigan, and North Carolina. Jason pled no contest to 2 felony counts and was sentenced to 6 years in prison, after which Nickelodeon said that they would crack down harder on background checks. Marty Weiss, a talent scout that worked closely with Nickelodeon on shows like iCarly, abused a boy for 3 years, starting when the boy was just 11 years old. Speaking of iCarly star Jeanette McCurdy recently released a memoir called I'm Glad My Mom Died.
also wasn't her.
McCurdy writes that in her 3rd year on iCarly, when she was just 16 years old, she was forced to be photographed in a bikini and encouraged to drink by someone who she just referenced as the creator. The show's creator is Dan Schneider. After her show with Ariana Grande was canceled after just 1 series, Nickelodeon tried to offer McCurdy $300,000 to keep her experiences with the studio private, an offer which she refused. This man, Dan Schneider, was a top executive at Nickelodeon and was responsible for the creation and production of shows like All That, The Amanda Show, iCarly, Drake and Josh, Sam and Cat, Zoe 101, Victorious, and so on. Dan Schneider is also very into feet. Okay, no problem, I'm not trying to kink shame, except his predilection is aimed at children. Here's Nickelodeon's logo in 1998. There was even a tweet from the official Sam and Cat account, a show that he was executive producing, that said right on the bottom of your foot, take a picture, hashtag it Sam and Cat
These don't feel like
Saturdays,
conspiracy
and send it
theories,
over.
these just
He would
feel
even take
bad.
pictures of the feet of the kids that were starring in his shows and post them to his social media. The guy was disgusting. But it gets way worse, and just a reminder, this is speculation. Dan Schneider was the creator and producer of Zoe 101, starring Jamie Lynn Spears. In late 2007, it was announced that the 4th season would be Zoe 101's final season. Shortly after this announcement, the press caught wind that Jamie Lynn Spears was pregnant at just 16 years old. The theory is that Dan had been abusing Jamie and was actually the father of this child. Dan Schneider was also responsible for discovering Amanda Bynes. Dan discovered a very young Amanda Bynes at a comedy camp in California, and he went to great lengths to stay involved with her. After several pilots with her as the star didn't work out, he eventually landed her the Amanda Show. In 2003, Dan was trying to help Amanda get emancipated so that she could move in with him and his wife Lisa.
What?
Dan eventually was
He's
successful
married? I feel like if you have a significant other, like, and you're a child predator, you should probably be, you know, like, they should probably be pushing you for, like, castration. Just a little bit of that, just a little bit. That's not the worst part, though, Focus. I know, it's not the worst part, but I just feel like, how can, like, another random adult woman, like, I don't know, like, ugh. Doesn't matter to this guy? I guess so. To cover Grimmi? I guess so. I guess she gets to live a life of luxury, so...
helping her obtain a legal
Could mean that she's
separation
also a
from her
predator,
parents.
yeah.
Years later, Amanda famously accused her father of sexual abuse and then recanted that allegation, then changing it to a father figure. I understand that a network that is aimed directly at children would probably attract creeps, but it's bizarre to me that Nickelodeon would continually repeat hire people that were on the registry.
I don't know.
On
They
December
also
20th,
like underage people or
2009,
because of marriage blindness? Maybe. I guess it's not like a real like marriage or partnership where they're not like, oh, okay, I'm gonna beat you to death with a hammer. You have 3 days to get on castration drugs, or I'm going to ruin your life. Something like that, I think, would be like I don't know, like the only correct response to staying married to that person, maybe? Like that's maybe it, but it sounds like she was just like, oh, you found another kid? Okay. Grimmi, plenty of women are complicit. That's not good. It's not marriage blindness. It's usually like they hide it very well. Interesting. That was all facts. The thing is, these are conspiracies where they gathered all the facts for them. Wonder if he's on the e-files. I don't think that they probably invited him. How can they hire people with birth certificate and fire people with no criminal history? 20 years of people vouching due to suspicion? What? If someone redacted and they had a spouse and they don't turn them in, there's a reason. Also, whatever they're doing, care about the money or fame more than the redacted something? Maybe. No, I know about the Dan guy. It's just, I feel like there should have been people to stop this. Like, someone? Anyone? Like, any human being that was around that dude could have prevented this somehow? I don't know. Yeah, also, American companies only take action if the person has been found guilty in court. Yeah, and a lot of times these end with settlements, not court cases that go to trial and stuff. But talking things out actually helped me feel better in general, so thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Off Flame Pasta. It's okay. Sometimes talking out your feelings is the best way to feel. It's okay. As long as, like, I know that not everyone's perfect, but I hope that people can treat you with respect and kindness. It's okay to be having a rough day. No worries. I think with ugly things, people would rather pretend that's not happening. I guess so. I've ever seen a guy in police interrogations, the show cuts to his wife, and she's like, oh, I knew all along, I'm not involved, though. That's true. It usually, I guess, hits wife like it. But, like, they were trying to get a child into their home. I guess maybe she just assumed that, like, her family was troubled. I don't know.
Massively famous actress Brittany Murphy was found dead under mysterious circumstances.
Thank you so much, V-Dogs.
Initially, the coroner
for
ruled
gifting
her cause of death to
$10
be pneumonia.
For gifting 10
but
subs,
that was
sorry.
quickly
More than
disputed
$10
as it's
reviews. Holy
really
crap. I'm so
irregular
sorry.
for
Thank
a
you.
healthy 32-year-old woman to die of
Really
pneumonia.
appreciate it.
So it was
Sure
ruled
you're okay,
as
though.
pneumonia
You don't gotta do
exacerbated
that.
by
Thank you.
acute anemia.
I
The
appreciate
coroner,
it,
Ed
though.
Winter, then visited the
Take care of
home and
yourself.
found hundreds of prescription bottles, both on Brittany's side and Simon's side. That was her husband, Simon Monjack. The prescription bottles were also under several different names, which is highly irregular and illegal. But because of this discovery, the misuse of pharmaceuticals was listed as a potential cause of death. But it's a little more complicated than that. See, Simon was a real sketchy guy, and was known to all of those who he left in his douchey
wife
wake
is so
as
cute.
a con artist. He literally conned a young American woman in Paris into believing that he was totally in love with her just so he could hook up with her. Then he convinced her that he was dying of cancer so that she would let him impregnate her. Then
I'm sorry? Azoth, thank you so much for being here at tier 3 for 4 months. It has been 4 months. Thank you. I hope you're doing well today. I hope that you're the old I'm dying, so have intercourse with me, please. Thank you, Foggy, for the 100 bits. Okay. Alright, we're gonna hit play, but
And once he knew she was pregnant, he flew her back from Paris to New York, where he was supposed to meet up with her so that he could get his fake cancer treated, and then he just ghosted her. And that was his second secret kid.
I wasn't ready for what was gonna happen after. I can't believe it. Wow. I didn't think it was gonna get worse. This is Luann from King of the Hill. Not the lady we're talking about right now. But, oh. I can't even get a match on Tinder. I don't think you should be like this. I think, I zoned out and this brought me back. Yeah, this is like getting slapped in the head. This is like your entire body just starts to like feel like it's evaporating and you're just like, what happened? They escalate constantly. Interesting. Oh man.
Nobody knew about these kids. On top of that, Brittany had this really strange shift from being this sharp, really talented actress to barely being able to get her lines out and garbling her words. And she had to be...
Well, yeah, if she's going out with, like, someone like that, she probably feels miserable every second. Like, they call me Kirby, thank you for the 100 bits. Like, that would, like, drive someone insane to have to be around that type of person. Like, or just drug, probably both. Like, she was probably having a mental breakdown and was just like, well, I need to get as much, like, X, Y, or Z substance as they possibly can to, like, take care of this so I can get through the day. Ugh. Tipsy, thank you for the 100 bits. I was going to leave this on in the background. I can't stop watching now. It's a really interesting... Like, this series of videos was really interesting. When I saw them, I was like, we gotta watch these, but... Like, they are crazy. They are crazy. And all of them seem legit, so, like, I don't know, like, most of them. I shouldn't say all of them, but a lot of these seem legit, so...
replaced in her final role because she wouldn't do what was in the script because Simon was there and he was like interjecting and causing problems.
What a horrible man that ruined such a beautiful, like, actress's, like, life and, like, trajectory. Like, she was putting out so many beautiful things into the world and helping so many people and, like, doing so many things that were affecting everyone for the positive, and this piece of crap just comes in here and ruins it just by existing. Many such cases never get married.
In the script because Simon was there and he was like interjecting and causing problems. So because of what people found out about Simon and about the pharmaceuticals, they basically think that he got hooked on medication. Add that to the anemia and a potential mold infestation in their very cluttered house, the coroner thought he pretty much had it figured out. After her death, Simon and Brittany's mom made several bizarre appearances together, and on 60 Minutes, it came out that they were sometimes sharing a bed, but also that Brittany had left everything to her mother. All signs were kind of pointing to Brittany had gotten really sick, and so Simon basically just neglected her in order to attain her money, but Brittany left everything to her mom, so now he was just kind of attaching himself to her mom.
How are you so? I'm not nice. I'm saying we should kill this guy. We should kill this guy. In Minecraft. You like Minecraft? Lupus, thank you for the 100 bits. Or I'm sorry, the 10 bits. There are 100 in my heart. Thank you. It was very kind of you. I'm usually good, but this is tough to watch, and I'll be in and out for a while. This is really rough. Like, that's why I'm pausing it a lot. I don't know if anyone else we've seen in this has been a psychopath. I think there's been a lot of sociopaths. I think this guy is a psychopath. Just saying. Just saying. Oh. I'm gonna put that through. Thank you, Why Worry? This is just celebrity crap that we know about too. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot that goes off in like the background and stuff. Oh man. No, you're not just some Asian guy with a dog. Oh, yo, Ray. How you doing? Who's this? Wait, is this the guy? Is this the guy? Wait, I need to see. Is this the guy? Sorry, am I not allowed to say the guy? Oh my god, I am so sorry about what we're watching right now. You're gonna hate this. Oh crap. It's the guy, always, yeah. It's the guy. Look at him, check him out. How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about what we're watching right now. I'm gonna take it back to the beginning of this section, but do you know what happened to Luann's voice actress from King of the Hill? I'm the guy, yeah, the guy, baby! Go check him out! Thank you for the raid, I'm Grimmi. Oh, it's okay. I didn't know what Ted was saying. Oh my god. Okay, look, I gotta show you guys this. This is thank you, Ray, for gifting 20 subs, for being the guy gifting 20 subs. Thank you. And, Kehos, thank you for gifting Ray a sub. It's the guy. He gifted me 20 subs. The guy gifted me 20 subs. Check him out. I am so sorry for what we're watching. It is gonna be so unpleasant. Did you guys have a good time? How was your stream? What'd you guys get up to? What'd the guy get up to? Thank you so much, Foggy, for the 500 bits. I am about to show you the most heinous thing that you've seen in a while. Luann's voice actress deserved better. This is technically a video about conspiracies, but, like, almost all of them are true. It feels like it's been really bad. Like, it shows so much evidence for everything, and it's just like, I'm at the point where I think that, like, I won't say it. I won't say what the first one is about. You guys will all be like, Grimmi, how could you? And then we'll have to watch the start of it. But please go check out Ray, guys. Oh, he was playing Mario Party with Ari, Henya, and Ruben and lost. I'm so sorry you lost. There's always next time, though, baby. You got this. Thank you so much, Lashi98 for subscribing with your Prime. He got absolutely dumpstered. Oh, damn, you got dump trucked. But no, not in that way. Don't cheer him on, right? Oh, wait, he always wins at Mario Party? Oh, really? So this was like Chromatic Justice. Cool. We're sick of Ray winning. That's cool. Okay, I'm gonna... This is gonna be so different. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Silpha, for gifting us sub to Orange Juice, which we, This is gonna be so different from what you were doing. We're watching, like, we're watching the Celebrity Conspiracy Theory Iceberg, and it's very interesting. And I am so sorry. Unknown Planet 16, thank you so much for subscribing. I am so sorry. It's okay, a lot of chat was excited Ray was rating you. That's very nice of you, that's nice. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I can say I was rated by the guy. Thank you. I really appreciate it, and I hope you're having a very nice night. And I am so sorry. Okay, I've said it like 12 times. I'm gonna play the thing now. You're about to see what happened to Luann's voice actress from King of the Hill. You know how she passed? Apparently she was... It's bad. You're about to see. That thunder was really ominously timed.
December 20th, 2009, massively famous actress Brittany Murphy was found dead under mysterious circumstances in her home. Initially, the coroner ruled her cause of death to be pneumonia, but that was quickly disputed as it's really irregular for a healthy 32-year-old woman to die of pneumonia. So it was ruled as pneumonia exacerbated
You're not
by
gonna like
acute
this.
anemia. The coroner, Ed Winter, then visited the home and found hundreds of prescription bottles both on Brittany's side and
You're not
Simon's
gonna
side.
like
That was
this.
her
This isn't the
husband,
weird
Simon
part.
Monjack. The prescription bottles were also under several different names, which is highly irregular and
You're not gonna
illegal.
like this.
But because of this discovery, the misuse of pharmaceuticals was listed as a potential cause of death. But it's a little more complicated than that. See, Simon was a real sketchy guy and was known to all of those who he left in his douchey wake as a con artist. He literally conned a young American woman in Paris into believing that he was totally in love with her just so he could hook up with her. Then he convinced her that he was dying of cancer so that she would let him impregnate her. Then...
So that's one of the times that he cheated on her. This is Luann's voice actress. He should buy a t-shirt that fits him. I'm not usually the type that would say that about someone, but this man is the devil.
Once he knew she was pregnant, he flew her back from Paris to New York, where he was supposed to meet up with her so that he could get his fake cancer treated, and then he just ghosted her. And that was his...
Once again, apologies for it being conspiracy theory night, but this is documented apparently, and he is the devil. Pretty stand-up guy. He should be executed in Minecraft. Bumblebee Z3, thank you for being here for 35 months. I appreciate that. And then...
second secret kid. Nobody knew about these kids. On top of that, Brittany had this really strange shift from being this sharp, really talented actress to
didn't he also die? Oh, I hope so. We didn't get to the end of this part.
And she had to be replaced
in
her final role because she wouldn't do what was in the script because Simon was there and he was like interjecting and causing problems. So because of what people found out about Simon and about the pharmaceuticals, they basically think that he got her hooked on medication. Add that to the anemia and a potential mold infestation in their very cluttered house.
He died of cancer at least 2
times. He pretty much had it
figured
out.
He was pretending to have cancer.
Simon and Brittany's mom made several bizarre appearances together, and on 60 Minutes, it came out that they were sometimes sharing a bed. But
so he got the actress addicted to pills. Convinced a woman that he needed to impregnate her that he wasn't married to, and then ghosted. Also after telling her that he had cancer. Thunder. Then also, he started banging the woman's mom after she passed away. Thank you so much for the hype train. That's so nice of you all. Okay. Alright, anyway. We're continuing onward.
Also that Brittany had left everything to her mother. All signs were kind of pointing to Brittany had gotten really sick, and so Simon basically just neglected her in order to attain her money, but Brittany left everything to her mom. So now he was just kind of attaching himself to her mom. That's what everybody thought. But then 5 months later, Simon passed away from the exact same thing that Brittany died from. He was found dead under mysterious circumstances, and they ruled it to be pneumonia. At this point, the coroner's office made a call and had a city worker go over to the house to check for a mold infestation, but the mother refused and quickly moved away. But then Brittany Murphy's estranged father got involved and got his hands on the coroner reports and found something strange. There were heavy metals found in Brittany's system, and come to find out, these same heavy metals were found in Simon Monjack's system. So this is where we take a hard left turn into...
He poisoned her? She poisoned her? It was the mom?
A government conspiracy. Julia Davis is like a stunt woman wrapped in a mystery, wrapped in a federal agent, wrapped in a riddle.
Wait,
she has a long list of credits on IMDb, one of them working with Brittany Murphy in the movie Girl Interrupted. Davis was also a Department of Homeland Security acting director and a U.S. Customs and Border Protections officer. On the 4th of July 2004 at the U.S.-Mexico border, Julia was shocked when a group of 23 Muslim men, all identified on the high-risk terror watch list for
What?
their ties with Al-Qaeda,
What?
attempted to cross the border into the United States. To her surprise, her superiors instructed her to wave all of them through with 0 checks and
Okay,
with
now it's getting to
alerting
the conspiracy
no federal
part.
agencies. Afterwards, when she protested the decision to her supervisor, she was told to take the warning paperwork that had been printed on the men to the intelligence department, but alas, they had all been given the day off. Afraid of what she had gotten involved with, she just decided to report the whole situation to the FBI since her superiors at the Department of Homeland Security didn't want anything to do with it. Shortly after, her home was raided by a Black Hawk attack helicopter and 27 federal agents in full kit, including assault weapons. Julia Davis and her husband weren't home at the time, but her elderly parents were. They were house sitting for them. Her parents were shackled and her mother was thrown face down on the floor. Elderly father, who had a heart condition, was handcuffed and sat down in the 100-degree weather. Her father unfortunately suffered a heart attack on the scene, and the agents didn't respond and didn't call for EMT, and he would actually pass away shortly after. Embarrassingly for the DHS, Davis' 25-year-old neighbor filmed the entire raid. But he also would be found dead in his home.
Yeah, this is still part of the one we were watching. I thought maybe somehow it was like maybe like the next thing or something? I thought somehow it wasn't related. Like, it doesn't seem like it can be related to this, you know? Like, it seems impossible. Okay.
Under mysterious circumstances, and the footage disappeared. Davis was arrested and
talking about
accused
the
of being a
actress's mom?
domestic terrorist, a charge which she insists was placed on her for one of two reasons, either because she had embarrassed the agency or messed up some kind of attack that was being allowed, like a false flag. After a lot of fighting and legal problems, Davis was eventually released but was fired from her job. So she immediately filed a wrongful imprisonment suit against the DHS. It was at this point that, bizarrely, the DHS reached out to Brittany Murphy. They claimed that Brittany Murphy gave them testimony that helped their case against Davis. But that wasn't true, so Murphy was forced to refute that statement in writing, which basically made their case against Davis useless. As soon as Brittany Murphy's lawyer had sent that letter to the DHS, Simon Monjack was immediately arrested and threatened to be deported back to the UK. According to Simon's mother, he was followed, beaten in the street by two men, and then detained for 9 days until Murphy was finally able to get him out. But after that, the two were extremely paranoid and installed 56 cameras in and around their home. Complained to friends of constant black helicopter flyovers, their phones being wiretapped, and claimed that they had caught men dressed all in black looking into their windows on camera. And they believed that all of this was because of their support for Julia Davis. Incredibly high levels of multiple different types of heavy metals were found in both Brittany Murphy and Simon Monjack's bloodstreams, and heavy metals can often be a sign of poisoning. The coroner ruled that this must have been because the two both had dyed their hair. Both scenarios are equally bizarre and sad, and the only thing that is certain is that something drastic changed in the last couple months of her life.
I think what they're saying, like, because it's a conspiracy theory also, I think what they're saying is, like, I feel like this is meant to drive me nuts. I think it drives you nuts, but, like, metals also cause hallucinations? Yeah. They were somehow getting poisoned by heavy metals, both of them. It's a very well-known assassination method. Anyone could do it by leaving a little bit of mercury all over the house? Weird. Huh. Is he suggesting the DHS poisoned the voice actress and her gross boyfriend? Yeah. I thought it was the gross boyfriend, but I think, okay. Thank you so much, Just Amazing with the Dog. That's not how they did that, no. Thank you for the 100 bits. I think it's about time for ads, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check really quick. So we're gonna take a short break, but, let me see here. Let me see. We're gonna take a quick ad break. Let me see. I think we're taking a quick ad break. Yeah, it's about time for ads. Okay. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute ad break. Maybe 3 actually. So, and then we're gonna watch the rest of this video. I don't know if we can take all 5 of these. This is insane. This has been a lot to deal with. But thank you guys for being here. I'll be back in just a minute. All right, baby. All right. Let's go.
It's me, Grimmi. For those of you that don't know, Grimmi, I play a lot of interesting horror games, or I play a lot of horror games. It's debatable whether or not they're interesting. Sometimes they're a little bit silly, but I do play quite a few of them. I would appreciate it if you referred to me as an older sister type instead of a younger sister type. That's probably not gonna stick for a while, but I'll get there eventually. Just your base. Mafia fight again? Crisis averted. Don't tell anyone I said that. It's me, Grimmi. For those of you that don't know, Grimmi, I play a lot of interesting horror games, or I play a lot of horror games. It's debatable whether or not they're interesting. Sometimes they're a little bit silly, but I do play quite a few of them.
And we're back. I walked around like I was in a fugue state. Like I feel like I'm not real. So just as a catch-up, after watching this video, I don't think that O.J. Simpson did it. I think it was his son that he covered for, and that's why they couldn't get enough condemning evidence to actually make things happen. Ashton Kutcher accidentally probably murdered his girlfriend. Let's see, what are the other ones? This was a lot. Maybe you should check your house for heavy metals. I think that there's a lot wrong with me, but unfortunately it's just being Grimmi, not being poisoned by heavy metals. Thank you, Requiem Vanguard, for being here for 4 months. Appreciate it. You keep up the good work too. What did you watch? Oh, goodness. Oh my. Oh, thank you guys for being here tonight. I think this is... I'm not sure if this next part is like the outro or another one, but I don't know how much more we can do. This is getting insane! You didn't know you were being mold poisoned? That's true.
Some very light backlash earlier this year when he announced his proposal to longtime girlfriend, 23-year-old Kelsey. Some of the backlash was your normal, 50-year-old actor marries girl half his age, but some of it looked a little further into the past, showing pictures of 17-year-old Kelsey attending game nights at Dane Cook's house, along with other underage girls as young as 14. His Instagram feed shows them intimately close for the first time in April of 2018. Which, she was 19 at the time, but she is pictured over and over with the group all the way back to when she was 17. So, were Dane and Kelsey just innocent friends until the day she turned 18, or was Dane doing the big bad G word? The G word is Grimmi. I love her, Cook told Kimmel back in 2019. She's the kindest, sweetest, just my favorite, my best friend. Sometimes I actually find myself saying, where has she been all my life? And then I realize, she wasn't alive for the first 26 years of it. Maybe it's...
I apologize. I thought this was gonna be a little lighter. I thought this was gonna be a funny light video. I thought this was gonna be like, oh, we're learning and like celebrity culture is so silly and like, you know, conspiracies. Wow. I think some celebrities are crazy. I think that this is way more complicated than many of us realize, and we don't really think about it. And when we start to actually sit down and think about what's going on, it's psychotic. Yeah, it's just... For a second I thought he resurrected a dead person. This is way worse. That's a very funny way of looking at it. My head hurts. Yeah, that's very fair. There. Oh my god. This is a flashback every sentence. We've had to like pause this so consistently just because it's been like, oh, that's kind of rough. Oh, that's kind of rough. Oh, like just... Okay. Alright, we're almost through it. Dane Cook might have been, No, I suppose Dane Cook is, weird. I think that's the nicest way I can put it.
True love. Maybe he really never saw her as a romantic interest until the day she turned 18,
Debazor.
and then he fell madly in love. Is
Every
it maybe
story
a
is
little
worse.
cringy, a little gross? Yeah. But there's something far, far more disturbing about these pictures. Prominently featured and tagged on almost every single one of these game night pictures is a man named Isaac Cappy. Cappy was an up-and-coming actor in films like Thor and, I don't know, some other shit. He seemingly suffered a very public mental breakdown during which he claimed to have witnessed many celebrities abusing children and worse. He specifically named this man, also in many of the game night pictures, Seth Green.
No.
Saying that one time while at Seth Green's house, Seth opened a hidden door leading into a dungeon-like area, creepily insisting that Cappy follow to where they keep the children. Throughout his breakdown, Cappy claimed that he was going to be punished for speaking out, that he was not suicidal but would be killed. On May 13th, Cappy was caught on dashcam aimlessly wandering in the Belmont area of Arizona. Minutes later, he allegedly jumped to his death, although the news reported it that he forced himself off a bridge. So was Cappy just having a nervous breakdown over the pressures of Hollywood and fame? Cappy's death was never mentioned by Dane Cook, which I do find a little mysterious as the two were apparently close.
So, there's another part of that. Thank you so much for the raid. Satsure. I really appreciate it, and I'm so sorry we're talking about this the second you get here. It's been a crazy night, for this kind of stuff. I really do apologize. Thank you so much, though, and I hope you had a really good stream. I hope it went really good. The guy was also posting videos of really weird stuff around this time. They've been hidden extremely well, but I did see some of those just because I just happened to see them. So, he was posting videos of, like, really odd things. One of which was, like, this place where, like, I don't know, I probably shouldn't even describe these things. Wait, who? The guy that, ended his own life, supposedly. I won't describe them just because I feel like it would actually be a bad idea to. But he was a very prominent actor slash comedian, the guy that, like, he was, like, starting to get pretty big. So, you're talking about the bathhouse video? Yeah, that was one of them. Okay, so some people have seen it. What was that about? Maybe that was from a different place or something, right? Right? That was from a different place. You have more context for this. I've learned that Grimmi is late gamer that thinks she won't rabbit hole but always does. I usually do. We're gonna play a video game soon, though. We have 5 more of these to watch. I don't think we're going through them. This is way more insane than I thought it would be. I thought it would be like, oh, that's fun. Celebrity gossip. Conspiracy theories. Do they all pray to owls? This is too fun. People dug into it and turned to be from a public Turkish bathhouse. Okay, that's good at least. So maybe he was just having a mental breakdown. Now, how he got that video? Well, I'm pretty sure, like, his friend sent it to him. So, alright, that was,
Allegedly.
That was all of them for the first video. Now, there's more of these, and this was, like, the first tier of the iceberg. I thought we were gonna, like, watch all of them as, like, my voice recovered. I don't think that's a good idea. that was, that was a little bit much. So, I'm trying to figure out even how long the other ones are. That was brutal. That was a lot worse than I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be cutesy. But it was very interesting. There's also one on Dave Chappelle and how a cabal... I'm not gonna put any more on, but there was one about how Dave Chappelle might have had a cabal that was, like, trying to push him out of the acting industry. I don't know if that one's something you guys would want to watch, but, there's a lot of really interesting ones. So, yeah, that was the, celebrity conspiracy theory iceberg part 1. Oh, there's 7 of these, actually. There's 7. I'm liking this. You like this? Alright, how about this? I promised that we'd watch them, but I don't think we're gonna do that. If you guys want to watch one more, we will. Or we can go to the game. I'm gonna make it a poll. Just because I did say that we can watch these for a while, and... Okay. Which one you want, baby? They're very interesting. I think they're cool. Okay. More conspiracy videos. More gaming. Gaming. Okay. Take your pick. And we will go 50-50 right off the bat. Okay, it's looking more like it's gonna go towards gaming. Oh, it looks like it's more towards conspiracy. Oh, it looks like it's pretty evenly matched. Oh, we might do more conspiracies. Oh, goodness, this is interesting. But yes, they're gonna get progressively more psychotic. 50-50. If you 50-50 it, we end the stream. We end the stream. I go over to YouTube. I don't know. No, I probably won't go to YouTube today. Thinking about your voice? Thank you. That's very nice of you. It does need to recover a little bit. I've just wanted to stream, like, every day. So, video takes 3 hours to watch. I mean, they're interesting. I got a question. Are we done with the Magnus, or are we just on break? Oh, I played the Magnus Archives like 2 days ago. We're still listening to Magnus. I think we were on episode 70, 71. I love your voice when you sick. Oh, that's so nice of you. And concerning.
You like when women are not doing so hot. You like when they sound like this. They smoke 10 packs a day. Yeah, I get it. Alright, that's very fun, sweetie. Alright, let's see here. Got past episode 69. We did. It was pretty good. The Book of the Dead was a really good one, by the way. I feel like it ties into obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. Really good one.
Have you checked out the storyteller vid I posted in the Discord? I should. I need to be more active in that Discord. I apologize. Sometimes I just get concerned. I just go like, why are people in the Discord? I'm scared. And then I don't look at it for a few months. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna be real with you. I like when you say too expensive. I say that to my phone so they lower the price of my groceries as I look at like different grocery store stuff. Don't worry about the rest. Stay safe. Okay, we're gonna watch this next one then. This is let me see here.
Welcome back.
You got a haircut in this one. My cousin is roasting me saying I don't know you. Why is your cousin being so mean to you? But why is he saying you don't know me? Like, is it he doesn't think that we've spoken to each other? Or is he saying, like,
You don't know her, she's an anime. She could be anyone. She could be your dad. She could be banging your dad. She could be your dad banging your dad.
Is that like it is, or? I'm not sure either way. I hope they're doing well, though. Let's go more conspiracies. We're gonna do one more conspiracy video, then we're moving on to, we're going to a Fears to Fathom like game. It's Fears to Unveil, Day Off. And I like this one. Like, we played a tiny bit of it, and then we didn't go for the full. Not again, sorry. Sorry. Just one more. It's not gonna be as bad as the first one. That one was kinda rough. This one will be a little bit more palatable, I think. Alright, baby. Here we go. Please give my dad some rest. He's not the youngest anymore. I'm really sorry I started the trend of VTubers saying they were gonna bang your dad. I was trying to make it so, like, I don't know. I have no excuse. Who else is trying to bang your dad? Every VTuber you know is gunning for him now. He can't even leave the house. They're all sitting there with binoculars going like, oh my god, there he is. He's beautiful. Ooh. Just you. No, someone said someone else. Alana bangs your mom all the time. That's awesome. There you go. No. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. All right. We're gonna keep going.
Parasite TV. I'm Max Powers, and this is a Celebrity Conspiracy Theory Iceberg Part 2. I also decided to throw in some dark Hollywood lore and just disturbing scandals that seem like they've been swept under the rug. First off, I wanted to give a massive shout out to everyone that subbed and gotten invested
You started
in my
that
content
trend?
so far. You guys.
Is banging dads a trend now? How quickly did this move? I said that like last week. Selfa, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Dad Banger 420. No. Also, yes, Debazur, thank you for the 100 bits. It really did just get increasingly worse on that last video, but this isn't gonna be as bad. This isn't gonna be as bad. Okay. You called it a trend that you started, did I? I probably said that. If you guys told me that I started the trend. Okay, anyway. Yeah, yeah, okay. Anyways.
It mean the absolute world to me. Thank you for all the subs, all
She
the
says
likes, all the
nervously, I don't
comments.
know.
I try really
I'm
hard
sorry, I'm
to
trying.
reply to as many of them as I can, and yeah, it just means a lot. So I guess this one goes out to you guys.
This guy's going through it. Parapsych research. Ooh, our feature presentation. Power Communications, UN Ltd. presents. I am visibly shaking. Please turn the video off. You okay? Do you need help? Someone get this young man medical attention. Please. Please, someone! Please, hurry! He's not doing well. He's in pain. You can see he's visibly in pain. He's shaking.
Oh, why did it get deleted? Oh. There, now you can't see the video? Oh, I guess that's smart. Yeah, I guess he's okay now. I'm visibly shaking. Please turn the video back on. Oh.
On June 16th, 1972, almost exactly 5 years before Kanye West's date of birth, David Bowie's The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars was released. Other than Bowie's striking alter ego Ziggy, there's really only one other visual focal point on the album cover, a glowing shop sign hanging above his head that reads K West. The album's first song was titled 5 Years. The song tells the tale of an apocalyptic world, in which humanity would be saved from itself 5 years later when a Starman arrives on Earth. Almost exactly 5 years later to the day, Kanye West was born. Bowie's final album was titled Black Star, and in the title track he sings lyrics that seem to shed some light on his intended successor. Quote, "Something happened on the day he died. Spirit rose a meter and stepped aside. Somebody else took his place and bravely cried, I'm a black star." When Bowie passed away, Kanye was pretty much the first major artist to commemorate him, tweeting, "David Bowie was one of my most..."
So remember, these are conspiracy theorist stuff. So not all of them are gonna be like, here's all the facts of what happened. Some of them are gonna be different.
Important inspirations. So fearless, so creative. He gave us magic for a lifetime. One last unsettling detail. 3 days before Bowie lost his battle with cancer, Sia released her new single, which had been co-written and co-produced by Kanye West, titled Reaper. Did David Bowie have some kind of prophetic vision of Kanye West's arrival and impact on the music scene? Or was it all just coincidence?
I think it was probably coincidence, but it's nice that Kanye cared that David Bowie
I'm sure many
passed
of you
away.
know of Brandon Lee's tragic death on the set of The Crow, but I was surprised when I recently heard that was one of multiple horrible accidents that happened during production that led to the cast and crew believing that without a doubt the movie was cursed. John Polito, a veteran actor, reported that on the first day of shooting on set for The Crow, a terrible accident happened. A crew member was driving a cherry picker, which is like a mobile crane to set up lights, and backed into an electric pole. The 26-year-old man who was on top of the cherry picker was electrocuted almost fatally, causing all of his internal organs to be burned. Polito also explained that on the third night of filming, a prop truck burst into flames and no one knew how or could explain what happened after. A stuntman fell through the roof of a rooftop set, breaking multiple ribs and almost dying. Then, a second crew member was electrocuted while using a metal grinder, this time causing serious burns to the man's face, hands, and chest. When the cast and crew had to endure a massive hurricane battering the set and area of North Carolina where they were filming, they began to seriously question whether or not the production had been doomed from the start. A sculptor who was apparently disgruntled due to his work not being featured heavily enough on set reportedly drove his car through the plaster shop and into the set, causing thousands of dollars worth of damage and delays. And things took a gruesome turn when a member of the art department accidentally had a screwdriver shoved completely through their hand. And finally, on the day that the film would become infamous for, March 31st, 1993, with just 9 days of filming left, the weapons master was sent away for the day, but some last-second on-set rewrites took place, and Michael Mass, who played the character Funboy in the movie, was instructed by the director to be the one who kills Eric Draven, which of course was Brandon Lee's character in the movie. Because the weapons master had been sent home, the prop master loaded homemade blanks into the .44 Magnum revolver. Earlier that day, live rounds had been fired from the gun, and there were actually bullet fragments in the barrel. Also, the blanks were made by removing the gunpowder from the live rounds, but a little bit of gunpowder had been left in one. So when the director called action and Michael Mass pulled the trigger, the gunpowder ignited and launched the bullet fragments out, causing Brandon Lee an injury that would later become fatal. But do not get it twisted, this was pure negligence across the board. Michael Mass had no fault, trusted the professionals around him and did what he was told, and ended up taking a life. He took years off of acting, and in 2005, he said he never got over it and never thought he would. And Brandon Lee, son of Kung Fu legend Bruce Lee, died at just 28 years old. So knowing that negligence and extremely sloppy handling of an actual firearm led to Brandon Lee's death, what's more likely? That the set was cursed, or that there was an overall lax nature among some of the crew or leadership that led to a set plagued with injuries and a death?
That is really sad. I don't know if they were cursed, but, that
Yeah, I think it's what he said. Like, it's probably just like everyone was just kind of like, it's fine, just keep going, whatever, it's fine, whatever, it is what it is, it is what it is. Didn't something like this happen a few years ago? Yeah, people die on set pretty consistently with this type of stuff. I think it was, what was his name? Alex Baldwin? I think it was Alec Baldwin that, no, it might not have been Alec, yeah, it was Alec Baldwin then. Also, Dread, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here for 14 months. Guys, please go check out Dread Central. It's a lovely, lovely website and run by a lovely, lovely person. I appreciate your stop by. Thank you so much. I'm just trying to, like, come to terms with, like, everything they said. Like, that's a lot at once. I mean, it does seem like worse luck than usual. Usually life affords you, like, a few ups and downs, and you can kind of go like, hey, this ain't so bad, hey, this is going okay, hey. But this was... Thank you so much for purchasing a Grimmi San Japan poster. Or a metal card. I didn't see which one it was. That was, I like the little happy thing after, like, the, after that. But I think what they're saying, the conspiracy theory is, like, was it a curse or something? I don't think it was. I have a lot of stuff on, like, demonology, witchcraft, stuff like that. Also, yo, Sotek, what's up? How you doing? What you doing? We're suffering. How you doing? Sotek's also lovely. Please go check him out. He does a lot of stuff with lore, as you can tell, a lot of Warhammer stuff. Go check him out. Let's see. Change it to a smoke alarm? Hell yeah. Yeah, people just trying to save money and make things unsafe. Yeah, it was an indie film. You see a lot of this stuff, too. There was also an indie film that was filming on a bridge they weren't supposed to at one point, and they had all of their gear on it. And then the train started coming. That was, you know, part of, like, you know, the train system that goes across the train tracks for that bridge. They all had to get their stuff and run, and unfortunately one woman passed away because it shot, like, a piece of metal, like, that they were trying to drag with them, like, towards her and, like, injured her, and she passed away. Like, so there's always been indie productions where they, like, aren't really paying enough attention to what's going on. The woman got killed. Yeah, it was unfortunate. It was a music video. It was a music video, I think you're right. So there's always gonna be stuff like that, so... A lot of the things that people think are ghosts or curses are just human error. It could also be that ghosts or curses exist, but a lot of it's human error, I think.
On August 25th, 2001, 22-year-old R&B singer and budding actress Aaliyah died along with 7 others when the plane they were in crashed. But was this a tragic accident or a well-thought-out scheme perpetrated by the very people who were supposed to be protecting her and helping her in her career? Now, Aaliyah was extremely talented from a very young age, and I think one of the things that the public is now realizing more and more is that often child stars are heavily taken advantage of.
I've
that
never
seems
heard
to
of
be
her.
the case with Aaliyah, as when she was just 11 years old,
Aaliyah's
she
death
signed
is
onto her
strange.
Uncle Barry's record label, Blackground Records. A couple years later, Aaliyah's first record dropped when she was just 14 years old, and this record would go on to sell 3 million copies.
What?
So depending on the deal, her uncle is already making millions of dollars off of her. But most disturbing is the name of the record. Age ain't nothing but a number. Now, this
She
is
was
no
very
accident.
good, yeah.
Aaliyah's family had basically sold her off to none other than R. Kelly. Uncle
I'm
Barry
sorry, what?
called R. Kelly to come hear Aaliyah sing, and he did a lot more than that. And impregnating Aaliyah, then marrying her when she was 15. Because
What?
he had gotten her pregnant, he and the family thought that it would probably keep him from getting in trouble if they got married. R. Kelly helped write
Queen of the Damned was a good, interesting movie. Why wasn't he in prison then and there, I guess? Famous people were allowed to take child brides? The thunder has really been on point today. Let's make sure to give it up for Thunder. Thank you. Let's go. Always on point with that. Okay, cool. Thank you, Thunder. That went from 0 to 100 real quick. Well, I mean, when you hear about what, D4VD did, I think you're gonna feel a lot like this is, maybe more small potatoes. I don't think that one comes up for a while, probably. Or, I don't know if it's even in this, it's kind of recent.
and produced this first record, so it's rather clear that he was trying to cover his
If
own
the
ass
parents of the
and get
minors
across
approve?
his own disturbing
Thank you,
agenda
Charmeleon,
through her.
giving it up
Now
to
fast
Thunder.
forward to
Appreciate
August
it. Thank you. That's
2001.
nice of you.
Aaliyah was shooting a music video with director Hype Williams in Miami. Then after the production had already started,
Cool.
Hype and Uncle Barry decided the production needed to wrap in the Bahamas. Just 4 days before Aaliyah's tragic death, her uncle, Barry Hankerson, signed some kind of agreement to protect himself from any kind of lawsuits if anything were to happen to Aaliyah on set or during the trip. And Barry wound up receiving $90 million through insurance payouts after her death. Aaliyah was known to be an anxious
He took out life insurance on a 14-year-old? Thank you so much, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Thundercats. That's not sus or anything. It seems quite sus. Oh, she was 22? Okay, so she also is so beautiful, my goodness.
liar. And apparently, due to her stress, friend Lenny Kravitz sent a private jet to the
Like, she
airport
looks
she'd be departing
really
the Bahamas
beautiful.
from. But the day before she left, director Hype Williams took the private jet for himself and left her and her entourage there. The plane that Aaliyah ended up boarding
She
was
has,
not
like-
rated to carry passengers.
Can I say something kind of unrelated that might be a little bit offensive? I feel like a lot of pretty people all look the same now. Like, it kind of is a bummer. She looks like pretty in like a different way than like everyone looks now. Like, a lot of people have the same plastic surgery, so there's kind of like a pretty person, like, there's exceptions, like, but like the big stars and stuff, like, it's like kind of like almost like same face. Like, there's one distinctive feature that makes them look a little different. So, I don't know. It's a little bit weird why I'm offended. I don't know. It's just weird to bring it up right now. Just saying. She's very beautiful though. Yeah, default pretty person. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's also like there's kind of like a default pretty face for like fellas too. Might be why I have trouble telling people apart in movies. There's a lot of people that look very similar, yeah. But I think it's just because plastic surgery isn't as frowned upon now. It's very common. So now people are just like, hey, why not? Hey, we'll just get a little bit of that, a little bit of this. I think it's cool when people look like distinctive people, so...
It was literally a cargo plane. When she saw the plane, she basically threw a fit and said absolutely not, but she
That's
did
fair.
have work to do, so she'd need to make it work somehow. According to taxi driver
She was
Kingsley
afraid of
Russell, who
flying.
had gotten a job on Aaliyah's team in the Bahamas as their baggage handler, he was there and saw Aaliyah basically refuse to get on the plane, then saw members of her team give her a pill, and then later saw them loading her unconscious body onto the plane. The
What?
plane was hundreds of pounds overweight, and not only that, but the plane was loaded unevenly, which means it would be extremely difficult to control in the air. And the pilot had lost his license and had both alcohol and other illegal substances in his system.
What?
So was this truly a tragic accident where Aaliyah was just in a bad situation because the people that were supposed to be managing her, who should have been treating her like royalty, I mean, at this point she had been making them millions for almost a decade, and they just treated her like dirt and used her all up? Or was it a coordinated effort to make sure she never made it home from that trip because they knew they were going to make a ton of money from the insurance claims?
I mean, it could go either way on that one. I feel like those are bad enough people that would do either of those. Like, they might have just been like, if she doesn't get there, we're going to lose some money. Or they might have been like, we really need a ton of money. We can't just take the amount of money that we're going to be given. We need a ton of money. Like, I don't know. Those guys are evil. Like, I don't know. Like, putting someone, like, pretty much unconscious. Like, oh my god, I don't know. Shorter video than last one. That's true, too. Oh. Hi, Michael. What's up? How are you? Hi, Michael, Mike. That's my cat, Michael. Good morning.
Stanley Kubrick is rightfully seen as one of the best directors of all time, a true visionary and
This one's
titan of
weird.
the industry, making films like Full Metal Jacket, A Clockwork Orange.
I thought this one was not real. I think this one's real now. I think this one's legit now. I think this one's legit now. I think this one's legit. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna continue onward, but I think this one's real now.
The Shining, 2001: Space
Not the moon
Odyssey,
landing.
and his final film, Eyes Wide Shut. What you may not
The moon
know
landing.
is that
No.
many people have spent decades analyzing his films, claiming that he leaves Easter eggs and thinly veiled secrets and occult references in his films for those with eyes to see. Some theorists claim that these aren't just references, but Kubrick's soft disclosures of what he knew lay just beyond the curtain of surface reality. See, Kubrick made his movies on both the subconscious and conscious levels. In Full Metal Jacket, as the Marines walk past a gas station, the Vietnamese writing on top of the building reads, "To continuously serve Satan, Your Excellency." In A Clockwork Orange, among other more obvious references to brainwashing and trauma-based mind control a la Project MK Ultra, characters drink a substance called Drenchrome before going on a vicious crime spree. Theorists claim this is a reference to an illicit substance available only to the wealthiest, most powerful elites. This substance apparently extracted from the human pineal gland. The name of this substance I can't utter on YouTube, whether it's fictional or not. The Shining, of course,
Is it
was
that
written
bad?
originally by Stephen King, but the Stanley Kubrick adaptation starring Jack Nicholson is bursting with subtle, disturbing details and esoteric
He's a good
occult
boy.
references.
Yes, you're
Some
a
of the
good boy,
film's
baby.
most
I
dedicated
love you,
analysts
Michael.
think
You're the
Kubrick is
kid.
insinuating that the elites of the world, the most wealthy, famous, and powerful,
Let
are
him have the
involved in
mic.
a
Oh,
dark
he's getting up on the
ritualistic
desk.
cult. While touring the hotel in the beginning of the film, Wendy asks if the hotel has ever served royalty. Mr. Ullman replies with presidents, movie stars, and all the best people. In the film's final scene, Jack can be seen making a very distinct gesture in front of all the other trapped souls,
As above,
which
so
many
below.
believe this gesture symbolizes Baal or Baphomet. The theory being that this is the true religion of the elites. One of the scariest aspects of the movie is the twins. When the twins are first shown, it's in front of a poster that reads Monarch, which is another term heavily associated with Project MK Ultra. Is it possible Kubrick was again hiding messages referring to the trauma-based mind control system
Mike the cat
that
for
theorists
Bruce.
claim
Hi,
has been
he's
used
Mike.
on
He's
many
Michael.
people? Danny Torrance, the little boy in the film, disassociates and has a powerful psychic ability. Kind of like in Stranger Things, another show using many ideas originally explored in Project MK Ultra, where we see Eleven is isolated, then shown affection, then abused in order to unlock her innate psychic ability. Now, the movie tells us that heavy drinking led to Jack accidentally breaking Danny's arm, but as the film progresses, it seems as though it may not have been an isolated incident. When Jack is waiting for his interview, he's reading a Playgirl magazine with a very disturbing title that may hint at some horrific abuse. The mom, Wendy, can be seen reading Catcher in the Rye, which has been called a mind control trigger carried by John Lennon.
Okay, wait, I thought this was gonna be different. I thought this was gonna be about Eyes Wide Shut. I don't know about this.
When they committed their crimes. Kubrick's last film, Eyes Wide Shut, centered around the dark occult world of these ritualistic sex parties of the rich and powerful. It pretty much exposes them entirely.
This
According
one
to
seems
Kubrick's
legit.
assistant, the director was extremely stressed about how Warner Brothers would receive his finished film, and had even taken up smoking again after quitting for a number of years. According to this assistant, he even said, "When they see this film, they're going to kill me." On the night of the test screening for the studio heads in London, Kubrick sat in the lobby smoking. After the movie, Kubrick went down into the theater and reportedly argued for 45 minutes with the director, screaming, "You cannot change my movie." Days later, Kubrick died from a sudden heart attack, which is exactly how a character in the film loses their life. And it is heavily implied that this is a punishment being carried out on this character for exposing the cult. The studio edited out 24 minutes of the final film before it was released. Of course, speculation ran completely wild on what those 24 minutes included. But as far as I could tell, nobody in the public really knows. Kubrick also passed 666 days before January 1st, 2001.
Okay,
and 2001
dude,
A
okay.
Space Odyssey was considered to be a defining moment in his career. It's my
Okay,
opinion that Kubrick had deep inside knowledge of what really goes on behind closed doors in regards to the world's most rich and powerful elite. Some theorists even speculate that Kubrick may have helped the US government and NASA fake the moon landing footage. Hey, it's me, the guy from the video you're watching. If it wouldn't be too much to ask, could you like?
So, there's like a bunch of rumors about this film, Eyes Wide Shut. There's also rumors that the ending was going to be different. That if you watch it and you look into the background, that you can see like the little girl is going off with two people because that was what the main characters needed to like present to like their friends to like get into like their like club and stuff. Like there's a bunch of different rumors about that movie, but apparently it did have a tremendous amount of stuff cut from it. Last couple of points were ridiculous. Yes, the last couple of points were insane. But yeah, it was a little bit insane. Faking the moon landing would require him to be on moon directing the fake landing himself. He's very particular, so 24 minutes is a lot, yeah.
all movies have a lot cut from it. It's called editing. That's true too. So, it could be two things. It could be that he really was trying to expose like a cabal, like an elite of, not the VTuber, an elite of like people that are doing nefarious things, and like having like weird. Hey, Michael, don't destroy my chair. Michael, you're a good kitty. Want some more pets? Want to be held? Come here, big boy. Okay. Like a cabal, but that's the thing. It could also just as simply be, oh, okay, baby. It could be simply that they just, thought it was a bad movie and he got so stressed out that he died because they were gonna, like, make his movie different. He demanded they shoot on location? Hey, baby. So I think that's it. Like, it could also be he was very stressed, and stuff like that, so... Didn't NASA literally hire Kubrick to teach them how to operate cameras at their training grounds for the moon landing? As in helping the astronauts frame the shots of their own transmission since the cameras are not common? That's very possible, too. But yeah, I think it's up to you. Like, we're probably never gonna see that full version of the film, which kind of sucks, because his movies are incredible, but, you know.
And maybe even subscribe.
It is what it is.
And, you wouldn't want to forget the notification bell.
Which queen? Beyonce. So this one's weird, but
Beyonce,
who knows?
The alleged queen of the Illuminati needs no introduction. Beyonce made headlines and sent theorists into a frenzy when she famously froze up at a basketball game, many claiming this was a sign of her conditioning or brainwashing, as we see many celebrities freeze up like this. Or maybe she was just bored.
She's disassociating in the club, dude. This is normal. People do this 12 times a day now. This is just her going like, I don't like sports. I have to pretend to like this for 4.5 hours. And that was it.
All jokes aside, almost every Beyonce video, appearance, and performance is heavily influenced with occult symbolism, such as the triangle representing the all-seeing eye, like the time when she came out and made this symbol at the Super Bowl and the power blacked out. One of the more goofy threads I found about Beyonce turned out to be a little creepier than I first thought. I found a video claiming to show her shapeshifting into a horrible demon-like entity, which I thought of course was doctored video.
Really quickly, I think like a lot of... A lot of rappers and like a lot of like, how do I put this, like hip-hop artists and a lot of just celebrities in general. What? No? I hope this isn't offensive. It's happening? What's happening? I think maybe sometimes people don't realize when someone has like some level of like autism or ADHD, because like a lot of like weird behavior is just explained by like, I'm offended. Why? I was just gonna say, if someone's like attractive enough, I don't think that even enters someone's mind. Wait, what? Like, I think that's a problem for Beyonce, and I'm gonna be real with you. I think it's a problem for Kanye West, where like they probably have like ADHD or something. And like, I think they're just obsessed with symbology and symbolism and like putting weird stuff in their music videos. You're 100% right, it's a problem for celebrities. Yeah, but like the thing is they're like considered very beautiful. So like, they don't really have anyone notice that. Oh yeah, Kanye has a lot of stuff going on. Yeah. He has bipolar. Oh, that's not good. I hope he can get better. He's obsessed with Akira. Yeah, I think he also just might be autistic, because he's like very obsessive and like, I don't know, like the thing is like, I think if someone's attractive enough and a celebrity, people just kind of like treat them with reverence and don't go like, oh, she's really weird. She just really likes the occult. She thinks it's funny. Yeah, it's like her hyperfixation for like her music videos and stuff, I think. I think she thinks it's interesting. I think it's like part of her brand. So I don't think that she's an occultist or a Satanist. I think that's probably it. She's eccentric? Yeah, she's eccentric, but I think also this is just something she thought would be interesting or cool. Like, it's like her VTuber lore. So, yeah, she'd be an awesome VTuber. There you go. Oh.
But I was actually able to find the original poster of the video.
She's
a super fan that had
no,
simply
she's
uploaded her
very
POV
committed
of the
and, like,
performance.
she's passionate about what she wants to do. I don't think she's morphing into a demon here. I think this is just a camera being bad at what it does. Yeah, it's her eyelids, it's her makeup.
The excuse was that the lighting made her eyes appear black because they were nearly closed, but that...
This is metallic eyeshadow. She just has a good glittery eyeshadow. Excuse? It's this the truth. Her eyes are mostly closed. Yeah, it's just eyeshadow, and that's like her those are her what's it called? Her eyelashes.
It's not what we're worried about here. Conspiracies swirled when Beyonce became pregnant with Blue Ivy after this clip appearing to show her baby bump completely collapse as she sat down, causing the media to question if she was using a surrogate. I'm not sure why she would hide that fact, but I mean, I don't think this looks very...
That might be real, though. It's possible. It's possible she didn't want to, like, have to, like, gain a lot of weight, so she used a surrogate to, give birth to a child or something. Like, that's possible.
Natural. What do you think? Beyonce commonly wears a Baphomet ring, which I found interesting because in September of 2018, her drummer Kimberly Thompson quit the live band and sought a restraining order accusing the singer of extreme witchcraft. According to Thompson, Beyonce is involved in quote-unquote dark magic and uses quote-unquote...
There was something besides that there, dude. These are horrifying. Okay, dear Lord.
Beyonce is involved in quote-unquote dark magic and uses quote-unquote magic spells
what the
of
hell?
sexual...
Hey, baby.
Thompson
No,
also
no, no, no,
alleged
no, no.
that Beyonce had tapped her phones and was controlling her finances and even killed her cat.
Okay. I'm gonna get up for a second to turn on Michael's
Stephen
toy.
Weaver Collins,
One
famous
sec.
for his portrayal of Eric Camden, the minister and father in the television show Seventh Heaven, and for playing Dennis and Dee's dad in Always Sunny, kinda disappeared. Well, there's a reason for that. Stephen Collins is much different than the virtued, godly man he usually plays on screen. In 2014, tapes leaked from therapy sessions between Collins and his estranged wife, in which he confesses to being a child molester. And these tapes eventually led to an NYPD investigation. In 2012, the two were going through some extreme relationship difficulties and attended a session in which she slammed her then husband with question after question about his crimes. And not only did he answer, but he was very specific.
The exposure happened a couple of times.
A couple of times? You told me once.
No, I said on the list it happened several times. I said on the disclosure.
Time.
It happened...
With a 10-year-old. Okay.
Well, no, she was 11 and then like 12 and 13. There was never any conversation around it.
Now, in many cases, it is illegal to record someone without their permission, but in the state of California, where they were at the time, it is legal if you are recording to gather evidence that someone has committed a violent felony, and what he did definitely qualified. Collins confesses to exposing himself, touching and instructing a young relative of his first wife to touch him, from the time she was 11 to 13 years old.
devil!
He then speaks
I don't know if you
briefly
heard
about
me
a
yelling.
young
This guy's
girl
the
in his
devil.
neighborhood in LA, and
Sorry.
a third girl in New York who was 12 and then 13 at the time of his crimes. In 2014, Collins revealed to People magazine that the crimes took place from 1973
The devil!
to 1994,
The devil!
which is conveniently just
The
before
devil!
his acting career took off, in which he spent many years on set with young actresses. Interestingly enough, after he confessed on camera, one of Stephen
Oh, no, I was
Collins'
saying this
victims
guy's the
came
devil.
forward
Sorry, I
and
wasn't saying
basically
help.
said he was drastically understating what happened and how many times it happened. So
The dog's
who
so
knows
cute, though.
how many people this guy has affected. Although there was an investigation, Stephen is now living far away from Hollywood, somewhere in Iowa, and is married to a 32-year-old superfan.
What the hell? He just found someone that was a super fan and is like, you seem to tolerate me after I was outed as a child predator. Okay. Jail that man? He really should be in jail. He was in Beetlejuice, the second movie, kind of. You'll see if you see Beetlejuice. I thought it was a fun way to pay respects to the devil. The superfan dynamic is ethically questionable, but he has none. So yeah, the thing is, I think that, like, you can, like... I hesitate to say it just because I don't want to give anyone the impression, like, that what, like... but, like, I think it can be healthy for a very small, like, group. And if, like, the people involved are very mature and, like, working on themselves as individuals. It sounds like he just found, like, the one woman left alive that, like, he could, like, hang out with. And was just like, cool. She will always love me. This is awesome. It's like people that write to inmates' murders, etc. Yeah, like... Yeah. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed that, that video.
Alright guys, that's all I got for you today.
Yep, okay. Thank you so much, sir. That's enough of that. I can fix them? Don't do that. Okay, nope. Nope. Grimbo streams are truly scary in different flavors. Hell yeah, we, oh. Well. I guess we move on now. Wait, also I scrolled back, he thinks you're too famous to know Pearl novel. Wait, what? For real? You're here like every day though. How does he not know? Also, he thinks I'm famous? That's scary. Am I like... No, Grimmi, don't let them scare you. No one knows about you on the internet. No one knows about you on the internet. Let's play the video game. Let's play the video game. So we're gonna be playing a lovely video game today. It is... Oh, Foggy, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'm visibly shaking because that was so intense. No! I hope that guy that was visibly shaking is okay. That was really funny to just ban him and go like, now you don't gotta. Get out of here, kid. Well... I went to a rural town where they had a giant Grimmi statue. That'd be cool, but scary. I don't know if that really is a good idea. Oh, you have a 4-figure viewers. That's like 4 people. Or 4 figures, 4 people. I don't know. I'm a very weird person. I don't know. I feel like, it's very niche what I do in terms of watching a bunch of weird stuff and wanting to play a bunch of weird stuff, so I appreciate you guys being here. I'll just always think that I just started. I started streaming yesterday, guys, come on. I started streaming yesterday. We got a video game on screen, baby! Woo! Like 25, 25 trustworthy, nice people are here? Wait, what about everyone else? Pixels, thank you for the 10 bits. Out in the Mojave Desert, there's a Grimbo cargo cult that formed after someone stumbled upon your hot sauce.
Cool! That'd be neat. I'd like that. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Grimmi, in the motherland, they worship you as a goddess of weed and fertility? I don't think I can help with that. Skeletor watches you. That makes you famous. Is that guy still alive? I haven't gotten, like, an email, like, from him in, like... Or I don't know if it was him, but I haven't got an email in, like, a year? Probably longer. I hope they're alive. I don't know. That was weird. 5'4"? What is Shorty? I'm not 5'4". I'm 5'2".
I'm tall though. That's like an average height, like in most places. You guys try to make it weird, but ooh, a moose. Alright, we didn't finish this one last time. We got a little bit through it, but oh man. Sorry, there's one up in the corner. Just wear your giant boots? Yeah, I do have my giant boots. It's a deer. That guy's not a deer. That's a deer? Oh, you're right, it's not a moose. It looks like a moose. I'm just saying. I don't know. But Novel, you tell your friend, take this clip to him. I know Novel Horizons, and I'm not famous or popular. I'm Grimmi, and I'll be here until I die. There you go. It is now the headcanon that actual Skeletor from the TV show is an avid Grimmi fan. No, there was just, like, I started getting emails of, like, this audio drama that was Skeletor masturbate to straight. That, I hope that they're doing well. I think it was a parody. Gross? It was confusing. I was really confused. The music is really adding to the tension. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why that was the case. It was like a radio drama though, and like He-Man stopped him. Thank you so much, Dr. Orpheus, for gifting 5 subs. I appreciate that. I hope that wherever that guy is, he's not arrested. Lupus Familiaris, thank you for the 10 beats. I appreciate that. What does Grimmi spit in? Holy crap. Well, at first, like, I was really afraid, and I spent like a good while terrified. I was horrified. Yeah, that was pretty much it. Like, I don't know, I was just afraid. Because I couldn't make sense of it. Like, I usually want to make sense of why something happened, so I was terrified. I was worried. But it's okay. It was cool. It's all good, man. It's all good. Evan, thank you for being here for 2 months. My brain won't let me see reality as it is. It's all good, baby. Anyway. Did you know that moose are still technically deer? Giant, aggressive, more murdery deer, but still deer? Oh, wow, cool. I did not know that. I'd be scared too. Skeletor is evil lord of destruction. See, that's the thing. I want to play this one a lot too. We are playing Day Off today. Also, I'm glad you're enjoying your time. Sacré. I assume you're French. Sacré. Thank you. We can hit the escape key if we get stuck. I don't know. I just couldn't make sense of it, and I was horrified when I heard about it, and I got a little bit... Ah, hey. So I think the first one was... Hi. Hi, Michael. It wasn't as bad as the time people started sending me tons of, pornography of Gaspar. Hi, my name is Jack Williams. This happened 3 years ago when I was 26. I haven't talked about it much, but I think it's time. That was a little weird. It was a bunch of AI-generated pornography of Gaspar. That was weird. You guys are weird. After weeks of exhausting work, I was finally given 2 days off. I decided to spend them at my family's old cottage deep in the woods. Just me. Alone. In peace. The drive was quiet, and the cottage was just as I remembered, isolated and still. But as night fell, I felt something was off. A creak in the floorboards, a whisper in the wind. I had no idea it was waiting for me that night. Did your toy turn off? I'll help you. Links to avoid. Doogie. So we played a little bit of this. Turning on the toy sounds painful. No, it's just far away. So 1 second. It's like on the opposite side. Michael, it's still on. He wants the toy to be on higher. 1 second. good. He's good. We're good. He's good. We're good. We're good. He's good. He's good. We're good.
All right, there we go. Ooh. I think I said this last time, but this kind of looks like a place that, like, it's very well stylized. Like, this looks like a ladies' room. And I think they ended up being a fella, but, like, this looks like a really nice, like, ladies' room. Like, how many guys have a room this nice? Like, look at this. This is a vanity with a mirror. Come on. It's also got a nice vibe to it. I don't think we can turn on VSync, so we're gonna let it go. Lamp right in front of the mirror for some reason? Yeah, I guess that could be a little weird. Dog food. Oh. All the girls I've dated have lived in a huge mess. Why are you trying to find depressed women?
Why are you seeking out depressed women? I better go to the bathroom before going to bed.
We pissin'.
So I've already played this one little early section, so I know we're not gonna get murdered here. We just gonna piss. Hey, they seek me out, okay? Officer, I didn't try to date those 4 goth women that hated me, it's just... you know. Off to bed again. Gotta be up early tomorrow.
Wonder if there's anything interesting happening around here.
11:30 a.m.
I like that that was, like, unneeded. Like, there was no reason to show that. It was just that night itself was spooky. Oh, I didn't wash my hands, you're right. Crap. I completely forgot that time. I did wash my hands before. No! The run is ruined. We're gonna get killed. There's gonna be, like, a variable that didn't get checked, and now we're gonna be executed.
The Night I Wasn't Alone by David Hofster. The house was too quiet that night. My parents had left for the weekend. Just a short trip to visit my aunt upstate, and I had convinced them that I'd be fine on my own. I'm 15, Mom, I said. I can handle it. She'd smile the way that only worried mothers do, kissed my forehead, and left. A list of emergency numbers on the fridge before they drove away. That was not where I thought the sentence was going to go. By 10 p.m., the silence had settled deep into the walls. The ticking clock in the kitchen felt louder than usual. I made Hey, Mike, I turned it on for you, buddy. You can't destroy my nice chair. You want to be picked up? Here. I need, like, a little bed to attach to the desk for him. Like, he gets angry when I'm not giving him attention, but, like, I'm streaming, dude. I'm streaming, my little guy. I'm streaming. Texted a few friends, trying not to think about how empty the house felt when it wasn't filled with my parents' voices. Outside, rain tapped lightly against the windows. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard a soft creak near the back door. I froze. For a second, I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe the old pipes again. But then it came again, slow, deliberate, closer. My chest tightened. Hello? I called out, my voice breaking the quiet. No answer. The TV's blue light flickered across the hallway. As I stepped down the stairs, every sound sharper now. Every noise. This time, the door handle rattled. Someone was trying to open it. My throat went dry. I grabbed my phone, hands trembling, and dialed my dad. But the call went straight to voicemail. The back door creaked open. A shadow slipped inside, tall, slow, and careful. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might give me away. I ducked behind the couch, barely breathing. Whoever it was, they moved like they knew the place. Each step measured, steady, as if they'd been here before. I saw the light of the flashlight sweep across the floor. I didn't move, I couldn't. The beam lingered on the family photos on the wall. Mom, Dad, me, smiling in better times. Then it shifted downward towards the kitchen. I crawled backward inch by inch, until I reached the stairs again. One step creaked beneath my foot, and the flashlight snapped towards me. Footsteps. Faster. Coming closer. I ran. Up the stairs and into my room. Slammed the door. My fingers shook as I locked it. I could hear him. Whoever he was.
No more of that. That's all they give you. No book.
Mm-hmm.
Another classic horror book. Tears to Unveil. Can you unveil? Oh, puppy! Hey, buddy. You want a cat? I hope you can have a cat someday.
I like that beautiful high-quality toast animation. Oh, wow, we have a fancy toaster.
It nuked that bread. Alright, eggs and bacon, baby. Yo!
Instead of an alarm system, they have a husky? Smart. Huskies are like the smartest dogs ever. Like, they can be scary. Alright, baby. Hey, buddy. You want some? It looks like you just turn around whenever I don't look at you. Oh, whenever something happens.
That's a good crunch sound.
That toast sounds perfect, dude. Oh my god, it's like nice and crunchy and like, ooh. They're very loud. Wait, I haven't measured things. Oh, that's really loud. That toast is crunching. Here. Evil sound effects? I think it's reminding me of what it's like to eat a really nice piece of toast from like a diner. Okay, the bacon's kind of scary though. That is not a bacon sound. Man, it's been ages since I had breakfast this good. Time to get dressed for work. Nothing bad ever happens to me.
Check the wardrobe, you got it, baby. That's not the right way. We have a home office? Holy crap.
What is going on? How do we afford this on a pizza man salary? Wait. I think we've had this exact conversation, but could you really afford a house like this on a pizza man salary? Like, I don't know, like 10 years ago, 15?
Inheritance, maybe? Maybe.
I still have a bit of time left before work. Wouldn't be a bad idea to play the new horror game I installed on my PC. It's our girlfriend. And she loves salad. And melting. She also loves melting.
She's really looking like she's kind of melting a little. I think this might be AI. 30 years plus loan reference? Wait, what?
Ex-girlfriend broke in. Man was house-sitting. An 18-year-old man had a terrifying encounter late Saturday night when his ex-girlfriend allegedly broke into a home he was house-sitting, leading to a chaotic confrontation before police arrived.
I feel like this isn't something they'd report in the news. Like, usually there's, like, way more intense stuff.
Horror game The Jester released. A chilly new horror game called The Jester has been released, inviting players into a dark world of fear, suspense, and twisted laughter. The game is now available to play.
Again, I feel like this is really odd for news.
Ethan Reed's wife reported missing. Police are investigating the mysterious disappearance of Ethan Reed's wife, who was last seen several days ago under unclear circumstances. Reed has pleaded for the public's help in finding her, urging anyone with information to come forward. If you have seen or heard anything that could assist in the investigation, please contact him at fake phone number.
Oh wait, people aren't born vegan? It wouldn't be healthy to force a baby to eat vegan? I went vegetarian on my own accord when I was 2. Yeah, you can eat vegetarian or vegan, like, pretty easily. Like, it's not that unhealthy. Like, raw vegan, I think, is pretty rough, though. And I think ketosis is also pretty rough, though I've heard some people have some good experiences with ketosis. Now, this was the zombie game I couldn't play correctly. Alright. I couldn't get this one right. I couldn't find everything that I was supposed to. We're gonna try, though.
Ketosis is effed. Some people have had a good experience with it. Like, I think someone, like, emailed me or something going, like, Ketosis helped me with this and this. But, and I guess raw vegan can help people with stuff, too. It's just really hard to do. I don't know. I'm not personally a big fan. Last time I couldn't find all the buns. Hi. If he walks into you, you get that going. Hi, I know. I need the bunny back there. Turn me around. Okay, sir. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I feel like that's when someone tries to have a conversation with you, but you really don't want to talk to them, and you're just like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm scared. That legit scared me. I'm so sorry. 4. Okay, we need one more. I couldn't find it last time. We're gonna try really hard this time. I'm so sorry that scared you. I'm so sorry. It doesn't scare me. I'm just like, hey, come on. You're being annoying. I'm just looking for the bun. Leave me alone. Where the hell is that bun? Maybe it's like behind the box or like in a box or something? Like, I took forever to try to find it last time. It's all good. I'm awake now. Good morning. Good morning. Hope you're having a wonderful day filled with lots and lots of wonderful cheer for your holiday-ish season. It's not quite a holiday season right now. Oh, come on. Ah! I do appreciate that they made an extra little game for this, though. That is nice. So proud of you, sweetie, making your video games on your computer. I don't know if Grandma can play this one, though. You know her ticker. Be careful. Be careful playing those games, sweet pea. Come on, leave me alone. Leave me alone, buddy. What a polite horror entity. Yeah, he's politely jump scaring me and not just trying to, like, you know, like, eat all my flesh or something. That kind of stuff. It's okay. We're okay, we're okay. Yeah, the whole... It's interesting, yeah, it is interesting. We're probably gonna exit the game relatively soon, because I don't think I can find the bun. It's gotta be, like, hidden or secret or something. Like, that's the only thing I can think of, because I've never been able to find it. He just wants to see how you're doing? Hell yeah. I'm doing good, sir. Get to play a little fun horror game tonight. Don't have to think about anything else. Don't want to think about anything else. Just want to focus on this and not worry about stuff. We learned a lot about celebrities. And it was not a good experience, honestly. It was not. Sir, it was not a good experience. It really wasn't. There's a lot of darkness there. There's a lot of darkness in their art form. I'm just saying, sir. Hope you're having a good time in the game. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna turn it off now. I was not able to find the last button last time, and it was really annoying. Maybe it's like in a secret area, or like up somewhere, or... maybe it's under something? I think we just have to give it up for this one. Sorry. It was a very good game. I wouldn't say no to a bit of ice cream before I have to leave. Let me go check the fridge. This poor man had to play that for 4 hours. Let me eat outside on the balcony. I really like our cute little dog. I think they're like a sheep, they're like a sheep husky mix. It's very cute. Was that it on the overhead lights? Oh my god, was it on the overhead lights? Gamers never look up! Crap, I have to go back. Oh my god, the whole pint. You're gonna feel like garbage at work now, dude. Wow, I've got a serious problem with sweets. Oh, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna leave our dog outside, so I guess we're gonna leave our door open. Alright, time for work. Let's slowly head to the car. Slowly? Okay. I want to make it as accurate to his experience as possible. Hi, Mike. We're slowly heading to the car. Slowly. It's important. Not literally, I'm taking it very literally. Almost. Oh crap, I'm not on the driver's side. Slowly. Slower? How y'all doing? You having a good night? You enjoying this lore-accurate game that we're playing here? Slower? Kevin is. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs, Kevin. Slower? Too fast? Grandma speed? This is like, I don't know, like I think an ant could walk faster than we are right now. Put the Magnus Archives on! One press every 5 seconds. Okay. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. Crap. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. I am not going too fast. How dare you? Why count slow? This is... No, Mississippi is like... It takes 1 second to say. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3... 10? 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 6 Mississippi. 7 Mississippi. 8 Mississippi. 9 Mississippi. 10 Mississippi. That one wasn't even a step. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 6 Mississippi. If anyone saw this dude, they would assume he was, like, having a stroke or something, dude. We gotta just get to the car. I'll still go slow, but... Is Mississippi single? Ha 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 ha. Thank you so much, Sylpha, for gifting a sub to 6 Mississippi. I appreciate it. That's so fast. Slow down, Sonic, come on! We're walking like we're a 200-year-old man in a hurry. Okay, fine. I'm walking at an accurate speed to like a 100-year-old man. Okay, crap, we almost stumbled.
Alright. Almost. We're slowly going there.
I'm so sorry if the dev is seeing this. Remember when we had that talk earlier about whether or not people knew who I was? What if the dev were here and seeing this? Sir, we appreciate your artistry. You're a very artistic man. Not quite there. I'm just a smart, smug monster with this.
Alright.
Look up. Hey, I saw Gullible up there. If I were a dev, I would actually check Twitch to see if someone was playing my games. Yeah.
Alright, let's see here.
Now I feel like I'm 100 years old, dude. Now drive fast. That's how we do it. 100 miles an hour, baby.
Another day heading to work.
Oh, we live in a beautiful area.
And this road, it's like a roller coaster. I feel sick before I even clock in.
But it's beautiful here, dude.
Whatever. I'm almost there anyway.
You live like 5 minutes from your home. How can you complain? Like, tons of people live like an hour away from their work and they're just like, I do it. Minimum wage. Gotta do it, baby. Sometimes I take the bus. Why is the seat so low? We're in a lowrider. So, we're really low to the ground. It's called a lowrider. That's the ice cream, dude? Yeah, you can't eat a pint of ice cream before you go into work, man. 7:02 p.m.? I feel like the day it was like sand through our fingers. What's up, boys? How are you? I love the music.
Jack, you're finally here. Come on, hurry to the kitchen. We've got a lot of people.
Alright, relax. I'm going now. We can just lie. I had a car emergency. Sorry, we did this last time.
Whatever.
No. You weren't even, like, interested in, like, my cool, like, thing. I was spinning you tales. You should have been like, wow, that's crazy. Why did you bow?
Ugh, did this really have to happen to the car right now? Anyways, I have to go to the counter.
Oh, our car really did break down. You look so psychotic. And I'm not sure what your purpose is, because people order from here. Okay. Ads time? I think this is a good thing to play us into ads, because this looks like a schizophrenic mental breakdown as we just meditatively go towards the back storage room. This is where you can find all the ingredients you need to serve. Kitchen, this is where... Okay. Are you guys ready to make some raw beef pizza?
Right after this. Raw beef pizza coming up. Boom.
And we're back. Thank you so much for waiting, everyone. I hope that you enjoyed those lovely advertisements, or if you are subscribed, I hope you loved sitting here quietly. That's also an option. I can't believe I'm asking this, but Grimmi, what single slot toaster would you recommend? I don't think there's more than like one, dude. Did you finally decide that you only need one slice of bread in the morning? It could even be like the new diet trend. Like, you don't need more than one slice of bread. You know? It's like 100 calories or something, right? Like 50 calories, 100 calories, single slice, you know? I suggest the single slot toaster that can fit 2 slices. Okay. All right. Okay, we're back to it. We're back to it, okay? The Mitsubishi toaster, I think there is one that's like crazy expensive. It's like $280. You guys want to see some of my books that I got for Christmas? This entire stream, I've just been like forgetting to, like, I get up and I forget to text D, like, OJ Simpson didn't do it. Like, that's like what I've been looking forward to this whole stream. I keep forgetting though, because I know she's gonna be like, Grimmi, what? And then I get to explain it to her and she's gonna be like, whoa! Okay, I'll show you these books later. Alright. But it's true! Okay. A book? What's a book? I read a lot. I get a lot of books. I'll be the one person left that reads.
Late night, huh? Must be tough serving people at this hour, but I can imagine it gets pretty quiet and slow. But hey, at least you're making some great food, right? That's what the people say, the best in town! Anyway, do you make burgers here? Yeah, of course we do. I guess a cheeseburger, please. Would you like something to drink? Yes, sure, 1 cola, please. Say no more.
Bun, burger, cheese, pickle, ketchup. Bun, burger, cheese, pickle, crap, pickle, crap, pickle, ketchup. I like that this is how we do it. We cut everything in our hands in like a big giant mash. We wrap the burger. Ooh. We eat the thing. And then we need a cola. Do we get the cola from here or? Give me the cola. I had the same problem last time. I remember it fully now. Give me. Oh, well, maybe one day. Come on. Give me the cola. Please, I don't want to do this, please. Have you opened the fridge? I think it is open. I remember this is where we get the cola from. It might be a glitch. Oh, crap. Colas come from the vending machine? No. Can you help me? No, you're doing some real important work there. Okay, alright, I get it. Oh! Oh, you're gonna love this one, sir. 1 raw beef patty that was stored at room temperature. Cheese, pickle, and ketchup stored the same way, and buns, those are normally like that. Playing a little fastball there, and have some cola, too. I'm gonna go bother people. Okay. Hey, you doing well? No, you're not. That's okay. Is that a bathroom attendant? I suppose so. It's nice that he's at least outside of the bathroom. The E. coli tells you it's homemade? Yes. Oh. Money. This guy kind of looks like the G-Man. I don't think he will be the- no, okay, as he gets closer, no. Getting him to the bathroom costs extra- no!
Dude, I'm so hungry.
Well, then you've come to the right place.
1 chicken burger, please. With french fries.
Right away. Bun, chicken, lettuce, onion, potatoes. Kind of arbitrary, okay. Bun. Chicken, lettuce, onions, potatoes. Why does this one have this one? Whoa, double fries for you, sir. I didn't fry them. They're actually just room temperature potatoes I cut into little sticks, but you enjoy it. Have a good one. No need to cook anything? This legitimately feels like kind of like I think I said this last time, but this kind of feels like a kid made it. Like, it kind of feels like what a child would, like, think work was. Like, they have all of the ingredients back there, and they pick them up, and then you have your food. And it's really cool, right? So, like, that's what it's like. That's what it's like for your food. Yeah, no make pizza. Yeah, it's no bake pizza. Anyone else coming in? Anybody? Perhaps an adult on a tight schedule. It's true. We don't have time to wait for ingredients to be cooked. This is a brave new world. Lalo, thank you so much for the raid. Yo! A lot of fast food. US is pre-made, just heat and serve. That's true too, actually. A lot of it is just frozen. I had a really good chicken burger today, actually. I was really, really happy about it. Like, I get food, and then I'll, like, freeze it. So, like, I got, like, a really big, like, deep dish pizza recently, and I cut it up into squares, and then I just froze it. I felt really good about it. Okay, I think maybe our shift is over. I really hope it's not bugged. Jack, hurry up! Holy cow! Take a pepperoni pizza to table 9 and quickly. Alright, you gave me a heart attack. Come on now, Jack, cut it out. You've got a lot of work to do. Whatever you say. Pepperoni pizza. The table 9. I don't know what table is table 9, though. Oh, the man having an existential... Hello, sir! Did your entire family die today? That's the expression you're giving. Enjoy your meal, sir. I see that, yes, I was correct. Your entire family perished today. I can tell by the look on your face, yes. 8:56 p.m. Or 10:56 p.m. How did I do that? What kind of deep dish was it? Hawaiian deep dish. It's all vegan stuff, but like fake pepperoni, fake ham. Was good. I have it all frozen up. I can eat 1 square a day comfortably. Why do they have corridors playing at the pizzeria? I don't know. Ah, I needed this after a long, exhausting day at work. They make you pay for your soda here? What the hell? Time to flip the store sign to closed. Hey. Your family too, huh? I'm so sorry. Alright. Before my shift ends, I still have a few tasks to take care of. I think probably... Yeah, the floor needs cleaning. I better find that mop. Okay. I remember seeing it right here. I love when they make you do mundane little tasks like this, though. I feel like we have 2, like, big developers that do this type of stuff. The guys that make Fears to Fathom and Chilla's Art. Those are the 2, like, you do basic everyday human tasks and, like, you kind of live a journey like this, you know? Kind of stain is that alien blood? Men just started throwing up blue vomit. It's the new pastime. I don't know why, but my brain just really... I'm gonna say a curse word and I'm very sorry. I don't know why, but my brain was just like, you need to say, they're calling it Sonic Shittin'. It's the new thing in town. Yeah, we tighten up the tables, but it's the new thing in town. Everyone's doing it. They take food coloring. They drink it, they eat it. And then they crap all over the ground. They call it Sonic Shittin'. There we go. Sometimes God works through you, and you just feel like you need to let a specific thought out into the world. You know, something's bigger than you sometimes. There you go. there you are. Blue food coloring with the few laxatives.
Yeah, they're calling it sonic shitting. It's happening all over town now. It's the new craze.
I left my food in the kitchen.
I get a pizza.
Time for dinner. The phone is ringing. No one else can do anything around here, I suppose. That's fine. You called the best pizzeria in town. How may I help you?
Good evening, Jack. It's the boss.
Boss, hello, tell me.
How's everything going at the pizzeria?
Everything's perfect, boss. I just closed the restaurant.
Good job, Jack. I noticed that you've been working hard lately. So I'd like to reward you for your hard work. For that reason, you're the new employee of the month. Congratulations.
Seriously? Thank you so much. You won't regret it.
I should do that for Saucy and make everyone kill each other. It's not a good idea.
I hope so. So tomorrow, the day after, you have days off. Come back to work on Monday.
Thank you very much, boss.
Goodbye, Jack.
Wait, that looked really funny. What was that?
Yeah, man, finally. I have to tell Dave. You did great, I guess.
Wait, Yama, send me it. I wanted to see what that was. That looked interesting.
Look at that smile. Oh, look at that smile. What happened, Jack? Who was on the phone?
I have really great news.
Well, let me guess. You won the jackpot and you're never coming back to work?
I'll come back to work, but starting Monday.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
You're looking at the new employee of the month.
Congratulations, Jack. That's really great.
Thank you so much, Dave.
So, how are you going to spend your day off?
I'm thinking of going to my country house for a while. You have a country house and you have your own house and a pizza man salary? Good for you, but I'm jealous. They've come here and said the exact same thing before. They have?
Well, what is it? I want to see.
Sorry, I shouldn't be that nosy, I guess.
Perfect. Have a great time and get some rest. Thank you. There's only one problem. Like what? Can I help with something?
Well, my car's broken down.
I'll take you with my car, don't worry.
You really mean that?
Of course. It would be a shame for you not to go.
You're the best, Dave.
I'll come tomorrow and pick you up from your house.
Perfect. Take care.
I'm going home to rest. Be ready for tomorrow.
All right, have a good rest. Our best friend that just lost his entire family and got into the horrible sonic shittin' thing. It's ruining his life. It's truly sad. 11:47 p.m. This game was written by a rich person? I assume it's written by like a 13-year-old. Like, not in a rude way, just... Phew, thank goodness, I have Dave. I really wasn't in the mood to take a taxi. I need to get my things ready quickly and slowly head to bed. Oh no. Suitcase is in my room. Hi, puppy. It was a bunch of nonsense gibberish? Oh.
Cool. I hadn't seen it before, sorry. He's made more than one account to spam it. Ooh. Well, thank you, Kevin. Thank you again for gifting 5 subs. I'm sorry that we're going to be going to the stairs for the next 20 minutes.
This game's title is silly. Terrors to Unveil.
I think it's because they wanted to do something like Fears to Fathom. I like it.
We're slowly doing this because it said slowly. Use a random descriptor. I'ma follow it. This is important to me.
Things get ready quickly. It didn't say that. Horrors to comprehend. That'd be cool. What would you name your series? Anxieties to anticipate, I think.
You're moving too ubiquitously.
Thank you, Magnum Beef, for being here for 7 months. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I should probably also say thank you to Lala once again. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure I missed nothing. Oh. Oh. Misidentified Michael Jackson? Numerous which... Oh. Oh. Oh, wow. Also, thank you, Jack, for the 100 bits. I missed that. And thank you, Winner, for the 100 bits. Gaspar, oh goodness. I appreciate it. And thank you, Kevin, for being here for 2 months. My brain won't let me see reality as it is. I'm sorry. We're gonna continue walking, though. Don't worry, Kevin. We'll get there. This is reality right now. Oh, it said to get things ready quickly, then slowly head to bed. Oh, okay, thank God. Thank you for letting me know.
Yo, what's with that face? Smile a little. You saw your brother, not a ghost, for heaven's sake.
Why does everyone do this to me?
Yeah, hi, Mike. You know, there's also a thing called a doorbell.
Mike, you look haunted.
You should know me. I always like to make a dramatic entrance. You should have seen the look on your face.
You're never going to grow up, are you?
Anyway, Mr. Serious Guy, I've got good news. I'm staying with you for a few days.
If I remember correctly, you got a girlfriend, too. Just saying. You can't stay with your girlfriend?
Well, you know how it is. We had a fight and she kicked me out again, so I came to keep my dear brother some company.
I see, but unfortunately you have to stay on your own.
You won the jackpot and we're moving to Hawaii for good?
No. Are all of you in on this today or something? Yeah, no.
Come on, tell me already. Don't leave me in suspense.
I'm heading out. I'll be at our country house for 2 days.
That's awesome. Can I come with you?
I'd like to be alone for a bit, but maybe next time.
I understand. Okay, no problem. I guess I'll stay here and look after the house then.
That would be perfect, thank you.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I did something on your computer and I think it might have downloaded a virus.
Here we go again. It's okay, though.
Yeah, sorry about that. Anyways, I'm gonna head to my room and lie down for a bit. Let me know when you fix the computer.
Sweet dreams! Great, now I feel guilty. Why? I love my brother a lot, but sometimes he can be a bit annoying. He did just enter our house and try to scare the crap out of us. We only need to spend some time alone and unwind in the countryside. I get you. Mm-hmm. He has his own room here, though? Let me fix the computer first, then I'll pack my suitcase. Zombie game is updating. It's at 67%, it says. Your system may be infected with viruses. A system scan discovered 27 critical security weaknesses. Potential consequences include... Okay, crap. No! Oh god, we're an idiot. Oh god, we're an idiot. No! Hope you've been well, Magnum Beef. Merry Christmas to you all as well. A late Merry Christmas, but it's beautiful. I was not fixing the computer.
Time to pack my things into the suitcase.
Search every room in the house? Can't we clean that first? Oh, we have to figure all the things we want to take. We have a gigantic house. It's like a 4-bedroom, dude. I don't know. This is absurd to me. I guess we're good here. We use that bathroom for some reason? I guess that's okay. Hey, buddy. Alright, that's fine. You want a blanket, maybe? I don't know, anything? Wait, it said to slowly pack our things. No, it said to quickly pack and then slowly go to bed. 1 second. Someone's at the door, I think. I'll be right back. There we go. I'm all good. I did not die. Sorry about that, though. I left my garage open, and my neighbor came by, and was very, very nice, and told me to be open. So, she didn't die. I did not die. Okay, and we're back to it, baby. All right. Sorry about that, though. All right, cool. Such a nice guy. I appreciate it. Search every room in the house. Oh, okay. My laptop. Time for sleep. Oh, crap. It's time. I'm new here and I just want to say your model's very cool and unique. Thank you! I'm so happy I get to meet you. And you can look forward to the 45 minutes we're going to spend going to our room in this video game. I did not attack the neighbors with the hammer. He was just very nice. How do we know you're the real Grimmi? I'm the only Grimmi there is. I was a little afraid at first, just because, I think my neighbor was a little bit tipsy. And I was like, oh god, he's gonna murder me, but nope. I'm okay. Oh, no worries, no worries. Can I show you something cool? Really quick? Actually, wait. It reminded me of something. Wait here. Wait here. Wait here. Wait here. Wait here. Wait here. Wait here.
something to show you. I think you're gonna like it. Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
Okay. Alright, this is kind of heavy. Okay. Alright, you ready? Ugh.
It's weird. I don't know where it came from, but it's just showed up. It's strange, isn't it? It's kind of odd. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah. I don't know what it is. But,
Yeah. We'll have to figure that out in the future. Taste it?
I know what it tastes like.
Drink it? No. But we'll have to see what it is. I don't know. It could be anything. It's crazy, right? So, we'll see what it is. We'll see what it is. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, crap. I think this one got a little bit... Okay, but, like, yes, I don't know what it could be. It could be anything. No, clip it! Yeah, baby! There we go. I've had it. Also, I think everyone eats random stuff on stream. There's people that eat chalk and, like, dirt and stuff. I'm not strong enough. Earthy like mushrooms or almondy? We'll see what that was. I don't know what it was. It was like an interference almost came over the stream. I'm thirsty. You'll see it again someday. Yeah. My mom got me hot sauce with the little skull-shaped bottles for Christmas. Oh, that's so cute! The person who made this probably lives in a massive house who doesn't understand how malware, making food, or cars work, but doesn't believe freedom of dialogue, choice, and yeah, I guess so. Shows us new books at some point too. Oh yeah, if you want to see those books, they're kind of interesting. I've got a few esoteric ones and stuff. I forgot who I was talking to earlier, but they were like, oh, I'm getting into esoteric stuff again. I was like, yeah. I think it was Mal. Sorry if it wasn't Mal. It was probably Mal. I don't remember. I'm so sorry. My head has not been working lately. But, like, I'm hoping to find more people that are into esoteric, horrifying stuff beyond, like, abominations, but, like, not in, like, a way where they think it's real and going to kill them. Because that kind of is, like, a little bit much for me. I can use some esoteric recommendations. Ooh! Then do I have one for you? Almost there. So close. We gotta do this slowly. Come on. Let me have the prompt. I can't turn the light off. We sleep with the lights on because we're afraid of death. Come on. Come on, go! Go, go, go! Slowly. Come on. I don't want to have to... Please never use the descriptor slowly again, please. Please don't do it. Please, I'm begging you. I beg of you. All right. It is what it is. We do what we have to. Finally, a bit of peace. Dude, it feels awesome when, like, you work a hard day's work and, like, then you go to sleep. You just rest. Like, when you hit that bed, it's like, ooh. Day off. That's the name of the game, baby. Ah, the drive is so peaceful. Yeah, the scenery really relaxes you.
You're wearing your pizza uniform. Hey, buddy, we're almost there. Hang in there. Oh, also have a good time, Ray. Have a good one. Have a good night and stay spooky. Thank you, you too.
You know, at some point I'd like to leave this. Oh, you know, at some point I'd like to leave the city and live permanently in the countryside. Everything is so different and peaceful.
That's what we look like? A meese!
I hope that for you. I'd like to do the same one day myself.
Double mooses. Double meeses. Triple. Oh my god, quadruple. Oh, so many mooses, so many meeses.
Can't wait to get there. It's been so long. I last went to that place.
So many of them.
You can't hold yourself. I see you're eager to go. Try to relax a little until we get there. Anyways, we'll be at our destination soon.
Your puppies are never that calm in the car? Aww.
Day 1, 3:08 p.m.
Elks are gang stalking us. No!
Alright, it didn't say to go slowly. Great, the house, if I remember correctly, is nearby.
Hi, people. Hi, puppy. Wait, are they called Helks? Is that...
Let me grab my suitcase first. I'm way ahead of you, buddy. We already got this.
This is like a snowstorm, dude. Apparently huskies are always just fine with snow. They'll even sleep it and just be like, yo, what up? Oh, pretty though. God, I want to live somewhere where it snows. Wouldn't that be amazing? Huskies love snow. That's so cool. I want to live somewhere where it snows and it rains a lot. Like, although... I think, like, my seasonal depression is related to, like, events and, like, celebrations. Like, not, like, other stuff. I guess it'd be more concerning if it were just open.
Alright. The door is faulty. I forgot about that.
Oh.
I always leave a spare key somewhere in the backyard.
What? Why would you need a spare key? Hi, puppy. I think I'm... I think I used you as, like, a little stool there. We can do this as quickly as we want. Rock? No. Rock? No. Come on. In here? No. Rock? But it's been a great winter so far. Have you guys been having nice winter weather where you are? Out the snow. Can't deny it, though it's cool. And thick snow makes outside super quiet. It's peaceful. I throw some... That sounds really nice, honestly. Ethereal. Ooh. We moved 2 rocks. It's gotta be around here somewhere, right? Hey, buddy. I'm sorry. You're a husky, at least, so this is like your prime time. It's been 80 degrees highs all Christmas week for me in Texas. Oh, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Alright, there's gotta be something. I don't know how to get into this. Oh god. None of the other rocks move! Oh crap. Buddy, it's gonna be okay. We won't starve to death out here. We won't die in the snow. We're gonna be fine. Our friend just dropped us off. We're gonna die out. I actually listened to something about someone dying in this exact situation. Like, today. It was really upsetting, but, like, apparently, like, 2, like, elderly women, like, they were dropped off in front of their house and couldn't figure out how to get in, and then they were elderly, so they couldn't, like, make it inside or, like, find a way to get in. They didn't have phones and stuff. But, sorry, you didn't need to know about this. I could have taken that to my grave. You didn't have to feel that darkness. Throw? Where is this? Oh! Oh, these can be moved. Yeah, baby! It is very sad. I don't think it was dementia. I think it was just they couldn't get into their home because they didn't have a key and it was too cold. They were like in their 90s though. Come on, buddy. Throw your suitcase on the bed. Sure, okay. It's very dark in here. There's a generator for power in the shed. I like how he just settles in. You settle in, baby. You settle in, baby boy. If they're in their 90s, then yeah, physical limit. Yeah, they couldn't, like, get through a window. They couldn't, like, it was rough. Oh, puppy. Oh, much better now. Yeah, this looks nice. Who doesn't make sure they're inside before leaving? I think it was, like, just one of their daughters or something. Like, someone that was just like, oh, okay. My stomach is killing me. I gotta eat. But first I have to chop some wood to heat the oven. That sucks. Really? Really? Okay, that's fine. Let's go chop some wood. That sucks, though. I built a log cabin once. I kind of like to make... Oh, really? That's awesome. Congratulations. I know that now also there's, like, Amazon cabins and stuff you can get for, like, 2K or something. Or, like, not 2K, 20K, sorry. The dollar isn't that strong. Where do I chop wood? Maybe in here? Oh, no. I'm not very adept. I don't know where a wood carving area would be. Come on, man. Come on. Where are you? Give me a little bit of something. Come on. Amazon is the new Sears. Just order a modular house. You could order a modular house. Sit next to the generator for heat. Yeah. Is it over this way? First find the axe. Very good plan. How much wood would a Grimmi chop if a Grimmi could chop wood? Probably like one and then go like, why did I think that would be fun? I don't want to do this again. Like most women would. It's like, I'm gonna chop wood, it's gonna be so fun. I do know how to start a little fire though. Like if you need like someone to start like a fire with the fireplace. There we go. 3 trees? We're gonna chop down trees? Okay. I guess that's where it all comes from, but it seems barbaric. Unfortunately, late it would seem. You're not late. These are barely babies, no! No, what about the other trees? This is horrible, the humanity. You can lift like 2 libs, you can split wood. Ooh, cool. I can do that. I know, they're baby boys. This wouldn't be very good burn-in wood. This person doesn't know what burn-in wood is. It would not make this. Alright, let's put it in the oven now. That is not how that works. You have to cure the... Like, you have to, like, let it, like, sit outside or, like, you... Hey! Hey! It's no one strange. I must have seen wrong, I guess. No, I'm gonna go follow them. Whatever. Pardon me, it's cold out here. Whew. There we go. I'm afraid that, like, the way I play video games is eventually gonna be how I just act, so I'm just gonna start running around and follow people and just be like, hey, hey! As they go like, God, I was gonna murder that woman, what do I do now? She's screaming at me and brandishing a gun! Well, it's a nice firewood, though. That's a nice fireplace. Ooh. Hey, buddy, you happy? Good thing I thought to pack some canned food in my suitcase. Yes, that would, ravioli, baby. It'll be ready in a few seconds. Ooh, I'm gonna go stare outside and see if we can see the person trying to murder us. Ow! That kind of scared me. That's a little silly! Hey, DJ Penguin, what's up? It's a good way to scare them. Loud and alerting tends to oh, so, brandishing a gun at the foot of her bed, screaming at death. Yeah! There you go. Oh, think it's ready now. Let me get a plate. What about our puppy? Time to eat. What about our puppy? Where's my axe?
Who was that?
Someone I'm gonna kill with my axe.
Stay here, baby boy.
Alright, where's my baby boy? Puppy. Puppy didn't bark, so maybe it was a hallucination. Very good point, actually. The dog would be going mad if it were someone with ill intent. Is that our brother?
Whoa, man, sorry. I didn't mean to scare you.
I didn't do either of these things. Okay. I was about to go to sleep.
My bad, I kind of popped up out of nowhere.
Who are you?
I'm Luke. Nice to meet you.
I'm Jack. What brings you here?
Oh, right. I forgot to mention it earlier. I'm your neighbor.
Interesting. How long have you been staying here?
I've been living out here for the past few months. Life in the city just isn't for me.
I feel the same way lately.
Yeah. Are you planning to live here permanently, Jack?
Just for a few days? I wish I could, but no. No, but hopefully someday.
Hope you do someday. And are you alone here?
I'm here with my best buddy, my dog.
That's cute. Anyways, it was great meeting you, Jack. See you around. Take care.
Same here, Luke. See ya.
By the way, avoid going out at night. It can be dangerous around here.
You probably know better. Thanks. You made a new friend. Yay! Bye, Jack. Did you introduce yourself? No. Everything had been perfectly normal and calm, almost peaceful. But on that first night, something unsettling broke the silence. A sudden knock at the door. It echoed through the house, sharp and unexpected, sending a chill down my spine. Wait, how did he know my name was Jack? Oh, Luke and Jack. Huh?
Huh? Who would be here at this hour?
Where's my axe?
I don't see anything. Let me grab my flashlight from my suitcase.
Oh, very nice flashlight physics. One second, boy. I'll be right back. Okay.
My God, what is that thing? Who left this here and why?
That is really weird.
Maybe I should let Luke know, but I don't know how to get in contact with him, and I don't know where he lives.
Just lock your door.
Wouldn't be a bad idea for me to look around the area a bit.
Yes, it would. Are you insane? Are you... This is the dumbest person that's ever been alive. How do you own a home? What, did you just luck into everything in your entire life? This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, dude. You should not be out here. Oh. This must be Luke's house. Nope.
Day 2, 2:06 p.m.
He has the survival instincts of a chicken sandwich. Yeah. Speaking of which, Vesper, how you doing? Not that you have the survival instincts of a chicken sandwich. They're just heavily featured and... Okay. Oh, crap. Our dog's pissed. Buddy! Buddy, you shouldn't be out here. Buddy? Also, we came out here just to use the laptop? Buddy, get inside. Cooper, are you here, buddy? What's this axe doing here? Buddy? The dog has to teleport. I wonder whose it is. Oh, it's those creepy eye trees. Anyways, I better head back to the cabin. I need to chop some wood. He opened the door. He's a smart boy. He is. Also, yo, Digi, what's up? How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are you? I hope your Christmas was nice. I hope your Christmas was wonderful. I just got here. What we playing? We playing, Not Fears to Fathom. Huh? Buddy, you got me a walkie-talkie.
It seems you've received my little gift. So, what did you think of it?
Wait, 1 second.
It seems you've received my little gift. So, what did you think of it?
What is that, Luke?
It's a walkie-talkie. This way we can talk to each other when we're far apart. Oh, it's you, Luke? Yeah.
Thank you so much for the gift.
So, how was your first day here?
Perfect. I really needed all this.
I'm glad. You didn't notice anything unusual, right?
The truth is, no, everything was perfectly fine. Yeah, something was weird.
What do you mean? Because I've experienced a few strange incidents myself, but I try not to pay it too much attention.
I saw a dead animal in a cage. To be honest, I don't feel very safe.
Wow, that's definitely very unusual. The truth is, sometimes I hear whistling coming from the forest, but that's about it. I haven't seen anything that's actually scared me.
Honestly, I don't know what to do. Maybe we should call the police?
I don't think that's a good idea. I'll come over there in a bit, and we'll figure out what to do.
Alright, Luke, I'll be waiting for you. Come on, buddy, back inside. Why are we walkie-talkie? He's our neighbor! Mike? Bros before snows? Oh! We're the brother now.
Wow, I've been playing for so many hours, I'm gonna fry my brain at this point. It's awesome. I feel good about that. A break wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's go see what I can eat out of my brother's fridge. Yeah, I'm thirsty. Let's go. Oh, yeah, we got the milk, baby, yeah. Oh, straight from the carton. I'm the worst person ever. Let's go.
How long has that been there? It tastes like lemon juice. Oh my god, dude.
Oh, let me go check the car. Jack said it broke down.
Find the problem with the car.
Well, I'm no car expert.
Huh.
But it looks like it's blue.
Maybe a tire? Oh.
Seriously now, the tire's flat. Was that the serious problem the car had? Huh. That's nothing. Good thing I had a spare in storage room upstairs in my room. Okay, I live here.
Where are our parents? What's going on in this game? What is up with me? I'm a weird person. I'm a weird person. I don't have a car, but I have a spare tire. I'm a weird dude.
That was simple. This man can't do without me. I'll figure out what I'll do. I'll go surprise him at the country house.
This child is a demon, but he'll probably save his brother's life.
I remember we used to come here with our family when we were kids. Where did those years go? A moose. A meese. How are you? I think I had a really good idea. Jack is going to be thrilled, I'm sure of it.
This guy sucks. It's awesome, though.
Just like, I don't want to be around anyone. I'll hang out with you a little later. Meeses, mooses, all kinds of them. Wow.
Dude said he wanted to be alone. We're probably going to save his life, though. Jack. That was a moose in my brain. 8:17 p.m. Yeah, he also didn't call him or anything either. Like, he could have sent him like a cell phone message just like, hey, buddy.
Ah, that's it. Could anyone ask for anything more than that? Peace and quiet, far away from the hustle and bustle of the city.
You're damn right, Luke.
Alright, Jack, tell me what happened. You sounded upset earlier when we talked.
Someone left something outside my door, you know?
Right, the truth is nothing like that has ever happened to me while staying here.
I don't know, man.
I haven't seen anything strange, although...
What? Tell me.
Just so you know, I've heard things sometimes, but it's probably just my imagination.
Be a little more specific, man. Stop! You just need to tell me what's going on. You don't need to wait for me to interject. Be more specific.
The eyes. Nothing unusual if you think about it. We're living in the middle of a forest. You know, sounds of branches snapping, and sometimes maybe a whistle or two.
I don't know if I've heard that, but yeah, you know, it's kind of similar.
See? So don't worry. That whistling I heard was probably the wind. Relax.
The thing I saw was strange, though.
You're not wrong. Try to forget about it. You know what? If you see anything again, let me know immediately.
If something happens again, we better inform the police.
Huh? Did you hear that?
What thing? What did you hear? I heard the twig snapping too.
It came from over there, that direction.
I hope you're not messing with me. This is nothing. Let's get out of here.
Boo! Sorry, but I've been wanting to do that for so...
You can't speak in emojis, you mother... Cut it out!
Anyway, I think it's time for us to go, don't you think?
Alright, Luke, take care. We should get some rest. All of these are also options that you could just... They're kind of interchangeable.
But things didn't get any better. It's not exactly the best feeling knowing you're alone in the middle of the forest inside a cabin. A lot of strange things can happen out there. If I'd known what was coming, I would have never come to this place in the first place. What's going on here? Cooper? Where did you go, buddy?
Stop going outside. How do you open doors? The dog better be okay.
I need to find him and bring him back to the cabin. It's really dark. I better take my flashlight.
Where is it? Close the door. Fine, he's gonna steal my laptop.
Strange, he doesn't usually act like this. He must have heard something, probably.
Dude, stop going outside! Damn, dude, you're a smart dog.
What's going on here? What could... what's happening? Who could have done this?
Come on, let's go inside, dude.
We need to grab the walkie-talkie from the cabin. I need to let Luke know.
Come on, buddy. I know you can't run or move, but come on. The dog won't move. Oh, come on. I bet they're already in here. Lost. Hopelessness.
Luke, can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Luke? What's that sound coming from? What sound? Oh, that's a glitch. It's cool though, it's kind of scared me. Someone's in our cabin. Oh god, this is it.
Luke, no! Who did this to you? We need to get out of here now.
Oh god, doggy run!
Oh my god, quick, to the cabin!
Where's my dog? I can't move. This is it. He's one of the 500 trucking serial killers. Dude, how did you know that guy was bad? You haven't seen the body. But good job, little bro! Woo! 499, baby!
Tear. That was the only word that can describe my 2-day stay there. I survived by pure luck. A matter of inches. All thanks to my brother. Even though I told him I wanted to be alone, his immaturity ended up saving my life. Unfortunately, Luke wasn't as lucky. After what felt like hours, the police finally arrived. Thankfully, while the attacker was still unconscious, we managed to restrain him.
Dang it.
There's no chance I'll ever visit that cabin again. At least not alone. I've never learned why that man did all of this. I've never seen him before in my life. Maybe he was just some deranged creep who wanted to destroy a stranger's life. That's my best guess. Sickness, that's all it was.
Ooh, baby. What happened to the dog? Dog was fine, I think. I think the dog just stared at that, like, elk corpse and went like, I don't know, this is kind of cool, come look at it again. Where's my dog? We still buy dog food, we're okay. Ooh, all natural dog food. Yay! He's okay! Oh! We got a puppy, man! Let's go, baby! He's got a little buddy, and his little brother's relaxing. That's nice. Oh, that's not their size at all. But oh, how cute! Oh, that's nice. The main character will never live alone again. Yeah, he has probably a very intense mental issue now. Thank you very much for playing the second episode of the series Terrors to Unveil. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to add the third episode of the series to your wishlist. I would love to, baby. I will definitely play the next one. I think they're getting better and better. Did not expect a cute ending? I thought it was really adorable. Ooh. You know what? That was adorable. Thank you. He's holding a raccoon mask. I feel like some stuff got cut from development. I think these games are fun. They're very cutesy and just like, yeah, you know, you bought it. Try to refund it, man. You bought it. You enjoyed it. You can't do that. Okay. So, let's see here. Room 404 was really good. You know what we could play a little bit of next? How about we do a video and then we do a game? I have an idea. We do a video, then a game. Then we play, maybe, if we're still going and we still have energy, maybe we do some Magnus. Some might say it was doggone adorable. It was doggone adorable. Yeah. Here. So, here's what I want to watch. Chilling Scares has one, so we're not gonna watch the conspiracy one again. That was too much, dude. Oh goodness. Video game? Yeah, we're gonna watch one that will be less like what we were looking at before. So 1 second. Okay. Here you go. Chilling Scares came out with a video. I'm a big fan of Chilling Scares. You guys are a big fan of Chilling Scares. This one will not be as scary as the other one. This will probably be nice. So let me let me give you that video link too. If you would like to check this out yourself or go subscribe to the person that made it, there is the video link. Which one is it? This one is 5 Most Disturbing Internet Rabbit Holes. So, I like this guy. He doesn't usually do any, he doesn't do, like, any, animal abuse stuff or, like, anything like that would upset people, like, usually. Like, it's all very fun. It's all very good, so please enjoy these 5 Most Disturbing Internet Rabbit Holes. Then we're probably gonna be playing, I hope you guys are ready for it. The Devil is in the Details. Ooh! That one's a very fun Spot the Anomaly game. It's got a very, like, posh British man that talks in it, too. I love it. Let me...
October 18th, 2025, a UFC Fight Night match between Brendan Allen and
2025,
Ryan
recent.
de Ritter in Vancouver went viral across the internet. But not because of the fight itself.
Thank you, Catholic.
Instead, the moment that caught everyone's attention happened during Brendan's walkout. A small handful of people noticed that as he was making his way to the octagon, a fan flashed his phone to the camera for a split second, showing what looked like a very disturbing image. What a lot of people thought was the picture of a lifeless body lying on the ground. What made this already creepy incident even more disturbing was when the camera moved a bit further and showed the person who was holding the phone. He was wearing a luchador-inspired wrestling mask, likely to hide his identity, all while looking directly at the camera with an unsettling, almost psychotic smile on his face.
Well, that's
which
weird.
begs the question, what was this picture, and why did he show it on live TV to an audience of millions? Reverse image searching the picture on the phone doesn't bring up any similar results, and no one has been able to link it to some movie or TV show either. In other words, the person holding the phone likely took the picture themselves. And judging from what it looks like, the most disturbing explanation that comes to mind is that the man in the luchador mask had killed the person in the photo. The person appeared to have heavy bruises, including black eyes and possibly a bloody mouth. Even if they were alive, they appeared to be in serious danger, possibly after being kidnapped by the perpetrator. And while this might sound absurd at first, it's definitely a real possibility to consider.
Yeah, a lot of people are
countless
talking
killers
about
throughout
it.
history who craved attention and deliberately left behind clues to become famous. Maybe this particular killer thought showing off their crime on TV was the best way to receive that attention. And with the virality and discussion online, he certainly achieved that goal. On a similar note, this could also be a ransom kidnapping situation, where the stunt was meant to publicly prove the victim was still alive to their family.
Okay.
Especially since sending the photo directly would risk law enforcement.
No. Like, how would they even... How would they know where to get the person back from it? It looks like they abducted, like, an elderly person or something. That just looks like someone ate a cherry pop and just sleeping somewhere. Yeah, it could also just be a random weird photo, I assume. So kind of weird. Some people think gore, animal cruelty, good horror. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't mind macabre or scary things, but, like, I prefer animals being okay. And children. Like, young children, it's like, oh.
Tracing it back to the kidnappers. That said, there are a few notable innocent theories suggesting the opposite that have likely kept law enforcement from conducting any real investigation. Some have suggested that this was nothing more than a prank. As a user on Reddit speculated, "To me, it looks like some college-aged guy laying on a bathroom floor with makeup on. Could be a dude who got so drunk his mates decided to mess with him by drawing on his face or putting makeup on him, then took a picture. One of them decided to shame him even further by flashing it at the UFC when he knew the cameras would be broadcasting." It's also possible that it could be a deliberate attempt to create a creepy hoax, especially since it happened fairly close to Halloween. Cropping out just the phone and brightening up the image also makes it look a bit more like a regular photo. Some argue that now it looks...
It kind of looks like him. Maybe he just wanted people to see a naked photo of him? Maybe it was a video even or something?
like a man simply sunbathing on an outdoor lounge chair with a pool in the background. But why would someone be motivated to show something like this if it really was an innocent picture? At the end of the day, all of these theories are just guesses, and any number of things could really be going on here, innocent or disturbing. Because the masked man's identity was never revealed, we will likely never know for sure. Buried alive in Brazil.
Oh!
In January 2018, a 37-year-old Brazilian woman...
Okay, these might be disturbing, actually. Quick thing, disturbing content warning. That's not great. Come to Brazil. Don't say that right now. Give it a little bit. Give it a little bit, man. Give it a little bit. No, just give it a little time.
woman named Rosangela Almeida was going about her day when she suddenly collapsed out of nowhere. She was rushed to the hospital where doctors found that she had experienced 2 cardiac arrests. She was in critical condition and eventually passed away on January 28 after barely clinging to life for a few days in the ICU. Her family held a memorial service for her that evening, and she was buried in the Sonora Santana Cemetery near her hometown. Her remains were placed in a wooden casket which was encased in a solid concrete tomb. Losing her at such a young age was devastating for her family, and especially her mother. What none of them knew, however, was that their grief was about to take a dark, tragic turn. You see, a day after her burial, reportedly, people living next to the cemetery started hearing noises from graves. These included the sound of someone banging their hands against a hard surface, as well as a faint scream in some instances.
Well, go out there and check!
The neighbors initially brushed off the noises as a prank by children, something that apparently happened often enough for them to ignore the noises entirely. But several days passed, and the sounds did not stop. It wasn't until 11 days later that someone realized that the sounds were coming directly from Rosangela's grave. The neighbors immediately alerted her family upon making this discovery, fearing that she might have been falsely declared deceased and was still alive when buried. What made the situation even more concerning was the fact that Rosangela had been suffering from fainting spells ever since she was little. The time she spent unconscious had
Oh. A lot of these rabbit holes are just stories. Yeah, these are just stories. This is an especially horrible one. So it looks like they just got a little bit they jumped the gun on it. Don't they like embalm the bodies? I guess they just did the funeral really quickly. And then she was okay. In the 19th century, this was so common that they put a rope connected to a bell with many coffins. Yeah, Jack, I remember that. Well, I don't remember that. I wasn't, like, around for that, but, like... also, thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Luke, who unfortunately is no longer with us. And the Lurker from Beyond, thank you so much for being here for 9 months. Greetings from Beyond, where dogs mysteriously appear out of nowhere on your bed, pixelated... Oh, that's nice, in a pixelated universe. Thank you. I feel like there's, like... It just sucks that no one went out there and was like, oh my god, she's in this coffin, we need to help her. Like, you'd assume if she was doing that for 11 days.
Also been increasing over the years. Maybe she was just passed out when the hospital staff incorrectly declared her dead. Family, friends, and neighbors rushed to the cemetery and opened her coffin, hoping to save her, with some people recording the whole event. Sadly, Rosangela was showing no signs of life. However, the people who touched her body exclaimed that she was still a bit warm to the touch, implying that she was at least alive up until very recently. Later reports also claimed that the nails in the coffin were looser than they were when she was buried, and that there were injuries on her wrists and blood marks on the inside of the coffin that weren't present before. Even the pieces of cotton placed in her nose and ears were knocked out. Most importantly, witnesses reported that she didn't seem nearly decomposed enough for someone who had died 11 days earlier. After the casket was exhumed, Rosangela was taken back to a nearby hospital where she was pronounced dead for a second time and buried once again.
Stop burying her!
The question everyone had on their mind, however, was whether she was buried alive the first time. Her family, and particularly her mother, believed that was the case. Testimony from other people also seemed to back this conclusion, with one neighbor stating, "There were more than 500 people who came here and packed the cemetery. Everybody went to see, lots of people touched her foot, and everybody saw that she was still warm. She wasn't cold." Now, there are countless real stories of people tragically getting buried alive by accident, with many eventually passing away in the coffins before they could be rescued. And while the vast majority of these stories are from before we had modern medical tech, errors still do happen to this day. Just a few years ago, a Chinese woman was declared dead and sent to the funeral home before being discovered to be still alive. So the idea of the same thing happening to Rosangela was a real possibility, especially when we consider the fainting spells she experienced her whole life. However, despite all the reports and supposed evidence, both the doctors and investigators stayed adamant that she had passed away before her
This is so sad. Like, literally, like, a bunch of people ran over to help her.
That she was already in a serious, irreversible condition when she arrived at the hospital. From there, she was put under an intense level of monitoring to observe all her vitals closely. So, there was no way he could have falsely assumed her to be dead under those conditions. As for the slower decomposition, that was explained by the result of her being on strong antibiotics while she...
Not to be that guy, but hospitals make a lot of mistakes. Hospitals are constantly being sued for doing really, really insane, crazy stuff. But yeah, people could have also been hysterical. Wasn't something similar to this The Origin of Vampires? Oh, cool. But I don't think that was this, though. We investigated ourselves and found no wrong in doing. Yes, exactly. Just like a company goes like, oh, we found that, the dead woman did it. It was somehow her fault. And then they move on. So I'd say it's a 50-50 whether she was actually alive. Like, a lot of people could have just run up and gone like, no, she's totally alive. And stuff like that. So, but like the amount of hospitals that like just accidentally kill people by giving them the wrong medication, like not to make you should still go to a hospital. Like you do need to go there and stuff, but it's one of the #1 causes of death in like a lot of different countries. So you still need to go to a hospital though. So, you've seen an X-ray tech image a newborn? Oh my god, more than they should be. That's horrible. I'm gonna go now if you need to. Great motivation. Why not? No, don't. No hospital. I wouldn't go to a hospital right at this moment if I had to. What I miss? We are talking about hospitals accidentally killing people. CO2 could have taken her in the coffin. Yeah. So she would have died of like eventually like not having enough air. Like I think like that like pocket of like air. Like let's see. Even if it wasn't sealed perfectly, she'd probably have, like, what, like a few days at most, so... Okay, anyway.
She was in the hospital.
I wouldn't be able to give you surgery, Grimmi fan 73. I'm sorry, I would try, but I would kill you. I'm sorry, I don't want to.
The case also became major news across Brazil, with many even accusing the police of not doing a proper investigation to protect the hospital and the doctors. So, what really happened? Was Rosangela actually buried alive? From everything I was able to find, it's not likely. For instance, many people reported her body being warm to the touch after opening the casket, suggesting she was alive up until recently. However, even if we assume that she was buried alive, there's no way she would have had enough air in the tomb to stay alive for 11 days straight. Giving it the benefit of the doubt, let's assume there was a hole somewhere in the tomb big enough to let fresh air in. Even then, it's near impossible for her to stay alive without water for long, all while screaming and banging on the coffin. Speaking of which, the investigators also claimed that they didn't find anyone who personally heard the noises, implying that it was nothing more than a rumor. That said, the details surrounding the case, like the reports of wrist injuries and blood marks, are still a bit murky to reach a solid conclusion. Whether or not Rosangela was actually buried alive is still, and will likely remain, unknown.
This poor woman, though. Regardless, like...
The Wikipedia edit.
I hope her family's okay.
WWE wrestler Chris Benoit was scheduled for a live house show.
This is really messed up. 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 We've seen it on stream a few times now. Just as a heads up, this one is very messed up. It's very interesting. Very messed up. Very messed up.
On Saturday, June 23, 2007 in Texas. But hours before the event, the 40-year-old wrestler called management and claimed that he wouldn't be able to make it because both his wife and son were ill with food poisoning. But he didn't show up the next day and wasn't picking up his phone either. After over 24 hours of trying to contact him, the WWE management dialed 911 and requested a wellness check for Chris on Monday, June 25, assuming that maybe he was sick as well and needed help. However, nothing could have prepared the officers that were dispatched to his home for the tragedy they were about to witness. They arrived at his house in Georgia at around 2:30 p.m. and rang the bell. When no one answered, they looked for a way inside and discovered the garage door was wide open. The whole house was eerily silent, the reason for which became apparent when they discovered the remains of Chris, his wife, and his son scattered throughout the house. And as it turned out, the person responsible for this tragedy was Chris himself. He ended the lives of both his wife and son before turning on himself. The question now was why? Why would Chris do such a thing? But before the investigators could answer that question, they received a tip that challenged
so sad. They all look so happy together.
About this case. They were contacted by a Wikipedia representative who claimed that someone had made a suspicious edit to the Chris Benoit Wikipedia page at 12:01 a.m. over 14 hours before police did the welfare check. The edit read, Chris Benoit was replaced by Johnny Nitro for the ECW Championship match at Vengeance, as Benoit was not there due to personal issues stemming from the death of his wife, Nancy. The thing about Wikipedia is that it's a social collaboration platform where...
This is why you shouldn't, like, post stuff about, like, celebrities online. Like, just going like, it'll be funny, Like, don't do that. 'Cause, yeah, it's just, link it on the War Thunder Forbes. He had some serious brain injuries. Yes, the guy kind of snapped one day, but in a wild way. Yes, this is what also happens with, certain types of dementia. A lot of people misconstrue, what was his, Robin Williams' death as one of taking his own life, but he actually had a rare type of dementia that was making him aggressive, so it wasn't super like him having depression or anything, so widely misconstrued. But a lot of different types of dementia and brain injury can cause aggression and violence even if they were very normal before, so yeah. He got it because his finishing move was flipping and landing his head on people. Oh, wow. A lot of his family died in a 2-year span, so that contributed to it too. Oh, wow. Also, yes, for real. It's widely misconstrued. Like, you should look up a lot on Robin Williams, like, type of dementia and stuff, so. He didn't want to lash out at people. Yeah, he was a very kind man, and we should probably remember him for that. Like, he kind of, like, instead of taking his own life, I think he saw it as a personal sacrifice to protect his family and stuff, so we should probably remember him in that way. And strive to be happy and healthy in the best way we can. The article being edited was because he also no-showed another event and someone claimed something was wrong with his wife and someone rushed to edit the article with no confirmation. Yes! But don't do this. Because, you'll see.
Anyone can add new info or make edits. One possible explanation was that Chris, for some reason, made this edit himself. However, the autopsy report revealed that Chris had actually ended everything by Sunday evening, many hours before the edit. So, how did someone learn about what had happened before the news broke out? The possibilities were endless. Maybe he had a second accomplice, or maybe he told someone about what he had done earlier. Tracing his phone revealed that he had sent 5 cryptic messages to 2 of his colleagues, Chavo Guerrero Jr. and Scott Armstrong, including one message that he sent 4 times, reading, "My physical address is 130 Green Meadow Lane, Fayetteville, Georgia." And the second one that read,
"Oh no.
The dogs are in the enclosed pool area. Garage side door is open." These were...
Look, I love my animals. I really do. I would never harm them, but... like... why did you kill your family, but your dogs, you were like, I could never do that to you, buddy. Like, I love my animals, I really do, but like... what? He cared more about his animals? He cared more about his animals. Why didn't he use that compassion towards his child, at least? Like, I don't know. Mental breakdown has zero logic, I guess so. Maybe the dogs were just, no, the dogs aren't inside the pool. They're in the enclosed pool area. So he's telling someone to go and collect his dogs. The dogs are sinless? The 3-year-old would be sinless too, though, so, like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you're trying to apply logic to someone with brain damage. I guess that's fair. Yeah, there's no logic to be found in it. The dogs were just physically far away from his breakdown. It could be that, too. They're just dogs, maybe? Like, no, I don't think that, like, a lot of people usually, like, I don't know. Give your pets wet food, you too, Grimmi. I don't have any wet food for them today. They were really pissed off at me. I need to get more. Little demons. They're cute, though. I love them. Dude's brain was scrambled eggs. I don't think he had much logic going on. That's true. But a 3-year-old is like a little, like they're a little baby. You could just put them in with the dogs and like have them hang out. Like, okay, sorry. I don't know. It's all done. It's all done.
Sent just before 4 a.m. on Sunday, after he had already taken the lives of his wife and son. However, despite their unsettling nature, investigators didn't find any connection between what Chris did and the colleagues he sent these messages to. As for why he did it, the
I
autopsy
think he wanted
report
people to
also
go get the
revealed that
dogs.
Chris had CTE, which is
Yeah.
a progressive brain disease linked to repeated head impacts. His
Yeah.
brain resembled that of an 85-year-old with dementia.
Yeah.
Put simply, he likely experienced an extreme mental breakdown, which resulted in an irreversible tragedy. However,
Yeah.
while this reveal explains...
Can you imagine if you had, like, dementia that an 85-year-old would have? That's a violent type. And you had the body of a professional wrestler in, like, their 30s or 40s? Like, it's an incredibly dangerous combination, so... 3-year-old was a bit young to be unsupervised around several dogs for a day or several... I guess that's true. I don't know. I'm trying to... I don't know. Carry on my wayward son. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I've seen signs and advertisements for wet cat food. What do wet cats need? Special food?
most of what
Thank you.
happened, the Wikipedia edit was still a mystery. This mystery deepened further when investigators managed to trace the IP address that was used to make the edit and discovered that it was from
I
Stamford,
think he did have a moment of
Connecticut,
sense,
the
so he was
location
trying to
of the
tell people to come
WWE
get his
headquarters.
dogs.
This, combined with the text messages, reignited rumors that WWE management might have been involved in what happened.
It's time after this,
Before
okay.
the case could move in that direction, investigators found the man who made the edit, a 19-year-old university student named Matthew Greenberg.
This poor man.
Matthew, however, was surprisingly cooperative. He allowed the police to confiscate his computer and other devices to investigate and agreed to an interrogation without any resistance.
What can you
And
do
when
at that
asked about
point?
his edit, he claimed that he made it after seeing rumors of it on wrestling forums.
Well, over like last weekend, the wrestler Benoit, there was like rumors going on because he missed the pay-per-view and his scheduled dates, which he never does. And I was reading rumors and speculation online.
Where online?
Like on forums. I forgot the exact sites. But I was like,
okay, hold on.
What's that like weird like they have like a that's like increasing in like metronome. Is that to like get people to confess to things or something? It's very, very abrupt and scary. I don't know. It feels like a psychological thing. CTE is a thing we're still learning about, but the problem is the subject or family would be needing to willing to sign off on their brain being examined, so progress is very slow. Yeah, that's a thing too. Most people don't want to donate their organs and stuff. CTE is what all football players have if you did it for a short time. The issue is that the severity of the CTE is something people still do not take seriously. Yes, that is very true. That might be a pulse reader, maybe. Because it sped up when you said form. Oh, you're right, like the little needle. There was a female Japanese pro wrestler who told her friend to take her cat before she took her life. Oh my god, that's so sad. Oh, I remember her. She was on that one show. That was horrible. That was like messed up, dude. That was like the directors of the show said like to act really rude to one guy, but then people online were so aggressive about it that she took her own life. And then ironically everyone started attacking the guy that she was rude to on the show. Which was not really the thing that people should have probably started doing in that situation, but it was really messed up. People need a culprit. I think that people need to understand that situations are usually complicated, and television is simply, in this instance at least. Hi GGG, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Since I like to hang out in your chat and you're a ghost, does that mean I'm parasocializing? I'm not a ghost. I'm an adult woman. I'm alive and it's sad. Grimmi is on the new television. Yeah, this is the new television, I guess. I don't have a manager, though. I'm independent. So, I don't know. Absolutely, there's never a simple culprit in the real world. Interesting. I am just very pale. Ghosty is a ghost, and she looks more like a person and dresses more like a person. And I'm an adult woman, and I look more like a ghost, and I dress more like a ghost. It's fun little parallels there. I thought you had a manager at Mythic? No. It might be different for other people, but I don't really like have someone that like manages my stuff at Mythic. It's just like sponsorships and stuff. I'm alive and I'm sad mood. Oh, I'm so sorry. They're there. We're gonna take a quick ad break. It's gonna be literally nothing. We're just gonna chill here for a second. You know what? I'm a piss. I'm a piss, baby. I'm a piss. we're back. I hope you're all ready for more kind of sad video about several sad things. We watching any cool videos today, or I missed them? No, we watching some... They're scary today. It's been a scary video day. Everything is scary. Welcome back to me. Thank you. How are you?
Yeah.
Okay. In any chat rooms?
No, not chat rooms. I was just reading about it, and some rumors like came up, and I just...
Yeah, what were the rumors?
That his family was sick, or someone maybe died, like his wife perhaps, because he missed the pay-per-view.
Okay.
This is also why you need to be careful, because if you just say something like, I hope blank celebrity gets killed today, this and this and this and this, and then they get killed, you will have a very hard time sometimes convincing the FBI you're uninvolved. So... Oh, it's a little broken fan. Ah, welcome back. Thank you.
He was apparently telling the truth, as investigators didn't find a link between him and Chris. Wikipedia admins also found several other false edits he had made over the years, suggesting he was just an internet troll who guessed the truth by pure coincidence. Or at least that's the official story. Some believe that Matthew either had something to do with the incident, or at least had insider information, especially since he wasn't the only one who made a similar edit. Something I haven't mentioned yet is that there was a second similar edit just 1 hour after Matthews was removed, stating that Chris missed his show because of the passing of Benoit's wife, Nancy. The IP for this edit was traced to Sydney, Australia, but the person who made it was never identified. For some, this is the confirmation that what everyone knows about Chris isn't the whole story, and there was something else going on below the surface. On the other hand, the existence of this second edit could be used to prove Matthew's innocence,
This is so sad.
as they suggest the rumors were genuinely circulating on wrestling forums, since two seemingly unrelated people attempted the same change. That said, it's been more than 18 years since this incident, so even if there was something deeper behind it, at this point it's unlikely to be revealed.
Well, that's not good.
Sunset Cruise. The final days of May
Oh, the woman, yeah, he murdered his wife, Chris Bonnier. Who was that? Yeah, that was the end of the story, but, he was basically erased by the WWE? What? Shouldn't they have at least tried to keep his memory a little bit alive? Oh, probably not, because it kinda... Chris Benoit. I assume they don't really love that, yeah, it implicates them. Yeah, that's what yeah. They don't have any explanation for why the murderer had scattered remains and whatnot. Yeah. That was a brutal story. I remember it vividly. He was kind of a hero in my city. He seems like he was a very kind man. It's a very unfortunate that his brain got all mushy. Vince McMahon had to stop pretending to be dead to talk about it. I don't understand wrestling 100%, but it seems really cool. Just like, hey guys, I'm gonna go back to being dead in a second, but well, this is really messed up. I hope we get things better for this. And my condolences to everyone involved. It was he blew up in a limo? Well, he was okay, I guess. Wait, did he have to, like, come back and, like, be alive to, like, get, like, people to pay attention to that? Just like, oh my god, this is horrible. We need to be a little bit more critical of this. Oh my god, he's back! Not a bad impression. Oh, is that how he talks? Wow, that's that storyline. Yeah, it was weird. Just like, stop talking about that guy and his head trauma. Like, you know you want me back, right? He did it to save face? Wait, why did he save face with it? Huh? Also, Drill, you had to come back alive because, what? Trump called in the WWE expressing his condolences? Wait, he did? Did that happen too? When he blew up, Trump called him because he thought he was real? Because he's genuinely an awful, unhuman being. What is going on with WWE? There was a storyline where Vince impregnated his own daughter? I'm gonna stick to VTubing.
2023
I'm not gonna get involved in wrestling.
18-year-old Cameron Robbins, a recent high school graduate from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He was on a celebratory cruise in the Bahamas with several hundred fellow graduates. The festivities, however, took a devastating turn on the evening of May 24th, leading to a mystery that the internet is still debating to this day. At around 9:30 p.m., Cameron was aboard the small cruise ship named the Blackbeard's Revenge near the uninhabited Athol Island, northwest of Nassau. The ship was stocked with alcohol, and since the legal drinking age in the Bahamas is 18, Cameron and his friends were drinking non-stop. But as they were enjoying their time on the cruise, someone reportedly dared Cameron to take a leap off the ship into the dark water. Cameron, likely due to heavy intoxication, agreed to the dare instantly and jumped overboard, resulting in one of his friends recording this video using Snapchat.
Yo! This kid jumped off! Oh my
What?
God! Oh, bye-bye! Oh, that... Hey, the buoy!
He's drunk. He's not going to be able to find that.
This was, unfortunately, the last time anyone saw Cameron alive. The crew stopped as quickly as it could, and the crew alerted the Coast Guard about Cameron's disappearance. However, despite an extensive 2-day-long search,
well,
300...
how is this a mystery? This is very obvious what happened. This is bad. Ever heard of an undercurrent? Yeah, he could have died in, like, a lot of different ways. These ships are swarmed by sharks, doubly so at night. Oh, no. So there's a lot that could have happened. He had a video announcing his death, but they deleted it. Wait, what? Natural... Oh, the WWE thing. I hope, unless it's this guy? Natural selection mystery solved. I think natural selection is hard when people take alcohol, like, to the extent they do. Like, I don't know.
In 25 square mile area, Cameron was nowhere to be found.
Some way to die?
He more than likely passed away not long after jumping overboard. But even his remains were never discovered, which, considering the extensive search, was very odd. And the reason for it, according to some, is that he was attacked by a shark shortly after his jump. This theory began when someone noticed what looked like a large fish swimming toward Cameron seconds after he landed in the water. Moments later, Cameron could also be seen swimming in the opposite direction while ignoring the life preserver right in front of him, almost as if he saw the shark and was trying to get away from it. That said, the evidence supporting this theory is a bit inconsistent. On the one hand, the shark population in the Bahamas is quite healthy. These cruise ships often throw food waste overboard as well, likely causing the local marine life to associate them with food. So it's possible that a shark was following the ship and immediately swam over to Cameron
like you were saying, there's tons of sharks.
Hit the water. Additionally, many sharks also hunt at night, making shark attacks on humans much more likely. However, while this shows that a shark attack was a possibility, it doesn't outright prove it, especially when the evidence indicating the opposite is just as strong. For starters, the phone video that started this theory is extremely low resolution and blurry.
He was probably pulled under by the passing mass of boats aft. The vacuum gap, it creates emotion is enough to capsize smaller vessels. Yeah, that's true
too. Can also be
too.
explained by him being intoxicated and getting disoriented after hitting the water. Most importantly, while the Bahamas has plenty of sharks, their
I'm
numbers around
surprised that, like,
Athol
they
Island
even allowed that.
specifically
Like, you
are
think they'd have, like,
extremely low,
guardrails.
making the chances of Cameron being attacked by one even
They
lower.
probably do
A
now.
more straightforward explanation for Cameron's disappearance is the combined effect of exhaustion and environmental factors. Even in the warm climate of the Bahamas, prolonged exposure to water at night can quickly lead to hypothermia. The average sea temperature around the Bahamas in late May is certainly survivable for
They
a
do?
short
He jumped
time,
over them?
but
Oh.
the physical stress of jumping
Okay, yeah.
from a significant height, coupled with the immediate panic and exertion of swimming in the dark, open sea, would rapidly diminish a person's physical and mental capacity. Cameron was also seen swimming initially, but his direction appeared erratic. Even a strong swimmer can quickly become disoriented and exhausted when facing strong currents, and the immediate onset of psychological terror of being alone in the vast ocean darkness. Not to mention the fact that Cameron was highly intoxicated, turning the already difficult task of surviving in those waters into a near impossibility. And while the definitive cause of Cameron's death, whether by exhaustion, hypothermia, a shark encounter, or a drowning accident remains unknown, what is clear is the tragedy of a young life cut short so abruptly, with the incident serving as a stark reminder of the inherent danger of the open sea.
It could have been sucked into
particularly at night.
Hydrojet's intake. These big boats, yeah, that's very true too. That one's really rough though. Do you think the person that dared him to do that ever feels, like, crappy? Like, do they ever think about what they've done? You'd like to think it at least, but, I would, this would be something you carry with you forever and ever and ever and ever. Also, yeah, I don't drink either. Like, I'll very rarely drink, like maybe like once a year. Every time I see a story of someone almost dying at sea, I always think of that drowning simulator game. There's a drowning simulator? The guy saying bye-bye was pretty chilling. Yeah, I mean, he was drunk at the time. They blame him? He was, no. Dumb way to die, so many dumb ways to die. Yeah.
The
Poor
Mad
guy.
Gasser of Mattoon. On the night of September 1st, 1944, a woman in the small town of Mattoon, Illinois named Aline Carney woke up smelling a sickening sweet odor in her bedroom at around 11 p.m. She dismissed the odor at
I've
first,
never heard of
thinking it
this
was
one.
just the scent of flowers drifting in from outside her open window, but the sweetness soon became suffocatingly intense. She tried to get out of bed to investigate, but collapsed to the floor as soon as she stood up. That's when she realized she had no feeling in her arms or legs. The odor was also starting to cause a burning sensation on her lips and throat, making it difficult to even breathe. Seconds later, she also heard her daughter crying on the bed, asking why she couldn't move her arms or legs. Hearing this, Aline used all the strength she had to call for help, eventually getting the attention of her sister, who was sleeping in a different room. Her sister noticed the smell as well and determined that it was coming from the open bedroom window. She ran out to call the neighbors for help. Around the same time, Aline's husband, who was a taxi driver, pulled into the driveway. But before he could get out of his car, he was horrified to see a thin, tall figure standing outside the bedroom window. It was dressed in all black with what looked like a gas mask on its face and was holding a strange tubular device in its hand. The husband tried to chase after it, but the figure disappeared into a nearby alleyway. Given what they knew, the family concluded that the sweet-smelling gas had been released into the bedroom by the mysterious figure, later dubbed the Mad Gasser of Mattoon by the local media. Aline and her daughter were able to recover without any permanent damage to their bodies. However, the attack on their home became the template for numerous similar incidents.
It's weird that there's just always been insane people. Like, you hear this, like, I hear some stuff and I'm like, okay, that makes sense, alright. Like, there's always just been people that are evil and crazy and decide to do something really evil and crazy in, like, a way that's really convoluted and insane. I don't know.
Over the next 2 weeks. Victims, mostly women and often home alone or with family, would report being hit with an odorless gas or sometimes a sickly sweet smell. This was followed by a range of symptoms like nausea, vomiting, temporary paralysis, dizziness, disorientation, and a burning sensation in the throat or eyes. In some cases, the symptoms lasted for hours, requiring medical attention. Yet, despite the severity of these chemical attacks, any attempts to investigate the gasser came up empty. There was no visible damage to homes, no broken windows, and no fingerprints. The mysterious assailant seemed to vanish into thin air. Witnesses and victims reported seeing shadows or figures lurking outside their windows, specifically near the ventilation openings of their homes. But the police never found any evidence of it. The sheer volume of attacks, with at least 29 officially reported incidents in a very short span, combined with the inability of law enforcement to find any evidence, created an atmosphere of absolute terror. It reached a point where some citizens took it upon themselves to patrol the streets with firearms. People were sleeping in shifts, guarding their homes and neighbors. However, no matter how much people tried, a perpetrator was never identified or captured, leaving the Mad Gasser of Mattoon as an eerie, unsolved mystery. But it's worth asking whether these attacks by a chemical assailant were even real, or was the entire phenomenon an unprecedented wave of mass hysteria? The argument for it being a real assailant rests almost entirely on the initial medical findings and specifically of the reported symptoms. In the first few cases, doctors and police were genuinely convinced that a real chemical agent had been deployed. The victim's symptoms like paralysis, nausea, and the burning sensation were too consistent and too severe to be immediately dismissed as simple panic. On the other hand, the argument for this being a case of mass hysteria is incredibly compelling. It's also the theory favored by many criminologists and psychologists who have reviewed the case since.
Really?
As the theory goes, while it's possible that the few initial incidents might have involved a
What type of gas, like, smells nice, but, like, paralyzes you? They have consistently experimented on the populace? Oh, that's very fair as well. What if it was... What if it was the CIA and they were just like, oh, this will be fine, we can do this? Certain pesticides? It could have been something like that. Cyanide, oh wow. Could have been experimental, maybe. Could have been a blend of something. Multiple unfortunately do. Yeah, maybe some nice government people were testing some stuff. It's possible. Like, that's, I think it was declassified, but, so... for some reason, the government wanted to give people in America HIV and AIDS. And they thought that they should act on that, and they just infected a bunch of people with HIV and AIDS. It was mostly homosexual men and black people. So I wouldn't doubt that at some point there was other testing and stuff, but many such cases, yeah. Well, why? Just for fun? I don't know, actually. Sounds like the work of Vault-Tec. I guess so. I don't know why they did this. I really don't know. Operation Sea Spray? Yeah. But a lot of things have been unclassified, like things like that, and I don't know. I think a lot of them probably regret doing those things at this point. I don't think everyone in the CIA is evil or hurtful or want to, like, hurt people. But they did do that for some reason, and I hope that they can be a little bit less like that now. I guess a lot of people that were involved in that have also passed away, and they're probably much different now. So we just have to hold on to that hope. Mr. 408, thank you so much for subscribing at Tier 3 for 13 months. Hello. How are you? Thank you so much. Tusk G syphilis experiment, anyone? I don't know what that is, but it sounds interesting. Remember all the planks they did to each other? Oh yeah, where they gave people LSD and like someone got executed that was in the CIA. That was weird. And also Bob DV. Thank you so much for being here at Tier 3. And thank you so much for being here for 18 months. That's not a small 18 months. It's a large 18 months. Yeah. Don't look up how we discovered that sugar was bad for your teeth. Yeah. How's your voice doing, Grimmi? It's not perfect, but I've been happy streaming, so we're gonna keep going. Sorry, we watch these videos and then I talk just as much. It's a curse. It's a curse, baby.
Real criminal, the vast majority of the 29 reported attacks were likely the result of psychological contagion. The terror of a mysterious, invisible attacker, amplified by continuous sensational newspaper coverage, made people hypersensitive to any strange smell or discomfort. Many of the reported symptoms, for example, like headaches, nausea, anxiety, and difficulty breathing, are also symptoms of acute anxiety or hyperventilation, a common reaction to extreme fear. Police searches also attributed the chemical odors found to common household cleaners, furnace gas leaks, or industrial pollution that was a regular part of life near Mattoon's industrial plants.
Maybe, I don't know.
A major breakthrough for the hysteria theory came when the Mattoon police publicly stated that the attacks weren't real and were likely caused by the community's war anxiety around World War II at the time and a collective nervous breakdown. And to everyone's surprise, the mad gasser of Mattoon attacks stopped almost immediately after the police released this statement. Ultimately, the case is left suspended between a real chemical criminal and a genuine mass panic. There is a possibility.
See, it could have been that they were communicating with the government. Because the thing is, the CIA says it was established at X, Y, or Z time. I have a feeling it was before. But, like, it could have been that they went, it never happened, and then it stopped because they didn't want anyone to think it was real. So, I don't know. I'm too conspiratorial, though. I'm too conspiratorial.
That the story began with one or two initial genuine attacks using a non-lethal irritant, which then acted as the trigger for a widespread case of what is medically known as mass psychogenic illness, where symptoms and fear spread rapidly throughout a community without an identifiable physical cause. But at this point, we will likely never know.
CIA predecessor was OSS. Since it was World War II, they really might have been testing new weapons. See, the fact that it went away, it could have been mass hysteria. Or it could have been that it went away specifically because they reported it went away and they noticed too many people were asking questions about it. It's hard to tell. But that being said, I don't think we'll ever know. And those are just my feelings on it. You might feel completely differently. It happened, what do you mean I was there? Oh, you were alive back then too? I think the husband coming home right as she was calling for help is too convenient. I bet he tried to off his family and get away with it. Maybe. I mean, he was also a taxi cab driver though, so the thing is he might just like go back home and like sit like throughout the day whenever he felt like, oh, I'm gonna go have lunch or something. It's not like he was on a definitive schedule. So it might have been really common for him to like go and like park his car out there and like hang out for a little bit, then go back on his shift. Like he was an Uber driver of the past. The gas is called Tabun. Tabun. That's not good. Or it was one guy that got scared and moved to a new area. Yeah, it could have also been that. There's a long history of unethical human experimentation in the United States. These days, it's not on domestic soil. Yeah. Things are probably getting better, though. I'd like to think that the CIA is trying to, like, do things a little bit more... with ethics and kindness. Mazil, thank you so much for being here for 14 months. I greatly appreciate it. Tabon is supposedly what killed the crew on the Orang Medan. What's that? I blame Operation Paperclip. There's a lot of really bad operations. Hey, buddy, no, you can't destroy my chair. Stop. Come here. You want your toy back on? Okay. I'm gonna turn on Michael's toy again. I'll be right back. Okay, one sec. Okay, I'm not even gonna mute. I'm just gonna grab. Happy again, his toy is on. Perfect timing with that ad break. So, better ethics sounds like something related to DEI to me. Oh my god. You behave. There we go. We needed our rain back. That's what we were missing. There we go. We need that rain back to make sense of all this. Okay. So, let's see here. There are some other cases of mass hysteria during World War II, specifically the Battle of Los Angeles, which turned out to be military shooting at a balloon. The horrors of chemical attacks were probably very present in some of these people. Could have also been that they were very anxious, yeah. I don't think we can say for certain either way, but... Oh, Novel Night! Hello! Yeah, come on by. Yeah, the workarounds for Twitch are really easy, actually. That I would never promote or say anything about. Thank you for being here! I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. What I missed? You missed nothing. You missed nothing. You guys are gonna hate this, but I could have watched more of the celebrity conspiracy things. 1 second. I just wanna watch the third one really fast, you know? Yeah, you do too? Okay, cool. Okay, one more and then we'll go to a game and we'll go to Magnus. How about that? Oh, we can play more Death Howl in the background, maybe. I'm not sure if we'll do Death Howl or if we'll do, we might do more Dagger. Like, I feel like we're slowly getting through that one. Just a little bit. These are kind of interesting. They're really messed up, though. They're way more messed up than I thought they'd be. Yeah. You're my favorite ghost girl? I'm not a ghost. Thank you, though.
Can you see me? Can you see me? Are we okay?
Lesbiasin, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime. And Mazil, thank you for being it for 14 months.
Here we go.
Oh. Celebrity conspiracy theories. This is the third one. Is that Katy Perry? I'm not sure, actually.
A few years ago, a conspiracy theory about one of the world's favorite actors was posited by a Redditor in a now deleted thread, but recently, it began to resurface. The theory being that Jim Carrey was allegedly hiding a very dark secret. Remember one of Jim's first forays into serious dramatic acting? The number 23. Before diving into the Jim Carrey theory, we first must understand the significance of the 23 Enigma.
What?
The Titanic sank on the morning of April 15th, 1912. That's 4151912. 23. The Hiroshima bomb was dropped at 8:15. 8 plus 15 is 23. The Mayans said the end of the world would come in 2012. 20 plus 1 plus 2 equals 23.
I haven't seen this movie, no.
The 23 Enigma seems to trace back to
I haven't
author
seen a lot of older
William
movies.
S. Burroughs. Burroughs was talking with a man known as Captain Clark in Tangier, who was bragging to him that he had been sailing for 23 years without a single accident. That very day, he crashed his ship, an accident in which he and the entire crew died. Later that night, as Burroughs was mulling over the ironic tragedy, the radio show he was listening to was interrupted
This
by a
movie
bulletin
sucked!
announcing the crash of an airliner in Florida.
This
of which
movie was
there were
okay.
no survivors. The pilot of the
Sorry, I really
plane
like the
also named
contrast of
Captain
just
Clark
like, this was
flight number
garbage. I could watch
23.
this
The
again
idea
if I had
becoming
to.
that once you notice it, you see 23 everywhere. Though it may seem like a strange coincidence at first, it quickly becomes hypnotic and all-encompassing, completely ruling one's perspective of reality. Jim Carrey claims to have been obsessed with the 23 Enigma long before being cast in the movie, as his production company is called JC23 Entertainment, and his father played the saxophone and worked as an accountant, just like one of his
You
characters
can't trust
in the
Hollywood
movie.
adaptations
In the
made in
number 23,
collaborations with the
Carrey
military. They
plays
told me
Walter
the Battle of
Sparrow,
LA
a
happened in
family man whose
2005
life
and involved
begins a
actual
downward
legitimate
spiral
alien
when his
invasion.
wife gives him a
Stopped by
copy of
Harvey
the
Dent
number
before he moved
23,
to Gotham.
a novel that contains a character
Didn't know what
named
to think with the
Fingerling,
government
also played by Carrey,
totally
who
lie
is
to us. They would
consumed
never.
by the 23 Enigma. When Walter receives the number 23 book from his wife, he immediately envisions himself as the protagonist.
I think this is supposed to like show that he has like schizophrenia, right? You can see any number anywhere if you're looking for it. 911. That's true. Also, I want to show you what's on my desk right now. I've been a piggy today though. I've been eating a lot of candy, so I'm gonna get rid of the wrappers. But you can see what I've been interested in today. Here you go. There you are. This book has been cool too. I've liked this book a lot. This book has been cool. Okay. We're back to it, but I think this is just supposed to be a representation of someone with schizophrenia. Oh my god, they put eyeliner on him. I know so many people that would want to have intercourse with Jim Carrey in this movie now. Like, this is the look. This is the look! This is the look! This is the look of, like, the profoundly, like, what? Hi, Colt. Are you one of them? How you doing? This is the... You been a peeg? I have been a peeg today. But, like, what I was gonna say is, like, he kind of looks like... If you'll pardon the expression, I'm very sorry about this. He kind of looks like a Discord groomer. Like, he looks like he'd have a certain level of deepness for, like, a teenager. You know? And there's nothing wrong with that. Like, some people can pull off this look and not look like Discord groomers. There's people that look really, really cool with, like, the goth look. Like, there's some goth men that really pull it off. There's emo men that really pull it off. There's goth men that really pull it off. There's, trying to think of some. Commander Connor! He looks like a non-grooming goth. Like, he looks like a cool goth. But, like, this look specifically, I don't know. It's Discord groomer Jim Carrey. Like, you know? Like, it has that feeling. It has that vibe. Okay. You do not need to defend your description. I just wanted to make sure that people understood, so they didn't, like, go after goth men. Just saying. Okay.
a detective named Fingerling and his real-world wife,
I wouldn't
Agatha,
think
as
anything
Fingerling's
negative of you,
girlfriend,
unless you look like a
Fabrizio.
Discord
Fingerling
groomer.
is sent to the scene of a frantic woman known only as the Blonde, who
Please
rants
give it
about
another
the number
name,
23 and that it ruined her
lecherous
life. He
man.
then witnesses her jump to her death. Later in the movie, as Walter is desperate to find out more about the number 23, which is now seemingly ruining his life, a man attacks him with a box
Schizophrenia.
knife before abruptly turning it on himself, cutting his own throat. These are 2 of the 4 suicides featured in the movie, all of which Walter, or what turns out to be his past self, Fingerling, is present for. And this is where No One and Nobody 7's theory starts to take shape. The Twitter user theorizes Jim Carrey may actually be a serial killer who hides his crimes by masking them as suicides.
We're really getting
And
into the
although I don't
synopsis
quite
of the
buy into
worst Jim
theory,
Carrey
there are
movie
some
right now. Is
bizarre
it that bad?
synchronicities. The following is one of the creepiest coincidences this user points out. Actor
Is it
Charles
that
Rocket
bad?
was cast on Saturday Night Live for the 1980-81 season, beating out a young Jim Carrey for the role. Years later, in 1994, Rocket was cast as the conniving villain in Dumb and Dumber, one of 3 movies that released in that one year that propelled Carrey to absolute superstardom. Take a look at this moment from the film.
It's a decent time, but it's not that good at all. Is it? It's no Grink. Everyone I know calls the Grinch the Grink.
They catch up to him half-mile down the road and slit his throat. That was a good one.
It's important to point out that this line is not in the script, and Jeff Daniels' reaction appears to be genuine shock. But what does this have to do with Charles Rocket? Years later, Charles Rocket walked out into a field on his property in Connecticut and took his own life in a gruesome way by slitting his own throat. No One and Nobody 7 alleges that this is one of several deaths that were ruled as self-inflicted that were actually the work of Carrey. Strange enough, during another scene in Dumb and Dumber, the characters are seen crying while watching a sentimental Pacific Bell commercial, wiping their tears with money. The young boy in the commercial is actor Jonathan Brandis, who also unfortunately committed suicide on November 12, 2003. 11/12/2003. 23/23. Tragically, in 2015, Carrie's girlfriend passed away and the death was ruled as a suicide. The coroner ruled that the young woman died of a lethal overdose of multiple narcotic prescription medications. Carrie's girlfriend was married but separated, and after her passing, a lawsuit by her estranged widower revealed that the medications were prescribed to Carrie under the false name Arthur King, which he then allegedly provided to her. Carrie denied any wrongdoing, and in 2016 the wrongful death lawsuit was thrown out, but
I think that you need to understand, rich people can get any medication they want. It doesn't matter if you need a prescription for it. Rich people can get literally any medication they want because they can afford to go to a doctor that they have to like pay each time and like have a relationship with like as a patient and like a provider. Like, I mean, they really can. So I'm scared. It's okay. We're just. I'm sorry, the thunder and stuff. But how does Grimmi know though? I had a lot of rich friends. Like one time I was able to park my car like in a place where it would have been towed, and they were just like, just park it there. It doesn't matter. And I was like, but it'll get towed. This is like a public place. Like this is impossible. My car would get towed, and they were like, they're not gonna tow it. We live here. And I was like, okay. So I parked my car in front of like a public parking lot where like in front of like the like thing that goes up and down, and I was like, oh my god, my car, and it was fine. No one touched it. And I was like, what's going on? How does this work? This is like a public area, like, and they were like, it's fine, whatever, it's the cities, but they won't do that to us. Oh, okay. This was not a small town. I won't say where it is because it would be doxy, but like I was confused as hell. I've met so many people that park in red zones, the inconvenience of a ticket cost is relevant. Yeah, like, I mean, I was, like, super poor and trying to be a stand-up comedian, like, with an anxiety disorder and, agoraphobia, so that was going really poorly for me. Did they know how- I didn't have money if my car was towed, is the thing, like, let's see, when your ex works at the dealership, sometimes you get a chance at a 2022 Dodge at no cost to you, life is- You got a 2022 Dodge for free? That's amazing, Rosewater, what the hell? Honestly, when you consider Jim Carrey also kind of comes off as insane, and then off camera, I mean, come on, bro. I think he's got the vibe of like a sensitive comedian that's going insane constantly. I've met a lot of people like that. I haven't met Jim Carrey, but like I've met a lot of people like that. Every comedian is really they're really sensitive and they care a lot, but they're also like the most mentally ill people you're going to meet in your entire life. Like, by far. Every single one of them. Like, me included. Like, it's just, they're gonna be, like, they're gonna care about others, but they're gonna be really mentally unwell. Because they're all really depressed, and they wanna, like, get into that to, like, make people laugh and, like, feel like they have, like, value, so, I don't know. You too? Yes, absolutely. It's called trauma. Yes, every comedian is traumatized and weird and losing their mind. So, I think you do fit that description. Yes, I do. Mentally stable comedians are not funny. They can be, but it's just really rare. Like, I've met a few people that are, like, stable but not as, like, out there. But, like, it's rare. Most people are traumatized. I don't know what to tell you. Haven't met one yet. Yeah, they're mentally stable comedians. Northern Lion, he's probably a nice guy. I think he's keeping it together. But he's also a streamer and, like, I don't know. I bet there's something wrong with that guy. I bet there's something wrong with you, Northern Lion. Not in a rude way, just in, like, a comedian way. Oh, God. Okay, don't clip this. Alright, let's get back to it.
The whole thing obviously plays into the theory, so No One and Nobody 7 goes much deeper and further into detail, although in my opinion, it never really leads to a concise theory, but more of a number of coincidences surrounding Carrie that quickly become harder and harder to follow.
Go ahead. Tell yourself it's just a number.
Okay. It is. The problem with Northern Lion is that he's bald, dude! Why? Dude! Thank you, GGG, for the 100 bits. The orphans told me he was a funny guy. Oh my god. That's the best thing about him? Okay, wait, I think that's also insanely rude. I think calling any bald man, like, saying, like, them being bald is the best thing about them is also, like, crazy rude, though. Like, I'm sure they don't like that. Like, just like, oh my god, you're bald, that's great, you really make it work. Like, oh, but I have, like, other personality traits. Like, come on. Like, oh my god, okay, sorry. This is getting silly. Getting real silly, I'll tell you that much. He really does make it work. He really does make it work, though. It's true. Amazing content creator. Hi, baby!
At the young age of just 18 years old, a beautiful rising star, Tammy Lynn Leppert, began exhibiting some odd, even paranoid behaviors after attending a wrap party for a movie shoot. What happened next baffled all of her friends and family, and still leaves investigators baffled.
I don't know if you're hearing him talk. Hi! Hi, baby. My little Michael. My little Michael. What you up to? Don't destroy my things. Hi, you want to be held? You want to be pet for a while? You want a hug? Michael wants a hug. Oh my gosh, yeah, here you go, Mike. There you go, Mike. Here you go. I gotta, what, Mike, I can hug you, but, okay.
To this day, this is the story of Tammy Lynn Leppert's bizarre disappearance. Tammy Lynn began modeling in beauty pageants at the age of 4 and had won over 280 pageants throughout the 70s and early 80s. In 1983, when Tammy was 18, she began her acting career in the movie Spring Break. The producer of the movie were seemingly infatuated with Tammy's beauty, as it said the torso featured prominently in the cover art was none other than Tammy.
She's got that cute, like, petite lady look. Like, I guess she just reminds me of Sabrina Carpenter with the wig. Sabrina Carpenter is so cute, dude. Northern Lion is like one of the best forms of bald. I like that you're still just like, yeah, Grimmi, I don't care about this lady. Let's go back to how Northern Lion's bald. I don't get a chance to talk about this. I'm always thinking about it. We need to stay on this topic. Oh, what's wrong, Mike? Oh, he needs his toy turned back on. He's gonna start destroying my stuff. 1 second.
When the movie shoot wrapped, the cast and crew threw a weekend-long party to celebrate. Tammy Lynn decided to cut loose and attend the party. Whatever happened at this party Tammy Lynn was never the same. Tammy returned to her mother's Rockledge, Florida home, panicked and seemingly paranoid that someone was watching her. Tammy's mother, Linda Curtis, was a talent agent, and at the time, an 11-year-old client, Wing Flanagan, was living at their house. Wing began to notice the sharp turn in Tammy's behavior, and was nervous as she was like a sister to him. Whenever the phone would ring, Tammy would race to it, demanding that whoever answered say she wasn't there and that
We
they
saw
didn't know
this
when
on
she'd be
Solved
back.
Mysteries
It was after
episode.
witnessing one of these occasions that her mother finally confronted her, asking her what was going on. Tammy broke down.
I mean, with all of like the stuff getting outed, she probably saw like a horrifying, like devilish cult where they like attack children or something, or like a crime take place, or like something really bad.
Down and told her mom she had seen
I
something
love how Michael's
awful,
become the Hulk with
something
his
that she
little toy.
wasn't
He wants
supposed
it
to
turned
see.
on
When
every
Linda
10
tried
minutes.
to get Tammy to elaborate, she clammed up and said she couldn't tell anyone anything about it. Linda and Wing could 100% tell that something was wrong. They just didn't have a good idea of what. Tammy was a kind, outgoing, compassionate, and confident young woman, and this massive, almost overnight shift into a paranoid, erratic, desperate hermit made no sense to them. They knew something must have happened, but they did have a feeling that at least some of her new fears were delusional. People were calling for Tammy, but that wasn't that unusual. This was the phone line Tammy could be reached at, and she was a busy professional model and now actress. At one point during this reclusive 2 full weeks she spent basically hiding from this unknown threat, she called Wing, the 11-year-old boy, to look out her window for her.
I said, well, the neighbor's got a new van. And she said, exactly. And, you know, I didn't know quite what she was getting at. And she said, the van has mirrored windows. That means that they can see us, but we can't see them.
Oh.
The 2-week period of isolation seemed to be brought to an end when Tammy was cast as an extra in Scarface. Tammy was glowing, and her ability to light up a room even got her first speaking role instead of just being an extra. While she was working on the movie, she stayed with family friend Walter Leibowitz. Just 4 days into the shoot, Walter received a call from the Scarface casting director, who informed him Walter would need to come pick Tammy up as she had suffered some kind of breakdown. The scene that was being shot that day had been one depicting violence which required a large amount of fake blood. Tammy had apparently seen this simulated violence
I choose
and began
Rapture.
screaming and hyperventilating.
Thank you so much for the raid.
When Walter arrived at the trailer she was in, he says she
Grimmi
was
isn't
still
scared.
in
I'm a little
state
bit
of
confused.
absolute panic and fear, claiming that they were going to find her and kill her. She ended up quitting.
So I think the thing is like quite a few different like how do I put it? It's very easy for us to go like, well, maybe she should have gone to the cops, done this or this or this or that. She was also like really young. Like she was like a teenager. Psychotic break, it seems. Yeah, I think this is just what I believe could have happened. Like it could have been that she was like abused or something. And then she had such a traumatic, hey, what are you doing? Traumatic reaction to it that she started to go into a psychotic episode. It could have also been that there was like really nefarious things going on too. Like it could have even been both. Because it seems like she was in a psychotic episode since her personality changed and stuff. I can relate to this girl a lot. Are you okay? Have you been in a psychotic episode? They had her drugged up, maybe. I fully believe the girl. I fully believe her too. It's just, psychosis can happen. It's very hard to know if anything is triggered. Yeah. Psychosis can be triggered even just by, like, drinking and hallucinating. Like, some people, if they drink alcohol, that's literally, like, their trigger to find out that they have schizophrenia. So, hope she's okay. Like, I don't know. I've seen, like, we read that one book about the dude that was, like, he thought he was abducted by aliens, but it was kind of obvious, like, if you looked at everything and what he was saying, that he was probably, like, attacked by, like, fans of his and, like, assaulted and stuff. Like, it was really kind of pointed in that direction, but he was having a psychotic episode, so he couldn't really put into words what was happening. But as someone that's seen a lot of psychotic episodes, like, it's still aliens, though maybe in different instances, but maybe not with that guy. So people with dissociative disorders can take drugs and never recover because of the... Yeah, like, that's the thing. So there was a certain VTuber who unfortunately had a psychotic episode right before debuting. I hope she's okay. I think we can say for certain that she's gonna be okay. I think that we can say for certain that she's gonna be okay. And I'm very excited. I think that's gonna be really cool. So yeah, we should all just be really excited and support anyone like that completely and fully. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure, yeah, I know who. I've talked to her and stuff, so. But yes, it'll be good to see how she's doing soon, so. Yeah. I don't know if she had an episode, but, like, I do know that she's, I think, doing good, so. Yeah, I've been helping my lady friend drink less, and her mental has been a lot more consistent. Feels really good to actually help someone who in a way that is worth a darn. Yeah, that's really nice. I think that doing nice things for people and stuff and getting them away from substances is a good idea, so. Also, yeah, you don't have to be schizophrenic to have an episode. You can have you had a really bad one while on, let's say, alcohol. Okay, let's say alcohol. But yeah, it can happen very easily. So it could have been like that this lady even just had alcohol. Or it could be that Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and Wall Street are ultra corrupted to the point that being an actor, there runs a risk of bad shenanigans happening from drugs to getting Michael Myers treatment, waiting obvious, oblivious, just conjecture. There's a million different things, so. I was actually wondering if you know any resources to support someone who just went through a psychotic break, like a website or something. It's kind of bleak. I don't know any resources for it. I was having a really hard time finding resources when my mom was, and she still does have some episodes, like she has schizophrenia, but like, I think joining a support group is probably your best bet. That's probably like a really good place to start, but it's very, very, very hard to find like, resources for that kind of thing, so. Alcohol also exacerbates the hell out of BPD. Made my ex-fiancé a different person, would become physically violent, extremely promiscuous. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I hope she's doing okay now. I hope you're doing okay too. That sounds traumatic for you. But if you've had a psychotic breakdown, I think the best thing you can do is try to, even though you probably won't want to be, try to stay with someone and try to figure out what you were doing that brought on the psychotic episode. Like usually it's like a trigger. It could be alcohol, it could be weed, it could be something. Like it's all kinds of stuff. So, well, my brother quit drinking a few years ago. That's nice. It's tough because cold turkey's really dangerous. It is, but I'm glad he got through it. We think it's weed and ADHD meds mixing. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. I know a lot of people are very critical of, could be VTubers. Herbal infusion helps my PTSD. Yeah, it can work a lot for like other people and like everyone's different, but you have to be very careful with weed when it comes to prescription medication. A lot of people are very upset that you can't get on Adderall or different types of medications. Like if you admit to your doctor that you've had like marijuana or I'll just say devil's lettuce and stuff. And the reason that is because they haven't tested it with that substance. And you might go like, oh, it'll be fine. It doesn't mess with anything. It's not going to kill you. Well, there's different things they can do besides kill you. It can affect your mental state and put you in a really low place or a really high place or disorient you. Like, it's just not a good idea to do. Tried to trace it back to before the onset of psychosis. My doctor seemed to believe the Adderall was the thing that may have triggered my psychosis in the beginning. Yes! Adderall can also trigger it because if you take it when you don't sleep enough, and you do that in a consistent pattern, you're not going to be sleeping enough, and you're going to be getting yourself into an almost state of mania using the chemicals from your Adderall. You do have to be careful with that in Vyvanse. I tried to trace it back before the onset of my psychosis, but I think that's probably your best bet. Like, do not take any sort of substance if you are on medications, like, especially for your mental health. The good thing is hallucinogenics didn't work while on SSRIs. Oh, that's good. I'll have to call my dad and see, because asking, I think they need support. I had him on the phone asking me how long it'd take for her to get back to normal. I had no answers for him. It depends, but you need to remove the substance from the household if you want to, like, help someone with psychosis. I'd say that's the big thing. You have to remove the substance that is triggering it, and you have to remove the stimuli that's triggering it. So, it might just be, oh, no, you're not derailing, it's fine. I think it's a good idea to talk about. You might have to just monitor them for a while and go like, here, eat food, drink water, take NyQuil. And if they don't do that, you unfortunately might get to the point where you have to take them to the hospital for their own safety. Also, Cozy Nero, what's up, man? How you? Thank you for the raid. Oh, smile, 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 smile. This is scary. What's going on? Smile, smile. Banjo Tooie, yo! Oh, that's a fun game. Smile, smile. Why are you smiling at me? Hello. How are you? I preferred SSRIs. Keeps me from slipping. Yeah. We're just talking about mental health. We're just joyous. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I'm so scared. This is so creepy. I'm glad you're joyous. Merry Christmas, Cozy Nero. Cozy Nero is very fun if you guys want to check him out. He's a lovely artist, and he also plays a lot of fun games, and he also kind of looks like one of the people from Look Outside. Like, that's the best way I could describe him. He looks like he's from Look Outside. You built like you from Look Outside. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for coming by, for real, for real. And I hope you're having a very good one. We are currently watching a thing on celebrity conspiracy theories, and I think it's really fun. Oh, Verminator! I love the song Verminator. It's so ethereal. It's so ethereal, and you feel like you're, like, fighting, like, a great foe. It's so cool. Grimmi's lore dropping, also dogs are better. Wait, why do you not like cats? I like cats and dogs.
The movie and going back home to Florida,
Well, good
but
luck,
she couldn't
Witch.
find peace
You can do
there
it.
either. She felt so unsafe that she would only eat
Yeah.
off of Linda or Wing's plate at dinner because she was sure someone had poisoned hers. On July
Yeah.
1st of 1983,
They think
she
people
walked
put
out
stuff
the
in
front
their
door
food.
to leave, but immediately became hyper-aware of just how many people were out in the neighborhood. And though they were just neighbors coming or going or enjoying the summer weather, to
Oh,
Tammy there
poor
were
lady.
threats. She turned to go back inside, but the door was locked. So
Little
she
lady.
picked up a baseball bat off the lawn and smashed the front window out. This time, it took Linda hours to calm her down. After this incident, Linda took her daughter to a mental health facility where she had a full mental and physical checkup. And after a 72-hour holding period, they informed Linda that there were no symptoms of a mental health crisis and
What?
no drugs or alcohol in Tammy's system. So
Okay, I know this, like, seems insane, and, like, you could go like, oh, then she wasn't crazy, people were following her. They do this a lot. They do this a lot. It's not that there's no mental health crisis going on, it's that they think that they're not a danger to themselves, so they can't legally hold them any longer. So, this still happens consistently. So, I've had this happen also where it's just like, oh yeah, we're releasing your mother today, and it's like, she's talking about, like, how she's going to get married to the guy that's, like, murdering people in Israel? Or not in Israel, in the other place. Like, that's, like, her big thing right now. She's just talking about that endlessly. And, she thinks that she's communicating with people, and they're like, yeah, but she's not gonna harm herself. Can I have some advice? What's up, Levi? So anyways, be very careful. Yeah, she thinks that she's gonna get married to when she's in, like, psychosis. She's doing a lot better now, and she might have changed her opinion now. But she, for a while, thought she was gonna get married to Netanyahu, I think. Is that his name? I don't remember how to say it. That's not harm. They, I don't know, they are fine with it. Like, she's not gonna harm herself, and they're just like, ah, okay, go have fun. Yeah, that's the guy. Wild? Yeah, I was not happy about it. It was really annoying. She was convinced that they were twin flames, and they were... I don't know why him specifically, but, is she Jewish? She's not. Yeah, I'm gonna marry the Umbrella Man, but, like, that's different. We're different. Anyways, Levi, what's the advice you need? I'm sorry about this. How you doing, man? You doing okay? Thank you for saying Merry Christmas also. Gotta love the medical care. I'm just saying, if, like, they take your relative out of the hospital, be careful. Also, Levi, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Hi, Oshi. Oh. I've been working every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday overnight for the past 5 weeks. I worked Xmas Eve, and now I'm scheduled for New Year's Eve. I have a 4-year seniority, and I don't want to give it to the new hire because that's not fair to new hires. The only reason they are fighting me on this is because I didn't work they're fighting me on this because I didn't work nuclear reaction if I quit my job. I think December got mentally stressed. Oh, so you're saying that, like, you're over-stressed out because they're not letting you have the time off that you need? Also, thank you so much, Amber Rose, for being here for 21 months. Thank you for the recent streams from it. Yo, thank you. Sorry it got cut. No worries. It looks like, you're going through a lot, though. Unfortunately, I don't know, like, there might be people that would have advice here for you, because I don't work in nuclear power. It might be something where they're just saying, like, you're the senior employee here, so you're gonna be able to take care of it better than everyone else. So, don't marry the sentient cardboard standee. You're allergic to cats, Sally? It's okay, you'll be alright. Thank you for typing out all those emojis. So, there might be someone that could give you some advice on it. It sucks that they're making you work all those times. It might just be that they cut down a lot and now they need you to, work constantly. Had a friend of mine who worked at hospital security and she had some crazy stories to tell. Someone got into a table and left over her head. She's 6'2" once. Yeah! Oh my god, hospital security work isn't something I'd wish on my worst enemy. It's like the most stressful job you can have. I mean, some people enjoy it, but, yeah. The person who stole your cardboard cutout is devastated now. I'm sorry, Ghosty. I'm sorry, Ghosty. I'm sorry, Dreamy. What would Homer Simpson do? What would he do?
Though there wasn't anything they could do, but
I'll
they
wait
did
for Levi
observe
to
that Tammy
ask a little
believed
more
that she
question.
was in
But I
danger.
hope you're okay,
Afterwards,
Levi.
Linda feels that Tammy did her best to
Also, really,
project that
thank
she
you.
was okay, but still displayed
Oh,
nervous
that's so
behavior.
nice.
One day, Tammy Lynn told
nice
her
alert,
mom she was going out with a friend before getting in a car with a male. This was the last time Linda would ever see her daughter. That day, July 6th, 1983, was the last day anyone would see Tammy that we know of. The police did get in contact with the male friend that picked her up. According to him, the two went to the beach before getting in a verbal argument in which Tammy insisted he drop her off in a parking lot. She was seen being dropped off outside the old glass bank building.
This is very possible also. When people are in a psychotic episode, and she might have been, they get really argumentative and they suddenly don't trust people, so they might be cool with you and then suddenly like, no! Not ideal. Honestly, it sounds similar to the thing in healthcare where they understaff then guilt the workers into not taking time off as there's no backup staff. Yeah, I think that's what's happening there. And GGG, thank you for the 100 bits. The only reward for good work is more work. I suggest you cut down on how good your work is so no one expects anything from you. There you go, Levi. I don't think you should do that because you work in nuclear power. Who's your worst enemy? Are you asking for me? My worst enemy? I don't think I have a worst enemy. Even if I don't really like people, like, I don't really want to, like, see them suffer or anything. Like, that's psychotic. Maybe my dad? He's kind of evil, but under. Who's Madeline Wunsch? I can be your worst enemy? I don't want you to be my worst enemy. What about Coco? I love Coco. Coco's awesome. Okay, we're gonna continue watching.
That day in Cocoa Beach, Florida, which verified the friend's story. Tammy seemingly vanishing without a trace directly after. 40 years later, authorities and her family still haven't given up hope. Although there's been very few leads, there are some interesting theories. Of course, there's the theory stemming from Tammy Lynn's own beliefs, that she had seen something at that Hollywood party, something that put her life at risk, something tied to money laundering. But interestingly enough, there was an active serial killer in the area at that time, known as the Beauty Queen Killer. Christopher Wilder kidnapped and at least 8 women in the early 80s, luring beautiful young models with the promise of modeling contracts or photo shoots before attacking them,
Well,
making Tammy Lynn look like a prime target for the psychopath.
But how would
However,
she-
according to the police,
I don't think
Wilder's
this is
crime
true.
spree didn't begin until 1984.
Oh, nuclear
months
reaction
after
as an
Tammy's
overreact.
disappearance.
Oh.
Though there are rumors
Okay.
he killed in his home country of Australia before coming to America and had more victims in the USA. We'll never know, as he was killed in a shootout with police in 1984. Tammy's mother
Too
Linda
good for him.
passed away in 1995, firmly believing that Tammy fell victim to a group of elite Floridians involved with the laundering of money tied to the trafficking trade. Her
Sorry,
dying wish
Floridians
was to
just
find out
sounds
what
like
happened
people that
to
eat
her
a lot of
daughter.
fluorite. It's not a funny thing what they were saying, but it sounds funny to... I'm sorry. I shouldn't have laughed. I'm gonna paint my nails as we're doing
David
this.
Miscavige is the big cheese of Scientology, and you're friends with his wife.
This
and
one's
you see
insane.
his
This
wife
one's
isn't
messed up.
there.
This one's messed up. Right.
And you asked, her name is Shelley, where's Shelley?
Right.
There's this big wedding, where's Shelley, and what happened?
Well, I asked innocently, where's Shelley? Because I thought it was odd. It was being, they were calling it the wedding of the century, the church. And I said, well, where's Shelley Miscavige? And with that was a reaction of, people just scattering. Well, and I asked the spokesperson at the time, Tom Davis, where is Shelley? I think it's weird that she's not here. And he said, you don't have the effing rank to be asking about the leader's wife. And I felt that I did have the effing rank to ask where a human being was.
In November of 2006, as actress Leah Remini arrived at the 15th century Italian castle ceremony to see fellow Scientologists.
So this one's evil.
She had just one question upon seeing the infamous
This is
and
super
secretive
messed up.
leader of their movement, David Miscavige. Where is Shelley? When the creator of Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, died in 1986, his chosen heir, David Miscavige, took the throne. And along with him, his wife, Shelley Miscavige, who had been a member of Scientology since she was 12 years old. The two meeting while serving in the religion's strangely paramilitary-esque Sea Org division. If you're unfamiliar with Scientology,
The media really did her dirty. This is
created in
just an overall
1953 by
horrible thing
science
that
fiction
happened.
Writer L. Ron Hubbard. Though I'm sure the religion has helped many people, there
No one
have also
100%
been
knows what
several
happened, but it's not
high-profile
good.
allegations of abuse, poor working conditions, financial control, and worse. The parishioners of the church must pay increasingly exuberant fees for the treatment sessions in effort to go clear, a process which is supposed to help remove trauma. Some members working their entire lives doing menial labor jobs and living on the church campuses. Scientology has become infamous over the years for allegedly utilizing extremely hostile and invasive tactics to discredit and defame any former members or investigators in fear of the public finding out what goes on within the church. The group
The worst
owns
ones
over
I've heard are
$400 million
insane.
in real estate in Hollywood alone, and pretty much bought a city in Florida. They even have several secretive, heavily guarded
This
bases
is what
hidden throughout
Scientologists actually
Wyoming,
believe. They will
California,
never.
and New Mexico. When David took power, his wife was
There actually is one positive thing related to the South Park thing with the Scientologists. So what happened was, you know how Chef quit the show because they made fun of Scientologists. Apparently, Chef's son, I don't know his actor's name. I'm sorry. I'm just going to refer to him as Chef. Chef's son actually confirmed that that was completely sent by Scientology. His dad had nothing to do with that. He was in, having a medical, emergency, and he could not have sent that letter. Isaac Hayes. And Scientologists did that for him. So he had nothing against South Park, and he always thought of them as, very nice people that helped make him his career, and he loved playing the character. And, he was just really, he was all in it to win it. So, if you have any negative feelings about the character Chef, or even that cult, and changing he apparently never felt negatively towards South Park, which is really sad, honestly, because he got painted in such a different way, but he apparently never felt negative towards it. Thank you, Anon, for the $10. You apologize way too much, girl. You have nothing to say sorry for. I know, I'm trying. It's part of my vocabulary. I got used to it. Yeah, that was effed. Well, yeah, but luckily, even if it's not, I also thank you, Anonymous. Thank you for the $10 dues. I'll do my best. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna say it anymore. We're gonna try. I'm gonna try real hard. But yeah, so just keep in mind he cared about the show and he cared about the people that helped him, and it's very unfortunate, but at least we can know, even if it's years later, that he was always loyal to those guys until the bitter end. He just got characterized incorrectly, and I'm very sorry to you, Chef. That's really sad. Really sorry.
was given a role fit for who was ostensibly now the First Lady of Scientology, creating the position
It is
of
really
Chairman
sad.
of the Board Assistant, which
Hey,
put
hey,
her in
buddy,
charge
this
of all
chair
the
is not
highest-ranking
something to do.
staffers. Except she had little true power over her own life or any decisions made, as David was extremely controlling and quick to temper, making her role little more than his personal assistant. It seems Shelley slowly lost favor with David as he shot down all of her projects, and rumors of him having an affair with his communications expert, Laurice Stuckenbrock. These rumors only multiplied by the fact that the two no longer shared a bedroom and hadn't showed any personal affection in front of anyone in years. According to defectors from the mysterious organization, Shelley maintained a desperate attempt to impress and assist David in his work, but did begin to feel and express that he was going off the rails. These same former members that were so close to Shelley claimed that in early 2006, she was showing signs of massive stress and anxiety, appearing unstable and fearful. During this time, Shelley made two decisions. While David was was away on a trip. In order to facilitate renovations to David's personal living space, Shelley had some of his belongings boxed up and put in storage. She then rearranged some of the staff positions at Gold Base where she was living, informing them of their new titles and duties. Both actions David must have considered completely over the line. One of the former members is quoted as saying, "She puttered around for maybe a week or two. She was being very sheepish and withdrawn. It was like she knew she was in big trouble." In August of 2007,
Okay,
Shelley's
for
father
real.
passed away,
I got
and
it,
she
for real.
attended
I'm
the
good.
funeral after being isolated for some time.
Is this based on a true
According to former
story? This is
high-ranking
true.
Scientologist Mike
Um,
Rinder, Shelley was
So, this is all stuff that's been communicated by different investigative groups and different people. These are all real events. The stuff where they talk about numbers is more like schizophrenic ramblings, though. So just, you know, like the things where they start talking about Satan and like things like that might not be accurate. But when it comes to this information about their disappearances and what people were saying, it's at least something that we can know for sure was actually spoken about. Sorry, I'm trying to get cozy. There we go. Anyways, just be careful.
taken to one of several Scientology
It'll be
facilities
okay.
in the San Bernardino Mountains, a place he refers to as a very secret location, the heavily guarded headquarters of the Church of Spiritual Technology, where the church takes great care in preserving the writings of their founder for eternity. These writings are etched into stainless steel tablets.
This
which
stuff's
are held in
weird. Also
titanium
add
containers
1239.
filled
Thank
with
you for being here
argon
for 17
gas.
months.
Those
How
containers
you?
are lined with heat shielding developed for the space shuttle program. The containers are then stored in deep underground vaults. Maintaining and protecting these facilities is considered an honor amongst the Scientologists, but defectors have also claimed that these locations are also used as de facto prisons. It's been roughly 15 years since Shelley has been seen in public. In 2006, when Leah
15
began
years.
inquiring within the church about Shelley Miscavige and behaviors from senior members like Tom Cruise not being in line with the church's teachings, she was immediately sent to a church facility in the Scientology capital city, Clearwater, Florida, where she would spend a grueling 90 days in what can only be described as interrogation sessions.
How long were you in Florida for?
3 months.
3 months
Whoa.
of dealing
Hi,
with this?
Digi, what's up?
3 months?
I had
Every
to-
day for
I had-
3 months?
I had to write apology letters.
90 days. So you're there for 90 days.
Yeah, it
All
was
you're
during
talking
my
about is Tom
hiatus. It
Cruise's
was during
wedding.
my hiatus on King of
Holy
Queens.
shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone should go look for this
Yeah.
woman.
That's what I'm doing most of
Not
the time.
her,
I
but-
get these reports. I'm sent to Florida immediately, the Mecca, the hub of Scientology.
Clearwater.
That's right. For interrogations.
Ooh.
No, and I mean like interrogations.
So you have to fly out there.
I fly out there.
The Subble
I'm,
said
in the
she's
room-
not Miss
I'm in a
Cabbage.
room, you know, with cameras, with my person who is armed with information, unbeknownst to me, of a stack of reports that were written on me. These are
After Leah went public with her questions about Shelley's whereabouts, Scientology began going above and beyond to discredit and smear their former member. The church goes to great lengths to discredit those who speak negatively about it, including making a YouTube channel dedicated to painting Leah in as negative a light as possible.
What?
That produced several high production value testimonials from various figures in Leah's life, including her father, stepmother,
Oh my
loose
God, dude.
acquaintances, all the way down to a manager of a Scientologist hotel and a home inspector whom Leah met once.
A home inspector?
I said, this is my profession. This is what I do. That is a hairline crack. That is not a concern. The volume went up. She got more upset. And I realized at that moment that in the 10,000 inspections I've dealt with, I've probably dealt with maybe 3 people that I would consider to be truly, I don't know another word other than insane. In other words,
What?
they have some sort of hidden agenda, some reason that they want to communicate something.
And he was going to do a whole thing about where's Shelley and going to put the church into just a...
This is one random person. She could have been having a horrible day. I don't know. Maybe her dog died. You have no clue. It sucks that she was rude to him, but oh my god, dude. But Scientology gets a little bit like this. They get a little bit like it, so I hope that, I don't know, every religion can have some positives and stuff, but this is just a little bit much if you ask me. It's a little bit much. I'd be worried. I'm my little piggy. I'm my sweet pig. I'm my sweet pig.
unbelievably terrible position because
You know, he figured it all out.
First experience with
He'd been in public
Scientology, oh
relations
boy.
his entire
No,
life, and he figured
I
it all out. There was going to be this untenable position where nobody.
that
could
home
respond to it
inspector though
because
thing, that's
it's so
crazy.
personal, and it's so the accusation is so one of those things that it's like a "do you beat your wife" conundrum, right? The way they're framing the accusation, that that they can just go to town and make it into it. She goes, I know that.
Dude, just say, I love my wife, I would never hurt her, I care about her, let me bring her out, like, or she's been very sick and it's been hard for her to, like, really communicate with people, like, dude, ads time, okay, sorry, okay, fair, okay, sorry, fair, okay, we're chill. We're chill. Why? He doesn't. Yeah, he's a bad man, it looks like, possibly. Never mind, he's a good man. Don't be angry at me. Don't be angry at me. I love Scientology. Don't be angry at me. The thundercrack kind of scared me. Yama's trying to silence for me. I probably should chill out, but it just, I don't know. It's weird. Like, it's interesting also, because, like, there can be, like, a deadness to, like, someone's eyes in, like, a weird way. I don't know. I've had people try to, like, I think get a little bit, like, insane with that type of stuff and go, Grimmi does this and this and this, and I don't really care. I feel like I'm doing alright. I hold myself accountable to the people that I care about, but, like, this guy, he kind of has, like, a deadness in his eyes, and it's kind of scary. I don't know, like, even, like, there's, like, a weird vibe to it. I joined today during Spooky Games and definitely wasn't expecting this. Yeah, it gets weird! But we go into all weird and spooky topics. Chua, what's wrong? I think he wants me to fill up his food bowl more. He doesn't want to see the bottom of it. We're gonna take a quick 30-minute break. I'm gonna come back in like 10 seconds though, so, run the ads and we're gonna chill until we get back to the video, don't you worry. There you go. No, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3-minute break, 3-minute break. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, we go into all creepy, weird, scary topics. We also do look at stuff like murders and like kind of rough stuff like that, but I really do wanna try to just say, like, okay, try to keep in mind that these were people and stuff. Like, this lady, no, someone needs to help her, but she's probably not alive any- Okay, 1 sec. I'm gonna feed my cats. We're gonna run the ads. It's okay. 1 second, 1 second. Alright, and we're back. Well, I'm back. Cats are constant attention seekers. Yeah, the cats are part of the stream. I had like 4 roommates before, so the cats always had someone to hang out with, and not anymore, so they're like, hey, look at me and do everything I need you to do right now. I know, baby. You have your food, though. Oh, you want to go up there? Okay. Let's make it so you can jump up there a little bit, okay? There you go. Now we can jump up real easy peasy. Okay. It better be raining during the audio drama. I'll put the rain on during the audio drama when we listen to Magnus. It's okay. When is silver reaching 90? Oh god. Where'd your roommates go? I moved. I moved because they were really nice people, but I didn't have good boundaries, and sometimes I had to pay their rent because of that. Not all of them, but enough of them that I got a little bit fed up with it, and I moved. So, and they were all nice people, and I think they deserve a tremendous amount of respect. I was just going through it, and I think that they took advantage of that a little bit. So anyways, it's okay. Not all of them, though. Not all of them. And they're still all really nice people. Grimmi, I know. I just didn't have good boundaries with it. I'm sorry, you guys. Oh, this is a pretty color. It's a very pretty color. Sorry. You can be nice, but not, yeah, the thing is, it also, like, kind of, like, made our relationships a little bit harder. Also, thank you, Levi, for gifting 2 subs. You gotta do that. I hope that things can go better for you, dude. You've been going through it, it sounds like. if you need to, tell them that you need, like, the time off, or, like, you won't be able to, like, do your job very well, and if you don't get X, Y, or Z day off, like, you're gonna, like, not be able to, like, really do the work that you need to on the level you need to. I think that, like, that usually gets people changing. Oh, this is a pretty color. Okay. Never borrow money from friends unless it's an emergency. Yeah. It's okay, though. You made the change you needed, and you should be proud. Thank you. You can still like people, but boundaries are important, and for them... Yeah, I think so. I think it was just a rough time, and I think the people that were doing it were going through a really rough time themselves, so... Just, I don't know. I try to think of it that way, even if I'm a little bit pissed at people. 'Cause they're not evil. Things are just hard. Alright, baby, we back to the video, though! Now they're gone and you're doing better? Yeah, I hope that they're doing good, too, though. I know people like you, sadly people not past that same level of empathy back. Well, they do. And I do get upset with people sometimes, and I do have, like, boundaries when it comes to getting real upset sometimes. Thank you, GGG. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. I'm doing good now, though. I'm chillin'. I'm chillin'. You don't need to worry about me. I'm chillin'. I'm Grimmi, chillin'. Forgot to say thank you, Oshi. Thank you so much, Levi, for asking about your problems and stuff. And, so I think you should just say that you need the time, and if you can't get it, then you're not going to be able to do well at your job, and they might respect that. And you might just say, I've put a lot of effort in, if I don't get this day off, like, I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Please respect that I need this day off, and you've been, taking a lot of my time off that I need, so. I got my life savings to roommates about... You lost 40k to your roommates? Wait, did you? What the hell happened to you? Your empathy's rather amazing. Well, I mean, it's been a little bit. Like, I don't know. I don't want anyone to suffer. I don't think anyone wants anyone to suffer deep down. They just feel hurt, which is fair. It's not empathy. We just all going through it. Anyone would feel this way eventually. Look at all this stuff where we see a bunch of crazy evil people. Like, I mean, they weren't crazy or evil like this. They're not bad people. They're just going through a lot. Oh, this is interesting, Jill. Ooh. Okay, let's see. That's pretty much it. Did I not mention this? I don't think you mentioned that you lost 40k to your roommates. I did not lose that much. I'll tell you later, point as I get it. Yeah, that's fair. This is kind of everyone commiserating their moments of, financial problems. It wasn't over time or something. Sorry. We're gonna keep playing this. We're gonna keep playing this. Alright. 40k is a lot, though. Although my mom, like, took 200k from me, I think, so that kind of sucked. But, I mean, honestly, I'm pretty happy with where I am, so I don't dislike her or anything. I just didn't know she had schizophrenia back then, so I was like, yeah. Okay. You can... Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know she had schizophrenia back then, and also I was, like, a child and only had talked to her, really, because I was, like, homeschooled because I was in a cult. So... Yeah, I was supposed to inherit $200,000, and that's a different timeline. She just kind of used it and stuff. She also had to pay a lot of really high fees because she had to get it out of the bank, so overall it was just, like, not an ideal time. Not ideal. Oh, this is a pretty color, though. Oh my gosh. Sorry, the nail polish is just really doing it for me right now. I'm just so happy. This is so cool. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much for the 500 bits, Foggy. Dear Lord, no, I'm fine now. I'm doing really, really good. I'm doing really, really good. You've got a lot to be about. You do too, Digi. 40k is a lot. Financial confession time, dang. I don't know. I think it made me healthier to, like, have to, like, work and stuff, honestly. I don't think I would be where I am if I just had that money, and I would probably have spent it all, so, you know. The Lord works in mysterious ways, gentlemen and women, and lovely ladies, and whatever else you'd like to be referred to as. I'm trying real hard, I just don't know yet. Your mom's trying, I don't know, whatever you want me to call you. Not sure of the term. Road not taken and all that? Yeah. Being poor does teach you frugality? Yeah, that's true too. Hang on, I'm gonna send you a cat pic. Oh, nice, thank you. I'm doing good, though. Like, I don't know, I'm happy. I've been really happy.
Oh, this is such a cool color. I'm so excited about this one. Okay. Grimmi, how much of that 200k was inherited versus earned? Because, what do you mean? Oh, like earned? Like 10k, I think. Like, I didn't make that much money when I was young. Like, when it came to, like, the money I was earning and giving to her, like, there was some. There was a decent amount. I don't know. It is what it is. If you got that money, we may have never met Grimmi. Yeah, there you go, see? Done? Alright, let's take a look at this cat, and then we get back to the video, baby! Oh my god! Sorry, I just saw the other thing you sent too. That is too cute! Oh, cool. Women be executed. Oh my god, your cat's... Oh, you have a little naked cat. You have a naked cat. I'm so happy for you. Naked cats are so cute. I'm so happy for you. What a beautiful creature. You have to rub them with like various potions and lotions. Oh my god. Sorry, okay. We're looking at this. This is a horrible one actually, like in terms of the video. Get ready for pain. A Sphinx? Yeah, a Sphinx cat. Oh, thank you, Digi.
I knew she wasn't missing. Credibility and integrity. Do you know she's not missing? You know that Leah Remedy truly doesn't have the rank to ask to know exactly where she is when and how she does her business.
The rank?
That just as much as she feels like, you know, that she needs the credibility and integrity. You know she's not missing?
Like the worst interview this guy could have given about this.
You know that Leah Remedy truly doesn't have the rank to ask to know exactly where she is when and how she does her business. That just as much as she feels like
his program crash? I mean,
you know,
it's playing twice, but I appreciate it.
I know all that, but it's like his perfect thing because it puts him in a position. If it's the wife of the head of Scientology, it puts him in his untenable position.
What?
Why go to these great lengths to discredit one person, instead of just urging Shelley Miscavige to make a public statement? It is my personal belief that Shelley is unable to make a statement for one of two reasons. Shelley is long dead, or Shelley is being held against her will at one of the church's many properties.
Obvious, such a prepared thing. Too obvious? Yeah, this is weird, dude.
In 2013, after finally leaving Scientology, actress Leah Remini filed a missing persons report with the LAPD. However, the report was quickly closed and marked as unfounded. According to the LAPD, they made contact with Shelley but refused to give any details as to her state of mind, health, or if they met with her in an environment where she would be away from her potential kidnappers in order to express the need for help. The case so quickly shut down, so either Shelley really is fine, or could corruption be playing a role? In early November 2022, Leah Remini took to Twitter to provide a potential...
It's very likely corruption's playing a role because the Scientologists, they make mad money. Like, they got a lot of people. I actually remember, like, this was weird, but I was standing outside of this acting thing, like an audition, and they wanted people to go to their church going like, yeah, there's a lot of actors and you can do networking and stuff. And I was like, haha, I'm not gonna go outside for anything, I don't have to. But, like, they were trying to, like, get different actors and actresses that probably were gonna, like, make enough to, like, get them money and stuff, like, later on. They were probably like, ooh, who can we nab? Who can we grab? I don't know. It was weird. I don't think they were supposed to be there. It was weird. It was weird. Sorry, we can continue onwards.
Potentially disturbing update regarding her search for Shelley Miscavige, detailing how the captain who was in charge of the Hollywood division at the time Leah filed the missing persons report has ties to Scientology. Here's him accepting a $20,000 check from Scientology to an LAPD charity. And not only that, but Corey is now being investigated for providing confidential information to top CBS executives, which means he was allegedly selling confidential information to a television network. If he was willing to do that, it's not much of a logic leap
That's
to
not
understand
great.
how easy it would have been to influence the LAPD's response to Leah's missing persons report. Leah also posted this picture of LAPD Lieutenant Andre Dawson, the detective in charge of her missing persons report into Shelley Miscavige, who also has connections to Scientology. Here he is speaking at Scientology's Celebrity Center at an event about human trafficking.
Cool, dude. Only 20k, quite cheap, cops. This was a long time ago. I think 20k would buy a lot more. Now groceries are twice as expensive. Actually, you want to know something funny? If you use Walmart, Amazon, any of those like ones to buy groceries, what you can do is look as far back as you possibly can on that grocery service and see how much you paid for the same items that you buy now. One lady did that. There's been inflation that's almost 3 times what people pay for food. Just saying, it's crazy. Amazon removed those prices very quickly. Yeah, the thing is, well, you can still get some good deals on Amazon for food, but I saw that on Twitter. Yeah, it's insane. Oh, you can buy politicians for 20k now, can you? It's very sad, though. She really doesn't deserve to go through any of this. She's a human being. An event about human trafficking, the irony. Yeah, they did kidnap a woman, it seems like.
Some theorists suggest that often
Don't be
when
angry
a
at
dark
me,
theory
Scientology.
surfaces around a celebrity and begins to get traction, the media will cover a scandal about that person in order to mask the deeper, more disturbing truth. Those same theorists claim this is one of those occasions, alleging that Armie Hammer's leaked DMs, you know, the ones about cannibalism, were more than just fantasy.
This was weird.
In August of 2020, actor
I remember
Armie
this
Hammer,
one.
known for his roles in The Lone Ranger and Call Me By Your Name, did an interview with Jimmy Kimmel, where Armie commented that he had been living in and restoring an old abandoned motel with his old pal, Ashton Ramsey, near Joshua Tree in California.
God, Mr. Calix, that's so funny.
So my buddy Ashton bought a motel
Try
in
Walmart.
29 Palms, which is just outside of Joshua Tree, and it was like this kind of like abandoned, rundown motel. And I came back from the Cayman Islands where I was during quarantine, and I was like, dude, I got nothing to do. And he's like, well, do you want to come live with me in this abandoned motel and do construction with me? And I was like,
You say no, right? Yeah, of course not. That's terrible. I'm a movie star. That's the last thing I want to do.
I'm sorry, did you think I had anything else better going on? Like,
Why is he an
Armie and his
astronaut?
wife, Elizabeth Chambers, had quietly separated and began the divorce process a few months prior. And as far as
Okay, if this one's real, this is like the craziest, like, not supervised by, like, your wife anymore, gonna do something crazy story ever. Like, this one's weird. This one's insane. This guy always creeped me out. This one's crazy. This one's, like, legitimately really weird. Also, like, you can see there's, like, a weird deadness here compared to, like, her happy eye.
can tell, he traveled from the Cayman Islands, where he was living with his family pretty much directly, to the Joshua Tree area and into this abandoned hotel.
Joshua Tree, God.
Oddly enough, at least 3 people vanished from the Palms 29 area while Armie was staying at the abandoned hotel. But why would anyone think he had anything to do with that? Well, months later in January 2021, an Instagram user named House of Effie leaked some extremely disturbing DMs between herself and Hammer from while he was still married. The DMs detailed the disturbing depths.
Is that even possible? Ignore that part. There we go. Okay, there. Okay, cool. Thinking of holding your heart in my hand and controlling when it beats. I am 100% a cannibal. I want to eat you. That's scary to admit. I've never admitted that before. I've cut the heart out of a living
Of Armie's depraved fantasies.
animal
Armie
before and
swiftly
eating it while
glossed
still
over your
warped.
average BDSM kink.
Alright, we gotta kill him. We gotta kill him with hammers. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. How's your voice? It's getting better. Like, I also took a bunch of, like, anxiety medicine. I think I accidentally took twice the dose, so I'm, like, really anti-anxious right now. I'm a little tired, though, so I'm a little bit silly. Well, I'm awake. I could still stream. I'm just a little bit like, oh, wow. Kill him with an army of hammers? Yeah. Have you watched the movie Raw? So good. If he's in it, I'm never seeing it.
He showed an extreme amount of interest in consuming human blood, human flesh, homicide,
thunder!
and
The
just
thunder!
overall physically harming whoever would be unlucky enough to be intimate with him. Hammer indicated that he knew a
Gypsy, thank you for the
surgeon
100
and
bits.
wanted a woman to have
This
2 ribs
patch,
removed
wow.
in a surgical procedure
Oh, yeah,
so
this
that
is
he
different,
could
sorry.
barbecue and eat them. He even said he
Okay.
wanted to hold her beating heart in his hand, and that he had eaten the heart of an animal he hunted. It wasn't just House of Effie. Several other women came forward with varying degrees of dark, depraved messages from the actor. Now, knowing where the man's interests lie,
Yo, she a cutie.
let's take a look at the disturbing
Sorry,
amount of
I'm
human
not the
remains
time, Grimmi.
found in and around the Joshua Tree area. In the time that Army confirmed himself that he was in the area, 3 people vanished, and their remains would later be found nearby. On June 16, 2020, Erica Lloyd's family lost touch with her 2 days after she had left for Joshua Tree on vacation. Later that day, her car was found here, near the intersection of Highway 62 and Sheldon Road, near 29 Palms, exactly 10 miles or a 10-minute drive away from the Ramsey 29 motel. Later that day, her family desperately kept calling her cell phone, the only thing giving them some semblance of hope, as it was still on and
Did they
ringing
still have their
days
hearts?
later.
Really good
4
question,
days after
actually.
her disappearance, someone picked up a mysterious male voice who said he found the phone on June 18th on Cottonwood Drive. This is Cottonwood Drive, less than a half mile from the motel where Armie Hammer was living. 9 days later, on June 25th, sometime after nightfall, a local resident, 56-year-old James Escalante, left his home on Shelton Road and started riding his bicycle towards Highway 62. His girlfriend Sherry had received a call from her friend, whose car had become stuck in the sand just off Highway 62, about a mile from their house. When the car wasn't in the location James expected it to be in, he called Sherry and told her as much. She added her friend onto the call and told her to honk.
no.
James immediately heard the horn nearby and said, "Got it," before vanishing without a trace. On July 22nd,
What?
2020, human remains were found nearly in the same area, but remained unidentified. Cynthia Bachman, the county sheriff's spokeswoman, only confirmed that a body had been found. Erica Lloyd's family had hired an old mining and caving expert to search the Joshua Tree area for their daughter, and sometime in early August he found a red bicycle, the very bicycle Escalante was riding when he vanished. This discovery
Also, it's crazy that they're just like, oh, I found it. Like, they didn't, like, find these objects? There wasn't, like, helicopters and stuff going? Like, what's going on here, dude? Okay, just chilling, just chilling.
led to an enhanced search of the area, and 2 more sets of human remains were located. One, roughly a quarter-mile south of Amboy Road and Wilson Road. The other was not too distant from Shelton Road and Highway 62. It is believed that these remains belong to James Escalante. On January 21st, 2022, Erica Lloyd's remains were found as well, so the remains found at Amboy and
Also,
Wilson
dude,
do
there's,
belong-
like, not a lot of Native Americans left. Like, come on, dude, let him live. Come on, please. There, seems mean. Sorry, I'm a little bit on my pills, and I'm half Native American. I need to chill, but like, okay, sorry.
To a third victim.
Hi, my Chula, what's
And
up?
as of now, there are at least 6, but probably closer to 8 mysterious death cases right in this tight little cluster. The connection between Army and the mysterious number of deaths surrounding his time in 29 Palms is
Yes.
only made more frightening when you find out that allegedly, the violence didn't stay a fantasy according to House of
Chula.
Effie. Effie, the original leaker of the cannibalistic DMs, eventually made an impact statement during a press conference, in which she details a horrific 4-hour attack in which Hammer allegedly violently assaulted her repeatedly, bashed her head against the wall, and
What?
even beat the bottoms of her feet, causing extreme pain with every step she took in the following days, leaving her battered, bruised, and traumatized for life, all completely without her consent. She begged him to stop and even tried leaving, but he wouldn't let her. Hammer denied the claims, releasing a statement through his lawyer. As of September 1st, 2021, the investigation is still ongoing. Effie also made an interesting comment saying, "What he and his friends have done is worse than anything I ever posted. Justice will be served." The string of mysterious disappearances and human remains being found began in late 2019. We know that Army was there in the direct vicinity
dude.
for nearly 3 months in 2020. Is it
Yeah,
possible
regardless.
there are one or more serial killers?
Regardless of if he did this, like, it could have been another random person. It's weird that so many people disappeared while he was living there, though, but, like, could have been a random person. Regardless, what he did to his wife was just evil, dude. What the hell? It's an interrogation technique. Yeah, it's an interrogation. Well, it's torture, but, like, it's an interrogation technique, so. It's him, let's be real. It's really weird that, like, people just suddenly died, and then he leaves, and then they're not dying anymore. Like,
Prowling the generally unprotected deserts of Joshua
I don't
Tree.
know. Weird. I've been to that area, too. Weird. To be continued. Well, we got another part, and I'm a little bit out of it. I'm a little tipsy, so we're gonna be watching another part of it. Let me put this down in case anyone put their wing wang in a random one of these. Which one's this? This one's part 4. Perfect. Okay. There we go. All right. Serial killers don't stop existing. Serial killing has just become the sole domain of the rich. Yeah, I mean, if you're rich enough, you can... Why is there a sound of rain? I like the sound of rain. New link? Good point. Let me get that new link for you. Okay. If you would like to go support this YouTuber, or if you would like to watch this again, if you feel like you're not grasping everything and you'd like to, yeah, go check out Digi also. Go check out Digi. And go also check out his lovely Rydia. She's really cool too. Sorry if I didn't DM you for a while. Like, I've realized that around the holidays, I kind of just get really sad and stressed out, and then afterwards I'm like, oh my god, everything's great, what's going on? I think I have seasonal depression. I'm just a guy. You're a great guy. Check him out. Check out Digi. The rain sound got me excited. I thought it came in again. Aw, it's just rain. I'm sorry. I like the rain sound. I'm gonna move to a place where there's rain, and then I'll just keep my window open. There you go. But for now, I don't have that. For now, it's inauthentic rain. Thank you, Chua. Thank you. I needed you to knock over that. Thank you. What a good Chua. What a good kitty. Power Communications presents... Drake. People don't like
June
him.
18th, 2018, 20-year-old rapper XXXTentacion, birth name Jose Onfroy, was shopping for motorcycles in South Florida. As he was leaving the motorcycle dealer, his BMW was cut off by an SUV, and 2 gunmen quickly jumped out and opened fire before stealing a Louis Vuitton bag filled with $50,000 cash. Although it looked like a very simple case of armed robbery and murder, a sinister theory involving one of the biggest artists of the last few decades began to surface. Way back in the beginning of 2017, Drake previewed a snippet of his new song KMT, and as soon as the preview dropped, people started comparing the song to X's hit song Look At Me. Drake said that after the fact, he was shown X's song and could see how people could draw a comparison, but that he had not in fact ever heard of X before, which X had something to say about. Soon after, during a live interview on 103.5 The Beat, X didn't mince words, saying that not only did he know Drake knew of him and had heard his music, he knew this because Drake's producer had made contact with X's management in hopes of setting up a collab, a detail that was corroborated by Adam22 on his podcast No Jumper. X was unable to respond because he was in jail.
Drake seems evil.
Shortly after they
I guess
received
that's
the offer,
it.
Drake had previewed a song that many felt he
Like-
ripped from X. In addition to this call out during the radio interview, X ranted on Twitter about not only his song being bit, but Drake ripping
Also,
off
thank you.
multiple other
The-
artists as well. X
Oh.
then went live on IG, making
the
sexual
flip-
comments about Drake's mom and speaking more about the beef.
the flip
on
you
February 24th,
Spectin.
2018,
Thank you so much
X
for
posted this
subscribing
on his IG
for 3
saying,
months.
If anyone tries to kill me, it was Champagne Poppy, Drake's IG handle. I'm switching right now. A while
It's amazing people can just get away with stuff like in the entertainment world, and everyone's like, oh, okay, well, I don't know. I hope their music comes out soon. Like, what is happening? Just like, this guy specifically will kill me, and here are the reasons that he's going to, and everyone's like, it could have been anyone. I'm glad you like it, hero. Yeah, Drake is not... Yeah, I mean, why aren't people, like, arresting him, though? Like, if he's, like, admitting to stuff like that, so weird. I don't know. I think it's just like, not to make you guys feel bad, but I think like, I'm starting to think that like maybe like there's a level of money you can have and like you can literally just do anything. I think that there's another person that's actually doing that currently. Like, yeah. I will put on the record, if I die, it was not Grimmi. It was not me. I don't plan to kill you. I'm sorry. I don't plan to kill anyone. Money always lets get away with anything. Yeah. Took you a bit to notice? I guess so. It's just like how I said that I was allowed to park in a weird place when I was hanging around rich people. So, is rapper Drake in the X-Files? Oh, gosh. I don't think so. I don't think he's done anything paranormal. I think he just kind of does some weird stuff. Legal system is pay to win. There's a current rapper called DAVD. He's like kind of like an anime weeb, but also he's very likely to have killed his like girlfriend that he was dating when she was 12. I don't know. It's still ongoing, but it's like you don't want to suspect him because he seems like he's just like a nice autistic guy, but like if I die unexpectedly, it was Michael. It was Michael. I didn't turn on his till I know. Poor kitty. Gonna be hard to explain why a body was in your car for a year. Yeah, I mean, it also could have been like someone that didn't like him doing that, but it just seems really weird. So yeah. 12? Yeah. 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 He started dating a 12-year-old, and I mean, he stuck with her, and now she was older. She passed away. Probably being murdered. The girl in the videos looked like the victim. Yeah. Yeah. He wrote songs about that 12-year-old that he killed. Yeah. He's still not arrested. They found her remains in his car. It's kind of messed up. I wonder if over-reliance on evidence of these kind of situations was a mistake, because a lot of people get away with a lot due to lack of it when there's so many implications stating otherwise. Yeah. He's a musician, and he seems to be kind of like a weeaboo, like, not in a rude way, but I mean, you're kind of doing some mean stuff to people. Yeah. I'm nodding off. Have a good one. There's literally one of his songs where he talks about killing people and stuffing them into a truck in his Tesla. The trunk of his Tesla, like, specific details. Yeah. No, this is, D4VD. D4VD. I think he's gonna get away with it, though, just because he makes so much money. He's like a gigantic musician. He's like one of the biggest ones in the world. So, probably gonna be fine, but it kinda sucks. Yeah, yeah. I think I've heard of him. Yeah. Yeah. He's not that big. He's kind of like a breakout sensation, and he's making enough money that, like... Yeah. Yeah. Some other ladies I know have been talking about this too. Well, it's very evil what happened, and I hope that they resolve it. I mean, it's possible someone's framing him. It's just really... Sleep well, Novel Knight. Sleep well. I won't die. You take care. Yeah, he met his girlfriend when she was 12, and he started writing songs about her. He's 100% not being framed. You did it. Yeah. Pretty likely. Yeah. Surmise no charges are laid out. Another thing is they found a giant furnace in his house that's used for cremation. So what's possible is he parked his Tesla somewhere else and was gonna go get the body to cremate it at some point, but hadn't yet, so... Yeah... Glad streamers don't kill each other, at least.
Well after X's death in June of 2018, eagle-eyed fans started finding clues in Drake's lyrics, seemingly alluding to his hand in the young rapper's death. On January 6, 2019, Drake released his song Mob Ties, which contains the lyric, Louis bags in exchange for body bags, which seems like a jab at the fact that X was killed while being robbed for his Louis bag. The song also contains lyrics about hiring help to take care of people, which is what some X fans think happened
Drake,
in this
what
situation.
the hell, dude?
In one of
The
Drake's
rain
more
is making
recent
me
songs,
EPA.
he says, maybe I should do a 20, maybe I should break that 20, do a 10, maybe I should break that 10, do a 5, then if it gets live, do a 5 again, 10, 10, 10, or Roman numerals XXX, followed directly by the line, if he held his tongue on that live, he'd be alive again, allegedly referring to the IG live that escalated the whole situation. Just in the last couple months, the actual triggermen that took X's life were on trial, and their defense team tried hard to have Drake brought in and deposed about any role he may have played.
The reason that she wanted security with Mr. Onfroy.
It's really interesting. You can just get away with anything if you're a celebrity, I guess. It's kind of horrible.
She's gonna tell you that. Okay?
Oh yeah, the guy lived. The streamer ran the guy over. That was horrible.
There's issues where Migos was attacked by him, but the important thing is that the mom is gonna tell you that that's why I wanted that security with him. Okay? So, do you think anybody's ever talked to them? No. And that's unacceptable.
However, the
What's
judge
really
refused
messed
to
up
drag
about
Drake
that?
into the case. So, do you think
The judge just was like, I'm not gonna do that. That's gonna be hard. Grimmi, you're a celebrity. No, I'm not. No one knows what I'm doing. No one knows who I am. I'm just doing my thing here. The streamer that ran someone over, by the way, like, he said, like, someone asked him, like, do you think that guy's dead? Like, the guy next to him in the car filming him, and he just said, I hope so. Or no, he said, hopefully. Like, that's the big thing. Like, if he had, like, been scared and said, like, I don't know, I didn't mean to do that, like, that'd be a little different. Instead, he just said, like, yeah, I hope. Like, I can understand being afraid of stalkers and, like, freaking out or something like that, but he was just like, whatever, I don't care. He says incriminating, yeah, that's true. Chua, what do you want? Okay, let me turn this on and then I'm
Drake
gonna help
had
Chua.
anything to do with X's untimely death? When the Dr. Phil show began, on-again, off-again clinical psychologist Phil McGraw offered advice in the form of self-help and life strategies. Although I can't say whether or not he's done it intentionally, the show has moved far from the realm of self-help into what many now see as pure exploitation of mental illness, addiction, and many other painful, emotional problems and issues of the less fortunate. The show still retains a large viewership every day, so it's not going away anytime soon. I bring this up for a specific reason. One that as I researched for this video kept revealing more and more disturbing details. A rabbit hole of fraud, abuse, and even death.
man.
Strangely enough, it all began with Danielle Bergoli.
I think Drake did it.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Catch you outside?
What is this
What
about?
does that mean?
Now known as Bad Baby. Almost exactly 2 years
Bad
ago,
Baby?
Bergoli posted a video about what went on at Turnabout Ranch, the troubled teen treatment program Dr. Phil sent her to. The video was titled Breaking Code Silence, which refers to a group of activists and survivors of abuse suffered at the hands of the troubled teen industry. Bergoli describes the ranch as more of a psychotic work camp, where teens are broken in during their initial days on
Oh,
site
dear
using
Lord, what the
deprivation
hell?
torture. What initially sparked Bad Baby into coming forward about her experience
Chua.
was hearing about Hannah
You want the window
Archuleta's
open?
experience, her former classmate
It's not
that
a
had
good
also
idea,
done
Chua.
time on the ranch. Hannah appeared on a 2019 episode of Dr. Phil, after which she
One
was
second,
transported
Chua.
directly from the backstage area of Dr. Phil's studio in
second.
Hollywood, straight to Turnabout Ranch in Escalante, Utah. Approximately 2 weeks after her arrival, one of the staff members at the ranch began sexually assaulting Hannah. After the second
What?
incident of abuse, Hannah approached a female counselor who she trusted and told her what had been happening. The response? Zero consequences for the male staff member that had been assaulting Hannah. But
Oh
for
my
Hannah,
God.
things became much harder. Her work duties were doubled, leading to outright exhaustion, and her bed was removed, leaving her to sleep on a wooden plank. In December of 2016, after struggling with drug dependence and behavioral issues, Clay Brewer was sent to Turnabout Ranch. 5 days later, he beat staff member Jimmy Woolsey to death and hit another staff member until she gave up her
Okay,
car
open the
keys.
window
Caleb then stealing the car and fleeing until captured by authorities days after a high-speed chase. Clay pled guilty to all charges, commenting that he had lost his mind while coming off drugs at the camp, which of course is horrible. It's murder, but I see it as another example of how terribly wrong it can go when you put a still developing teenager in a high-stress situation in a strange place where tough love seems to be the only real idea, especially when the kid is coming off of drugs. These kids need therapy, and that should be the focus.
Well, yeah. That's horrible, though. I hope it was the same dude. Like, did they say if it was the same dude? Bro went berserk? I mean, if they're attacking kids, like, and assaulting them, like... Gakman, thank you for being here for 23 months. She was a meme for a while because no one could understand what she said when you heard her talk in the clip. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Oh, Oprah's on a really interesting conspiracy with stuff, too. Oh. Good crud kid, get some good hits and take about... Yeah, if they were abusing the children to that extent, dear lord. God, or I guess any extent. What am I saying? Like that extent. Oh my god. Okay.
Along with the hard work and teaching them how to be disciplined in their everyday life, not just disciplining them, which is exactly how Dr. Phil presents these programs to the parents. Dr. Phil presents the programs as treatment centers, where the teens will receive therapy and be taught how to self-actualize and provided tools to help them self-regulate their emotions and responses to negative stimuli, which is extremely ironic since in many of these cases, the kids he sends to these camps are literally kidnapped in the middle of the night, forced into vans, and taken to these facilities against their will.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. These camps were popular for a while. They'd go and grab the kids. I think this is like a 2000s thing. But they'd go and grab the kids in the middle of the night. And, like, it was, like, kind of, like, almost like indoctrination. Like, it was, like, kidnapping and meant to, like, traumatize them. And they were cool with it. Like, parents were just like, well, you do what you gotta do. You deserve this. I don't know. The kidnappings, yeah. It's always, like, I don't know. When a child gets to this extent, like, negative and, like, unless they're, like, a psychopath, like, from birth and, like, killing animals and doing weird stuff, like, I think this is too extreme of a measure. It's obvious that the parents aren't really, like, paying attention to them or trying to help them or, like, talking to them about how they feel. So they have these insane rage issues and then they're just traumatizing them further, so, I don't know. This crap is still going on. I know, right? It happened to Paris Hilton. What? Oh... I almost got sent to something like this, and my way of getting out was it via stab wound to the effer's neck. No elaboration. Oh my god. I mean, you'd be in the right to. How are you doing? Are we playing Kick the Baby or something? No. We're watching celebrity conspiracy stuff. She made a documentary about it? Oh my god. Oh dear lord. Oof. I hope everyone's okay and everyone's a lot better.
We have a choice about going. We have to explain this to you.
Hi, Sheila.
If you need something, ask us, and we'll get it for you.
No, I want you to leave.
Nobody's leaving. You're in our custody from this point forward.
You assaulted that child!
We're going to do our intervention with Madison in a few moments. Hopefully she doesn't give us too many problems.
This is not an intervention! This is traumatizing them!
That's not happening. Your mom just came in here and told you she changed the plan.
Go out of my room! Stop trying to touch me! No, if I want to get out of my bed, let me get out of my bed!
This guy seems really nice, at least. Like, I feel so bad for, like, people that are in these situations and think this is an acceptable way to, like, work with children. But he seems very calm and really nice. Not an acceptable thing to do. Dude, use your empathy. Stop doing this to this teenager.
I don't care if the parents sign off on it. This is kidnapping, and it's
yeah,
going
this
to
is
be
evil.
a whole new level of trauma and distrust between the kid and their parents.
Yeah, I don't care how nice it is. Yeah, exactly.
Dr. Phil sends a camera crew out, and then
the problem is, like, it's kind of good that someone that seems at least human is there. But on the other hand, why the hell are you working for this place? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? But I guess, like, if he didn't, then there would be, like, no one normal.
There's the footage. The footage is then clipped and used in commercials advertising the show.
Commercials?
How is this practice not a direct method of retaining viewership, profiting off of an extremely traumatic moment in an already troubled teen life? So, in response to the growing media attention to rumors of abuse scandals, Dr. Phil held a softball interview to address the scandal.
She says that the place that she was recommended to go was abusive to her, wouldn't let her sleep. What are your responses to her?
Well, you know, she went to
turnabout 4 or 5 years ago, and if she had a bad
Dude.
experience, you know,
Dude.
obviously I would hate that. We're about that. We don't have anything to do with what happens with guests.
This guy is not a mental health professional. Sorry, I took too much of my
That's
anxiety
between
medicine. I'm just pissed
the
now.
guardian and the parent and
What's
whatever
wrong with him?
facility they go to. So we're not involved in that. We don't have any feedback from them. So whatever happens
Dude,
once they're there,
you got
that's
this
between
girl
them
into this
and the-
mess.
and the facility. I assume she had a problem. She filed a complaint with the proper authorities or something 5 years
Say
ago.
I no
So I-
like you don't
I-
have to like put yourself in a bad place legally. Like you can just say I don't condone of this, and I no longer will ever televise this. I was not involved in this. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to do. Instead, he's like, well, I don't know. Like maybe they're bad, and maybe she had some bad. I wasn't involved with it at all. Like just dude. He isn't even a doctor anymore. Good.
really don't know much about it.
What was he even a doctor
So
for?
There's the
Oh my
when
God.
we were kids.
Sorry, I'm getting way too angry.
We got the strap. We got the brush.
The hell is wrong with this guy?
You might have
Oh, I
had to
dropped
put
my
your
nail
hands out.
polish.
You get the ruler, but there was some amount of pain that came along with bad behavior. And I know that the spanking debate has been well worn out long ago, but now we're dealing with a generation of kids who tell teachers to F off. And I'm just wondering, like, have we made a mistake?
As you can see,
Yeah.
he apologized if Brogoli had a bad time, as the interviewer basically says the kids are soft because people her and Dr. Phil's age were beaten as children. With all
I am Schumer. Thank you for the 100 bits. I know a guy that got kidnapped like this because his parent. Oh my God! Parents sent him to the Pray the Gay Away camp. He told me horror stories about what they did. Oh my God! Closed after 3 years. He ran away from camp and thank God to live with his grandmother. That's nice. His grandmother cared about him. Dear God. Also, yeah, Dr. Phil's extremely exploitative. This is horrible. He was a behavioral analyst and specialist for law enforcement. Formerly, that's his only credential. That sucks. Sorry, I gotta chill. I gotta chill out. I didn't think it would be making me this angry. When I take my anxiety medicine and, like, I kind of, like, calm down enough to, like, not be, like, stressed out to the point I'm, like, numb to everything or freaking out. Like, and then I just get pissed if people are being crazy. He had a PhD in psychology. I guess that's the one he needed. At least it's not, like, I don't know, like, toe surgery or something. But, weird. Really weird. His credentials expired in 2000. He didn't even go back and get them done. He was just like, I'll use the credit. It's okay. I don't want to really have to go do that. What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, sorry.
the backlash, I doubt Dr. Phil will be sending anyone back to Turnabout specifically, but it's not one of a kind. The troubled teen industry is full of unethical, untrained grifters, at best just looking to make a buck, at worst placing themselves in a position to abuse children indiscriminately.
Yep. Say it again.
On July 14th, 2020, model, producer, actress Chrissy Teigen tweeted, "I have blocked over 1 million people.
What?
1 million people today, and I am still flooded with 6 psychopaths. So please, spare me just ignore them. They're trolls."
Who is
Why?
this?
What was going on that she had to take such a scorched earth approach
Mass
to these
Effect.
quote-unquote trolls?
He was actually
Well,
fired
what Tegan
because he
failed to
kept
mention in
working
this
with
tweet
invalidated
is that on the
credentials
same
because
day,
it turns
she
out he
also
paid for
deleted over
He paid for his PhD? Wait, what? He didn't go to school? As a proud toe surgeon, I take offense. I'm sorry, Foggy. I deeply apologize. Also, the crows sleep well. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Night, everyone. What? Night, everyone. Night, night.
60,000 tweets. It was the content
We're
of
getting
these deleted
deeper
tweets that
on
had
the,
many people questioning if the rumors
on the
about
thingy.
Chrissy Teigen and her husband John Legend allegedly having close ties to deceased child trafficker Jeffrey Epstein could be true. Here are some of those tweets.
Oh. Splits half naked. Is this I want to put myself in jail? I woke up this morning with the pizza on my chest and ranch dressing all over me, so you think I'm too good for this? You are sadly mistaken. Seeing little girls...
She's talking about a show? This is... Maybe she just didn't know how to talk, or... I don't know. Like, this is weird, but maybe it's, like... I don't know. Can anyone parse this? It's confusing. It's a TV show. Yeah, the Toddlers and Tiara stuff is a TV show, but why did she say she wanted to put herself in jail? That's a bit concerning. I think she means she's uncomfortable. It could be that, then. It could be that. It could be that. She could just have said some awkward stuff that happened to be related to conspiracy theories and stuff. It's very possible. I think so, at least. It's very possible. Okay, there. Alright. Sorry, I'm doing my nails. Okay. She was uncomfortable by the show and fell asleep eating pizza. Yeah, that's true. These aren't that bad. Okay. Okay, these might just... They might... Okay, 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 alright, thank you. What color? Show them? Yeah, thank you. I'm doing my nails right now. Here, I'll show you real fast. I'm doing a different polish. This one's a little bit brighter and lighter. It's a little bit green, but it's hard to see. But, I'll show you them more later after, You know, the first few tweets, it was like, okay. I think that all of these could be critical except for this one. What does this mean? Can't tell, colorblind? It's okay, I'm sorry. Water slide that goes through a shark tank. F yeah, time to get... What does this mean? Like, what is going on? 2012 is a different time? You just talked about how you wanted to assault children? I feel like that's not a good idea. Like, I don't know. Speedo? But it says something else. You're right, okay. How does your autocorrect go to this? Like, this is a hard thing to get on your autocorrect. Like, that's, yeah. That's a typo? Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, like, I'm a little out of it. I don't say that I'm gonna go assault children. Like, I'm a little out of it right now. I don't have complete control over what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I want to assault children. Like, this is a weird thing to do. I don't think this one has a defense. This one doesn't have a defense. This one's weird. Women can be predators. They often target young fellas. Like, some even become high school teachers. We see a lot of cases like that. And people go, oh, that's awesome, but the kid ends up really weird. So, if you know the story, it's so much worse. Yeah, it's a lot. It's really bad. They never get any real punishment. Some people have been cracking down on them and stuff. Good night, Fuzzy. Sorry for playing this right now. Sleep well.
I'm going to Anthony Weiner this kid. To understand how depraved and relevant this
Yeah, okay.
specific tweet is,
I didn't want to
we'll
have to
take a
explain
quick
it.
Trip down Weiner Lane.
I didn't want to have to explain this.
Weiner's in a familiar position, apologizing again for inappropriate behavior.
There is no question that what I did was wrong. This behavior is behind me. I've apologized to my wife, Huma.
In 2011, Anthony was serving in his 6th term as a New York congressman, was quite powerful, rich, and well-liked, even appearing on The Daily Show and The Bill Maher Show. On May 27, 2011, Anthony posted a picture publicly of his junk, thankfully covered up by his underwear, but the man posted a stiffy pic as a married congressman. Now's a good time to bring up the fact that his wife was at the time Hillary Clinton's right-hand woman. So not only is he a powerful government official, but his wife, Huma Abedin, was probably even more important and powerful, so this
Good night, everyone.
was a
Yeah.
bad move. Even more embarrassing was his explanation. Weiner had accidentally posted the picture instead of DMing it to what he described as a college-aged female. But on June 10th, 2011, it came out that at least one of the females he was texting inappropriately was a 17-year-old girl in Delaware. It was after this that he publicly stated he would be taking a leave of absence, but he was basically let go after a large amount of media pressure and backlash from his colleagues.
Today I am announcing my resignation from Congress.
Good.
So my colleagues can
Oh my god.
my neighbors can choose a new representative, and most importantly, that my
Oh my
wife
god, people hated this man.
to heal from the damage I have caused.
On June 21st, 2011, Weiner officially resigned, but interestingly, was allowed to keep his $4 million campaign account, and the investigation opened by the House Ethics Committee was quickly and quietly closed, with apparently no additional consequences. In 2013,
What the hell, dude?
He ran for mayor of New York City and was crushed, and in 2016, things started to get real sketchy for the Weiner man once again. There were multiple leaks of cringy flirt texts with of-age women while he was still married, but on
That's
August
rough.
29th,
Oh,
Anthony
no.
deleted his Twitter, sparking rumors that something darker was going on. On September 22nd, 2016, the Daily Mail leaked many sexually explicit messages between the former congressman and a 15-year-old girl.
Oh my god!
Child Services is now investigating.
He got away with it the first. You got away with it. You got away with it. And you went back. He still tries to go on political podcasts. He has no shame. This might be a psychopath. He doesn't seem to understand why what he's doing is wrong. Like, he's just trying to, like, bang as many women. His wife is beautiful, you bitch man. You bitch man, look at her. You wouldn't need any other woman in your entire life. She's beautiful. She's gorgeous. She's so gorgeous. You bitch man. You bitch man. You bitch man.
The former congressman after his latest round of sexting, which included a photo showing his young son in the background. ABC's Mars Cavalcampo is here with the latest.
New York City's Administration for Children's Services is investigating Anthony Weiner and his care for his 4-year-old son, Jared, after this photo became public.
God.
The lewd image
This is
sent
a
to one
bitch
of
man.
Weir's
This is a
alleged
bitch man.
sexting partners, and also showing the former congressman's
Why
son.
are you sending pictures of your son? This guy is like a straight up like child predator. I don't know if you guys are noticing this, but he's like a child predator. Like, he's like not good even a little bit. Like, oh my god. Like, this is scary, dude. What a bitch man.
by a federal subpoena for records including his phone and laptop. The NYPD obtained the laptop, and apparently were so disgusted and appalled by the contents within the laptop that hardened NYPD veterans were crying and vomiting. The NYPD chief at the time said, "What's in the emails is staggering, and as a father, it turned my stomach." That NYPD chief was found dead, apparently by a self-inflicted gunshot wound 1 month before his retirement and pension payout. Overall, 12 NYPD officers viewed the contents of the laptop. 9 of them are now dead. On May 19th, 2017,
Bitch man. Oh my god. Dude. What did he have on that laptop? Oh my god. I mean, it was probably like really... So this is a psychopath. This person has no limits and has no boundaries when it comes to other people or their lives. It sounds like he got a beautiful lady that also had really low self-esteem that he was able to trick into hanging out with them for years and ruining her life. Oh my god, dude. This is a psychopath, though. This guy's a psychopath.
Anthony Weiner pled guilty to transferring obscene material to a minor. Weiner served 18 months of his 21-month sentence. So when Chrissy Teigen says, "I'm gonna Anthony Weiner this kid," it literally can only mean one thing.
Forgot that we were talking about that. Yeah, forgot about this. This lady's crazy, dude.
This wasn't Teigen's only scandal involving Twitter. She also faced a backlash for allegedly bullying a young girl. Conveniently,
Okay.
for anyone interested in researching why Chrissy Teigen deleted over 60,000 tweets and blocked over 1 million accounts, that story has now been buried under a less career-threatening and less disturbing scandal, a technique or coincidence I see all too often when researching these stories. In a disturbing
18 months is crazy low. Yeah, it's
while
crazy
researching
low.
this segment,
It's
I came across
crazy
an
low.
article from 2014 titled "John Legend and Chrissy Teigen Feed Protesters in New York City." And as I read the article, I came across the name Charles Wade, the man that helped coordinate the event for Teigen. Chasing the rabbit down its endless, ever-spiraling hole, I searched his name. Charles Wade, arrested for prostitution and sex trafficking.
What? What? You're just gonna end it on that? Oh my god!
In 1963, the Beatles...
Ads in 3, that's fair. Let's run the ads. I'll just talk. I can even do it if you want. I got that going, man. I got that going. There you go. Alright, we're just gonna chill for a second. Exo thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jack, for the 100 bits. They're likely SUV detectives who are known to have higher stressed workload and are supposed to rotate every 3 to 4 years to avoid bad ends. I see. Thank you for the 100 bits. And Shroomer, thank you for the 100 bits. Watch these self-inflicted gunshots wound to the back of the head or something. Also, I'm sorry, 18 months. Yeah. Also, if, like, the laptop was that bad, you'd think that it would be more than 18 months. It sounds like he had legitimate, like, I don't know, like, death of, like, children or something on his laptop. Like, those aren't easy things to walk away from, but I guess if you're rich, yeah. There was the co-founder of BLM. Wait, what? I know that they've had some scandals too. It's sad because that's like a really nice charity like idea, but they've had a lot of like scandals and stuff. Oh man. I'm tired. Yeah. How do you not know these things? At least the name connections? I don't know. Hey, Grimmi, I'm a new viewer. I adore you. I'm glad you popped on my feed, girl. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Riley, the irrational raven. I'm a little bit out of it right now, so I'm calling everyone that's mean to children, bitch men. I'm sorry about this, but it'll continue. It's not my usual style of streaming, but I'm glad you like my streams. Thank you for coming by. Flip, you suspectin'? Sorry, I won't say your name correctly, but it kind of sounds like a curse word. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. It's very nice of you. I appreciate it. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm just pissed off. This is crazy. Victim witnesses in the Franklin cover-up were deemed too traumatized by the events they were describing to have their testimony counted in court. That's the world we live in. Oh my goodness. Be the goth gremlin, you know you are. Thank you. Oh my goodness, I will. Thank you. That is kind of you. I appreciate it. Alright, we could do this. It's very possible she could have been talking about some a-hole rich kid that got to walk after a crime. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's possible that that lady didn't do anything to children. It's possible that she only was really weird about children on Twitter. I don't know. There are a lot of coincidences. I don't think, like, because the thing is here. Okay. Riley. Oh, thank you, Anonymous, for gifting a sub to Riley the Rational Raven. It's very nice of you. Look at, okay. Find a random VTuber on Twitter. Find a random VTuber on Twitter. Doesn't matter who. It can be me, but a random one would be better. Find a random VTuber. Okay? You can go through their entire Twitter. All of it. And you probably will not find any reference to them wanting to have intercourse with children. The only, like, thing is that they might be like, oh my god, like, I like fictional children. And that's weird, but, like, it's not, like, you know, it's not real. Like, can we do this without touching Twitter? That's fair. No, it's common? How common is it? I don't know, not sure, right on this one? What? That actually happened a few times. Wait, there have been people that have been interested in real children with VTubing? Humanity might be done for in Durin stream. Yeah, we're watching a lot of bad stuff, apparently. Maybe a couple. I don't think I know of any. 30%? Yeah, what VTubers are you guys watching? I've never met a VTuber like that. Okay. Never any mention of Epstein or photos together. They might not have been big enough for Epstein to care also with some people, like with that lady. Please watch your sanity, it's getting critical. Yes, we are gonna go back to the video now. The ads are over. I'm so sorry about that. We're gonna get back to it. I didn't know this was a problem with VTubing, but I hope that if anyone are trying to, get with real children, that they are killed. In Minecraft. In Minecraft, in Minecraft, in Minecraft, in Minecraft, in Minecraft, in Minecraft, in Minecraft.
Were exploding in England. Their debut album, Please Please Me, came out in March, followed by their mega hit single, She Loves You, in August, then dropping their second album, and hit single, I Wanna Hold Your Hand, coming out just a few months later, setting them up for their historic run, soon becoming
the Beatles
one
are bitchmen. Yeah, one of them was mean.
Time. But there's a theory that one of the Beatles' founding members, Paul McCartney, may not have been along for most of that journey. And this theory isn't just from some internet forum. It's from a book called The Memoirs of Billy Shears, authored by Thomas E. U. Harriott, with Billy Shears as a contributor, but there are also versions of the book with Paul McCartney's name included and signed as co-author. The theory is that on November 9th, 1966, Paul passed away in a car accident and was replaced by a man named Billy Shears. Due to the Beatles being one of the top-earning artists in the world, their manager, Brian Epstein, panicked but quickly hatched a plan.
Wait, what?
According to the theory, he held a look-alike contest, a contest that a man named Billy Shears won. But Billy didn't just look like Paul. Billy was a lifelong musician who could play trumpet, trumpet, piano, banjo, and dozens of other instruments. Billy had even made records of his own where he would play cover songs and impersonate Paul's voice perfectly. Apparently, Billy could play the role well enough for records and press, but there was one thing a little plastic surgery couldn't fix. All the members of the Beatles stood about 5'10", but Billy was much taller at about 6'4", the theory claiming that this is why the Beatles never toured after the summer of 1966. Another interesting detail, during one tour in the United States, Paul allegedly got a few female fans pregnant and faced several lawsuits for child support, finally needing to appear in court to handle one of these cases. After the replacement is theorized to have taken place, Paul walked into the courtroom, only for the plaintiff, a mother who claimed her child was Paul McCartney's son, exclaimed, "Who the hell are you?" when she saw Paul, or now Billy. According to the theory, major differences can be seen in the physical appearances between the old
They look exactly alike. I guess that's the point. Let's see. I mean, one thing is that it looks like this one wasn't done growing yet, so he could have aged into this one. That's the thing. We need to see the ears. We need to see the ears. The ears always tell you, like, who's who. Like, the thing is, he could have just continued aging. Yeah, I'm not feeling this one. I don't get it. Yeah, I think the thing is he just looks different because he started dressing differently. He he got a little older, so like his face elongated in a specific way. Like, I think he's the same dude. Yeah, he's the same dude. I don't know.
Paul and the new Paul, most notably in the height, chin, nose, and hair weave. The original Paul was very slight in build, but Billy was not only taller, but more broad. In 2002,
DNA
Paul,
test would prove
or
it
Billy,
true.
married a woman named Heather Mills. In 2002, they were married, and in 2006, they embarked on a highly publicized separation and divorce. It was in 2007 that Heather started hinting that her discovery of a terrible secret was the reason behind the divorce. Heather's Access Hollywood revelations on the 1st of November
I mean, he got a bunch of lady
2007
pregnant. He
seemed
probably just cheated on her.
Why I've left you? Protect me, and I will say nothing. Something so awful happened. Someone I'd loved for a long time, I found out had betrayed me immensely, and I don't mean infidelity or anything like that, like beyond belief.
Somebody betrayed you, and of course everyone here is going to believe that that's Paul McCartney. In a way, not infidelity. That is so much deeper than that. It wounded you and pushed you towards suicide.
Yeah, it did.
I don't know.
And he knows that.
So it's Paul.
But I've got to protect myself. I have to protect myself. People don't want to know what the truth is because they could never, ever handle it. They would be too devastated.
I don't know about that one.
Billy Bush went on to ask, "Knowing what you now know about Paul, would you have married him in the first place?" Heather replied firmly and simply, "Never." Heather Mills' interview, aka Meltdown, with Fiona Phillips on British news and entertainment show
I don't know. It's probably that, not that he's a different person. Yeah. Ugh. She's saying this to stir controversy because she wanted to get back at him or something? Maybe? I don't know. Like, seems odd.
GMTV is probably her most infamous. It took place a day prior to the Access Hollywood interview and featured tears, melodrama, and a good deal of ranting and raving. But again, Heather stated that she was harboring a terrible secret for Paul, a secret that had brought her to the brink, a secret she was legally bound to keep quiet about. She said, "I have protected my husband.
I don't know what it
I
is,
know
but-
everything. I know the truth." Particularly intriguing and sinister is Heather's suggestion that she had been threatened into silence by the architects of a grand conspiracy.
I wish
have
you could
a box
say
of
it,
evidence
like-
that is going to a certain person should anything happen to me. So if you top me off, it's still going to go to that certain person, and the truth will come out. There is such a fear from a certain party of the truth coming out. Some other cryptic clues about Paul McCartney's possible
This is
replacement. The
odd.
Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album cover is said to be full of clues. Most notably, the entire crowd seems to be gathered around a grave, which shows yellow flowers in the shape of a bass guitar.
What?
Instrument. In their song A Day in the Life, the lyrics speak about a man who blew his mind out in a car because he didn't even notice the red lights had changed. Even more suspiciously, a crowd of people stood and stared because they'd seen his face before. Along with newspaper reports from the earlier accident with Paul's car, this led fans to believe that he'd been killed in a car crash. Also, when you put a mirror in the center of the drum, the words read, I won, IX, he die. The I won is sent to mean 11. The IX is the Roman numeral for 9. It could mean 11-9, he died. Fans took this to mean that Paul McCartney died on November 9th, the same day he was in a car crash. Finally, in the title track on Sgt. Pepper's, the Beatles sing the iconic line, I don't really want to stop the show, but I thought you might like to know that the singer's gonna sing a song, and he wants you all to sing along, so let me introduce you to the one and only Billy Shears.
I don't know about that one. Also, why would they hint at it if it was like a big giant thing and like I don't know. Half-Life 3 confirmed? Sure, dude. Sure. Don't make me go search that, you demon. No. Don't make me do that right now, no. Okay, I think my nails are done. I just gotta wait for them to dry. You know what? After all these psychotic evil ones, crackpot theories are an icebreaker. That's true too. They were born, I guess. There you go. Why not?
November of 2022, child star and pop singer Aaron Carter was found dead in a bathtub in his home in LA.
Oh yeah, that's weird.
He called the 911, mentioning that Carter had drowned in his bathtub. He had no wounds or trauma, and his death was quickly ruled as an accidental drug overdose, leading to drowning. However, his mother Jane and his longtime on-again, off-again fiancée Melanie believe something more sinister took place. The coroner's report said that there was no water
We're learning
in his
about
lungs,
how
which
Aaron
pretty
Carter
much rules
died.
out drowning.
How was your
Jane,
stream?
Aaron's mom, posted photos of the crime
I
scene
don't know
in
much
the
about
bathroom
this.
along with this statement. They allowed everyone to tromp through the scene, what should have been at least an investigation. Because of my son's mental illness and prescription drug issues, they just wanted something easy that they didn't have the time or inclination to address. Aaron had a lot of death threats and many people who were making his life miserable. Forensic death investigator Joseph Scott Morgan points out that there has still been no toxicology report released, which should preclude the cause of death being reported as an overdose. I get it. Aaron was erratic and obviously seemed like he was struggling with substance abuse, but something I find extremely interesting is that one day before his untimely death, Aaron tweeted at Ye West, Yo, Kanye, let's talk, man to man.
He was the Joker? Okay, I don't really know what happened to Aaron Carter, but I'm not sure if you remember me, but we met about 2 years ago on an interview stream. Oh, really? 2 years ago on an interview stream. What was an interview stream that I did? Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I took medication to like have anti-anxiety, but I don't remember anything right now. But Cat Dad Atlas, I would love to remember that. It's very nice of you to raid me. I appreciate that. How you doing? Did you have a good stream? I really hope you did. We're watching some stuff that could probably require a bit of a trigger warning, but it's very nice of you to come by, and I really do appreciate it. Streamer's fun. We were playing modded Minecraft, and we have dragons. Yo, that's awesome. Oh, VTuber Talks. VTuber Talks is awesome. Okay. Is this about an RPG Maker game? Kanye West and MK Ultra? Kanye West sometimes says some things. We're gonna be polite about it, because he's... What do you want, Chua? What do you want, Joshua? I want to sit in that corner a lot. Oh, he's itching. He doesn't have fleas, though, so that's odd. Okay. We're gonna play the video, and I'm gonna try to oh, thank you for the stretch. He has some stuff going on, so we're gonna be polite as we can.
Also, on November 3rd, Ye, who was embroiled in yet another controversy, tweeted out screenshots of texts he had received from one Harley Pasternak, specifically threatening to drug Kanye, have him institutionalized, sent back to what he refers to as Zombieland forever, even bringing Ye's kids into the matter.
He doesn't want to take medication.
Specialist with a clientele list brimming with A-list celebrity talent, from Will Ferrell to John Mayer and Rihanna, Robert Pattinson, Kim Kardashian, Lady Gaga, Ariana Grande, and on and on. For a personal trainer, the guy is majorly connected in Hollywood, even landing a cameo role in one of the Ninja Turtles movies. But Pasternak has another specialty, one that's conveniently omitted from his website.
was working on my PhD on exercise physiology and nutrition, got recruited by the military to help run essentially the superhuman lab, this laboratory called the Defense and Civil Institute of Environmental Medicine. The idea that I was interested in was how drugs and food affect muscular performance. And
when you say drugs, was that like performance enhancing drugs, or are they
all kinds of drugs?
Right. Okay.
So working for the military, I wasn't governed by the same laws
Let's
that
go, baby.
a typical person was. So I could look at.
I believe him
impact of certain
100%.
drugs that are not.
I don't know
everyday
him.
things.
I'm not familiar with
Harley
him.
was a former scientist at the Defense Research and Development Military Station in Canada, or
Oh.
DRDC, which is part of Canada's Department of National Defense program. The
That's
DRDC researches human systems integration, human performance in stressful environments, simulation, and modeling of the human in complex
have a
military
snack. I got a little
systems,
chocolate
human
truffle.
issues in command and control, social and psychological factors that affect the resolution of conflict, psychology of malicious intent, and social and cultural factors influencing behavior. This shadowy branch of the Canadian military once included the Defense Research Board, a department that quite literally funded MK with the CIA. If you're unaware of what MK was, or that it was real, it was a top secret military program
was real.
that experimented with trauma-based mind control, sensory
Yeah.
deprivation, torture, brainwashing, and drugs, including psychotropic.
They were trying to make the ultimate person that could go out and like kill people if they ever needed them to. From everything I've read about their released files, they failed spectacularly. Spectacularly, like tons of failures. They wanted to see if they could just redo someone's personality, so they gave them tons of LSD for months and kept them disconnected from like humanity pretty much. Did not go well, don't know why they thought that would. How have your streams been, Grimmi? It's really nice to see you again. Oh, nice. I've kept up a little bit, but I haven't been around myself. It's okay. My streams have been good. I've been really happy to be able to stream and just have a good time. And sometimes I watch things that are a little weird. But, I find them interesting, so, yeah.
And hallucinogens. And though the name of the departments have changed and MK Ultra has been partially declassified, it seems as though the associated groups are not only still experimenting, but utilizing what they gathered during MK Ultra. Within 1 day of the tweet exposing Pasternak's messages, 2 items were removed from his Wikipedia entry, all references to Kanye West, and the list of his former clients, which include Brittany Murphy, who along with her husband died of mysterious illnesses, most likely spurred on by some kind of strange drug-related poisonings, and Mac Miller, who also died of an overdose. Of Brittany Murphy, Pasternak said she seemed high
guy
the
died in my
last time he
friend's
saw her. And of Mac Miller, he said Mac would be, quote, pissed he died, end quote. The most unsettling detail about this exchange between Ye and Harley is this. On November 17, 2016, during the
I don't know
kickoff for the
anything about
second
him
leg of the
besides
St.
that.
Pablo tour, Ye decided to get some political thoughts off his chest.
I told y'all I didn't vote, right? But I didn't tell you. I guess I told you. But if I would have voted, I would have voted on Trump. It's a new world, Hillary Clinton. It's a new world, Barack. It's a new world, Jay-Z.
Said on stage that he had not voted, but if he had, he would have voted for Donald Trump, before then doubling down on his claim that he would be running for president in 2020. 3 days later, he heavily criticized Beyonce, Jay-Z, and Hillary Clinton.
Can I say something really, maybe a little bit controversial? I think it's a little bit controversial. Not always the case. But I do think that sometimes, like, okay, you know how, like, men go, like, oh, if a lady is crazy, like, she's like this, and, like, she's this attractive, like, an attractive woman is gonna be this crazy, so I wanna, like, get with, like, the average attractive lady that's only a little crazy, etc., etc. I don't believe in that. I do believe in people that are creative. If they're really, 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 really crazy, they can make really, really, really good stuff. But they're also doing crazy things, so it's kind of like a scale of like, oh, they're incredibly on the cutting edge. Oh, they're crazy. So, stuff like that. I think this is a good kind of thing with that. Like, he makes some really amazing music. But also, how do I get more crazy? You want to improve your art by getting more crazy? I don't know. I just think that sometimes craziness allows you to be your authentic self, and then you can truly make something incredible. You can let things flow off of you. Like, you're opening up your body and your chest, like, it sounds weird, but, like, you're being you. So, there you go. They're a little crazy sometimes. Genius or crazy? Yeah. There you go. Whether it's genius or crazy, he's doing wrong. He really needs to dial it back, though, because he said this isn't the worst stuff he said at all. This is not close. It's crazy.
The next day, he was invited to visit his personal trainer, Harley Pasternak's house in California. Within a couple hours, Kanye was being wheeled into an ambulance, handcuffed to a gurney against his will.
Yeah, I'm actually one of his doctors. I'm just calling for my cell phone request if we can have some police backup, because I don't think the paramedics, you know.
Are you there now with them?
If you can bring both, yeah, 'cause I think he definitely is going to need to be hospitalized. So I wouldn't just do the police by itself. I think
this is normal.
Okay, what is the medical condition he's having, sir?
That voice you hear is
this is very normal.
Kanye's personal doctor, Dr. Farazam, who you can hear called for not only paramedics but also police backup to have.
Kanye praised that. Kanye, I think, is having a mental breakdown. You know how I said that my mom thought that she was gonna get married to Netanyahu? And that they were twin flames? It might be something like that. I don't think he's all there, and sometimes he just says stuff when he's not all there, and sometimes he makes music that is a little bit different. For a little bit, I thought, like, for like 2 seconds, I thought that in the Sonic movie, when the Robotniks were like dancing, someone sent me a version where it was that one song he made, and I was like, oh my god, how could they? Oh, never mind, they didn't do this with this movie. I'm a very easy to fool person with that type of thing, but, yeah, Gregory, yeah. I think he probably needs, like, a lot of help, but he might be in the same situation as, like, my mom, like, if he's saying stuff that's this intense and stuff. So, but, yeah, my mom thought she was twin flames with Netanyahu and that they were gonna get married. This was an especially stressful time to be around her. So he needs help but is insulated by the worst people ever. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Well, did she? No, she is getting her life together and working a modest job while on medication. So what I'm saying is, I think that maybe Kanye would be a completely different person on medication, and this isn't his authentic self. What he's saying is not okay. But I do know what it's like when people are in these types of, like, episodes, and, like, prolonged even. So, you know why Netanyahu specifically? I have no clue why she got into Netanyahu. I could not parse that. He's deaf off meds, he admitted it himself. Yeah, so I think we should hope for the best for him, and maybe he'll go back to having a healthy life. So, oh, dude, go to sleep. Chef Leo, sleep well, sleep well. Does anyone know the answer? I don't know why she got into that. It was probably, like, stuff online, like conspiracy theories about Republican stuff, so, I mean, that's my best guess. Anyway. That rain made me fall asleep on your stream. What's going on? Oh, nothing. But what I'm saying is, let's hope that he'll come back to a good part of reality where he can enjoy his life, but I'm not excusing his actions, I'm just hoping that he gets on medication, because literally two different people when people are off medication and stuff. Would it be like periods of intense anxiety and weird fixations and nothing for a few months? No, it would be like, when people are having psychotic episodes where they find, like, enemies in, like, I guess, like, groups of people or, like, celebrities and stuff, that's, like, probably psychosis, and, like, what'll happen is, like, it could be, like, a hyperfixation, but it moves into a place of, like, serious delusions. I'm talking serious delusions. I'm talking serious delusions. So
I think you're okay if you just have a hyperfixation and like you get really into it for a while. That might be like a little bit of like something weird, but when we talk about what's that? I'm sorry, Tristan. I don't know. My brother, she thought everyone was a witch. That's not good. Can you give us an example? Okay. Okay. If you are just having like an ADHD hyperfixation thing, you may like play like 16 hours of what's it called? Fallout New Vegas, something like that, like a really good game. And then you may have like an experience of going like, oh, okay, well, I need to sleep. I'm really tired. I'm gonna go to sleep. And you might play that game for like a few days straight. Like you might go like crazy with it. But you kind of like pull yourself out of it, and maybe you get a little bit hostile, like you start thinking that maybe you don't like X, Y, or Z thing and it affects your mood and stuff like that. But then eventually you calm down and you go like, oh, that's okay. Like I was just really grouchy. When someone's in a psychotic episode, they tend to escalate and elevate their emotional state like really intensely. Really intensely and for a prolonged period of time, at least from what I've seen. And the escalations usually start to turn into delusions. And the delusions are very severe. Like, it's not like... You'll know. Like, it's like... They think that the president is going to get them. They think they need to communicate with the CIA. So, if you have a hyperfixation and you enjoy it, it's probably just ADHD. If you stop sleeping, if you no longer feel a need to eat, if you constantly always have energy, but you're never sleeping, that's when you get into a bad place. So, they look out the window every day for cop cars. Oh no. Psychosis is defined literally by not being able to tell reality from delusion. Yes. So, again, if you occasionally get angry, if you occasionally get a little bit grouchy, if you occasionally go like, that's not cool, like, that's fine. If you are in a delusional episode, that's a little weird. Imagine having any energy at all. No. It gets to the point of gang stalking, yes. And gang stalking is... It's possible, but it's probably not going to happen to you. Gang stalking is really, like, an escalation of, like, everything. It's, yeah. I know that feeling. Yeah, if you do start to feel like you're going off the deep end, and, like, you find enemies in, like, political figures or, like, celebrities on TV and, like, people you have no connection to, and, like, you start to freak out, what I would really recommend doing, and if you're not, like, sleeping, not eating, drink water even if you think it's poison, eat some food even if you think it's been poisoned, and then take some NyQuil and go to sleep. And just go to sleep. If you have a doctor say that you can't sleep and you're having like a lot of problems and you think you might be having an episode so you really need something to knock you out, and if you can have someone there to watch you and make sure that you're going to be okay. And have nightmares, doesn't matter what kind of sleep you have. If you sleep, you'll feel 100% better. It's not actually poison. Your water isn't poisoned, your food isn't poisoned, no one's putting anything in your food. What if the NyQuil is poison? NyQuil is not poison. You're gonna be fine. And you will feel much better. So, hello virtual YouTuber and fan base. I wish you all a grand time. Oh, hello! You're not a stupid Bulgarian. That's so sad. That's so mean to you. Oh my goodness. Went from like secret spy to alien abduction to gang stalking to... Popularity? Wait, popularity? What happened with popularity? Did someone go through that? That was one thing that my mom kind of struggled with. She really wanted to be a public figure, and she was getting really upset that she wasn't when she was in psychosis, so I think that might have also been related to wanting to be with Netanyahu because he was very publicly there. Anyway. It is what it is. We continue onward.
Kanye picked up from Pasternak's house. Dr. Farazam and Harley Pasternak wanted to place Kanye
Grandiosity.
in a 5150
Yes.
temporary hold. 5150 is the number of the section
Feels
of the
awful.
Welfare and
Oh wait, I'm
Institutions
gonna read what
Code,
Winter
which-
said. Feels awful, specifically the energy thing, not eating properly and feeling like everything has to be the way I think. No sleep, you don't question why you're stinky, why you're not sleeping, why body hurt, and why everything dumb thing will not... Yeah. Will matter, makes you unbelievably upset and nothing but rage, but not particularly tired. It sucks. Yeah. At that point, you have to rest. I'm so sorry you've gone through that, Winter. You don't deserve to go through that. Please try to be kind to yourself and your body when you can. I'm very sorry. Okay, we're gonna get back to it. Netanyahu was a handsome man back in the day. He's a slug now. Slug. Negative. Negative slug. Fixations were, I hate my dad for a few weeks, then months later my parents hate each other and are divorcing and none of it seemed tied to reality. Yeah, that might have been like starting to go into like a delusional place. I think you probably stayed kind of grounded to reality, though, and it's not something that might reoccur. It might have been that you were stressed out and then you were having a little bit of a delusional episode, but that's not a psychotic episode. Psychosis is where you kind of lose touch with reality completely, and it starts to have really bad, intense physical effects on you. But also, it was probably working out some emotions that you had that were very negative, so it's okay sometimes if you need to do that. And once you're back to reality, you can question how you feel about things, so get some good rest, eat some good food, drink some good water. Even if you don't feel like it, you'll feel so much better. It'll be okay. Thinking the government can tell when you jack it so you stop for 3 months? What? Fridge! They aren't doing that. Maybe they are, but I don't think they care about what you guys are doing specifically. I think you're allowed to jork it. I'm just saying. For actual victims of gang stalking, they can't explain their movements if you detain them, not legal advice. It's very rare people are victims of gang stalking, though. You kind of have to be, like, a political enemy. You have to be a political enemy, which is kind of insane. Why does it always come back to Jorkin? I think it's funny to say Jorkin. So, I don't know. Grimmi's so knowledgeable. My mom's just going into psychosis a lot because she has schizophrenia, so I know a little bit about it. It's very hard to get people to calm down from that place, though. So, drinking water, eating food. They might also get a fixation on needing to, see someone to resolve a problem. The CIA, a specific person. They might get a fixation on going to a specific place. They might feel like something will be more complete if they go to a place and, can accomplish something. My CIA agent was watching me jork it 5 times a day because I'm experiencing a psychosis episode. No. Most political enemies are, arrested or worse, not stalked. Yeah, some are stalked, though. So I don't want to say no one is stalked, but you have to be a pretty big deal to get, gang stalked. My sister decided she needed to move across the country to get away from her dad last summer. She lasted a month out there and came back. Oh my goodness. I hope that you can find a place that you're happy. And, I hope that your sister can too. It sounds like she really misses you, but also is going through a lot herself, and I hope you guys are all okay. Adderall, when diagnosed with ADHD, just focus you like any other stimulant does. It doesn't lead to mania unless you have mania. ADHD doesn't have mania yeah, that's true too. It can induce some bad stuff, though, if you take double the amount you're prescribed. I do know some people that did that. That is not a good idea. So they'd take, double the amount of whatever ADHD medicine they were supposed to get, so they get into a place of, almost a mania and, delirium. So, yeah, she's been going through it a lot more than I realized. It's good that you're there for her, but also take care of yourself. It's good that you've been a good sister and friend to her, but also take care of yourself. I watched a video last night about the symptoms of schizophrenia. Really horrifying knowing how fast it can just take over some people. Yes. It's, literally a switch can switch on, so... With Kanye, he might have a lot of, issues, but hopefully he can get medicated and he can feel better, because it really sucks, but... I don't know, I see a lot of similarities, so... Yeah. Night. Good night, Cancer. Alright, we're gonna keep going.
Which allows an adult who is experiencing a mental health crisis to be involuntarily detained for a 72-hour psychiatric hospitalization when evaluated to be a danger to others or to himself or herself or gravely disabled. Ye was transported and admitted to Resnick Neuropsychiatric Hospital at UCLA against his will, where he continued to resist treatment. That night, the paparazzi caught up with Pasternak in his neighborhood. Ye was in that psych ward for over a week, and interestingly, when he was released, the news reports said he had been released after his voluntary admittance. After he was released, Ye's only public appearance was in the lobby of Trump Tower on December 13th, 2016, side by side with the former president after a meeting that Ye described as covering several important issues. After that, Kanye laid low for almost an entire year, his next performance not taking place until about a year later in November of 2017.
For Sleep Aid? Oh, that's true.
After his hospitalization,
NyQuil is meant for
and
Sleep Aid,
subsequent
yes.
visits to Trump Tower, fans and
although I have noticed that NyQuil helps a lot if you are in an episode, because you tend to be okay, this is gonna sound insane, but people that are going through an episode are usually crazy stressed, but they will not take pills. They will maybe take NyQuil. Everything could be poison, but maybe the NyQuil is okay. For some reason, a syrup is gonna be better than a pill. For some reason, I would get the But NyQuil also has, like, aspirin stuff in it. So if the person is, like, completely going nuts, their body is usually super tense, so the aspirin also relaxes their body and makes them feel a little bit less in pain. Sorry, I've been through this, like, a lot of times. Sorry, I've been going through a lot with that stuff, so it's funny, though, at this point. I would recommend NyQuil just because it's gonna relax them a little more. I'm almost 4 days on no sleep. Go to sleep from withdrawals from benzos. It's miserable almost no days. I would recommend talking to a doctor or maybe even just taking a few Benadryl tablets. Not too many, just 2 at most. It's really helpful right now. Thank you. I hope it helps you. I really do. But the NyQuil will relax the stress in the person's body, and if they've injured themselves at all and don't notice, like, it also helps them with that. So, from your resident expert, I've just been through it a lot with that, so... yeah, take enough to see the Hatman. Do not do that. Thanks for informing us. Sorry I've been through so much. Oh, it's okay now. I do, and gabapentin. Gabapentin's good. And if your doctor is prescribing it, that's great. Well, obviously, but, like, I hope that you're okay. Can someone say... nuts? Like squirrels? Oh yeah, squirrels are cute.
And commentators made references between Kanye and the 2017 smash hit Get Out go completely viral.
Now, sink into the floor. Wait. Sink.
This would be a really bad movie for Kanye to see. Like, it's a really good movie.
Kanye was the one in the sunken place.
But yeah.
He could only make statements in support of the president-elect against Hillary Clinton and against JC and Beyonce if he had been hypnotized, traumatized, and brainwashed. Although, in my opinion, it would seem as though whatever happened during...
He just got hyperfixated on Trump while he was having an episode. And then, because he's famous, he was able to go see Trump instead of, like, having to sit in his house and calm down. I liked Get Out. I thought it was an interesting movie, too. Welp. I like that one time someone told the director, like, I think his name is Jordan Peele. They said, like, oh man, like, it must feel crazy to, like, make the, like, best horror trilogy of all time, like, or, like, best movie trilogy of all time, and, like, he just showed up and said, like, I didn't do that. These are fine movies, but what the hell? And that impressed me, because he was just like, they ain't that good. I'm glad you like them, though, dude. Like, okay, I'm out. That was very nice of him and very insane. I like that. I like when people just do stuff like that. Good for him. But, Chubb loves when celebs see him so he can bounce off their popularity to increase his... Yeah, Kanye was probably just having an episode. He probably got very, very obsessed with Trump. Unfortunately, he's getting obsessed with a lot of really bad figures, it seems like, so... I don't know. Good luck, dude.
His short visit to Pasternak's home and the resulting week-long stay against his will in a psych ward could have been what actually led him into the sunken place. In February of 2017,
I don't
a complex
think it
article
did.
noted Malik Youssef, one of Kanye's long-term friends, had visited West at his house and sat with him for 6 or 7 hours. According to Youssef, Kanye had major memory issues that were just beginning to clear up, that he was still healing and trying to recover. This coming
He did
3
have
full months
psychosis.
after a week-long stay at a mental institution.
I know it's gonna be really hard. Oh, yeah, there you go. I know it's gonna be really hard, but he's probably not 100% responsible for his actions as he does this. And I know everyone's gonna be really pissed at me for saying that, but when people are in psychotic episodes, they do not have connection to reality, and they can get really weird and do stuff that they would never do usually. Like, I don't know, like, I've seen people that are, like, the nicest, sweetest people in the entire world start punching holes in walls and, like, throwing chairs and, like, looking like they're about to kill people. And then they're on medication and, like, it's, like, literally gone, like, in one day. Like, they just are fine again. I get it, it has a lot of loonies egging him on, too. Yeah, that's the thing, he's also a public figure, so people are telling him, like, hey, yeah, you're right about all this stuff that you're talking about. Really bad. Really bad. So, do they become Nazis? They sometimes do, is the thing. Like, people that are not racist sometimes become hyper-racist. Like, my mom does not approve of, like, all the stuff going on with, like, Netanyahu and stuff, like, when she's in her right mind, but when she's not in her right mind, he has been Kanye's been institutionalized. He probably should be for a little bit. I don't know. Anyways, I don't think he's in the sunken place. I think he's just having a psychotic episode, and I really hope people can start to, like, notice that. and get him some help instead of going like, oh, he sucks, he's racist, he's like this and like horrible. He's just having a really bad psychotic episode. I miss the old Kanye. He probably misses being the old Kanye too. I feel so bad for him, dude. It's really rough. I can fix him. I can't fix him. I'm not gonna help. I'm not gonna go near this person. They could contact me after the stream going like, I see what you said, help me. And I'd be like, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Please don't hurt me. I'm sorry. So, anyway. I hope he can get better, because he's having a psychotic episode based on everything they're saying. So, let's see. And someone making millions a year and can have meds and have people and doctors and they choose not to. It's not really their choice. I hate to bring it up, but like, remember what happened to Etika? He also had a really dramatic psychotic mental breakdown in a psychotic episode, and he ended his life. People couldn't reach him, and once you're at that point, it's kind of like losing both your legs. Like, you can't really operate in the same way you did before. Like, it's not like they're choosing to do anything. Like, people can't force someone to have meds. Ooh, Etika was a really well-known streamer that was really nice. I really liked him. He said some really nice stuff that, like, really encourages people. But, like, what I'm saying is, like, don't remember me. I know. He was such a nice guy. But, like, what I'm saying, it would have been awesome to meet him or something. Like, I'm streaming now. I didn't even think about that. But he unfortunately passed away during a psychotic episode. So, when we see people like this, even if they're rich and famous, they might not be able to do that. Like, it might be impossible for them. Just because their, like, connection to reality is so kind of, like, not there. Yeah, Etika was my Kamiyoshi. I think I'll always call him that, just because he's been such a nice person, and he did so much for people. Like, he was a really nice guy. He encouraged a lot of people. He was very himself, but he had a psychotic mental breakdown. I can fix him. Step 1, involuntary 24/7 psych hold. Step 2, repeat step 1. He really does need to be on a psychotic hold, but he's also famous, so he can't, like, be controlled that easily. Anyways, yeah, Keemstar. I don't really like that guy, but, has been in his ear for a while now, and she literally hired by Ben Shapiro for the Daily Wire because she was openly... What? There's a reason why Ben Shapiro was defending Kanye until more... Oh my god! What the hell is going on with those guys? Well, I'm gonna look into that after, but what I'm saying is... I know it might be really easy to cast judgment on someone like this, but they're really not connected to reality anymore. And it's very hard to get someone on the right track when they are, especially if they're famous, and they can just hire people to kind of go along with their episode instead of, like, having to come to terms with it or deal with it. So, that's all I'm saying. But you can be angry at him. I think that it's totally fair if you're angry at him because he says some pretty intense stuff, so... I've just seen a lot of people go through this, and if they get on meds, they're back to normal, so... Let's get to it.
What could he be recovering from? In his May 2018 appearance on The Breakfast Club,
sorry,
said,
I know I say a lot about that stuff. I just feel
bad
bad about these
you're next
guys.
to your friend, and you tell them, don't let this person leave my side. And they put you inside of an elevator and take all your friends away from you. That was the scariest moment of my life. I thought I was going to get killed. My wife wasn't in town, so I told them, my friends, don't leave my side until my wife gets here. And they have this moment where they're forced to leave your side, and that has to change. I can't express to you how traumatizing that moment is. And then you
That's
wake
also
up
a thing with psychotic episodes. So the thing is, his friends were probably leaving because he was stressing them out and going crazy. Eventually they were like, okay, I can't deal with this. So... I don't know. It's rough. This person probably, like, he probably has schizophrenia at this point, because he sounds like he's been in episodes in and out for, like, a while now. And he probably gets into them when he has a great amount of stress, or, like, a substance that he has that he triggers it with, and then he just goes crazy for, like, I don't know, a few months because he's not getting any treatment. So, a real friend would stay, maybe giving him space, but still support him. It can be quite dangerous to stay around people that are in this position. It can also be quite draining, because they don't sleep, they don't eat, they want to talk constantly, and they'll get really angry if you don't tell them what they want to hear, but also you have to kind of, like, understand what they're trying to tell you, which is really hard, because you don't have any understanding of what the right thing to say is, so it gets very draining. It gets really, really, really draining, and it's something where, like, they'll go for, like, literally 5 days straight. So they probably weren't taking away his friends, they were probably like, dude, I gotta go for right now. Like, I'm really tired. Like, I just gotta go chill. So, yeah, it sounds like you've been through it too, Biohazard. I don't know. My ex-wife had it and she acted much like he did. Whenever episode, she actually listened to his music nonstop, and she thought she was Nick Cage's daughter. Yeah. See, stuff like that. Yeah, it happens. I'm so sorry. I hope that she's doing well and you're doing well too. I will stop lecturing you on this, but yeah. I think he's in a psychotic episode. It's not a conspiracy. Very few people actually treat it like it's a psychotic episode, but this is like a real disorder, and he is seriously ill. And it's not like he can just snap out of it and get better. It's not like he can even really choose to get better at this point if he's in a psychotic episode. He's pretty much just operating like someone that's lost like the equivalent of like their legs and arms, like in terms of like their mental capacity. Like they have no control over it at this point, probably. So, she thought she was Nick Cage's daughter. I know that sucks, but it's funny. A lot of people think they're related to celebrities and stuff, like when they have psychotic episodes, because they'll be like, oh, okay, well, I know this person, and they get fixated on them, and then they think they need to talk to them, so... Okay, sorry, I will stop lecturing you. We can watch this, sorry. Okay.
The fuck out, adding that he had been exhausted from touring, but that manipulation and being a pawn in a chess game had led to his quote-unquote breakdown. Whatever happened to Ye at that LA home on November 21st, 2016, many have pointed out that Harley Pasternak seems to be the most clear-cut example of a handler to ever surface in the public eye. Is it possible that Kanye's handlers have reset and controlled him using experimental drugs that Pasternak researched during his time with the DRDC?
He's the only person that has a boundary with him.
From Pasternak that Ye posted give a brief look into the dark side of being a world-famous celebrity.
I want to read that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, a lot of you will relate to this. They really do care about him. Oh, hi, Vixie, what's up? Sorry, we're watching something insane. I'm going to help you one of a couple of ways. First, you and I need to sit down and have a loving but open conversation. But you don't use cuss words, and everything that is discussed is based in fact, and not some crazy stuff or that dumb friend of yours told you. So he probably had someone around him also encouraging him. Or you see in a tweet. And also, social media is really bad for this stuff. Second opinion. I have you institutionalized again, where they medicate the crap out of you, and you go back to Zombieland forever. Playdate with the kids just won't be the same. So... he's essentially just trying, like, this isn't like a threat like he hates him or anything. He's saying, like, dude, you were in an episode, you can't continue this way, I care about you. But you have to be institutionalized if you're not going to do this. This is psychosis. I don't know, I really hope people can start viewing Kanye that way instead of just, like, he's evil or something. Also, yo, how you doing, Johan? What's up? Best gal on Twitch right there. What's going on? We're talking about Kanye at this point. He's implying you somehow escaped. I think he's implying that these are his options, and this is what you get to. This is what you get to, specifically, when you're dealing with someone in psychosis. It's 100% this every single time. You have to be institutionalized, or we can talk this out and you can calm down. And usually they escalate, and they escalate, and they escalate, and they escalate, and they find ways to get out of the hospital by acting relatively normal for a little bit, and then they go right back to it. So, okay, sorry. We are back on track, but... I feel so bad for this guy. Like, it's gonna suck if he comes back from this, because he's gonna have to deal with, like... he's gonna have to deal with being, like, the pro-Hitler super racist for the rest of his life. Like... that sucks, dude. Kanye West is doing his Kanye best. Yeah, I have a lot of compassion for this dude, even if he's not being nice. He's in an episode. It sucks.
Dark side of being
I'll take him over Anthony Weiner. Yeah, yeah. It sucks for him. Michael Jackson's mask.
One of the more ridiculous but very interesting theories about the King of Pop, Michael Jackson, is that the face that we all know and remember was nothing more than a mask, and that this is closer to what he actually looked like. The theory started when a man known as Dave appeared on Larry King to give an interview after Jackson's death.
I was about 7 years old at the time.
And were you in the hospital?
I was not in the hospital at the time. I was in interim, back and forth from surgery.
With viewers finding an unsettling likeness in the cadence, voice,
that guy seems a lot like Michael Jackson. Let me listen to him more. Okay.
in speech patterns between Michael and Dave, the theory being that Michael was still alive, and that this is closer to what he had looked like
I don't know
since
about
the
that,
80s. But how could this make any sense? On January 27th, 1984, Michael Jackson filmed a Pepsi commercial at LA's Shrine Auditorium. During the sixth take, the pyrotechnics malfunctioned, causing Michael's head to be engulfed in a fireball on camera in front of 3,000 fans. Michael likely couldn't feel it at first, but as he made his way down the stairs, it became clear to the stagehands that his hair was on fire. Karen Fay, Jackson's hair and makeup artist, said, "This was someone I knew, and he was on fire. By the time she saw him, all of his hair was gone, and there was smoke coming out of his head." Jackson suffered second and third degree burns on his head and face. Music video director Rudy Dolezal alleged that when he was filming the Dangerous tour in Munich in 1992, he was told Jackson refused to appear on camera if he wasn't performing because, on those days, he didn't have a nose. He needed a plastic nose that took hours to put on with putty and makeup, he told the New York Post. By 2002, rumors were rife that Jackson's real nose had completely collapsed, forcing him to wear a prosthetic. Now, even stranger, there's behind-the-scenes footage of Michael Jackson dressing as an old man for one of his music videos showing a full, convincing transformation.
And he was like, "Yo, man, I gotta take you to this theater. This new technology they got is like 4D, like, it's like, you know, the images are right in front of you, like you're actually in the mix of it."
I have a
And I
nose,
was
it's
like,
a
"Nah,
small.
I know 3D. He's like, "No, listen, you gotta check this out." I said, "Well, let's go." And he paused for a minute. He's like, "Okay, let's do it tomorrow." And I'm saying to myself, okay, I don't know how we expect to go to the movies, but you know what I'm saying? Like, this is Michael Jackson. Like, how the hell are we gonna actually go to the movies?
I don't know.
So the next day, you know, he calls my room. We was both staying at the Palm in Vegas. He's like,
Why
"You
are the
ready?" "I'm ready."
subtitles in Greek? I
I
have
was
no
like, "Yeah, let me get dressed." But at the time, I thought he was just joking. I didn't think he was really. I thought he was gonna probably just rent, and, you know, we go through the back late night or something. This is broad daylight. And so he grabbed the kids. They looking normal. Mike comes out. He has his disguise on, you know. So I starts laughing because I didn't even recognize him, you know.
And apparently, this was not a practice that was reserved for entertainment due to my...
Oh, he pretended to be a lot of different people. Ah. That's really smart. Yeah, he can go walk around and stuff now. I have a nose. Look, it's really tidy, though, from this angle, but, you know. Only way he could go out, probably. Yeah, he was, like, probably the most famous person alive at that point, right? I don't know if it's a mask. It looks... It might be that he lost his nose at some point due to plastic surgery abuse or pyrotechnics or something, but... I don't know. I see. I do have the anime dot. Yeah, I have a nose.
Michael's
But
superstardom. It was common
Let's
for
watch
him
the
to
rest,
wear
maybe.
full prosthetic disguises just to go out in public. Dave was a child when he was horrifically burned. Michael donated to and apparently mentored Dave through his childhood. But people have pointed out the differences in pictures of Dave and his appearance on television.
Michael Jackson was also just such a nice guy. I'm gonna go back for a second because he was like the nicest person ever to like everyone, and like was so nice to like children and people that didn't have like everything that like he was like the nicest dude in the entire world. He rented a grocery store for a day so he could experience what shopping was like. He had the staff pretended to be other customers. That's really nice. But like he was like the nicest person in the world. So whatever he was going through, he was very, very nice to children. He was actually very nice to children. There's been a lot of defenders for him that knew him personally that said he wasn't a creep. But like I don't know, it's debatable. He never got to have a normal life. Yeah, he was really going through it. He was actually not on the E-list. He posed with that guy once while they were at an event, but he was actually not on the E-list. He never went to the island, and a lot of people believe that he was actually murdered because he was getting very close to trying to expose people that had been to the island, so I don't know about that one, but anyway. Macaulay Culkin spoke nicely of Michael Jackson. I don't think Michael Jackson was a creep to kids, but I don't know. That's just the vibe I get. That was an edited photo, Grimmy? Of Michael Jackson with the kids? Those are also all Michael Jackson's kids with the E-guy. A lot of people knew E-guy because he was extremely powerful. Yeah, he was just taking a picture with him because everyone wanted a picture with him. Didn't he hang a baby out a window? Yeah, he wanted to show everyone his baby, but, like, he did something scary and everyone was horrified. I forgot about that. I think he was a little strange and, like, mentally, like, developed in a different way because he was always famous, but I think he had a good heart. I don't get the sense that he was a child predator. I'd say trust your gut, but, like, sometimes, look, we all make mistakes. Sometimes you hang a baby out a window. I don't think that's good, but yeah, I don't know.
Childhood, but
Let's keep
people
going.
have pointed out the differences in pictures of Dave and his appearance on television, insinuating that Michael Jackson didn't pass away on June 25th, 2009, but instead lived on under various assumed identities.
No, I think he
easily
passed away.
fooling his worldwide fan base, as his most well-known look was nothing more than a mask. Just listen to Dave's voice in comparison to Michael's.
You, our world has come to an interesting point in an interesting time. This is a very interesting project we're working on. I want to thank each and every one of you for your overwhelming support. May God bless you. I love you. Good night.
Thank you very much for all of your support, and may God bless you all. I love you. Goodbye.
Encino House.
I think I was at the Encino House.
To his Encino House.
I think I was at the Encino
No.
House.
Encino House.
The Encino House.
I can. No, they're different people. I can tell with voices.
I do think Michael's actual appearance could have been much different than what the public saw.
I'm pretty good with
but
that
I think
type
the
of thing.
realistic explanation for Dave's similar
It's not
speech
him.
patterns
I'm pretty
is
good
that
with
he
that type of
was majorly
things.
influenced by Michael at a young
Yeah.
age, and most probably unintentionally or intentionally adopted his cadence and tone of
He hung
voice.
around Michael
So,
Jackson
could
a
Michael
lot,
still
and,
be
like,
among
yeah.
us, using the fact that no one knew what he
No.
actually looked like, added to his knowledge and experience with disguise and prosthetics. But why would he want to
I don't
do
think
that?
he
Well,
is,
on top
but
of all the
that's
scandals
okay.
and accusations regarding pedophilia, there is another theory about Jackson, that he was murdered by powerful record executives. See, Michael wasn't just a singer-songwriter, he was also a massive collector of musical copyrights. Michael owned his own music, and
Oh.
rights to many other artists' catalogs, including all of Eminem's music at the time, and all
Wow.
of the Beatles' music.
Holy
This gave him a
crap.
massive amount of wealth and power in the industry, an industry he had been critical of in his later years, especially of Sony Music, the company that merged with Jackson's company, ATV Music. If Jackson were to meet an unfortunate end, Sony stood to gain upwards of $750 million. So, could this be why Jackson may have faked his death? Or more realistically, why he was killed? We do know that it wasn't a blameless accident, as the doctor who administered the lethal dose of propofol to Jackson ended up being convicted of involuntary manslaughter, for which he served 2 years in prison.
That's fair. I think the Michael Jackson thing, like, is interesting just because he has so many defenders, but he's also a very nice guy. From what I read, I think he did push a boundary past what he should have, like, with kids. Like, he was letting them sleep in his bed and stuff. And, like, he said that he would sleep, like, in a, like, what's it called, a sleeping bag. But I still don't think you should be around children without another adult in the room. Like, if you don't... Hey, what's up? If you're not related to those kids, what's up, babies? No, I closed the window. I'm sorry. Now you guys all came in here to scream at me. Let's see. Eminem slandered Michael Jackson. In retaliation, he bought the rights to Eminem's music. I can only dream of being that petty. That is awesome, dude. What the hell? Alright, 1 second. I gotta restart their toy. I'll keep the thing going, though. There are workers who also slept in the room, and it was bizarre in general. Okay, so there were other adults there. I think it was just him wanting to connect with children because he didn't have a childhood, and he seemed to really love children, like, in a non-weird way, but also he was really an odd person, but he seemed to have a good heart, so I don't know, that's the vibe I get. I get the vibe that he knew the boundaries that would hurt children and didn't pass them, but otherwise was a little weird. So... What? That's nice. What's wrong with rats? His own bedroom was bigger than most people's houses. Yeah, that's true too. It was like crazy big. could just be trying to relive his childhood. I think so. Ads into we're gonna run some ads. Sorry for talking about something so controversial. We're gonna run some ads. All right. Kitty, come on. Due to his fame and the voice thing, had a much deeper. Oh, interesting. Why did he raise his voice so much? Well, I don't know. I guess do what you want to in life, Michael Jackson. You had it wrong, but I think you were a bad person, but maybe you weren't. 1 second, I gotta restart this thing again. Every time they remember that that toy exists and they remember that I exist, they're like, Grimmi, get up! You never had a proper childhood, so I always wanted to give kids the joy and fun you never got. Yeah, that's the vibe I get. I don't know. So, but I could be wrong. I don't know. To be fair, he should have known better than to have kids anywhere near away from their parents. Yeah, I think that's the thing, too. Like, he probably didn't harm them in any way like that, but, like, it was just not a good idea to do that. He might have had undiagnosed Asperger's or autism that affected his social skills as well. That's also very true. I think that's possible. A lot of people in Hollywood scene would just watch kids, Michael Jackson just did it in a weird way, an innocent way. Yeah, I think that's the case. That's the vibe I get, that he was just very childlike at heart and really wanted to, like, hang out with kids because he was just, like, he just got so much joy from being around them, which is still not, like, normal? Like, I guess he just never, like, grew up fully, so... And that's sad. But that's still a boundary he's crossing, so... But I don't think he, like, harmed the children or, like, did anything that would, like, you know, like, be over the line in terms... Okay, anyway, I've said everything, like, 3 times in a row, so... Yeah. So, anyways, that's just... Your brother met Michael Jackson? That's cool.
Home is full of lots of things that children shouldn't touch. Home is full of bad things that can hurt you very much.
What?
Now there's
Ads are playing. Sorry, I'm a little out of it. Sorry. We'll go back and we'll rewatch this horrifying little ditty here because it's kind of cool. Okay. Can you do the moonwalk? I can't do anything. I stretch in the morning and I exercise and I use a Pilates board. That's it. But I can't moonwalk. I can't dance. Dancing would be awesome. I loved MJ's movies, so he used to do, they were so weird and good. Really? No, Diddy is in a song, like D-I-T-T-I, like, I don't know, I use old people talk sometimes. Do 10 minutes of planks? I don't want to do that. Pilates? You can get a really cheap Pilates board off Amazon, and then you just use that. Like, welcome back, hi, Grimmi. Hello! How are you? Hi, Claro. I hope you're doing well today. Almost thought that it was going to be about who bought store huge amounts of real estate before and after Cali and Hawaii fires. Oh, did he? Oh, did he? Alright. But anyway, sorry for talking so much about Michael Jackson. I don't know. I hope it's okay. I didn't really even listen to his music ever. Like, it's just, that's the vibe he gave off, so... you can dance if you want to. That's true. You can leave your friends behind, because if they don't dance, and if they don't dance,
Home is full of bad things that can hurt you very much. Now there's
I don't know what this is about. I think he's experimenting, the YouTuber, which is cool, honestly. I like that you like the Chihuahua. Thank you for using that emote. He has really distinct eyebrows, that Chihuahua. Oh. You know what's super popular but isn't kind of weird that many conspiracy theories are about Michael Jackson? He was really popular. He was probably like the most popular person on the entire planet. New videos coming soon? Oh, I think we're at the end. Hey, we might as well keep going. We might as well keep going. We played a spooky game. We might as well keep going. I think we can go to the next one even. Let's see
guys,
here.
Welcome back.
Part 5? I think we're on part 5 now. Yeah, baby. I don't know what these are about. Well. Let's find out. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it, baby.
Hey guys, welcome back.
That might have been a
Parasite
cognito
TV,
hazard, not
where
me.
today
Good night,
we'll be
sleep
diving
well.
back into the celebrity conspiracy
And
theory
the link,
iceberg,
sorry.
a series where we
Sorry,
explore
sorry.
the
1 second. Let me get the link for this too. Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit out of it at this point. Morning, Grimmi. Good morning. Uh-oh. People are waking up in a different time zone. Okay. And then we... Oh. And then we... Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Uh-oh. And then we... Okay. We pin it. Okay. No, we... Unpin. And then we pin. Something went wrong. Could someone else pin it? I'm so sorry. What about Magnus? We're gonna do Magnus too. We're gonna do Magnus. We're gonna do Magnus. This is gonna be the last one of this one. I want to see what happened. I want to see who's winning. The first few, like, celebrity, like, things were actually pretty, like... oh, Yama pinned it already? Oh, okay. I don't know why, but OBS is glitching out for me so much. OBS is glitching out for me, like, a lot. It looks completely empty, and it doesn't say who pinned it. After, like, some raids, it just says raid and then no name. Like, the pin is broken for me. Okay, I think Twitch might be having some issues right now. I really do apologize for that. I can't do much about it when those kind of things happen, but I hope that it resolves itself soon. We're just gonna hope it resolves itself. It's okay.
dark corners of Hollywood and the disturbing secrets of the world's most
Sorry,
famous
guys.
celebrities, from conspiracy theories to bizarre scandals and open secrets to chilling and infamous crimes. So strap in and buckle up, because this is about to get weird. Oh, and before we get started, if you don't mind, could you
hit the like button? Would you kindly?
Please don't make that face. But yes, we can hit the subscribe button. I like this guy. I think he puts his whole heart into his videos, and you can tell he's passionate about them, and that's most important. Oh, your vibe is so chill, your chat's so nice. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're enjoying
And
yourself
here in New York,
Thank you.
movie fans express shock
5 a.m.,
and
get some rest
sadness
if you
over
need
the
to.
death of Natalie Wood, one of this nation's most glamorous actresses.
After an argument between her
Not
husband
that, though.
and actor Christopher Walken when she stormed off a yacht this weekend and apparently fell into the sea.
The police say she'd gone out in the boat by herself and either slipped, fell, or jumped off.
Her husband, actor Robert Wagner, had often said she was a poor swimmer. He has been in seclusion since yesterday.
Oh. Is this common knowledge? This seems kind of evil.
On
Silent
November
Hill.
29th, 1981, the lifeless body of actress Natalie Wood, famous for her roles in Miracle on 24th Street, Rebel Without a Cause, and West Side Story, was discovered floating in the waters off the shore of Catalina Island. The night before, she had spent with her husband, actor Robert Wagner, and her co-star, none other than Christopher Walken, on Wood's 55-foot yacht, the Splendor, along with Captain Dennis Davern. At the time, Natalie had been taking a break from acting
Catalina
and had
Island's
two
so
children
weird.
with Robert Wagner, but was filming her comeback movie with Christopher Walken, and the two had become fast friends. After
Whoa,
Natalie's body
young
was
Christopher
found, the
Walken
next
looks so
morning,
cool.
Walken, Wagner,
Okay.
and Davern.
This is what I'm saying. Like, I think it's, like, a better idea, because, like, Christopher Walken is, like, very handsome, but kind of, like, in a way that, like, isn't, like, normal. Like, he has, like, features that aren't, like, you know, like, just, like, copy and pasted from other people. Like, he looks very particular. Like, so, I don't know. I think that's cool, though. Like, I think, very sunken eyes. Yeah, I think it's cool, though. I think it makes them look interesting. Like, so many people don't look interesting these days. It's kind of, like, I don't know. Ziggy Stardust has something? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know how it is. Young William Dafoe is about it? Yeah, absolutely.
Friends.
I know what you mean. Yeah,
Natalie's
having
body
a
was
particular
found, the
type of
next
face is
morning,
cool.
Walken, Wagner, and Davern were questioned for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Like, very
on the
one of a
scene
kind.
Before being
Distinctive,
released.
distinctive.
And the
I think
next
having
day,
a distinctive
November
face is
30th,
more important than being,
1981,
like,
LA coroner
conventionally
Thomas
100%
Noguchi
attractive.
concluded that Wood's death was the result of accidental drowning.
That's
In
one way to insult
1986,
someone you don't look
Christopher
interesting.
Walken was
Oh!
asked about the tragedy
Distinguished.
during an interview with
Yeah,
People
one of a
magazine.
kind.
It's safe to say he kind of snapped in his response.
I don't know what happened. She slipped and fell in the water. I was in bed. It was a terrible thing. Look, we're in a conversation I won't have. It's a fucking bore.
Now, one could assume that Walken was apprehensive about talking over the events that took place on the Splendor that night in 1981 because they culminated in the death and loss of his co-star and friend. But details would begin to emerge, if not very slowly over the years, that would call into question the story that the three men gave about Natalie Wood's death. And in many people's opinions that are familiar with the case, it would become very clear what actually happened to Natalie Wood. Potential reason that Walken may have avoided speaking publicly about Natalie Wood could be that he, Davern, and Wagner all struggled to maintain a cohesive narrative surrounding that night's event. The original story was that Natalie, Robert, and Christopher were talking and drinking wine on—
You know what would be really rough? You know what really sucks? Like, it's very possible he didn't do anything, but he's a celebrity, so it would be the most interesting if he did something, if he actually killed someone, if he did something terrible to someone. So people are gonna, like, be really aggressive about being like, oh, did you do it? Oh, how did you— oh, do you remember this? Oh, do you remember this? Oh, hey. Remember when this happened? Oh, come on. I want to think he's innocent because I like him. Yeah, that's a thing too. Like, I hope he's innocent, but I don't know. I went to Catalina Island when it was on fire. Oh my god, that sucks, dude. Did you go back to San Diego after? That's nice. The only thing I really think about with Catalina Island was that I think my sister went there with like her boyfriend and she's like really young, like an adult, but really young. And like he's like 55, and like when my dad found out, he like kicked her out of the house and stuff for a little bit. So like and like he started calling her a bunch of names. Like that's the only thing I think about with Catalina Island. So Thundercrack. Let's continue. Sorry, I need to not express those things. I'm a little out of it. My bad.
Drunk, as
My bad.
multiple witness statements from people that had seen them on the beach in the days prior. The three
Thanks,
were
Thunder.
running through
Yeah, thank you,
multiple
Thunder.
bottles of wine, champagne, and dozens
I've never been to
of
Catalina
rum
Island.
daiquiris
She said it was
daily.
nice.
That night, Natalie went to bed before the two men. Then Walken went to bed.
That's
and
true,
then
Bob. Thank you.
Robert went to
I'm
bed.
a little
There
out of
was
it. I'm a
a
little
dinghy
tired.
knocking up against the side of the boat, which must have annoyed Natalie, who then got out of bed, put on a jacket, went up to the deck to tighten the dinghy rope. Somehow, she must have hit her head and fell into the water. Natalie couldn't swim and was found wearing a heavy jacket, so he drowned. Years later, Robert would admit that he and Natalie had an ongoing argument over whether she should continue her acting work or retire so that she could raise the children. That night, the argument got heated, so she went to bed. Then, as the conversation continued between Robert Wagner and Christopher Walken, who was literally in the middle of shooting a movie with Natalie, told Robert that he believed Natalie had a very strong natural talent for acting, and that
that's
in
nice.
his opinion, she should continue to do so.
Oh,
Robert
he was
Wagner
the good
became
guy.
enraged and smashed a wine bottle, telling Walken to mind his own business.
He was
this
the
was
good
Robert
guy.
Wagner's account from years after the fact, where he kind of let a few more details slip out. But it seems as though even this later account
That's
still leaves
nice.
out some very important details. According to Captain Davern, Natalie had become infatuated with Walken while filming their movie, and claimed they had been flirting for the duration of the yacht's voyage. The night of the argument, when Wagner became enraged, Davern claims he
was
heard
terrified
Wagner
of drowning?
scream
Why
at
was she on the
Walken, "What are you
ocean?"
trying to do? My wife?" Davern also claimed that Natalie was up on the deck with the men until the argument reached this point. She stormed to her room. Wagner followed, and there was a huge fight that sounded both very loud verbally and like it got physical. Later that night, he saw Wagner looking disheveled and sweating profusely, and heard the dinghy being untied hours later. At 1:30 a.m., Wagner and Davern were up having a drink together, when Wagner left to check on Natalie before returning, saying he couldn't find her. When Davern feared that she may have fallen overboard, he went to use the searchlight, which Wagner prevented him from doing because he, quote, didn't want to bring attention to the yacht. Eventually, when she couldn't be found, they radioed
That's
for
weird.
emergency assistance.
That's kind of weird.
Davern
I
has
don't
been
know.
vocal about his experience that night. Robert Wagner, although he has been confronted by some family members and media who don't necessarily believe his story, did go on to live a long life with a successful career in acting. And choosing to avoid the topic altogether has seemingly worked out very well for Christopher Walken, as I doubt many people familiar with him even have any kind of idea
Yeah,
that
this
this
isn't
case
something I
exists.
knew.
Truthfully, I don't think Christopher Walken had anything to do with harming Natalie whatsoever, and that's probably part of the
Wagner was
reason
arrested?
he's stayed quiet about it. But I
Wait,
do feel that he knows.
Was Wagner actually arrested for this recently? For real? Does anyone know if that's like 100%? Does anyone else have confirmation of that? I need more cowbell? Like, you want me to start ringing cowbells? No? Okay, he wasn't. Okay, then nothing. Okay. I was gonna say, that would be absolutely crazy if that were happening. I'm very sorry, but that's probably not happening. I thought he was dead. No, Christopher Walken's alive, I believe, right? Isn't he? I only know him for like a few things. I don't really know too much about Christopher Walken. I hope he's doing well. Let me Google it. Yeah, you Google it. 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 Okay.
More about
He was
what happened that
arrested
night
for
than he's
this?
ever really let
Oh,
on.
he no, he
In
wasn't,
2011, the original coroner stated that his original verdict came with various unanswered questions, and the case was reopened. In February 2018, the LA Sheriff's Department formally reclassified the death as suspicious and named the now 94-year-old Wagner as a person of interest. It's been noted in the press that Walken has spoken to detectives since the case reopened, and that he has never been a person of interest, nor a suspect. For now, the death of Natalie Wood, who or what killed her,
This is
and
what I heard,
Christopher
yeah.
Walken's opinions on what really happened that night
He is
remain a
95 and
mystery.
still alive. Would suck to be in jail for it, but he should get in there. If he killed his wife, he should get in there. Doesn't matter how old you are.
That the real story of Natalie Wood's death has actually come out?
Spend your last few months miserable if you killed your wife.
Is that she drowned, and nobody knows how she drowned, what happened, except
It's okay if you're drunk. No worries, man.
that's what it is. There is no real story.
You can be drunk, just
There's-
nothing about Hitler, okay? That's my limit.
Nobody ought to know.
Oh. Nobody will ever
With
know.
everything going on in the world, it can start to feel impossible to take care of yourself. But today's video
I don't know. That feels weird. I don't know. Maybe they were in on killing her, but why? Why would they all want to murder her? I thought they were talking about the Wagner group from Russia? Maybe. I don't think so. It's not worth it then, LMAO. Just kidding. Don't do it, please. Not a joke. Okay, the sound transition. This guy makes some this guy has guns on his wall. Good for you, man. You blow up on YouTube and you get some guns. I'm proud of you. Why not?
video sponsor, AG1, makes that a lot easier. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement.
You're gonna
Enjoy.
skip this,
I was
I'm
ordering
sorry.
that drive up my gut, but I've worked the very king about it. I feel like covered in mineral shroom to combines what you drink. Your script of AG to warn you now. Huge thanks
Here.
to AG1 for sponsoring this video.
Where's
Buy
your
free
code?
travel packs of AG1 now. And a huge following segment.
Okay, well,
to
you can get it if you want
viewer
to.
discretion warning and
You
a
can get it
trigger
if you want
warning
to.
for
Those are prop
basically
movie guns?
every form of
No!
abuse.
Wait, abuse? These are all sensitive topics. How bad is this
Good
one?
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to some more Super Jim'll Fix It.
He had keys, offices, flats. Jimmy Savile also had their total trust. He abused that, instead using his hospital visits to abuse some of the most vulnerable.
No, women know too much. I'm all for girls that don't know too much.
You used to be a wrestler, didn't you? Is that right?
I still am.
Oh, yeah.
I'm feared in every girls' school in this country.
The charge nurse, I said that Jimmy Savile had tried to touch me intimately.
He's not what you think you know. The forces of darkness are at work there.
Sponsor block
There was real
extension?
good
Cool,
stuff.
I'll try
And
it.
there's nothing wrong with that.
Jimmy Savile was an incredibly popular, extremely famous host and DJ in the UK. He hosted the BBC shows Top of the Pops and Jim'll Fix It. During his lifetime, Savile was well known in the United Kingdom for his eccentric image and extensive charitable work. Savile was a very close friend with British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, and even spent 11 consecutive New Year's Eve celebrations with Thatcher and her family. Savile did charity work at Stoke Mandeville Hospital, an interest that was shared with Prince, now King Charles. The two became fast friends, spending a lot of time together, both at Savile's residence in Glencoe and Charles' official home in St. James.
You don't hear much good about
even
princes in this
an unofficial set of guidelines on how the prince and his royal staff should respond to any disasters that may occur. Charles then showed the dossier to his father, Prince Philip, who passed the contents on to Queen Elizabeth II. Savile was even awarded a papal knighthood by Pope John Paul II. The issue is, Jimmy Savile was a pedophile.
The evidence is now overwhelming that one of Britain's most beloved entertainers, the late Sir Jimmy Savile, was also a predatory sex offender. It's believed he abused young children over many decades, and 2 charities in his name have shut their doors.
A serial abuser of children.
As he was knighted by the Queen and the Pope.
That's really understanding it. How bad was it?
Leading an appalling double life. Abusing scores of young girls and some boys. Some in hospitals, some in care homes, some in the very studios that made him a star.
Savile has now been accused of 76 crimes in the West Yorkshire area, involving 68 victims. 18 of his victims were under the age of 13. The youngest was 5 years old.
And according to some, a killer.
At one stage, police considered that Savile could have been involved in the disappearance and murder of women in Yorkshire before Sutcliffe was found and convicted. A dentist even made a cast of Savile's teeth in order to check against bite marks found on the victims of the Yorkshire Ripper's victims. What do you make of that?
Well, one of the victims was found outside, or in the park outside his flat in Roundhay Park. He'd only recently moved in. There was a dentist in London who was asked to make this cast of his teeth because 2 of the victims had been found with bite marks.
So, was Jimmy Savile just perfectly disguising his depraved true nature from all of his politician and powerful royal friends? Well, dating all the way back to a 1978 interview with BBC, lead singer of the Sex Pistols, Johnny Rotten, inferred that Jimmy Savile was involved in an abuse scandal that had been covered up. The interview was never aired, and resulted in Johnny being subsequently banned from BBC. Savile passed away in 2011, and since then,
why was everyone down for letting
slowly unraveling, meaning he spent almost his entire adult life getting away with some of, if not the worst crimes imaginable, and it almost seems as though he was allowed. But why?
You know what's crazy? If people just make enough money, it seems to just be like, they can do literally anything. They can do literally anything. I don't know why they eventually decided to we're gonna stop this, but it sounds like everyone was complicit. They all have blackmail on each other, I guess. I don't know. I guess, yeah. That's how it's always been. It's just frustrating. It's very frustrating. This is definitely a BM. This is a bitch, man. This is a BM. Have enough money, stuff is encouraged to higher level societies. Well, for a lot of reasons. Ugh.
He so integral to the power structure at the time, his advice was so important, or was it because he was right at home among like minds? And similar to many other powerful offenders, he was never held accountable. Whenever a journalist would begin investigating, the story would be buried by editors. Whenever a detective would try to open a case, the upper levels of the police force wouldn't allow it.
Reports says police forces failed for almost 50 years to act on abuse allegations made against the TV presenter Jimmy Savile.
It's also revealed West Yorkshire Police were sent a letter by the Metropolitan Police 15 years ago suggesting Savile was a pedophile, but it was never followed up. And despite the fact he lived in Leeds, the force said it had no intelligence reports on him. Since his death, it's emerged 40 of his victims were from West Yorkshire, Kathy Killick reports.
And any time a victim tried to come forward, they were silenced, one way or another.
The charge nurse, I said that Jimmy Savile tried to touch me intimately, and she just said I was making up bizarre statements, that I was being bizarre, that it wouldn't be tolerated, that...
It's easier to close your eyes if the person controls your career, I guess.
That you're just making all these bizarre thoughts. You obviously need isolation.
Jimmy Savile, via connections made through his charitable organizations, was allowed unfettered access to almost any hospital of his choosing. He was allowed in any room to do as he pleased. He used this access to abuse the most vulnerable children he could find. One of those hospitals was Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital, where several witnesses and victims have come forward, claiming Savile would prey on those with psychiatric issues and the mentally challenged. Another
Dear
was
Lord.
Duncroft, a girls' home and school in Surrey. The school was live-in and hosted girls ranging from 14 to 16 years old. According to Sheila Terry Bailey, a survivor of Savile's abuse, Savile was given free rein, would often bring the girls cigarettes and alcohol, and had his own guest bedroom in the girls' school. And in danger of sounding hyperbolic, this man really seemed to be a demon walking among us. He didn't even try to hide it sometimes. He was just out there committing assaults live on television.
Could get used to all this, as it happens, you really could get used to it. So, ladies and gentlemen, all we can say is good night from all of us here at the top of the pops, and it's number one time, and of course, if you believe me now, it's from the one and only She Car Girl. And thank you very much indeed.
And although it was pretty much
I wish we could revive this guy so we could torture him.
Officials in the UK government and the Pope continued to treat Savile as an ally, a confidant, and
The Pope? What advice could this guy possibly give that was... We said it was bad. I had no idea how bad it was. I'm sorry, you guys. It's really bad. It's real bad. It's kind of crazy. Okay. A lot of abuse in the Catholic Church. That's true, too. They cover up a lot of that stuff because it would destroy their... kind of destroy what's going on there, I guess. Well, that's about the worst thing I've heard in a long time. It's pretty rough. It's pretty frustrating. I don't know. I guess we keep going, though. We just pretend that it's like, okay.
a trusted friend.
It's not over?
I wonder
What do you
why.
mean?
Well, consider the following. Pope John Paul II, the pope that knighted Jimmy Savile, has been accused of protecting pedophile priests when he was Archbishop of Krakow in his native country, Poland. And what about Savile's extremely close ties with the royal family? Well, we have a very recent example, with Prince Andrew being a very close friend with Epstein. There is another lesser-known accusation involving abuse, children, and the royals. In May of 2021, a story broke in Canada about Kamloops Indian Residential School, once Canada's largest residential school. Even the way the school was populated and operated was savage. Indigenous children from the surrounding area were forcibly removed from their homes following the introduction of mandatory attendance laws in the 1920s. The children were not allowed to speak their native languages and would be whipped if they did. The school closed in 1978. In the late 1990s, some children's teeth were found on the school grounds. In the early 2000s, a tourist discovered a juvenile rib in the area.
What?
In 2021, Sarah Bollier, an anthropologist at the University of the Fraser Valley, surveyed the area with ground-penetrating radar and concluded the probable presence of about 200 unmarked graves.
200?
They turned out to be the remains of 215 children, the youngest of which being about 3 years old. Now, this was pretty major news in 2021, but what does this have to do with Savile and the royals? Well, another story resurfaced during the Kamloops media blitz in 2021. But this one was quickly debunked, fact-checked many times over, and buried, which of course made me dig just a little bit deeper. This story was told by William Arnold Cummings, an interior Salish spirit dancer and survivor of the Kamloops and Mission Indian residential schools. William was born in 1952. And according to his testimony, he and the other children suffered terrible tortures at the residential schools. William alleged that he witnessed a Brother Murphy throw a child from a third-story balcony, killing him, and was responsible for the deaths of 2 other students. William himself had been put on a rack and had some of his bones broken in the Kamloops school basement after he tried running away. He also claimed that he saw Brother Murphy and another priest
getting teen girls pregnant and when leaving newborn babies in the snow so they wouldn't be raised. Oh my god, Luft, that's horrible.
In In a long and well-detailed statement he gave in 2010, William describes what he witnessed in October of 1964, when he was just 12 years old. According to Mr. Combs, that fall day, in 1964, Queen Elizabeth II and Prince Philip arrived at Kamloops School with no entourage.
Whoa.
The children received fresh clothes and good food for the first time in months,
Wow.
the day before the royals arrived.
Uh-oh.
When they did arrive, they did so with little fanfare. No large entourage or protection, just the Queen and the Prince, and more than likely a driver. That day, a large group of the kids went on a picnic along with the royals and some of the school's administrators. William then witnessed the two royals leave with 10 of the children who would never return. They vanished completely. The group that William claims disappeared was 7 boys and 3 girls, aged 6 to 14. William couldn't remember their names other than Cecilia and Edward. William was also adamant that his friend George Adolph also witnessed this event. Obviously, this is an extremely salacious
Dear Lord,
and
is that
disturbing
real?
claim that the Queen of England had basically abducted and done God knows what with 10 children from a school that would later be exposed for having a mass grave full of indigenous children that
Adolf,
had been
different
abused
time.
and killed. According to Reuters, a international news agency who wrote an article debunking Combs' claims in 2021, this just couldn't have happened. The monarch did not visit Kamloops in 1964, and Reuters found no credible reports relating to these claims, which seemingly stem from a conspiracy theorist. Now, the funny thing about that statement is that Reuters left sources linked in the article that showed every official trip the royals have ever taken, and of all the places that Queen Elizabeth II could have been at that time, she was, in fact, in Canada for over a week, from October 5th to October 13th, to attend a one-day commemoration in Quebec.
One
Now,
day?
there are some holes in this story. Quebec is a 5-hour plane ride from BC, but let's be honest, the royals easily had the time and resources to take a little trip during that 8-day window. Some debunkers
Yeah.
in 2021 claimed that William Arnold Combs was just making up conspiracy
I'll turn it on in a
theories
second,
to try to
kitties.
harm the royals' legacy and using this big mass grave Kamloops story to try to get attention. But
I
that's
don't know,
not
dude.
possible either. William went public about the abuse he suffered at Kamloops School in 2007. And as far as I could tell, he went public with his claims about the royal visits in 2010. In February of 2011, Combs would visit St. Paul's Catholic Hospital in Vancouver
Did you
to
call us
meet
kitties?
with a
No,
new
my
doctor
cats are
and
screaming.
receive some tests. According to his partner May, William
And
was
put on some
in good
Appalachia
health for
Paranormal
being a
videos. Those are really
59-year-old
cool.
man. However,
We're
upon
probably gonna listen
arriving
to
to meet
Magnus
with this
after this,
new doctor, Combs was immediately admitted to the hospital, and within just a few days he was...
Sorry I'm not saying much. This is just like the most horrific thing I've ever heard of. So like I'm kind of just I don't really know what to say about this. It's kind of insane, dude. So we're gonna keep going, I guess. I think the occasional bitch man is fine. Yeah, this goes way beyond bitch man. This is horrible. Ultra bitch man. Worst bitch man. I hope the devil finds you, bitch man. Kind of situation. The devil would like him.
Ed. The official coroner's report read that William died of disseminated tuberculosis, but a nurse, Erica, that was providing care for William Combs in his final days, has come forward with a statement that she saw no signs or symptoms nor treatment for any form of TB.
Any indication, they claim his cause of death was disseminated tuberculosis. Was there any indication of tuberculosis when you saw him?
None so
whatsoever. Like I
nervous.
said, he wasn't coughing and there was no fever and his chest sounds were clear when I did the head to toe. Yeah, there was absolutely no sputum, evidence of sputum, anything spat on towels. Sometimes they'll hide it like that, and there was nothing like that. There was nothing in the charts of any previous nurses that had seen any blood in his sputum, which is what you cough up, E. I did, in that shift, ask the CNO about his undiagnosed bloodborne infection, why he wasn't on an IV, remarked that his blood pressure was low and that he was dizzy and that perhaps he should be, and why isn't there any broad spectrum antibiotics being given to him, given the undiagnosed bloodborne infection. He literally had nothing in him. He was obviously very sick feeling.
Damn.
And there was absolutely no contagion protocols in place for myself or any of the other people that came
Yeah,
in and out
tuberculosis is kind of a big deal. It'll get you
It's a
sick
lot
for
of
like 6
anomalies.
months.
Yeah, there was a lot of things that didn't make
Like
sense.
real sick.
I did
Like
a
it's
total of 4
crazy.
shifts with him, and the CNO, like, she would hear me on my questions about why he doesn't have an IV. He's not drinking or eating well, and no antibiotics. She would hear me on it, and she'd tell me she'd get back to me, but she didn't, which was unusual for her. She was
That's horrible.
long time experienced.
So based on what you saw, some of the other symptoms you saw on him, what do you think, what's your medical opinion about his cause of death?
In hindsight, hyperkeratosis, the dark urine, he had these lines on his nails. They weren't ridged. It looked like the moon of your nail bed went halfway up, and it was a slightly darker singular line right across.
She looks very educated but very nervous.
Those lines combined with the constant abdominal pains, the dizziness, and moments of almost delirium that I saw him have.
The delirious. What does that all indicate?
And these lines, which are called Means lines.
I don't think she should be telling people this, honestly.
With specifically in combination with the hyperkeratosis, the papules
Hope she's safe,
I saw
yeah.
on his skin that at first.
You know what's kind of crazy? Like, I think, like, even just a few years ago, it'd be like, oh, this lady's kind of crazy. Now it's like, oh, yeah, you know, like, yeah, there's a lot of evil people out there. I hope she doesn't get murdered. Like, things have changed so drastically in just, like, the last few years. It's better she tells people, absolutely, but there was, like, this is something where people would, like, she'd die and then it'd be like, oh, you're being silly. People die all the time. They die every day. So...
scratches, but when I looked closer, they were just little bumps.
So in your opinion, is that what he died of?
It could very well be. An undiagnosed bloodborne infection doesn't manifest as measles, and he had no fever. And
no TB.
And no TB.
So you disagree with the coroner's report?
Oh, absolutely.
If Nurse Erica is to be believed, William Combs was poisoned.
Damn.
So, a man comes forward in 2010 saying not only were children abused and killed at this school, but that he also saw them being buried, and that the royal couple showed up in October 1964 and took 10 kids away. Then, less than a year later, he dies of presumably arsenic poison. 10 years later, surprise, there's a mass grave full of children where this conspiracy theorist said there would be one. It certainly seems to be an outrageous claim and story. I'm not saying I believe William Combs' claims about the royal family showing up at the school and taking those children. It was one of those cases where I couldn't help but keep digging because the connections just kept popping up, making these wild claims seem more and more possible. And that incredibly
if she knows this, there's a
long
reason for her to
tangent was all just to
disappear.
open up the
If she already told
possibility
people it's
that
been put there,
maybe
that's true.
Jimmy Savile didn't sneak his horrible abuse of children by any of his powerful friends. Maybe that's why they
It's
were
not like
such
she has
good
more
friends to
information she
begin
can
with.
give out. That was... I don't know. That was probably the worst one. I guess, like, every, like, country just has this kind of stuff going on. And we just deal with it, I guess. So... I don't know. It's really weird. I really don't know. It's really, really... Hi, Chua. Hi, baby. It's really weird, dude. I don't know. Royal family lore is nuts. It gets real... Like, the thing is, a 10-day stay in Canada where they do nothing but attend one event is also really suspect. Not sure the royalty taking child, but those schools existed in Canada, the First Nation people. Grimmi. It's possible that he was young and he didn't realize, like, that they were just, like, people that looked like maybe, like, really educated, like, people that were, like, not usually there. So he was just like, oh, this has got to be the queen and this has got to be the prince. And that's crazy. Like, it might have just been people that were really well-dressed, maybe, since he was so young, but... Oh yeah, Canada and the indigenous population is crazy. It's nuts. I hear boarding schools are still messed up, but I didn't see the doc yet. Yeah. Oh, jeez. Okay. I think that, yeah, this is definitely going to be the last one we watch. I don't think I can stand much more of this. It's a little bit much. But it's good to know about, I feel like. We shouldn't just pretend it's not happening. No! Oh no, dude. Oh no. Grimes tablet?
On September 4th, 2019, Canadian singer-songwriter Grimes posted this picture of a strange tablet. While at the time it didn't seem to draw much attention from anyone other than her own fans, after certain events began to play out in early 2020, the image began to make the rounds in conspiracy forums. A closer inspection of the tablet seems to show a set of lines made up by carved emojis. And although many have pontificated on the potential meanings for each line, line 6 in particular seems to exhibit a few ominous warnings. The opening emojis are a microphone, headphones, and I.O. I.O., also known as Garrett Falls Lockhart, was an American techno DJ and record producer who at the time of Grimes' post was alive and well, but he would unfortunately pass away November 23rd, 2020. A tweet published by his family on May 18th, 2021 concluded that he died from a sudden and fatal arrhythmia brought along by late-stage Hashimoto's thyroiditis. I.O. was also collaborating with Grimes on Violence, the project that this tablet image was supposedly marketing, so that's more than likely the reason for his inclusion. Now, the next symbol in line 6 was a little harder for me to make out, but going off the idea that all of these symbols are based on emojis and the next symbol being a DNA strand, it seems clear that the rest of this line reads as follows: Petri dish, DNA strand, a microbe, 3 hypodermic needles, and all that equals a UFO. Now, it is a little unsettling looking at that post from 2019 through the lens of everything that has occurred over the last few years. Clearly, a lot of people think the Petri dish, DNA strand, and microbe refer to a certain virus, the 3 syringes being the widely and heavily debated response to that event or series of events. And the UFO is odd as well, as immediately after we seem to kind of get out from under the shadow of the pandemic and its effects on our daily lives. Divisions of the government and media immediately pivoted to this very bizarre UFO UAP disclosure movement, which many theorists are dubious of and think is just a distraction or precursor to Project Bluebeam, a theory in which the United States government, in collaboration with NASA, is planning a massive false flag operation in which they will simulate a second coming of Christ or an extraterrestrial invasion using advanced technology in order to establish a new world order. Line 7 of the tablet features mostly weapons of war, possibly hinting at the conflict between Russia and Ukraine that would also follow the outbreak. The last line of the tablet seems to hint at a nuclear apocalypse ending the world.
So, Grimes is also just a really weird person. Like, I'm not saying that, like, negatively. It's just, she's really weird. So this is probably just something she thought was interesting and wanted to put out there. So, I'm just gonna let you know before you start getting freaked out. Is she not Elon's daughter? Ooh, no. That's a really funny question, but, I mean, I understand where you would get that, considering their, like, but, like, like, their age, but, yeah, let's go back to I don't think this will happen based on Grimes's tablet.
Now, maybe Grimes has some insider knowledge being so close with Elon Musk. It is certainly strange and kind of unsettling how closely those emojis resemble some of the events that would begin to play out just a few months later. A few years ago, we released a prophecy on this ancient tablet. Since most of the bad omens have come true, we've canceled this stone and are releasing a new prophecy. Huge apologies for any inconvenience this may have caused. And as Nick Hinton points out in the replies, it seems as though we've now traded out nuclear war for the AI singularity. Yay.
So we're probably never gonna get nuked, and I'll tell you why if you want. Because you might be scared. We're probably never gonna have nukes and stuff, like, go off and, like, murder people and, like, all this stuff, because now wars are fought in terms of economics. So what happens instead is a country will try to disrupt the economic position that that country is in. And that's really smart, because then they don't, like, really lose anything, and they don't put themselves in a position where they could be nuked. So, that's how it goes these days. You don't need to worry that much. I'm just telling you. Oh, yes, Metal Gear. Yeah, so it's gonna be economic warfare. If one nuke goes off, all the nukes go off? Yeah. There was actually a time where that almost happened. You know that? I think it was during the Cuban Missile Crisis or something. Supposedly there was like a false like thing where like someone was told like, hey, there's gonna be a nuke on the way, like it's gonna happen. But each time the person went, I don't trust it, I can't do that. Something feels wrong about it, I don't do that. And it turned out to be a false like thing. So China uses their catfish method, let a foreign company disrupt things, then steal IP and take it over. Honestly, it's really cool. Like, it's not good, but it's incredibly sophisticated. They just kind of usurp everything. If one economy goes off, yeah, they all go off. That's a thing, too. But the thing is, you can kind of plan around disrupting an economy, especially food sources and stuff. So, I think that's what we're seeing more of. So, yeah, the reason they averted is because the guy was a civilian originally. Interesting. I don't think AI is gonna. Please consider subscribing.
Hey guys, I just want to thank you.
Thank you. Go follow this guy. He does a really good job. If you can see the thing, I know it's having some problems for people. Didn't that guy get in trouble for disobeying orders? Well, he saved the world. Cold War, Russian missile system detected something incoming. The dude suspected something was wrong and didn't hit the button. One man, one button. It would have completely changed the entire world forever. Every single thing that you know in your life, you might not have even been born, like every single thing you know in your life would have been disrupted. Every single person would have been disrupted. Every single event would have been disrupted. It's possible that one nuke would have gone off, maybe 2, maybe 100. Would have been crazy. But we avoided it. But just barely. Just barely. Now, I know what you've all been waiting for. And I've been waiting for it too. So, let's get to it. Here we go, baby. Magnus Archives. Here we go, baby. Let's go, baby. This is a lovely part of the stream. That's going to be a lot better than what we just saw, because that was hellish and evil. That was so evil, it sucked. It was hellish and evil, and we're going to be watching something a little bit nicer now. This is the Magnus Archives. So what I usually do is put on a game that's really fun to watch and really easy to watch. And then we listen to the best, the absolute best, like audio drama that has ever been released. If you like spooky stuff, if you like scary stuff, it's amazing. It's really good to fall asleep to, too. So if you are totally awake, please enjoy it if you're in a country where that is the case. And if you are in a country where that's not the case, I deeply apologize. You can sleep. It's really good to sleep too. It's a great one. It's really good. It's fictional now. Yes, it's fictional evil instead of real evil. We're chill. We're chill. That was too much for me today. I thought they were gonna be so fun and so cute, like all the conspiracies from celebrities, like, ooh, they lost a shoe 7 years ago and then someone got married. Like, no, it was all like, oh, we're gonna murder children, I guess. They're just cattle to us. Like, that's weird, dude. Okay. Anyways, I gotta go to sleep. Enjoy your horror yowie. Horror yowie, what the hell? It's a good show. You little demon, it's a good show. So, let me get started for you. Let me get all this started for you. Let me turn down the memory. We'll have rain on like it's just on, okay? Like it's just part of our life. Like it's just there forever. You're gonna loop it too so it doesn't go to something random. Okay. So, it's almost 6 a.m. I waited the entire time for horror. I'm so sorry. We need to run a short ad before Magnus. Okay. Let's do the full 3 minutes. So we're gonna do the full 3 minutes. I really encourage you guys to at least listen to this and see if it's for you, and then listen to it outside of the stream. Because it is a baller audio drama. It's different people recording their events that kind of like all feed into like this really weird world and like have a bunch of weird stuff going on, and I can't recommend it enough. I just can't recommend it enough. So the magical rain audio can predict dramatical votes. Yeah, it can. It'll go off in dramatic moments. It's cool. It's been really good so far. Everything has been like crackling at the right second. It feels right. So we're gonna do that. Also, I think I just finished my nails, so top coat, baby. Let's go. I haven't gotten to listen to these. Do I need to? You can listen to these just one at a time if you want, usually. So they're a little bit Monster of the Week and a little bit serialized, but if you jump in at any time, you can just listen to it. And then you can go back and like go like, ooh, okay. It's kind of like a TV show, very serialized. So you get a little bit of it if you're watching everything, but if you don't, you're cool. It's okay. Like, you're not gonna lose too much. It's okay. You're gonna be just fine. Just enjoy yourself. Okay, is that too much? No, that's perfect. Okay. My nails are done. The animatronics are almost gone in my time zone. What does that mean? Yes, we can run ads. I'm gonna go to the Be Right Back screen. I'm gonna go get ready to listen to a bunch of Magnus until we pass out, baby. Let's go. And we're back. Thank you so much for waiting, everyone. I apologize about that. Shroomer, thank you for the 100 bits. I haven't gotten to listen to these. Sorry, I said that again, but... Oh, I'm so sorry. I also wanted to say, thank you, GGG. I am not a ghost. It's not a conspiracy theory. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'm sorry if I've been missing stuff. I've been a little bit out of it. I'm gonna be real with you. I've been a little bit out of it. Hi, Chua. You don't like when I paint my nails, though. It smells weird for a little bit. I'm sorry, baby. You don't like it. Yeah, I want to pet you, too, though. Tuned out for a while. Maybe that was for the best. It was a really intense time. But we're going to be playing something relaxing. It's going to be gentle. It's going to be cool. And we're going to just play some slots and daggers as we do it. So, sorry if I'm a bit out of it. We'll have a good time. How many cats do you have? I have 3, and they're all beautiful. What color are your nails today? They're blue and weird, like, opal green. I don't know how to classify it, but I've been working on them for the stream. Throughout the stream, I guess, as I listen to horrifying things beyond human comprehension. You can see them if you'd like to. There you go. Here you are. They're fine. My hands look really messed up right now. What the hell? I guess it's the lighting. They look like terrifying. Or maybe I'm just a little out of it, but they're blue. It's a little bit more subtle, but like they're blue and green. Pretty colors, looking good. Thank you. They have the same glitter on them, but your brain doesn't process it the same way. It's cool. I like it a lot. We measured. Grimmi is actually 3'7". I'm not 3'7". I'm not. How dare you? How dare you? You know how tall I am. My voice is definitely going out, by the way. I don't think I can stream much tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a collaboration with the Golden Girls, so I hope you enjoy that. And I hope it'll be fun for you. Which is Gingy, Gator, and Alfina. But other than that, I probably won't stream tomorrow. And I'll probably see if they want to stream it on their channel. So maybe I'd like to stream it on mine too, though. So it'll be a short stream, maybe. When's the collab? I don't remember what time. Even my tracking's starting to go. It's okay. Okay, there you go. If you stream Magnus all day and tomorrow you won't yap over it so your voice can recover and we can get a full day of Magnus. Just saying. Yeah. We could stream a lot of Magnus tomorrow. If you guys want to do, like, throughout the day, though, I usually just do it, like, at night because it's, like, the night owls are here and stuff and you can listen to it as you fall asleep. But if you guys want Magnus during different times, like, I can do that. It can happen. There you go. Is that an Ask Alfina question? Yes, I forgot what time we agreed on. All right, baby, let's go. Please enjoy the stylings of the Magnus Archives. It's good. It's a good story. I like it. It's awesome. You're gonna like it too, maybe, and if you don't, it's okay. Let's do it.
Rusty Quill presents the Magnus Archives.
Police lot. So this is probably gonna have the police lady in it. And we're back on Slots and Daggers. Not a lot of numbers, yeah.
Episode 73. Police Lights.
Ooh. Thank you, Gregory, for being here for 15 minutes. Let's go, baby! Let's go! I hope you enjoy this one. I'm not gonna remember it. But it's gonna be awesome. This one. This one.
Here.
Thanks.
I assume it didn't go well then.
We lost Outman. Just wasn't paying attention. I don't know what they're going to tell his family. Guess it could have been worse, though, if I hadn't talked to you first. So, thanks.
I'm surprised you're here. Surely you have a lot of paperwork after something like that. A lot of forms to sign.
They've given us a few days compassionate leave. I think they want us out of the way while they figure out the official version of what happened.
Well, I'd like to hear the real one if you're ready.
Yeah. How much context do you need?
Nice lady.
You said it started with a kidnapping case.
Yeah, Callum Brody, 12.
So he's interviewing
12 years
her
old.
about her experiences.
Disappeared from his home in Dalston 3 weeks ago. Sitter was asleep when the mother came home. The front door was open. There was no sign of him. There was no forced entry, so it started out as a missing persons case. But they got a witness claiming he'd seen 3 unknown figures entering Brody's home that
Triton
night,
plush?
so it was kicked up to serious crime.
Oh yeah, immediately.
There was
I
some
did that way.
back and forth
I did that
with
way
kidnap
back.
squads
Thank you.
since
Yeah, thank
no
you.
ransom demand had been made.
Thank
but
you.
not much progress in terms of finding the kid. I only
A
found
famous
out about
plush.
all this when we were suiting up yesterday. The Brody case had nothing to do with my department or my borough. When me and Daisy got the call that we were being brought in for an operation to recover the kid, it was totally out of the blue. The sergeant in charge had to brief us in the van. I had no idea why we'd been called in until I looked at the other officers involved and saw a good few of them. They were fellow signees of a Section 31. Whatever we were heading towards, it was going to be weird. I think the sergeant in charge must have been sectioned as well, but I didn't know him. It's not too surprising though. I mean, it's not like any of us have a full list of sectioned officers, but one must exist somewhere. It looked like most of the others had made the same connection and none of us were feeling right about it. I mean, we had a counter-terrorist firearms squad with us, which didn't exactly put my mind at ease. That said, I wasn't exactly sad we might be getting some section firearms officers, but it was just a lot, you know? The briefing was pretty short. We were told that Callum Brody had been found, and it was suspected he was being held by a man named Maxwell Rayner with an unknown number of accomplices. There were suspicions that there might be cult involvement. That's when I phoned you.
And did the lights help at all?
Oh, I'm getting to that. I told the sergeant, and he didn't even ask me where I'd gotten the information. He just nodded and told everyone to load up on torches. The firearms team wasn't short on tactical gear, so by the time we headed inside, we had 2 or 3 heavy-duty flashlights each. I had 4. The building was in an industrial complex up in Haringey. It was a 2-story brick building with a weathered sign claiming it belonged to Outer Bay Shipping. We were instructed to go inside in teams of 2, with 1 armed officer paired with 1 sectioned. You have to understand, that's massively against protocol. But I guess they wanted to be sure that none of the firearms team encountered anything weird without being accompanied by anyone experienced. I looked around to see if the others were going to make anything of it, but no one made a peep. I think everyone knew that this was about as far from a normal operation as they came. I was paired with an older guy. Goodman, I think his name was, though we didn't really talk. The way he carried his weapon in the van, I could tell he'd been handling it a while, but I couldn't help but notice his hands were shaking slightly as we made our way around the building. We were going in through the loading dock at the rear, and as we approached the security lights that lit the rest of the estate, they seemed to get dimmer. Well, not dimmer, really. They just didn't illuminate the place as much as they should have. Aside from a small pool of white light directly below, the darkness around them didn't seem to be affected. I didn't have much time to think about it before the order came down and we were going in. I cut the padlock on the metal gate and slid it up while Goodman gave me some cover. The inside seemed normal. Pallets of boxes were neatly lined up on shelves around the loading bay, and the heavy lamps overhead gave us plenty of light. We started to make a sweep of the area, eyes peeled for anything that looked out of place. I took a second to check a few of the larger boxes, but they didn't contain anything remarkable. Mostly sheets of plastic for manufacturing, although some were full of copper piping or paint. And that's when I heard the scream. It came from behind one of the shelves to my left, and it didn't sound like a cry of fear or pain. It was a scream of rage, almost animal-like, and when I turned, I saw a figure moving behind me. It was only for a second, but it seemed to be dressed head to toe in black, like a leotard or one of those morph suits. It was hard to say for sure, as it was less than a second before it darted back behind the shelves and Goodman opened fire. I hadn't prepared myself for it, and a sudden gunshot sent a jolt of pain shooting through my head as my eardrums rang with the noise. Goodman called something to me, but I couldn't make out a word of it. I just followed him as he ran around to where the figure had disappeared to. There was no sign of it, although a small spray of fresh blood told me that my jumping new partner's aim had been too wide of the mark. We started to hear sporadic gunfire from the rest of the building. I mean, it was basically all I could hear at that point, as everything else was still a muffled, high-pitched whine. I was worried Goodman might panic at this, but to his credit, he seemed to have pulled himself together, and we finished the sweep of the loading bay before heading through to the rest of the building. I saw a handful of armed officers heading up the stairs to the upper floor, and I was going to follow them when I felt a tug on my arm. Goodman was saying something and pointing towards the other direction. I saw a pair of uniforms and a face I recognized. Leo Altman, one of the sectioned officers from up in Waltham Forest. I'd met him once before, when Daisy took me out for some very quiet drinks with a few other section cops she knew. I remembered him being one of the friendlier ones, though he still stopped short of telling me any stories. Leo was stood with an armed officer that I didn't know. From her lack of trigger discipline, it looked like she was either very new or seriously rattled. They were staring down a long metal staircase that seemed to lead into what must have been the building's basement. The briefing hadn't mentioned anything about a basement, and it was clear they weren't entirely sure how to proceed. When me and Goodman joined them, it seemed to make up their minds, and with a quick nod to us, Leo and his partner started to head down. I didn't want to follow, and I could see that Goodman wasn't too keen either, but we weren't just going to leave them without backup, so down we went. At the bottom of the stairs was a door. It was old and made of steel that had started to rust around the edges, but it wasn't right. You know how when the lights are turned on in a room and you can see it from outside? Like a thin line of light leaking under the doorway? Well, it was like that, except what seemed to seep out from underneath wasn't light. It was shadow. Like if darkness was somehow shining from behind it. As I got closer, I started to hear something. I couldn't really tell what it was under the buzzing in my ears, but the best way I could describe it is that it sounded like a waterfall, but slowed right down. A steady, flowing crash and churn, but deep and drawn out. I wanted to ask the others if they heard it as well, but Leo was already moving to open the door. I barely had time to get my torch out. Glad I did, though, because as the door opened, every light in the building went dark. That moment I was in complete darkness had to be one of the longest seconds of my life. I felt like I'd gone blind, not just my eyes, but everything. Like every sense I had was severed, and the only thing I could feel was a wave of nausea. It seemed like for that second I wasn't anywhere that light had ever reached. Then I clicked the button on my torch, and the beam cut right through it. The flashlight was weak, nothing like the power I would have expected from the heavy bulb, but the faint glow was enough to bring me back to myself. I shone it behind me, over the pale, panicked faces of the others, and as it touched each of them, I saw them start and reach for their own torches. Soon 4 pale beams were struggling it out into the thick, aggressive gloom. I turned around, trying to shine the light on the wall, or even the door we came in from. Anything that would give me a sense of the room we were standing in, but it just disappeared into the pitch dark in all directions. Thinking about it now, I realized we never actually walked through the door. Small flecks of black dust floated in the air like inky snow. They moved gently through the torchlight, and they never seemed to settle on the ground. And I began to realize how cold it was. Everything was so still, and the only sound was the same dull roar from up ahead of us. I don't know how long we stood there, but when my torch sputtered and died, I knew we didn't have long. I took out another and turned it on. The light seemed even fainter than the first one. Still, it was something, and we started to walk forward, or at least what we assumed was forward. If anyone said anything, I didn't hear it. The black dust danced in front of us, but it never seemed to actually touch us or land on our clothing. There was no smell at all here. The building above us had smelled of sawdust, old metal and industrial cleaner. But down here there was nothing. I didn't shine my torch upwards. I didn't want to see if there was a roof above our heads. By this point, we'd easily walked the whole length of the building several times and still hadn't seen anything. The roar was getting louder and louder until it was all that was in my head. The 4 of us were all on our 2nd or 3rd torches by that point, and I could feel that I was starting to panic. There was a scream building up inside of me, clawing its way up my throat. Actually, you know what? I might have been screaming. I don't know. It was impossible to tell over the noise and the thick, choking darkness. Then Goodman's flashlight beam hit something ahead of us, and it all went to hell. I think it took about 5 seconds. Everything seemed to happen at once, and only going over it in the reports afterwards was I able to process what I saw. 5 seconds and everything was over, but I'll try and describe it in as much detail as I can. Goodman's torch beam had landed on an old man. He was tall, but I couldn't say much more than that. His body was hidden in the folds of a robe of some sort. It was the same color as the dust that had filled the air and seemed to move and shift in the same way. His white hair was thin and wild, covering an unkempt face and a scraggly beard. His eyes were milky white. I think he was blind. From the description the sergeant had given us, I was sure this was Maxwell Rayner. Next to him was an old chair that looked like it could have been from a dinner table. The wood was stained, covered in dark mold, and tied to it with thin metal wire was Callum Brodie. The kid's eyes were blank, though not clouded like the old man's, and his face was locked in a silent scream. Rayner was facing him, thin, bony hands raised to his face. Something was flowing out of his mouth. It looked like ink, but it flowed more like a heavy fog than any sort of liquid. It dripped down his forearms and onto the floor, where it rolled towards Callum, climbing up the chair and oozing across the boy's body towards his face. It was moving slowly and had just reached his chest. The roaring sound seemed to come as it convulsed out of the old man's throat. Then Goodman opened fire. The muzzle flash seemed impossibly bright as it cut through the dark, and I could swear that for a second, the room it lit up was not a basement, but a cathedral. He let off 3 shots in a quick burst, and every one of them hit Rayner square in the chest. His robe twitched violently as he staggered backwards, and all the dark liquid suddenly washed down onto the floor in a single movement, leaving Callum untouched. It still gushed from his mouth, though, and as the shots tore through him, he spun about, and an arc of the dark substance flew through the air. Altman had started running towards them as soon as he had seen the kid, and was almost at the chair when a wave of it spewed out. A few droplets hit him on the cheek, and he started to howl and claw at his face. Goodman fired again at Rayner, dropping him to the ground, and the horrendous noise stopped suddenly, leaving only Leo's cries of pain. The lights came on all at once, and in the sudden, painful brightness, none of us had time to do anything, as a woman who hadn't been there a moment ago ran up to Leo. She wore a robe similar to the old man's, and by the time any of us had seen the knife in her hand, she had buried it in Altman's throat. More gunshots, this time from the officer who had partnered with Leo, but she was too slow. By the time the woman with the knife had been dropped, he was already bleeding out on the floor. 5 seconds, 2 dead kidnappers, 1 dead police officer, and silence. We were standing in a small basement room lit by dingy fluorescent bulbs. No sign of the black liquid or any sort of dust. The kid seemed fine. I mean, I'm sure he'll need a lot of counselling, but he didn't seem physically any worse for wear. Goodman went to untie him while I ran to check on Altman. It was too late, of course, but as I looked at his still cold face, I saw his eyes were a milky white. The rest of the squad arrived a few seconds later and helped take us back out to the van. After that, it was all questions, debrief cups of coffee I never quite got around to drinking, and Section 31 forms. Lots of them. All in all, there were 5 people killed in that building, including Leo Altman. Aside from Rayner and the woman, who was identified from an old report as Natalie Ennis, 2 more were shot and killed when they attacked some of the other officers. 3 more were subdued and arrested, but as far as I know, they still haven't said a word. God knows how they're going to process them with all the secrecy around the operation, but thankfully that's not my problem. I think they were connected to that cult group from way back, the Church of the Divine whatever.
The People's Church of the Divine Host. Rayner was their leader back in the early 90s. I have a few statements related to them if you're interested. Natalie Ennis was actually one of them.
No, I'm not interested, not even a little. I've been thinking a lot over the past few days, and I'm done. With the police, with Section 31, all of it. I wanted to tell you in person and give you the statement. It seemed the least I could do.
Yeah.
You're really quitting?
Yeah, and you should too. This place, it's not right. Goodbye, John.
Basira, wait. What about the tapes?
What?
The tapes from Gertrude's case. Is there any way I get... No, I suppose not.
Dude, this was a really interesting episode for a few reasons.
Well, that seems to close the book on Maxwell Rayner. Maybe the whole People's Church of the Divine Host. I can't help but feel I've got the last chapter of a story and I don't even know the title. At least I hope it's the last chapter. I still can't find much about the company Outer Bay Shipping. Looks like a shell corporation, but tracking corporate ownership is not something I'm skilled at. I'm disappointed with Ms. Hussein's decision. It's not exactly a surprise, though. I've thought about quitting myself. It's not an option, of course. I'm in far too deep now. I get the impression that to quit would be giving up whatever small protection I seem to have here. I just wish... Oh, I don't know. Oddly enough, all I can think about is how did the police know where Raina was keeping the boy? Basira didn't seem to know, and the church clearly wasn't expecting the police to arrive. With a few exceptions, Raina managed to stay off the grid for 2 decades. How did they find him now? Someone must have known what was happening and tipped them off. And I don't think it was anyone inside that building. End supplement.
So, that episode was so interesting for a few reasons. It seems like the darkness can kill you in, that episode, but it can also keep you trapped there forever. A lot of people have anxiety about being conscious and just being in a dark place thinking forever. It's actually some people's depiction of hell. I think that was Death Parade's depiction of hell? That was a good episode. I think it was, this show has, different, episodes for each and every fear you could have. This one was definitely a sense of, being in the dark, not being able to escape it. And if you think deeper about it, it's also a little bit of hey, what if you were trapped there forever and there was no way to escape? And if someone somehow found you and was lured into this other dimension, everyone would just be killed in front of you. Reminds me of that one Metallica, It's Such a Scary Concept. Yeah, it's really scary. Uncertainty and the dark are old friends of mine. Oh, I hope that you guys get along. It's nice. Well, we're on to the next one, but I really like that one. I hope you guys did too. Alan Wake, yeah, baby. This next one is Fatigue. Fatigue. Here we are. I'm on complete autopilot with this video game, by the way.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
We've really been going through this series. I don't know what we're gonna do when it's done. It's gonna make me sad. It's a really good series. I found you for Mary Mother. Mary's so nice. Thank you so much for coming by.
Episode 74.
I'm not gonna be talking too much during this, but thank you for coming by. Mary's lovely. Love Mary. He's a great person. He works really hard too. Seems like a very kind guy. This one.
Statement of Lydia Halligan regarding her insomnia. Original statement given 8th June 2015. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist of the Magnus Institute, London. Statement begins. I don't know when I last slept. It's not that I can't remember, it's just that I can't really tell. When I manage to steal an hour or two, if that's even happened, my dreams are so vivid and my waking so disjointed that they blur together. Like all I have are scenes and images devoid of context and no true way to tell what is real and what is not. I'm lying in my bed. It's hot. I know the central heating is off, but the air still has that dry warmth that scratches your throat. I want to get up, to move, but my body is too tired. All the strength in it is gone. I just lie there, watching the ceiling fan spin round and around and around, a dull whirring that grinds against my brain. It is dark outside, and the only light is the glow from my small bedside lamp. As I watch it, my eyes adjusting to the motion, the fan slows. It loses its momentum gradually, until at last it is completely still and there is silence. I wait, and it begins to turn again in the other direction, now spinning anti-clockwise. It accelerates until the blades are once again a blur. I do not remember my flat having a ceiling fan when I moved in. I've always had problems sleeping. Even as a child, my mother would always check my room to find me reading well into the night. If I heard her coming up the stairs, I would turn off my light and dive beneath the covers to try and convince her I was sound asleep. If it worked, I would listen to her walk off to her room and then bring out my book once again. At the time, I thought it was because I loved reading, but looking back, I think it must have been the first stirrings of insomnia. There is a billboard outside my flat. It overlooks a small roundabout and used to have adverts for whatever the latest TV drama was. The metal that holds it up is old and rusted, and sometimes I think I can hear it groaning ever so quietly as I walk past. Now it has an advert for coffee. I assume that is what it's advertising. It's a woman, bright and cheerful, with a sky blue blouse and shining white smile. She holds a cup of coffee, the steam rising and curling in front of her eyes. There is no brand name or information, just the words, "Sleep is overrated," in a tall, thin font. I don't know how long it has been there. Her eyes seem to look in through my window. I work as a freelance writer. It's not a good job. Very little of it actually involves writing. The rest is chasing up invoices, desperately firing off pitches, and worrying over a budget spreadsheet that doesn't add up. I always thought it suited my schedule, allowing me to be flexible. But it has, in many ways, just robbed me of any connection to the way the rest of the world organizes itself. I never know what day of the week it is. When I don't sleep, the days and nights just bleed together. Sometimes it feels that even my clock is lying to me, telling me that an hour lasts so much longer than it should, then stealing an entire morning in the blink of an eye. There is a man in my living room. He is tall, with sandy blonde hair that twists into unruly curls. I must have invited him in. He sits in my armchair, drumming his fingers together. They make an odd, clacking sound when they touch. I know him, though I have no idea where we might have met. His smile is friendly, but I don't like it. I apologize, tell him I've forgotten his name, and he waves it away, saying that names are overrated, then asks how my day has been. I tell him I don't know which day he means, and he laughs and laughs and laughs until my nose begins to bleed. I see the blood dripping onto the patterns I have been drawing. How long have I been drawing? It isn't my pen. What's the longest you've ever stayed awake? As a student, I liked to push myself, conduct little experiments on my own capacity for fatigue, time how many hours, and then try to beat my record. After a while, I stopped counting, though for some reason I never really stopped thinking of them as experiments. At first, I tried to convince friends to stay up with me. Sometimes they would, but they never lasted more than 40 hours, and I always felt too awkward to stay up after they had crashed. Eventually, I began just doing it alone, relishing the feeling that I had somehow seen beyond what they were able to. I'm sitting in a cafe. It's open all night, and I go there when I'm feeling restless late at night. I try to imagine I'm sitting in Hopper's Nighthawks at the diner, but there is a thin layer of grease on the plastic tables that dispels any romanticism about the place. I'm drinking a cup of coffee. The coffee is awful, the cheapest instant that money can buy wholesale. I don't care. It is black and opaque, and when I drink it, I can feel the tiniest bit of life seep through me as the caffeine enters my blood. I take a long sip and stop. The coffee has something in it, smooth and hard. I spit it onto the table. It's a tooth. I check, but I am not missing any. It's small, like a child's milk tooth, and it just sits there. The waitress comes over to see if I want food, even though I never do. Her name tag reads Vanessa. I point to the shiny white lump now lying on the table. I don't think she sees it, and if she does, she does not react. She goes to get me more coffee. Your vision goes strange when you don't sleep for a long time. I think it's something to do with changing pressure on your eyeballs. You start to detect faint movements on the edges, on the periphery, and if you stare too long at a flat surface, it starts to gently pulse and move. I wrote a short story once where it was things trying to push through into our dimension, strange, ghostly creatures that could only be seen by those who had so deprived themselves of rest that their mind opened itself. In the end, the protagonist finally saw them fully, and they blinded her. But maybe it's just the mind becoming too tired to properly process the signals your eyes send. So much of what we see and hear are just useful lies that our brain tells us, filtering out the useless bits and adding in what it expects to see. No one ever knows what they're really seeing or hearing. The billboard is damp. A sudden rainstorm has soaked it through, and the paper peels away at the corner. The sky blue blouse is now mottled and mouldy. The smile has warped into a sneer. The coffee is still steaming, the swirls of vapor unaffected by the rain, though the brightness in her eyes has turned into a vicious glare. I can see the rust in the metal supports more clearly now, and they seem to bend over ever so slightly when they groan. The text now reads, "Sleep is for the weak." When you don't sleep, your energy goes in cycles. Your body will go through phases where it seems to be trying to completely shut itself down, and keeping your eyes open is quite literally a physical struggle. Then all at once you'll enter a period of manic energy, a second, third, or fourth wind that leaves you giddy and nauseous, struggling to find an outlet for your sudden rush. Sometimes there is a euphoria with this. Other times it's more like a desperation. As you get further and further into it, these cycles get closer and closer together until your entire self seems to change hour by hour. Of course, when you have insomnia, it doesn't matter how much your body tries to send you to sleep in the lulls. It simply doesn't have the ability to do so. Like your whole being is trying to push you into bed, but it's covered by a solid granite block. The man is back. This time I am on a bench in the park. The clouds roll and curl gently in the pale sky of dawn. He is twisting long blades of grass into strange spirals, but his fingers keep cutting through them instead. Is this when we met? He looks at me, his face impassive, if I even see a face. He tells me that I look terrible. I try to focus, but his body shifts and undulates like so much else when I try to focus. I tell him I haven't slept, and he nods and tells me that's okay. He is lying, and it makes me very afraid. They say that sleep is the most important factor in long-term health. Night workers are apparently at risk for all sorts of problems, but not nearly so much as shift workers, who are never able to settle into a proper long-term sleep schedule. The body needs time to rest and repair itself. Caffeine and drugs and adrenaline can give you all the energy you need, but they can't give you the rest that keeps you healthy. I don't like to think about what this might be doing to my insides, what it might lead to in the future, but it doesn't really matter. Time is not exactly as firm a concept to me now as it perhaps once was. My head is too heavy to give much thought to a clock. I am running through the city. The alleyways are narrow and winding and do not turn all the directions they should. The smell chokes me and my body is heavy as stone. I lean against a wall and for a second I am unsure if I will ever be able to stand myself up again. I stagger through another street. Then I stop. I lie down on the tarmac and it is warm and soft beneath me. I feel sleep begin to overtake me, but I am wrong. It is dawn, and all that comes over me is faint and sickly sunlight. I can hear his laugh again, and my mouth tastes like burnt coffee. I do not know why I am here. I know this place and what you want, but I have no proof to give you. I have nothing that cannot be waved away as a bad dream. By you, at least. I cannot wave, for my arms are too heavy and my hands are busy drawing those strange, familiar curves. What do you want? To find a child's tooth and hold it up triumphant, a talisman to conjure those things that you should fear? To photograph and analyze a billboard that has never once advertised coffee. To talk to a person who is not a person and whose strange laugh you should be fleeing. I am here, and I give you my words. They are all I have and all you want, and perhaps when I am free of them, then I will be allowed to sleep. I am standing before the billboard. It is night, though a nasty ray of daylight makes it glow a dying pink. The roundabout is empty, and we'll never see a car again. It just goes around and around and around with no way on and no end to be had. The woman is baring her teeth in a triumphant snarl, her blouse now stained with the same rust that laces through the bars that support her. Her eyes slough off her face, revealing the twisted shapes of whatever the poster is that sits behind her. The steam that rises from the coffee is the same, always the same, always undisturbed, curling in on itself. The words that stand stark above it: sleep no more. I walk towards the billboard, and my sobs are drowned out by the screaming of rusted struts as they bend. The scream of the metal buckling under the fatigue. The scream of the woman as she bears down upon me. It collapses on top of me, and I collapse with it. Statement ends. A difficult statement. I am forced to agree with Miss Halligan regarding how verifiable what she says is. There is no way to confirm it isn't a series of bad dreams. It sounds like a series of bad dreams, a cry for help from a woman with a very severe problem. There are no details to follow up, save for Miss Halligan herself, who passed away from a heart attack less than a month after giving this statement. She was 29. This time last year, I would have dismissed her as a kook, wasting our time. But a year changes a lot. And I now recognize the description of a tall man with curly blonde hair and an unnerving laugh all too well.
It's the guy.
Michael, did you drive her to this?
Michael.
Another victim of your warped games, or were you simply drawn like a vulture? Or maybe a shark sensing blood? What do you want from your victims? I'm rather glad I don't really drink coffee. End recording.
Well, they got the supplemental.
Supplemental. I know who's living in the tunnels. Well, that's not exactly true. I don't know their identity, but I've seen them.
Psychotic too.
Shortly after Basira came to see me, I decided not to request her help with the tunnels. It has become clear she has her own concerns to be dealing with, and I am becoming less and less convinced that further police involvement won't result in more issues down the road. So shortly after she left, I decided to get somewhat more proactive and purchased a small motion sensor camera, which I hid in view of the trapdoor. After a week, I reviewed the footage. It is remarkably poor quality, far below what the specifications of the setup should yield. It may be I was unfair to Elias about his difficulties setting up CCTV in the archives. Nonetheless, I was able to make out enough. For a start, I saw Sasha on 2 separate occasions entering and leaving the tunnels. I assume she must have gotten a copy of the key from somewhere, but it seems that when I met her down there earlier, she probably wasn't simply following me out of concern. It's not enough to confront her with yet. If she's working against us, I don't want to tip my hand too early, but I'll be keeping a closer eye on her.
You shouldn't make a tape of this.
There's definitely something she's hiding. It may even be she knows the other individual I saw emerging from the trapdoor. As I said, I do not recognize them. They appear to be a man, or at least male-presenting. Middle-aged or older, judging from the frame, but hard to be sure. They emerge around 3 in the morning, holding what appears to be an attaché case. Then they spend about half an hour rifling through the archives and retreat back down after stuffing a handful of files into the case. On the one hand, this does reassure me that whatever's down there is human. But what worries me is the manner they leave the trapdoor. Rather than picking the lock or forcing their way through, they seem to move the floor itself out of their way somehow and replace it when they return. I've triple-checked, and the area surrounding the trapdoor is completely solid. Human or not, that worries me. I will leave the camera set up for now, and hopefully gather some further information, maybe get a clearer picture of their face. Whatever this individual may be, I do not want to confront them unprepared. End supplemental.
Oh. So, you guys might understand at this point, well, if you've been listening, not Sasha, but like, that one seemed to be, well, I guess obviously it was like the fear of not being able to sleep and getting that kind of jittery feeling when you don't sleep enough. That kind of like odd sense where you can't tell what's going on and like you don't really have any connection to anything anymore. It was really cool. I don't know. Oh, just in case he mysteriously disappears. Oh, that's true. Those tapes would be helpful for someone like that. Also, thank you guys. Thank you so much to Science and Visions for subscribing. To Dragon BSC. I'm a little tired. Thank you for being here for 2 months. Oh, you like them? I'm so happy to hear that you've been watching all of it. It's so good, right? It's so good. I'm so happy to hear that. Thank you for being here. And thank you for enjoying the Magnus Archives. Thank you so much, Sylpha, for gifting a sub to Secret Tunnel. Thank you so much, Gremble, for gifting 5 subs. Gremble. I like that name. Gremble. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really appreciate you all being here. And, this is a secret tunnel. Not like the Avatar one, though. It's kind of filled with, like, the corpses of people and stuff, and worms, so it's less fun. I love the content, some of the best cozy stuff I've seen. I'm really happy to hear that. Thank you, Cats Are Awesome. That's a good name. 124. Cats are awesome. I love my cats. Curled up on one of my computer things. Okay, cool. I have some computer cases in here. It's been my nickname since high school. Gramble. That's a lovely one. I wanted to ask, what's the best way to support the stuff monetarily when it comes to the Magnus Archives? Oh, also, yes, we're gonna run some ads. I actually don't know how to support the Magnus Archives. It's never been something that, I've done. I'm not sure if they have a Patreon or... No, the stream? Oh, you can just hang out here. No worries. If you ever feel bored, you can just come by. You don't have to do anything. You should get a treat for your cats, though. That would make me really happy if you treated your cats well. And maybe posted a nice picture of the Discord of your cats. Yeah, okay, so the Magnus Archives has a Patreon. Also, that's if you guys want to go support them. Also, thank you for the posture check and the hydrate. I'm feeling pretty good. My cats are no longer around. I'm so sorry to hear that, but you still honor them with Cats Are Awesome. Well, I guess you should, take care of yourself, and hopefully, eventually you can have a nice kitty again. That would be lovely. I have not been able to catch the Magnus stream, so I need to catch up before we get to where I left off in the series. That's fair. Also, sorry if I'm talking a bit low. Sometimes people fall asleep during this part of the stream, so, I don't want to wake them up. Also, thank you so much, Kaiser Slute, for subscribing. You should get your cat a treat, if you have a cat. I love the Magnus Archives, and thank you for... I'm so happy to hear everyone likes them. Also, yes, we're going to play a quick ad. I'm going to sit here quietly. But we're just going to talk about little kitties for a sec, yeah. And buy a bag of treats for shelter kitties near you. Oh, that would be lovely, if you want to do that. That would be so cool. That would be awesome, actually. Everyone would love that, if you gave some shelter kitties some lovely stuff. Morning, Grimmi, morning, chat. Good morning. How are you? How are you doing today? So consider it to the people sleeping. A lot of people. Oh, also, thank you, Cats Are Awesome, for subscribing for 3 months in advance. But you should also maybe check out, and go to a cat cafe, and hang out with them. I did that at one point. I got to hold a little kitty in my arms, and they were so cute. They liked being held like a little baby. It was so nice. It was wonderful. It can completely revitalize you if you're in a weird place. I can relate to missing one's pets. I keep my cat's urn above my desk on the windowsill. She used to love, oh, that's so nice. I had a kitty too that passed away, and she was, oh my god, she was my everything. I loved her so much. I love going to local shelters to help out. Oh my gosh, that's so nice. Aw, that's wonderful, dude. I love that. Okay, thank you guys for your support. And no way do you have to. I know that people have been pressed for money lately. There's a lot of really lovely things that you can do. I'm just happy to be here. I do a lot of interesting sponsorships and stuff, so, you don't really have to worry. I'm all good, but thank you. It's very nice of you guys, and I will appreciate it. But take care of yourself first, and take care of all the people in your life. It's gonna be wonderful. Always bring what cat treat thingies? Oh, that's so nice. They love those. Cats definitely help, but not completely. Oh, they revitalized me. I love my little babies. I tried doing that at the cat cafe near. It was terrible. Charged 15 for drinks and 50 to go into the cat room. Damn, that's a lot. I guess maybe they're trying to keep afloat, but it's a lot at once. I agree, it's a lot. Well, were the cats cute at least if you went in? I'm sure they were cute, but I hope they can find a business model that can work more with everyone's budgets and stuff, because they truly revitalize you. I was at a cat cafe with my best friend. It was awesome. Yo! Okay, sorry, we gotta play the next episode or we'll have to play ads again. So, but I love that. That's very sweet. You guys can just hang out here if you're ever bored. I'll stream as much as I can, and I hope you guys come by if you ever want to see some spooky stuff. Today was a little too spooky. The conspiracy stuff we're probably gonna take a break on, because it sounded like most of it was true and most of it was horrifying. So we're gonna take a break on that. This next one is A Long Way Down. It's gonna be intense. Not as intense as this time.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Episode 75, A Long Way Down.
Long way down. That one's so... Soothes my pain. I'm so sorry. The intro music so good too. A lot of people sleep with this on in the background, so I try not to be too loud during these parts. It's surprising, but it's a good show.
Statement of Stephen Walker regarding his brother's disappearance from the top of Tour Montparnasse in October 2006. Original statement given November 7th, 2006. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, head archivist, The Magnus Institute, London.
Jonathan Sims.
Statement begins. I hope my brother is dead. He must be dead.
Your voice, I've been trying to stream
I would
too much.
love to believe that this is all some elaborate prank, some bizarre attempt to fake his own disappearance, but deep down I know that's not my brother. So he is dead. If not, I can't even begin to comprehend how dreadful a fate that would be.
Long way down.
Some fears can only be endured for so long. My brother Grant was always afraid of heights. I remember we used to climb trees as children. He would always get scared halfway up, and it would be an hour of coaxing and reassurance before he managed to climb down. He still tried to climb them, though. That was my brother, always full of bravery and optimism, until the moment the terror set in. He never did have the strongest survival instinct. Generally, he was fine with tall buildings, if they had a lift. Stairs were often more of a problem, especially if there were windows from which he could see the ground getting further away. Still, the majority of his phobia, strangely enough, was focused on ladders. That's not to say he fainted with horror just being in the same room as one, just that climbing up and down ladders was a particular sort of torture for Grant. Those few occasions when I saw him do so, the stark white terror I saw etched on his face with every slight rattle or shift of the thing was enough to convince me that this wasn't some quirk to be gently mocked over Christmas dinner. It was a real and intense manifestation of a phobia. For the most part, it didn't affect our lives that much. We shared a small house in Jarrow, up near Newcastle, and it took more than a second floor to freak Grant out, although he pointedly never climbed the small stepladder that led up to the attic. The living arrangements were less than ideal, as Grant had been abruptly fired from his admin position with Deloitte in January, so he didn't contribute much to the house except for an indentation on the sofa. I hadn't really wanted to take him in. I mean, it's not that I don't love him or anything, he's my brother. It's just that we'd always got on best when we spent most of our time apart. Familiarity does breed some sorts of contempt better than others, and I knew that we were unlikely to be domestically suited to each other, as I am by nature quite fastidious, in ways that I know my brother is not. However, I had recently gone through a breakup, and there were only so many well-meaning hints from my parents about what to do with the newly spare room that, in the end, I caved and invited him to live with me. Work had been slow coming for Grant. By the time he lost the job with Deloitte, his knowledge of database administration had been so specific and specialist that he was struggling to find jobs that fit his skill set, which meant more time for him to spend making our living room look like a bomb site. I'm sorry, I know how this must sound, but I feel it's important you understand why I took him up to Tour Montparnasse in the first place. I couldn't have known what would happen. Deep down, though, in the hidden corners of my skepticism, I know it's not my fault. I know it's because of the man with the lightning scar. He did this. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but he took my brother away from me, and if I ever see him again, I'm going to kill him. The first time we saw him was when I broke my arm. It was about a year ago, just after Halloween. We'd both been out to a party the night before. I had managed to lose my keys, and it was only as we approached our front door that Grant decided it was the right time to announce he'd left his keys in the house, assuming I'd have mine. I was quite upset by this, and we had something of a row out there in the front garden, both of us yelling through blistering hangovers. We couldn't get a locksmith, as that would take hours and cost us a lot of money that, with Grant unemployed and living with me, I did not have. After another few minutes of recriminations, I spotted that Grant had left his window ever so slightly ajar. Normally I would have reminded him that leaving a window open invites burglars, but in this case, that was almost exactly what we wanted. I knocked on the door to the house next to ours. Jim Hancock was not the best of neighbours. He was the closest thing to a cartoon cockney that I've ever met, and had a habit of blasting music loud enough to bleed through the walls of our terraced house. He was, however, a builder, which meant that he would have a ladder. He did, and after having a nice abrasive laugh at our situation, he went and fetched it. He wasn't interested in helping with the actual entrance to our home, and told us to leave the ladder in front of his garden, apparently unconcerned by the prospect of thieves. Obviously, I was the one going up the ladder. We placed it in the garden, trying to get the end nestled in the crook of the window, and I started to climb. It was less stable than I had anticipated. Grant was gripping it at the bottom, but the ground was softer than I thought, and as I reached for the window, I felt my stomach drop as the ladder pitched slowly to the side. I'd love to say that the next thing I knew I was on the ground with a broken arm, but I remember every second of that fall, like it was happening in slow motion. The rush of cold autumn air as I fell, the impact of my arm against the low brick wall, the sickening crunch. I lay there, my arm in absolute agony as Grant ran over to check on me. It was clear that the bone was broken and we needed to call an ambulance. My phone had been smashed in the fall, and when I asked Grant to use his, he got very quiet and told me sheepishly that, like his keys, it was still inside the house. Grant started knocking on people's doors, but no one answered. Maybe they weren't home, or maybe they had heard our blazing row and didn't want to help us. Even Jim didn't seem inclined to open his door a second time. It was becoming more and more clear that our only option was for Grant to climb in and get his phone, and I could see from his pale, frightened face that he had come to the same conclusion. To his credit, I didn't have to talk him into it. My obvious agony seemed to do that for me. He hoisted the ladder off the ground and pushed it close to the window. Then he stood there at the bottom, droplets of sweat visible on his face, and looked at me. He placed his foot on the lowest rung and began to climb. It was slow, and watching it was almost as painful as my shattered bone. His neck was rigid, stiff with the will not to look down. He was barely 10 feet off the ground, and every time the ladder shifted slightly, he made a small sound of terror. He kept his face away from me, but I think he might have been crying. It was as Grant was making his gradual ascent that I saw the man with the scar. He was stood there, just across the street, watching us. He was short and wore an old grey suit faded with age that didn't seem to match his relatively youthful face. He wasn't wearing a tie, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a jagged array of pale white scar tissue that seemed to climb up the side of his neck like a flash of lightning. His pale eyes were entirely focused on Grant, making his excruciating way up the ladder. If he noticed me watching him, he gave no sign of it. When I looked at him, I had the strangest feeling, like a wave of dizziness washing over me. My stomach dropped again like it had when I fell. I tried to tell myself it was just from the pain in my arm making me feel ill, but it faded every time I looked away from that strange, scarred man who watched my brother. I looked back to Grant, who was nearly at the top and clearly struggling. His hands were so slick with sweat he was having trouble holding on to the metal rungs, and he was swaying dangerously. I was certain I was about to watch him fall like I had. But just as I was sure he was about to lose his grip, he reached out and got his arm into the open window. He grabbed hold of something inside and started to pull himself through. Soon his torso had disappeared into the window, then his legs. Everything was quiet. I suddenly felt very alone. I turned to look at the man with the scar, but it seemed like he had decided to move on. I could see him a little way down the street, walking away faster than I would have expected. I just lay there, with nothing to keep me company but the pain of my injury. Then I heard the sound of the latch, cutting through the silence, and the front door opened to reveal Grant, still soaked in sweat, triumphantly clutching his phone. I congratulated him on overcoming his fear before gently reminding him that the reason we needed the phone was to call an ambulance. He nodded like he hadn't forgotten, and made the call. The ambulance and hospital did pass in a bit of a blur. There was an X-ray and a lot more details about the specifics of the break than I really thought was necessary for the treatment instructions of keep it in a cast and try not to move it. It was irritating, but it wasn't as if it was the first time I'd broken a bone. Time passed, I healed, and I forgot about the strange man who had watched my brother almost fall. My brother finally got another job shortly before Christmas, with Deloitte again, though a different department, but he didn't seem inclined to move out of the room in my house. He did offer to cover the rent for a few months, which I did appreciate, as paying it solo had wiped out a good deal of my savings. It wasn't like I had other housemates lining up to join me, so I resolved to make the best of it, and live with his irritating habits. It was fine, you know. We didn't get on any better than we had when he was unemployed, but without the lingering resentment of money, I could just about tolerate his occasional hygiene issues, and life rolled on. It was about 2 months ago that I started planning for Paris. There was a conference I was due to speak at, and I hadn't had a holiday since I broke up with Carly, so I decided to take a full week there to really relax. I did not invite Grant, which you would have thought would make him think twice about coming with me. But you'd be wrong. As soon as I mentioned it to him, he was online checking if there were any more seats on my flight. There were. Then he kept bugging me to change my hotel booking to a twin room until I finally relented and did so. Every time I mentioned something I was planning to do, he would invite himself along, generally getting me to arrange it and saying he'd pay me back. I'm sure he intended to and was just excited to spend some time hanging out in Paris, but at the start of October he lost his job again. He'd been caught smoking weed on company property. It hadn't been on the clock at the time, and he managed to talk them out of actually calling the police, but he was dismissed on the spot and told in no uncertain terms that he was not welcome to apply for any further vacancies. I imagine he wasn't going to get a reference either. He was devastated, of course, and I will admit that I wasn't as sympathetic as I could have been. From my point of view, it was his own damn fault. Because of it, I was suddenly on the hook for a reasonable amount of money. It was clear that when we went to Paris, I was going to have to pay for him, and he was so despondent that I didn't have the heart to tell him he couldn't come. So that's why, when we went to Paris 3 weeks ago, I was both seriously pissed at Grant and in almost complete control of where we went while we were there. I think that's why I decided to take him up to Montparnasse. There was no way I was going to get him up the Eiffel Tower, but I reckoned correctly that he wouldn't have heard of the Tour Montparnasse, the actual highest point in Paris accessible by the public. It just looked like a normal skyscraper, so I reckoned it probably wouldn't ring any alarm bells for him until we were actually in the lift. You've got to understand, I just wanted to freak him out a little bit. He'd have a bit of a panic, I'd pretend to have forgotten about his phobia, and we'd head back down with me feeling slightly avenged. I couldn't have known. At first it was all going exactly according to plan. I was vague about the attraction we were going to see, and he clearly hadn't heard of the Tour Montparnasse, so he didn't make any fuss when we went inside, even when we first got into the elevator. As it started to rise, though, I saw the apprehension start to creep across his face, and he asked where the lift was taking us. I had to fight the urge to suppress a smile as I told him we were heading up to the best view in Paris, and his face started to drain of colour. By the time we reached the top, his legs were shaking so badly he was finding it hard to stand. I feigned concern, though inside I was savouring his discomfort more than was probably healthy. I helped him out of the lift, and he turned around almost immediately, about to get back in. Something about the idea of going back down again so soon clearly caused him to hesitate. He mumbled something about sitting down and collecting his thoughts, and staggered over to a seat a good distance away from the barriers that surrounded the building's rooftop observation terrace. I left him to collect his thoughts and walked over to the edge. The view was breathtaking. I could see all of Paris stretching out before me, including the Eiffel Tower. And in the mid-morning sun, it was one of the most beautiful and serene things I had ever seen. It was as I gazed at the majestic city below me that I felt a lurch in my stomach, like I was falling, and I pitched forward into the barrier, bruising my arm and sending an agonizing echo of my broken bone shooting up my body. I braced myself on my hands and knees, trying to overcome the sudden swimming nausea in my head. Finally, I managed to center my vision enough to look up, and there he was. There was an icy breeze that high up, but he seemed not to notice as his loose, thin shirt billowed around that sprawling white scar. He stared at me, and I felt again like I was falling right through the floor. I tried to speak, say anything, but my breath caught in my chest. The worst part, though, was his expression. He looked bored. At some point, I felt hands gripping me, and I was pulled gently from the floor. It was a pair of tourists from New Zealand who had come over to see if I was all right. I mumbled something about vertigo, though the feeling had faded now. I looked around, but there was no sign of the scarred man. I looked again and realized with mounting alarm that there was also no sign of Grant. I checked, but the terrace wasn't huge and there was nowhere for him to be hiding. I thought he must have taken the lift back down, but he wasn't in the lobby, or outside, or anywhere. I didn't realize my phone was dead until several hours into the search. When I finally charged it, I had dozens of missed calls from Grant and almost 400 text messages. Most were too scrambled to read, but those that weren't were asking where I was, where anybody was, where the elevators were. There was one picture that seemed to have come through without too much corruption. It seemed to show the terrace, but where the barrier should have been was just a sheer drop, with the top of a ladder reaching up and over it. I couldn't make out the city below it. I tried to call his phone so many times, but whenever it actually connected, all I heard was the sound of rushing wind. I know that man with the scar took my brother. I don't know how he took him or where, but I know he's gone. I haven't seen either of them since, and I don't think I will. It never felt like I was what he wanted. I really hope Grant is dead, because if not, I have a horrible feeling deep inside that he's still on that ladder. Statement ends. Michael Crew, the man with the lightning scar. A fractal pattern burned into his flesh, chased by the manifestation of that pattern, and then jumped out a window. So what is he now? It strikes me that whenever a person gains any sort of power from these books, often they change not just their actions, but who they are. It almost seems as though the power uses them rather than the other way round. Did Leitner's book do something to Michael Crew? Others who encountered it reported similar feelings of vertigo to those reported by Mr. Walker, but it also puts me in mind of the fate of Robert Kelly, the skydiver who fell for far longer than he... Hello? Vasira, what are you doing here? I thought...
Here.
Were those the tapes?
As many of them as I could get.
I don't understand. You said we were done.
They're covering it up. Altman's death, saying he was dirty, that he got stabbed in a botched drug deal.
Wait, so the operation you went on...
It doesn't exist. I mean, I didn't know Leo well, but it's not right. And they seemed happy enough to get me out the door.
Well, I still don't understand why this leads to me getting the tapes. I mean, not that I'm ungrateful,
Well, they're sure as hell not going to solve Gertrude's murder, so you might as well have them. Before, I don't know, maybe I still had enough police in me not to just steal from evidence, but now...
They've rather lost your loyalty. I thought they were watching you.
No, not since the Brody op. Everyone's been too busy. Daisy knows, and she's fine with it. There shouldn't be any problem until next inventory, and even then, it's only if they can be bothered with the section stuff. You should be in the clear.
I don't know how to thank you.
Well, if I never see you again or hear about any of this, that will be thanks enough. Take care.
Right. I wonder where to start.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by rustyquill.com and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written and performed by Jonathan Sims, produced by Alexander J. Newell and Mike LeBeau, and directed by Alexander J. Newell. To subscribe, view associated material, and make donations, visit rustyquill.com. Rate and review us on iTunes, tweet us at The Rusty Quill, visit us on Facebook or email.
That was a cool episode. And he's got all the cops' tapes. So, as you can probably see, like, just listening to it for the first time even, there's like a theme emerging. And that theme seems to be finding people's fears and then kind of torturing. Like, we don't really know why. We don't really know what's happening with it. But something is. So, it's kind of interesting. We just kind of have to go along with it and hopefully we eventually figure it out. It's really cool. Like how the narrative keeps building? Yeah. But there's just so many things collecting fears and keeping people in like this odd state of like, kind of like just something very off. Like I really like it. It's really good. Oh, it's such a good one. I'm so happy getting to listen to this. Okay, maybe one more. Oh, it's called Alley Cat Rescue, Unsure of Charity. Oh, that's very nice. Breaks down charities. Why? Oh, that's very cool. Very happy to hear that you guys are talking about how to help little kitties. It's wonderful. Yeah. The guilty stories are the worst. Yeah, the ones where they hurt their siblings. Full ads first? Okay. We're doing full ads, though, before the next one, which is fair. And then we're getting to episode 76. We have listened to 76 of these like this. Also, after this, I probably have to go to bed because I will be, like, unconscious, like, relatively soon. I woke up at, like, 9 a.m. So, and I think the collab's at, like, 3 p.m. or something, so I think. I'm not 100% sure. Elfina or a Gingy or Gator will know. But it'll be good. It'll be cool. Not having the sword is really frustrating here. But, we're gonna take 3 minutes of ads. I'm just gonna stay here. In fact, I might even take my go-to-sleep pill. I'm very excited, though. This one's really cool. Like, I don't know. It's just really, really one of a kind, this series. But this is the Magnus Archives. I'm gonna go to bed now. Please rest well. Thank you so much for being here. And if anyone's sleeping, listening to this, I'm gonna try not to scream or do anything. Yeah, feel free to just relax. It's all good. Alright, I'll probably take half a pill out of actually, because I've already a bit out of it. Yeah, baby, yeah. Yeah, baby, yeah. Stop doing that. Some older Pokemon or Magic the Gathering on your order some Pokemon. I like that usually people are like, no, don't do that, but thank you so much, cats are awesome. For gifting a sub to Anon with love. And what now? I like that name. And also thank you so much, Kaiser, once again for being here. I appreciate that. And I hope you guys are all doing really well. I'm calling it a night too. Sweet dreams for me. Sweet dreams. Sleep well. Sleep well, Lucas. I'm about to bite into the pill, actually. And then once this happens, I'm gonna be pretty out of it. So I'm gonna just go to sleep after a little bit. What are your thoughts about putting ashes into tattoo ink? I don't have any tattoos, actually. Like, I never got any for whatever reason. I probably should have. They look really cool. I really wanted to get one of the Halo of the Sun from Silent Hill. I'm basic. I wanted the Halo of the Sun. I'm basic. What can you do? I'm basic. It be what it be, baby. But I thought it would. But I didn't do that. Fell asleep to Hollywood conspiracies, woke up to Magnus. Yeah. I think ashes of, like, people. I actually really wanted to, I want to get tattoos of my cats, like, and stuff, like, all of the cats that I've had. Not that I've had that many, but I want to get tattoos of each and every one of them, because I love them, and I want them to be part of me forever. And then, we can all go together at once, at the end of my life. I think that would be really cool. They're all really cute little guys. Oh, I went to a walk through Christmas lights thing with family. Oh, those are so cool. Let's see here. With family, during the walk there was an almost Halloween level decoration of Ebenezer Scrooge looking all decrepit and grumbling about poor people. Anyway, my 4-year-old niece was curious what scared. I had her look at it and told her, sorry, I'm really tired. Told me it's good to be scared and good to go look at things that are scary. Not sure if I fed her brain nightmare fuel, but I'm hoping it's good guidance. She might end up enjoying it. That's nice. Hopefully. Oh, that's also so nice. Yeah, there's a lot of good charities out there. You don't need to worry about me. I do a lot of sponsorships and stuff. You guys are always welcome to stay here and hang out, but in no way, shape, or form am I gonna be like, guys, I need this. I'm doing very hyped, and I'm very grateful for all of you guys being here. I'm also so grateful you guys like the Magnus Archives. It's so good, right? It's so good. It's like one of a kind. Like every episode is just a little bit different and a little bit worse in some ways, but also you learn a little bit more about the world. It's so good. Yeah. In honor of Section Video. Oh, that's very nice of you. Cats are awesome. That would be so nice. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope that you and your cats are very loved, and that's very sweet. I wish I could have more cats, but there's like been peace here in the house, so I don't want to introduce another element and end up scaring them and stuff. And we're back. Everyone, thank you so much for waiting. If you also want to see more discussion about this, if you've been like, oh man, like I love this show, I want to see more people talking about it. Actually, really good thing, you can actually go to the YouTube for it, and there's tons of comments talking about it. So if you're someone that likes to get into that, where you think like, oh, I need to read the comments on this, I need to do this, like it's really good for that. So go and check it out if you'd like to. Get the cat door installed. I have a little kind of cat door. It's not one for outside though. Next episode is the smell of blood. All right.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives.
Episode 76. The Smell of Blood.
Fine, say your piece, but please make it quick. I have more pressing business.
Come on. I thought we were past that.
Past what?
The attitude. I know I was kind of snotty when I first came in, but come on, you were no better. I can admit I misjudged this place. Can you at least give me a chance?
Be the paranormal investigator.
I'm sorry. I'm glad your opinion of us has changed.
My opinion of your institute. I still think you're a pompous ass.
Well, this pompous ass has some very urgent work to do, so if your statement is just going to be insults, you can go back to the damn library.
It's not. Look, I think I found something.
About, what was it, grey ladies?
No. Well, sort of, I suppose, but that's just it. Grey ladies are just the beginning. They're the safe ones, I think. There are others.
More active ghosts?
Yes.
Oh, good lord. You okay?
Yes, it's not as bad as it looks.
What did that? When?
Just before I came in last time. And best I can tell, it was a 1940s surgical scalpel.
A scalpel?
So, can I make my statement now?
I think that might be for the best.
Is she getting mutilated?
Statement
Like
of
ghosts?
Melanie King regarding her further researches into...
I'm just calling them war ghosts.
Recorded direct from subject, 13th February 2017. Statement begins.
Ghost Hunt UK struggled after Aldershot. Sarah Baldwin disappeared. I spent a while trying to track her down, but nothing led anywhere. I'm sure you found the same. The thing is, even though her peeling and stapling her own skin was the weirdest part of what I saw, it wasn't what I got really hung up on. Fact is, there was a presence in that place. A genuine, unseen presence that physically attacked her. I've got no real reference point for who or what Sarah Baldwin might be, but I sure as hell know what a ghost is, and how to look into one. The others were dealing with their own stuff. We struggled through another year, but it wasn't the same. Tony was the worst. She just got harder and harder to pin down for shoots, and then I struggled to reach her by phone or email. When she moved down to Bristol in March, she didn't even tell me. I had to hear it from Pete. In the exact same call, he said that he was thinking about leaving the team as well. I think that's kind of why I came to you guys. I knew it was what happened at the CMH that was breaking us apart, but I couldn't actually talk to them about it. Then Andy decided to take what he called a bit of a holiday from the show, and I wasn't sure if he was coming back. If he did, I thought maybe we could find a new team and keep the show going, but he didn't. As far as Ghost Hunt UK is concerned, he's still on holiday, and it's just me. I actually went back to the Cambridge Military Hospital. It was being torn down, but I hopped the fence after dark and just waited. There was nothing. Just dust and rubble and silence. If I closed my eyes, I could trick myself into thinking that the wind was some sort of howl of pain. But that's all it was, really. The wind. So I started looking into similar buildings, military hospitals specifically, but anywhere with a reputation for being haunted and connected to historical conflicts. It was then that I started noticing something about the paranormal investigator community. We all look in the same places. There's a surprisingly small number of hauntings and cryptids that we all sort of swap between, repeating each other's research and coming to similar conclusions. That's why so many of us tend to go over to America. It's so much bigger that there's a lot more supposedly haunted locations on the circuit. Even then, it's not as many as you think. I mean, we get plenty of tips from the public about other stuff. They don't all come to see you, you know. But if they're not reporting something that we're already at least a bit familiar with, we tend to dismiss them out of hand. I used to assume this was to protect us from drunks and weirdos who ate the wrong kind of mushroom. I don't think that's it, though. I think it's to protect us from the stuff that might be real. Make sure we only go looking after encounters that others have already confirmed are safe. I mean, I don't know what it was about Sarah Baldwin that mixed up so badly with the presence in the CMH, but that was the first I'd ever heard of a significant encounter there. Somewhere, somehow, the community had deemed it as not dangerous, asbestos notwithstanding. So the more I looked, the more I realized that there was this huge list of places that my colleagues steered completely clear of without even realizing it, and a handful of stories to go with them. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Even back then, I could feel all my old friends starting to distance themselves from me. Like they sensed I was crossing some unspoken line about what we were allowed to investigate. Everyone had a story about the friend who'd gone to the wrong place alone and disappeared, or had just quit the paranormal scene without explanation. I'd heard them all before, but now they weren't just pub chatter and spooky stories. They were not so subtle warnings about straying from the path. I couldn't go back, though. It was like once I'd seen that there was a path to stray from, I couldn't unsee it, and I couldn't ignore the call from the woods all around. I stopped asking the others for help, and I kept my research to myself. I talked to them less and less. By the time I was arrested, I think a lot of them had already given up on me. I'd been looking into a bunch of online stuff, the forums and the sites without the right sort of reputation for most of my lot. The sort of places with 20 made-up ghost stories for every one that might have some real meat to it. After a while, you start to get a feel for the ones that are real, or at least that the writer thinks are real. They tend to be the messy ones, the ones that don't really have any sense or resolution, no narrative flow, where there isn't even a guess at an explanation, and often you end up just thinking, is that it? There was one, though, that caught my eye. It was some anonymous worker at the CF Booth Scrap Metal and Recycling Yard. If you haven't heard of it, it's in Rotherham, and it's one of the biggest train graveyards in the UK. The guy said he worked there scrapping trains, but that there was this one metal rail car that had been there since he got the job, and it never seemed to be on the queue for recycling. He'd asked his supervisor, but they just shrugged and told him if it wasn't queued, it didn't get scrapped. And he couldn't get a straight answer out of anybody as to why it had just been sat there for years. He said it was old, like 1950s old, or even earlier maybe. More than that, he said that any time he passed it while working late, he got a really strong metallic odor that cut through all the other smells of the junkyard. He said he'd never been inside the carriage, but that it smelled like old blood. The same post was on a couple of different forums, and each time told slightly differently. It wasn't copy-pasted, and it seemed like the post had been made over the course of a couple of years. There was nothing really to separate it out from the hundreds of horror story liars that surrounded it, but it stuck with me. It kept playing on my mind. Something about the way he had described the old rolling stock felt real to me. So I decided to check it out. I have family up in Sheffield that I hadn't seen in way too long, so I made arrangements to go and stay with them for a week. I figured it wouldn't be too hard to head out and check the yard at night, since Rotherham's only a few miles away. I was right about how easy it was to get there, but not about getting in. I always forget how big a target places like that are for thieves, and how hard they work to keep them out. High walls, sturdy gates, and security guards all stood between me and this supposedly haunted train. I should have turned back, really, but by then I was kind of obsessed with finding anything to reassure me that I hadn't been seeing things back in Aldershot.
I think I understand the feeling.
I'm sure you do. I got over the wall on my third night of watching. I'd managed to figure out enough about how the cameras and security guards covered the place that I could take a full minute to get over quietly. The forum poster whose lead I was following hadn't given much away about his own identity, but he had been very detailed in describing what I was looking for. An almost featureless steel boxcar with a slightly curved roof, large windowless sliding door, and a few flecks of olive green paint still visible. Even so, finding it was tricky. There was almost no light inside the yard except for the security lights that I was trying not to trip. I had brought a torch, of course, but I was reluctant to turn it on in case I was spotted. After about 10 minutes, I began to realize that my eyes weren't actually going to be the best way to find it, because there, on the wind, was the smell of blood. It was faint at first, but as I felt my way past old, discarded trains, it got stronger. My eyes had adjusted now, and I could see the rusted, ancient skeletons of freight and passenger cars. They stood empty and still, silhouetted against that dull orange of a cloudy sky that glowed with light pollution. As I got closer, I started to get jumpy, and I swear more than once I saw figures sat in the broken windows of those old trains. They were never there when I looked again. Finally I saw it, the stark, angular shape clear even in the dark. It was far enough from the security stations that I finally dared to turn on my torch. The light hit the dull steel, casting long shadows into its crevices, and it somehow seemed heavier than it should have been. It was old, really old, but there was no rust on its edges. The smell of blood was almost choking. I began to walk towards the large sliding door, but as I did so, my torchlight caught on something tucked in the corner of the paneling. It seemed to be a serial number, stenciled in black paint. It was clear and legible despite its age, and surrounded by patches of still unpeeled green paint. The color of it made me think of the army. I took a few seconds to jot it down for checking later, then reached up and slid the large metal door to the side, shining my light inside. At first it still seemed dark, and I couldn't see much. My light hit the opposite wall, but it was the same featureless steel as the outside. Then my torch beam drifted downwards, and I caught sight of the thick red stream dripping from the now open side of the car. The floor of the carriage was about chest height for me, and as I looked I could see it was streaked with trails of blood that led down to the doorway. I traced my light up and along the shallow red stream, and it hit what looked like an old metal hospital gurney. The fabric that covered it was the same military green as the outside, and the body that lay on it was covered in a white cotton bag stained black near the bottom. It wasn't lying still either, but it twitched and writhed as though in pain. I wanted to run, but without warning, a shape ran out of the darkness to my left. There was a glint of shining metal in its hand as it charged over to the twitching white body bag and began to plunge the scalpel into it again and again and again. It looked like a man. He was maybe mid-20s, dressed in army fatigues and wearing a white armband with a red cross on it. His eyes, though, they weren't human. I mean, they were, but everything in them that makes us people was gone. The only thing in those eyes was violence. Carnage.
Blood.
Yeah. Blood. I was so fixed on those eyes, I didn't even notice him run at me. It was only when I felt the scalpel slice into my shoulder that I realized what was happening and thought to scream. Next thing I knew, I was being carried away by security guards. They were shouting at me while I ranted at them about blood and ghosts. I only had a chance to look back at the carriage once. It was too dark inside to be sure, but I think it was empty. They couldn't decide whether to call the police or the ambulance, so split the difference and called both. The cut was nasty, but not deep enough to do any real damage. As you saw, I'm getting quite a scar from it. Still, it meant that even though I was technically arrested, I got to go in the ambulance rather than the police car. The guys from the scrapyard told them I had cut myself in the dark on a sharp piece of metal. I started screaming at them, trying to tell them what actually happened. That must have been when that dog walker, or whoever the hell it was, started filming. I was actually a meme for a day or two. You do know what that is, don't you?
Yes, I know what a meme is. You were saying?
Well, that's it, really. After I recovered, they dropped the charges, and I came to you, looking to use your library. You see, I still had the serial number, and I looked up the carriage afterwards. It was from World War II, the 11th U.S. Army hospital train operating in the European theatre from August 1944. The train crew was actually commended for their service.
But
it crashed in April 1945, derailed, killed 5 crew and seriously injured 14 more. There weren't any patients on board at the time, at least not officially. There was only one steel train car that avoided derailment.
I see.
Exactly. There's not a lot more information on it, though, and I've no idea how it ended up in Rotherham, so I came here to dig a bit deeper.
Really? Our library is extensive, but it's hardly focused on the Second World War.
No, but the most detailed description of the crash that I could find came from the report of a man called William W. Hay, and later in life, William Hay
became a noted occultist whose memoirs and researches were only ever published in heavily edited form, and we have unexpurgated copies.
Exactly.
Did you find anything?
Plenty. He'd served on the 11th hospital train as engineer, and there was a lot he had to say about it. They even let me make a photocopy.
On the subject of savagery, I have myself seen the long-term effects upon the psyche of witnessing the violence men may inflict upon one another. A dulling of the senses is merely the first step, though one that few progress beyond. In more acute cases, there comes a strange mania, a fascination with the mechanisms of this violence, the tactility of injury and the sensations that accompany it. The smell of blood especially appears to incite in a certain sort of mind, numbed by the horrors of war, the urge to commit unspeakable violence. I saw it once in the eyes of a young medic near Murray, a thing so grotesque that I have some sympathy with those who decided to crash rather than risk his rampage. But even that pales to insignificance compared to what I saw in the infirmary at Amritsar. 24 Gurkhas tearing each other to pieces, consumed by the terrible butchery they had inflicted. Such things are not to be dwelt on, but serve to illustrate my proposition that violence, inflicted, received, or even just witnessed, can not only deal injury to the body or the mind, but to the soul itself. I see. So does this mean...
Yes. And I've got my plane to India already booked.
Even after your experience with the hospital train, it sounds like this could be far more dangerous.
Oh, thank you, but I don't need your fake concern. I've heard them talking upstairs. You know this obsession even better than I do. I just wanted to make my statement.
In case you get murdered by ghosts.
Yes.
I understand. Thank you, Melanie.
Sure. Where's Sasha, by the way? I wanted to say goodbye.
I'm sorry?
Sasha, your assistant? I haven't seen her in a while. Oh, you didn't fire her, did you?
I'm not sure I understand. She brought you down here?
Oh. No, is that another Sasha? Are you collecting them?
No. There's just Sasha.
Oh, you know who I mean. Tall, long hair, glasses. She was here when I first came in, back last April. We had a long conversation about haunted pubs.
No, I remember, but that is Sasha.
Right, okay. Are you trying to gaslight me or something?
What? No.
Is this a joke to you?
No, I...
Because I am not crazy, and that is not the same woman I met before.
Yes, it is. I mean, what?
There is something very wrong with you.
What? I haven't followed up on Melanie's statement. I just keep thinking about what she said about Sasha. She was so certain.
Hi, Chula.
I mean, it's Sasha.
Hi, baby.
Obviously it's Sasha, but something... There's more than one thing in the files that can trick you. I can't just ignore it. So many stories about things that aren't as they appeared to be. Why Melanie, though? Why... It doesn't matter. I need to do more research. When Melanie came in, I was looking through the box of tapes Basira gave me, trying to decide where to start. Now I think I have an idea. End supplemental.
So, things are getting really interesting. Apparently Sasha doesn't look she doesn't look like the right woman to a lot of people. I wonder what's going on. Ooh, can't wait for an episode on Sasha now. That's probably going to be in the next one. Should we do one more? I'm really tired, but we can do one more, right? No, my cats are yelling at me. They're yelling at me, and it's been 11 hours, so... she got her hair done. And the paranormal investigator doesn't know it up. That'd be really funny. The cats are yelling at me. They want me to go play with them and hang out with them, so... I think it's time for bed. Let's call it. Yeah, we're gonna call it. I know some of you have even been here like the whole time. Please make sure you're taking care of yourself. It's been a very long stream. So, and I know that we've been doing a lot of long streams lately, but I've just been enjoying them. So thank you guys for coming by. The floofer said no. Yeah, they're pissed off. They wanna hang out really bad. And I have not been giving them my full attention, so. Alright. Good night, you guys. Let's see who we can send you off to tonight, or this morning. It is now just 100% morning. Let's see here. I think we should send you to... Well, let's see. Okay, we don't usually get to raid Mako. We could raid Mako. She's just a lovely person. She's a very sweet pea. And, I like her a lot, so... Oh, no, she got 4 hours of sleep. She might be a little out of it. I think she's okay, though. We'll raid her. We raided Mako last stream, but I love Mako. Okay. That's fair. We could raid Vivi. Vivi's away. It's Australians. It's all Australians right now, you guys. It's either Australians or people asleep for their subathon. So, you guys wanna check out, Vividly Vivi. We've rated her recently too, but I like them both a lot. So, we'll rate Vivi. I really like her. She also doesn't like the Fallout TV show, which makes me happy. So, you guys enjoy hanging out with Vivi. Thank you so much for being here. I'm awake at 4 a.m. in Canada. You should probably go to bed. You're probably not going to feel very good if you stay awake that much longer. So, guys, thank you so much for coming by. I really greatly appreciate it, and I hope you have the best of best nights. I hope that it's wonderful for you, and that you enjoy it, and I hope that it's cool. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much for being here. I'm probably going to be streaming tonight. Or, yeah, tonight. But I'm not 100%, so I'll let you know. I'll let you know relatively quickly. So thank you guys so much for coming by. I'm really out of it. Why aren't... interesting. Oh, whoops. I don't want to... No. I don't want to play any more game. Thank you guys for coming by. Get some good rest. You sound very dead. I'm very tired. Golden Girls Cloud, keep an eye on Gingy and Alfina streams to make sure you don't miss it. I will make sure I go and check out when we're going to do that. So, thank you guys so much for coming by. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much again. Please rest well. Please feel good. Please do your best. It'll be okay. Yeah. Good night, you guys. Good night. Good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm a little out of it. Sorry for... Good night. Good night. It's very nice to see you all. Good night.